One, two, three.
Yo,
Yo,
forza lotta, vincerai, non ti lasceremo mai. How's it going, bro?
good. How are you?
Not bad, all good. We won this game. Let me put
Yes.
the link on the chat. Maybe somebody wants to join. I see Antonio on the chat. What is he doing on the chat, man? Tell him to join the live.
The Zambi hasn't won anything, Antonio. He hasn't won anything.
He's a Man City fan now.
Antonio has become like we see the likes, Antonio, on the Man City pages. Like we see that you like the Man City stuff. It's pretty.
He liked the page when it shows Grealish to Milan, Leao to Man
Yeah,
City.
bro. Like
And I'm like, what
this
the
guy's
fuck?
believing his own gimmick. He's starting to believe his own gimmick.
What the fuck he's liking? He's liking this shit. He's liking the designer that did the job.
Roy. Hey, Roy. Hey, guys.
What?
Yeah.
I have
what do
a
you want?
question for Roy. Is De Zerbi Japanese?
No, he's Italian, and he hasn't won anything. So I don't know what you're on about.
De Zerbi is the next. I've been watching him. He's doing really well in England.
Yeah.
So you
okay.
realize now that he's a good coach.
No, I was using him as an example because Roy says that there's no good young Italian coaches.
Oh, hold on. I said that after Ancelotti, there's no coaches in Italy that have really done anything special. And I still say that. The level of coaching in Italy went down after Ancelotti. I maintain that position. Zambi's doing good. He hasn't won anything yet.
Mancini
But
won
what about
the Euros
Conte,
with Italy.
Mancini, and
Yeah, Mancini did good. Sarri also did good.
Conte.
Okay. Conte's okay. I'm not.
Pioli's doing good.
I mean, these guys have to show something more in Europe. You know, domestically, even Allegri wins domestically.
Anyway, Juventus won last minute. I heard
I
Cremonese
saw
got a
the
goal.
game. I saw the game. I
How
just saw.
was
I
it?
was watching the game. Bruh, Allegri is the worst coach that has ever existed in the history of football. Like the game was such a. Juve played so badly. They scored a free kick in the end. It was just a free kick. It was a good shot on goal. But the team plays like crap. My God, wow.
Yeah, it's but you know what? If you have a solid defense, then you concede less goals than the others. If you keep the clean sheet,
But
you're
it's
gonna
not
win
like.
most of the games.
But it's not like they don't concede goals. But it's not like they don't. They're always inviting pressure, and it's always like for the
Yeah.
fans. It must be fucking. They must hate it. The fans must hate that shit.
And I heard Cremonese had a disallowed goal that was actually
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, Cremonese hit the post twice. Also,
It
Guys,
was the
hey
goal
guys, who are you cheering
rightly so
for?
disallowed?
yeah.
Guys, who are you cheering for in the Napoli Inter game? Or Inter Napoli?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Like, who do you want to win? What's your result for
Of
Inter
course,
versus
I
Napoli?
want Napoli to win, so we can seal the top 4. Of course, I want Inter to win, man. What is that question?
I agree with that, to be honest.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
What's
Lisa?
up, Vasilina?
I would be happy with the tie, but yeah, I'll be happy with the tie.
It's starting in 5 minutes, so actually we can do kind of a half watch along, something like that.
Yeah.
Guys, who's ready for a big raw masterclass? Just like in the World Cup.
Juve was lucky. Some people are saying in the comment. I mean,
yeah, absolutely. Dude,
but luck is
absolutely.
part of football, man. We're gonna win games like this by luck, even when we don't play well. So I don't know. I kind of I sense it that Juventus is gonna win ugly against Cremonese.
Are you watching it? Are you watching the games?
I didn't watch Juventus. I just felt that Juventus is gonna win ugly against Cremonese, especially these small teams. Juventus wins ugly. If you think about it, they won ugly even against Empoli, but the VAR made a mess.
They have won 7 games in a row and haven't conceded any goals. Every game they look like shit. Every single game.
Yeah, not conceding goal is massive.
Yeah,
It's a big thing. It's a big thing. And Allegri plays that card a lot. He knows he's a shit coach. He knows these teams are not gonna play well, so he's just gonna make sure he does not concede goal because he has quality players that are gonna find 1 goal at least in the 90 minutes or 2.
It would suck to be a Juve fan. Let me tell you that.
Well, Juventus has always been like this. Rarely they play great football, but at least when they are in a good form and they are a good team, they kind of dominate the game. At least they don't just sit back. So it's a bit embarrassing. But Juventus supporters are like this. They just want to get the 3 points. They would not complain about the football. If they were top of the table now, they would not complain about the football, even if it's shit. So Cremonese got a goal disallowed. Yeah, we know that. I don't know how. I haven't seen the goal, so I don't know if it was rightly so.
Yeah, it was. It should have been a goal.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
no,
it was.
yeah,
It was a soft foul.
It was a super lucky victory. Super lucky.
Oh, shit.
They should have gotten a goal. They hit the post twice. Maybe the worst football game I've seen all year. Yeah, whatever. That's who cares.
Well, there is Juventus Udinese, so probably that is the worst one.
And what's coming up? That's probably something we should get into.
So now it's starting Inter Napoli. Some people are saying that they want Inter to win. Wizu is a Milan or a Juventus fan? I think it's a Milan fan.
But I'll tell you what, I saw Roma, and Roma does not look very good.
Roma won?
They won 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0. I can see it.
Abraham saved the goal. on the line. But
Roma is playing ugly, yeah?
Offensively, they have absolutely nothing. No ideas. I think
Mourinho is a
Milan,
finished coach. Mourinho is a finished coach.
I think Milan should take advantage of this. Milan instead today. I mean, they look good in the first half at least.
We played well for 70 minutes. And Pioli did something weird in the second half. But I think he did a mistake. So I blame him for the mistake. I don't blame him for the fact that he did that mistake because he has a lot of pressure to make the CDK situation work.
Yeah,
so
but
he said,
it's not going to work like that, bro.
Yeah, but he's trying, man. He's trying his best. And he's failing.
Guys,
And
I'm going to head out because I'm going to watch this game. I'll see you guys.
Okay, see you, man.
Man City fan, go Squeeze.
So he's Inter fan. I knew it.
Who?
Antonio.
He's an Inter fan.
Yeah.
Antonio is confused, man. I still don't know which pronoun used for Antonio, so he's confused.
Confused. Young generation is confused in general, bro.
Which pronoun to use for
it's a big confusion. Vasily, do you saw the game?
I watched the highlights, bro. I was working. I had to be at work at 6 a.m., so I couldn't watch it. But I watched it like right before the stream. I watched the highlights. I mean, Leao looked good, man. Looked good. I like what I was seeing, man.
Yeah, it's good.
And if Giroud could score some screamers, man, because there's some goals he should have put it in, man. Like seriously, man.
Giroud could have had an hat trick.
I know, bro. Like he needs to get his shit together. I know he just came back from what do you call it? From World Cup, where he had a pretty good World Cup, so he needs to get back, man. Look at that, Tonalchik, man. He's not Tonali, man. He's Tonalchik, man. I give him a little Ukrainian spell, man.
The how's it called? How the fuck is called? The midfielder of Real Madrid, Modric.
Modric, yeah, Modric. Then you got Mudryk, the kid from Ukraine, man. So we got a bunch of them.
He's going to Arsenal. It's almost a done deal with Arsenal.
Yeah, man. It's because Zinchenko is there and Arteta, man. I think he's a good coach for young players, though, man. So I mean, I'm disappointed. I mean, I'm not gonna be disappointed if Leao renews. Then I'm good, because I think he will develop really good in Arsenal, and I have a feeling this guy's gonna play for some real big teams, man.
I'm disappointed because we are broke, not because he's going to Arsenal. Because if we were not broke, we had normal finances, we would afford him because his price tag is not crazy. We're talking about 50, 60 million.
Yeah, probably I would say it would take 60 million for Shakhtar to sell him because 50 million, they rejected it. So they had to raise their offer.
Yeah, and the guy is not asking crazy salaries.
I was reading in Ukrainian websites that they offered 50 and Shakhtar rejected.
Yeah, definitely with 60 million, Milan could have put Mudryk on the right, Leao on the left. And because I like Mudryk because the difference between him and the other offensive wings that he defends really well, actually. He runs a lot. He covers the pitch really well.
And the thing is, he's super fast, man. The guy is speed, man. If we had both wings super speedy, man, fuck, man, that would be destroying Serie A, man. I can tell you that much, man. For sure. And Mudryk, man, shit. That'll be a good one.
In that right wing, if somebody has to come and play instead of Selemakers, needs to be better than Selemakers on high press. High press.
And he needs to be fast too, man. I'm not asking Leao fast, but close to it at least, man.
Yeah, so I don't want to. If he's a dribbler, good, even better. But off the ball needs to be as good as Alexis or better than Selemakers. That's my main concern because when you put Selemakers, you see how balanced is the team, how solid is the midfield, how better Diaz performs. It's just a better team overall.
Salmas Calabria looked really good today on that right wing. And Diaz.
I was happy to see Calabria back, to be honest, man, because I was worrying about him, man. But I'm happy to see him back in the team. Now Rebic is injured again. Honestly, man, if a good offer arrives, like they're saying that we can get between 15 20 million for this guy, honestly, man, with all of his injuries, man, I would not. I like the guy a lot, but I wouldn't mind if we sell him, man. Because this injuries, man, it's like he barely plays any football, man. And we're paying him 3.5 mil, man. I mean, that's quite a lot of money.
Dude, you say if a good offer arrives. I think Milan, if an offer arrives, is gonna consider it.
Oh, like I've read it with many sources, man, that Milan actually, if an offer around 20 million arrives, like they're definitely selling him, man. Definitely.
I think even less.
It probably even 15 mil because we're gonna make money either way. Because what is he left? Like 1 season left, or something like that with us?
2? I think he has 2 more seasons.
Still like pretty good. I mean, we're breaking. Like we're not losing money on this transfer, man.
No. And anyway, if you manage to get 10 million or 15 million, whatever, you can add money, a bit of money, and you can put a youngsters.
Dude, don't forget the salary he's paying, 3.5 net. So gross is like 6 mil or some shit like that, 7 million.
Should be around 5, something like that.
But still, it's a lot of money, man. We can probably use some of that salary to either renew somebody that is super important, like Leao and what's his name, Benacer, or get some youngster, like a talented youngster.
We can give have some space for players like Adli, or have space for players like Chaka Traore, or other kids that are coming from the Primavera.
I know a lot of people are disappointed with Adli, but honestly, man, I honestly know this guy's gonna produce, man. He just probably is taking some time to adjust to the league. Some players are like that, man. Not everybody fires right away, and then they just become wonders, man. Like I'm giving him until the end of the year. Not until the end of the whole season, because he's technically a super gifted player, man. He definitely has the technique and he does have the vision. He just needs to get a little bit more physical, and and I think he'll be good and adjust to the league and the language and all of that good stuff, man. I think Pioli likes him actually, so it'll be nice to see him play a little bit more the second half. That's my wish.
Roy, we were talking about the Pioli's mistake. Pioli made basically a mistake in the around minute 65 when he changed Diaz and he put CDK in.
Right.
Which I find a mistake as well, because Diaz was playing really well, and I'm like, why are you changing Diaz?
He was dictating the play. He was dominating the midfield. The team was moving really well. Like the obvious choice to me seemed to be, okay, take Giroud out. And put CDK in the false 9 position. Another thing that I find strange is that Pioli in the press conference said he saw growth in CDK physically. He said he saw growth, and he said that he's been looking good as a false 9 in the trainings. I don't understand. Okay, just put him as a false 9 then. Like keep Diaz in there. Okay, Larry, sorry, let me finish it. Diaz is 23. CDK is 21. Giroud, for heaven's sake, is 37. Put this motherfucker on the bench a little bit. Put him on the bench.
37 years old, if you play 65 minutes, is better than if you play 90 minutes. Because your muscle can recover. They don't get tired with 60 minutes game, so you don't get injured. No, I agree with you. Especially now that we don't have any other striker available, because the other two are injured. It's a risk they should not take on a 2-0 against Salernitana. And you know what? I'll tell you something more. You don't want to play CDK as a striker. Play Leao as a striker and put CDK number 10, Diaz on the right, Selemakers on the left.
Sure, lad. But
just don't take out the players that are playing well, because they are connected with the game. They are connected with the teams. They are getting.
But also Giroud is on the ground, like, because he's getting kicked. He's limping. His muscles are hurt. And damn it, for these two, you literally said you were training CDK as a false 9. Just freaking do it. I don't know, man. That pissed me off today a little bit because I thought after he made that move, we lost control of the game and we got scored on it, and it gave Salernitana a pressure. We should have finished the game well. I gotta say, he guessed for the first formation, the starting 11. He guessed it. The team looked great. I loved how we played today. Up until the substitution, I loved how we played.
Yeah, we were looking really bad in those friendlies, but now we're looking pretty good. So, as I knew because the friendlies we were playing were a bit dodgy. Players don't want to get injured. The weather is shit. And everyone who was at Milan were upset because they didn't go to the World Cup for different reasons. Italian players didn't go to the World Cup because Italy didn't go. Tomori and other guys didn't go because they were not picked. Selemakers was injured, didn't go with Belgium. So when you're pissed off and you didn't participate to such a big event, your mind is not in the right place. So you don't perform on this useless friendly. You have to keep to do them to get the 90 minutes to be fit, because the only way you get fit.
But they were not happy about those friendlies, yeah? Because after we lost the last friendly, Pioli cut the holiday short and said everybody at Milanello, we're going to stay together. Even if those friendlies don't matter, but emotively they felt it. They don't like losing 3 games in a row like that.
Yeah.
So, it helped, I guess, put the team focused again. But overall, it was a good game. It was a good game, just that substitution to me.
One other thing I didn't like about Pioli is keeping Tonali so long in the game. As you say, Tonali with the yellow card does not play against Roma, and that's how you slow down the development of players like Branks and Pobega, not playing them those 20 minutes in games like this. Tataruzanu did a mistake on the goal, in my opinion, because it didn't cover his post properly. He was really uncertain to go out or not in that long cross. So he did a half movement. It didn't follow the trajectory of the ball, and it didn't cover his post. And unfortunately, Selemakers didn't cover his man properly. But at that point, his man is so close to the line that it's really hard for that player to score a goal if the goalkeeper stays in the right position. You know what I mean, Roy?
Yeah.
If you cover the first post, that player, really hard for him to score a goal.
Yeah.
So the goalkeeper is a big problem. We're gonna have that problem. People are saying that Mike Maignan is not coming back for the first game against Tottenham.
Yeah.
So it's basically 2 months.
Well,
something
February.
like that.
It's mid-February.
So it's basically 1 month and a half.
Right.
That's mad, man. That is crazy. That is crazy. This is letting us down.
Aside from that, Tataruzano had a decent game. Aside from that moment.
On the other things, Tataruzano is always going to be solid. Actually, he's really good on intercepting shots. He covers the goal pretty well when players are shooting,
Yeah.
But he's really undecided on when he goes out on crosses and things like that.
Yep.
Yeah. So Inter had a big chance. Lukaku had a big chance, but his control was a bit.
Yeah, Di Marco also.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard. It's gonna be hard for Napoli to win this game in San Siro.
They look a little bit nervous, Napoli.
Well, we outplayed them in San Siro.
Yeah.
They were cynic. They got 2 chances, 2 goals, but overall in the 90 minutes we outplayed them, and we basically almost drew the game as well in the 90 minutes with Kalulu that hit that post bar. I
do want to say that they still have a lot of quality when they attack, but I was going to say, Milan played with a lot of quality in the first half. Calabria, Salamakers back there working, and Diaz is now Diaz is mature. He's become a mature player. Because this game last year, Diaz was on the ground every 2 seconds. He was getting pushed off the ball. But now Diaz knows how to stop the ball, knows how to create space for himself, knows how to avoid players, and he's physically getting more mature. So this is pretty much the formation that won us the second place of the year before, and it was a good formation last year. Calabria Salamakers on that right has won us trophies.
Well, at least people are learning that Calabria is a good player, because I heard in these 2 years that we need to find someone better than Calabria.
Right.
A lot of times I heard that.
Calabria is very good. I don't know if he excels at one thing or the other, but he's very good at doing all 3 phases: defense, midfield, and attack. He's good at all of them, and he does it with good energy, and he does it with the right spirit. The movements are good. The technique is good.
Yeah, no, he brings quality, man. He brings quality.
Yeah.
When he goes forward, he brings quality.
Yeah.
And there was a period in this channel that people were saying Calabria loses a lot the ball, is bad at passing and things like that. But that's not true. Because Calabria is brave to do the difficult passes. He does not do lame passes. He always goes vertical when he can. So he tried to break the lines from the right back position he has. Always try to break the lines and go forward with the ball.
Yeah.
And you're gonna make mistakes when you have not a good day, and you're gonna show that maybe you're not good on that side some days. But he's really good defensively. I think his physique let him down a bit because he's small, so he's gonna struggle with the pacey or big players. But overall, he's good positioning, so I don't mind having Calabria and Hernandez tandem.
It's a good balance
on this two positions. Yeah, it's perfect. I would say maybe with the more experienced center backs, he can help Calabria more. But Kalulu is developing, so I think Kalulu in 2 years is going to be amazing.
Kalulu and Samora look good with their center backs.
Yeah.
I like that combo. Today, honestly, the team looks really good. Up until that substitute, I mean, Diaz was a big part of why the team looked good. So up until then, what kind of pisses me off is that we could have ended this game like really nicely, like 3-0, like closed it with a good, better feeling, better message.
A clean, but I think on the mental aspect is better because it kind of keeps our players on the top. It tells them, okay, we played well, but there's still a lot to do.
But this is
still a lot to work.
Pioli needs to get his
Pioli has the pressure to make the CDK player work, and I really believe Pioli on that interview. Pioli maybe is thinking, okay, CDK can do that position, but his best position is the number 10. So he wants CDK to work as a number 10.
Yeah,
that's what he wants.
And he's prioritize other things.
And I think he's actually working on a mental aspect as well. He doesn't want to lose the player.
Yeah, but it's all of this is probably what he's doing. But at the end of the day, he's keeping a 37-year-old that is limping, and you need Giroud. You need Giroud more than you need CDK.
Yeah, and it's Giroud is another one that missed a lot of chances. If he had scored one goal, he would be like, okay, let me go out. Jesus Christ, Lukaku is a mess. It's a complete mess. He's so clumsy. Is Skriniar gonna renew? Because I heard he's not going to renew. He's leaving. I heard he's going to Man City.
Skriniar?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I mean, if they sell Screen, yeah, that would be interesting. Because I think he's pretty solid defender, man, for sure.
Yeah, no, he's good on the 3, but not on the 4. I think he's gonna do bad if he goes to Man City.
What did you think of Lau's attitude in the second half? He was shouting to his players. I've never seen him like that before.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear you. There was a bit of noise.
He was. Hold on.
Is it you or Basilica is doing this noise? I think it's you.
No, it was the city. He was like screaming and being angry with his teammates. I've never seen him do that before.
Oh, I remember it was a moment that he was a bit upset.
Who are we talking about? What player?
Lao.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, he was being nasty to his teammates. I've never seen him like that.
Yeah, maybe I need to hear what he says actually, because if he's been just upset because he wants more concentration
I don't know
about the results.
You can see the body language, right?
Yeah,
It's
the
just
body language.
Like when someone passes him the ball and it's not precise, he is buffona. You know what I mean?
Yeah, does not have the right attitude. Is complaining about his teammates not being good.
Right. He did it with Tomori. He did it with CDK. He did it with some other players too. I've never seen him do that. Is he getting arrogant? What's happening with him? What do you think?
No, I don't think he's getting arrogant. I think he cares now a lot about. He wants to win this title, so I guess his body language is just wrong. But I don't think he's doing it in an arrogant. No, he's doing it in an arrogant way. His purpose is not to be arrogant. You know what I mean? He needs to be more. If he wants to tell his teammates that they are not focused enough, he needs to do it in a different way. That's what I'm saying. And he's young, so I saw him do that even in a friendly. So it's been recently doing some of these things, but he should not behave like this. He is entitled to say and talk with his teammates if something goes wrong, or if they are not focused enough and not concentrated enough, but not be like a bitch.
What do you think about this? We could have signed Ochoa this whole time. Ochoa did really good today.
Oh yeah. I mean, fucking hell, all goalkeepers become prime Neuer against us.
Yeah.
Everyone, well, no matter the team, they just have the game of their life again. Or are the goalkeeper, or we are not good at finishing chances. I really believe we are not good at finishing chances. Because we had so many chances today, man. We created at least 20 chances. CDK had 2-3 chances as well. He had one that he just had a wrong decision. He made just the wrong decision. I don't understand why.
Man, Lecce beat Lazio, dude.
Yeah,
that's
and
nice.
goal by Colombo, winning goal by Colombo.
Yeah. That's what I'm reading.
Colombo, the last 4 or 5 games has.
That's good for us, man.
I hope that's honestly, dude. I right now I'm so what's the word that I'm looking for?
Excited.
Not excited, but the opposite. Discouraged with how.
Why?
Especially with Italian youngsters. Like, I don't think Milan is going to put any stock in it, and they're going to just let him go. And when I'm thinking, like, we don't need to go fucking anywhere to buy play. Like, that's your young striker right there. Bring him back next year. Give him his chance. But Milan is not going to do that. And
I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to do that. We're going to get him back. Because we don't have anyone in that position anyway. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna bring him back.
They will. I think they will give him a chance, man. And then at least a year to see how he does after he comes back, but we'll see.
We brought Pobega back, so we're gonna get Colombo back as well.
I mean, it's free freaking money, and you, as a club, we invested in them all these years, man. So
yeah, and we need players that come from the academy for the Champions League quota. So it's like Colombo is like bread for us. It's important.
And he's good, man, and I like his determination, and I like his spirit. He was asked, in one of the interviews I read a couple of weeks ago, that people say, "Oh, if you've been loaned by Milan, that means Milan doesn't like you." He's like, "No, that's a bunch of bullshit." He didn't say a bunch of bullshit, but he's like, "I think it's actually good. It shows that Milan cares and they want you to develop." I like his. When I read it, I was like, "Damn, this boy has good spirits, man. I like that." Not cries about little things.
And Colombo is showing that he's the season before he showed that he's good to play in a Serie B. So that's why Lecce wanted him strongly, invested in him. Lecce say, I want Colombo because I saw Colombo in Serie B doing great things and he can be really useful for our team.
Now, Laird, sorry, Colombo played at Spal. He did okay. Then he went to Cremonese. He helped. He was part of the team that went
in Serie A.
Went in Serie A, and now he's at Lecce. It's like, bruh, it's like, if they don't bring him back next year, it's like, whatever. I just give up.
I understand Roy too, because there's a chance it could happen, but actually I'm leaning more towards that they were going to bring him, and he actually will play part of next season with Milan. Like actually play on the field, not just sit on a bench. If you continue doing what he's doing, how many goals he has? Like I have to look up how many goals he has so far. He has like 5 goals, I think, or something like that. Pretty good number, 5-6 goals. So if he can even manage 10, 12 goals this season, that's good, man. He should be playing for Milan.
Dude, if he manages 8 or 9 goals, he should be playing for AC Milan. 8 or 7 goals, he should be playing for AC Milan. Because he's 21, he's already done 1 Serie A season. And if you can score 7 goals, 8 goals at the age of 21 in Serie A, you deserve to be in the Milan squad.
Yeah. I'm actually watching the highlights right now as we speak. And he draw a foul on him, got the guy yellow. I mean, so far the first half just ended, so he looked pretty decent first half.
In the last 4 games, he's had a 5-goal contribution.
Damn, that's really good, man. That is really good, man. Honestly, man, that is good. I always like him, and he has a really cool name, man, so why not? Let's just keep him.
I don't know if this... like Leao demanding more from his teammates. I think there are different ways to do that. And sometimes when you give your teammates these angry signals, I don't know if it always translates. I don't know if it's always positive. To me, from my
it does not look good, 100%, but we don't know the relationship between each other, so maybe Tomori or the guys knows the Leao's personality, so they know that he's just pissed off at that moment, that he's not that type of person. So that's not, you know what I mean? But it does not look good. So, if you could keep going and doing things like that, people are gonna get a bit upset with you, and they're gonna just be like, "Shut the fuck up! You're not perfect." You know what I mean? It's gonna break.
Usually, that's what it leads up to. Exactly where it breaks. Right?
He doesn't seem to me like an arrogant guy, though, man. I don't think it's arrogance. It's frustration about something, man. Like, honestly, he's not arrogant dude, man. He's actually a good kid, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
As long as he continues smiling, that's when I know things are good, man. It's all that matters, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. His first half was really good. He had a great first half.
I mean, he created pretty much most of the chances, man. That guy was just all over the place, man.
Yeah.
And that's what they're talking. Yeah, that's what people were mentioning in Reddit that the people say, "Oh, that's the sign because he's serious. He wants to contribute." Blah blah blah. I'm like, whatever, man. Let's just wait.
I was also impressed with his defending, though. Like, he was tracking back a lot this match.
Yeah.
I think that's why Pioli said that he had like his best game ever was today.
Good, man. He
said that in the interview. Yeah. No, and I agree. He was definitely man of the match for me, Leao.
Tonali played a good game too, man. Honestly.
Yeah, he was, but Leao was just ridiculous, I thought.
He's on a different level, bro. Like
he is.
Leao is on a different level, no matter what, man. So
and I'm the one who said that we should have sold him as well. So that's
but the fact that we should,
he played a good game.
Listen, the fact that we should sell him, it still stands if he does not want to renew.
Oh, I know.
That's the only thing.
I'm still going to give him his praise though for today.
If he wants
for sure.
to renew, I don't want to sell him because I repeat, we are not a bank. We are a football team, so money does not matter. Money matters when the player wants to leave, and simple as that.
I really hope I'm wrong. Yeah.
Nice goal by Colombo, bro. Nice goal by Colombo. What a guy, man. Huh? Look at this.
Proper striker goal.
Yeah.
You know what I like about Colombo as well? Colombo is a quality player. He has good feet, good technique.
And he's strong, football. Man. He's strong, physically strong guy, man.
Yeah,
I thought he's not the tallest.
I think he works really hard too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, workhorse, man.
Yeah, and he's left-footed too, and he's played on the right wing.
What the fuck, Inter, man? What a chance! These motherfuckers, man, are so bad. That was an insane chance. Darmian, ex-Milan Primavera, he could have helped us win the league if he scored this goal.
I was like Branks today. He looked good when Branks came in. You guys
he has potential, bro. So far, what I've seen of him, I actually don't mind us keeping this kid, man.
I didn't even realize he played today. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, he had some good plays. Good control.
We changed completely formation in the last 15 minutes. We played with 5-3.
Yeah, I realized when Dest came on. I didn't realize Franks came on as well.
Oh, Dest played today? I didn't see it in highlights if he played or not.
Yeah,
he was okay.
So our formation was Gabbia, Kalulu, Tomori, Dest on the right, Fernandes on the left. Midfield, Branks, Tonali, Benacer, and up front, Leao, CDK, was something like that.
Yeah, CDK went as a false start in the last. That was 80th minute already.
I guess Pioli is thinking that like Alexis and Calabria, they're not totally fit. Definitely Calabria wasn't totally fit.
I feel like this will be the formation for Pioli to close the games. When you feel you're suffering that pressure at the end, Pioli is gonna go with the 5 defenders.
I mean, okay, yeah. I was gonna. Yeah, well, not to
now
great
it's more
success.
convinced.
I don't know.
What's that?
I don't think he's done it with great success before, though, like playing the 3 at the back, the 3-5-2 kind of thing.
I mean, he's done that, like, let's say, in moments where we're winning, he wants to close a game. He's done that actually quite a lot. Maybe
for like 10-15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, he usually does it later. This time I thought he did a little bit early.
Okay.
Right now I like it because players like Adli, CDK are not good off the ball, so you cannot keep our offensive formation with those players. So you need to kind of readjust and put a Gabbia or have more wings, defensive wings in the pitch.
Or just put CDK false start and take Giroud out, and you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
No.
So he realized that was a mistake. And
by the way, I saw that your guy Hoyland, he scored again today. Coming on for Atalanta.
He's a good striker.
Yeah. We missed out on him. I think he was only 20 million too.
No, we didn't miss out on him, guys, because we cannot buy all the players, and with us he would not play.
Wait, miss out?
And his development will be different. So
Hoyland, the Atalanta. striker. He scored again today. He came on for Zapata. Zapata completely. I don't know what he was doing for like a month and a half. I thought he was going to be fit, ready to go. He like had a couple of good games. Bro. Man, what an idiot!
Zapata and Lookman had a poor.
Oh man, I put him in my fantasy team thinking he's ready to go. Like he had scored and assisted in his last 2 games right before the World Cup. I'm thinking, okay, he's ready to go. He's serious now. What does he do? Totally fucks off. Oh my god. That guy's a big idiot.
Zola looked good.
Yeah.
Man, it's crazy, man. Lecce has so many. Their stadium is full every time I watch their highlights, man. That's good to see, man. They definitely they have tons of supporters, man. So that's nice to see in Serie A, man. Full stadiums, man.
Yeah,
cool, Salernitana.
Yeah, especially the locals.
All the games are
still Lecce, bro.
Well, there's small one too. But Salernitana, they were full too, for us at least.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they were packed, man. I mean, Milan was
all the games I saw today, even Cremonese and Juve packed, Roma, Bologna packed, Lecce packed.
It's a bank holiday in Italy though as well, so that helps for sure. It's during the day. It's during the day. But again, most of the stadiums are always almost full every game, even on a normal weekend. You know what I mean?
No, it definitely improved.
Yeah, they've been without football for 2 months, man. It's just frustrating. So everyone was waiting for the first game of Serie A to go and watch it at the stadium.
Yeah, the football.
What do you guys think about Ronaldo moving to Saudi Arabia? That was a bullshit move, man. Just to make money, man. I thought he's gonna still be ambitious.
Career is over.
Yep. Yeah, I was about to say. I thought he's really ambitious, but that move is bullshit move. That was all about money. I was like, bro, you're so filthy rich already. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yep.
Seriously, man.
I would have done the same thing, man.
What do you say?
I would have done the same thing because no team wants him anymore.
Exactly, no team wants him. That's the thing. He fucked that up. The last year, he fucked it up.
I think you're right. Yeah, you're probably right because the way he handled Manchester United, that was.
He's an idiot.
I even felt bad for Man U, and I'm not the biggest fan of Man U, but I even felt bad for them, man. The way he handled.
Dude, just be a mentor. Just be like Ibra was. Just tell the coach, play me when you need me. Play me in situation, and I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna work for the team. I'm gonna run a lot, give everything, and be part of this group and help the group to be back and win the title again after 10 years is the last time Man United won the league.
That's the difference between Zlatan and him, man. Zlatan
exactly.
Fucking beast, man. Mentally.
Just understand that you are not the player you used to be and be a different person.
The problem is that no matter what, he generates a shit ton of money. So he wants a pie of the money that he generates. Teams don't want to make those kind of investments. Only PSG really can afford it.
But Man United was paying well for him, to be honest. So
yeah,
just be a different, put a different mentality.
You mean that stay in Man U?
Yeah. If you come a year ago, he made the decision to go to Man United. If he had the mentality of Ibra when he came at Milan, he would have earned a lot of money, be part of the group, help him to come back, be the right wing of the coach. You know what I mean?
Right. He wants to be treated as if he's 27 and he's everything revolves around.
I mean, to be fair, Zlatan wanted that too when he first arrived, but he recognized when he had injury problems.
Right.
I mean, he took it he didn't create drama. He just okay, guys, I'm gonna be just sitting here and mentoring people, man. No big deal. Give me,
I guess for Ronaldo's I'm healthy, so I need to play. So that's it.
And in the interview, Ronaldo said that he doesn't really talk to the youngsters. He said he just works and he's an example. That's what he said.
Who is not talking to youngsters?
Ronaldo.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised, man.
They're
I
beneath him.
actually, yeah, I actually after this move, I don't know, man. He could have still offered a lot of things, but whatever, man. His actions just ruined his fucking his what do you call it? What's the word? Legacy, man.
It was a perfect dinner with a shit dessert at the end, basically.
Yep, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
And people are gonna talk about the shit dessert. No one is gonna remember how good was the starter.
Yep. Unfortunately, that's how it goes, man.
There is a clause that says if Newcastle goes to the Champions League, then he can go to Newcastle. Since
Yeah, that Saudi Arabia connection is probably real. With them in Newcastle.
But it's the same ownership.
Yeah, but Newcastle is not gonna do that.
I don't think so either. They don't need to.
Who is running the club is gonna say, "Fuck that, we don't want that." You kidding me?
Not only that, I don't think Ronaldo would agree to just being on the bench at Newcastle, because that's where he would be, on the bench. Because they're going to sign somebody else.
I don't know. I will agree. I really don't know. I don't know who's playing that team. I don't know.
Dude, Newcastle is run like Atalanta. They buy youngsters. They just have a lot of money. They buy expensive youngsters, but they are run like Atalanta. They bought Bodman. They bought Bodman. They didn't do an offer for.
I mean, in a couple of years, though, they're going to be going all out. They're going to be like Man City. They're so rich.
They're gonna keep going like this. They're gonna buy expensive prospect player. They will never gonna go for the Messi.
When are they gonna change then? Or they just you think they're always gonna do that? They're gonna be like a rich Salzburg.
No, when they're gonna be established, of course they're gonna go for already made players, because when you're established, you need players that perform day one. And when I say established players, they're still gonna go for players like Erling Haaland or Mbappe, so players that is worth it spending the money. You know what I mean? They're not gonna go for 80 million Anthony or for 120 million Fernandez. They're gonna go and buy Fernandez before it becomes 120 million, like they did with Botman. They are basically looking at what Milan is trying to buy, or what Atalanta is trying to buy, what this Borussia Dortmund is trying to buy, and buying those players. That's it. And the coach is a coach that cannot handle big personalities. You know, he wants hard-working players that work hard and they just give everything. You saw the Arsenal Newcastle. They played like a Italian team. They got the result at Highbury.
Yeah.
Sorry, Emirates. It's not Highbury anymore.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Sorry, I got disconnected for a second.
What do you think about the game, Hans? Did you enjoy the game? Did you watch it?
Yeah, especially the first half. It was great to see Milan again, and we were maybe in a little bit of trouble, but at the beginning. But I think these are Serie A matches. They're real matches. Like that's what you have to expect. Some difficulties sometimes. It's never going to be easy.
Yeah.
But we took it really well, and then we buried those few chances that we had. Or actually, we had a lot of chances, even in the first half. Like we should have had way more goals than that, than the two.
Yeah. I mean,
it should have been 3-0 the first half.
Yeah, that was the only bad thing. But I mean, if that's the only bad thing, then we had a pretty good day, probably. But yeah, it sucked that we had to suffer because we didn't deserve that. Like our first half performance, and then even in the second half, I thought we were the better team for most of the period. So we deserve more. We made it difficult for ourselves. But it's also the first game back, so I'm sure the best is yet to come.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of injuries still to deal with. And people coming back just from injury, like Calabria. So, yeah.
One thing I want to say is that Pioli did say that he saw growth in CDK, and today you did notice it, right? He did. He was much more confident on the ball. He had good technique on the ball. He had good passes on the ball.
Yeah.
And in the false nine position, he has less responsibilities, but the qualities that he has are better used in that position. Um, so I really hope Pioli. Oh my God, Lukaku was scored. I really hope that Pioli will use him in the false nine position because I see good things from that position, and that's where he scored. He scored 14 goals and 9 assists in that position last season.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he's totally capable of it.
Yeah, and Diaz should be the starter. Like at this point, Diaz, I think he's grown. He's grown. Like he's reached the next stage of his physiological career.
Yeah, there was no doubt in my mind, and
My
it's going
God,
to continue to go up.
Varela did
Wait,
an
you see
amazing
Barella?
pass. Varela did an amazing pass, man.
Yeah, he's has to be the best midfielder in Serie A this season, Barella.
He's really
Varela's-
creative. He's really creative as a midfielder.
Uh,
Old school
oh my
midfielder.
God! Jesus.
They're getting close.
Is it
they're
still
getting
0-0, guys? Is it still?
Yeah,
That was
Inter is
onside.
getting
That
closer
was
though.
onside. That was onside.
Was offside.
It was onside.
Yeah, I mean, Napoli needs to lose today for us, man. That would be good. It will make Serie A so much more exciting, man.
Dude, Napoli needs to lose this one, needs to lose against Juventus, and needs to draw against
They need to
Sampdoria,
lose against us.
and we are done. They're gonna lose against us, man, because they almost lose against us without Leao in the pitch. How
I mean, we got to beat him in the Maradona Stadium, though.
Marco is missing these chances, man.
But no, that was
You
a
know what?
crazy save by Demaret. That was a crazy save.
Dude, I'll be honest with you, man. Inter deserves to lose this game. They're gonna lose this game. How the fuck you shoot the ball like this, man? He's the bald guy that is running the fighting competition. He's right on this situation when he says you cannot score on that position.
If he would have scored, that goal would have stood. It looked like it was outside.
Inter is playing better than Napoli. This is the things that concerns me when you guys talk about Napoli. The Napoli is never showed against big team in Italy, the real team, domination.
Yeah,
they are actually a bit weak.
But Napoli
they've done it in the Champions League, sure, to Liverpool, but Liverpool's been shit. Liverpool's been so shit
they're not
every
team
game.
This season. They're being shit. So
yeah, that's fair. Liverpool is not a big team right now.
They play great football. I give you that. But against big teams, against Inter, I'm seeing right now, and against Milan, they are solid on. If they get half chance, they score a goal. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's the problem. Inter's playing well. They're doing a very good job at keeping the game in Napoli's side. Right now, I feel like this is going to finish 0-0.
Yeah.
I think it's going to finish 0-0.
No, Inter is creating a lot of chances, man. Is Lautaro available or still on holiday?
I don't know. I saw that the only player that they were missing was Brozovic, so I'm assuming he is available.
Oh.
I think all of them came back from World Cup, bro. All of them.
Napoli scored.
What?
No way.
No, I'm kidding. I'm just asking.
Jesus
I'm really
fucking Christ, bro.
Jesus Christ.
You guys are too invested.
Yeah, I think he's just not playing because World Cup. That was probably
I mean, honestly, even a draw would be not bad. To be honest, I will take a draw too.
Yeah, any points taken off.
Yep.
Of course.
It looks like he might finish with a tie. Maybe.
No, I need Napoli to lose, man. I want to see Napoli after a loss how they're gonna react.
Well, of course, we all want to see them in difficulty. some real difficulty for the first time.
But let me ask you guys, what
Oh, jeez. Oh, wow.
Goal.
Nearly. Napoli was kind of close there with Anguissa. I thought he got a flick to him.
Would it be better to create a gap with Inter or to close the gap with Napoli?
Close the gap with Napoli because we're gonna finish top 4 anyway. We are a good team. And if I finish top 4 behind or after Inter, I don't give a shit, man. I'm not an Arsenal or Tottenham fan. I want to finish on top of Arsenal, on top of Tottenham. I don't give a shit. I just want to finish top 4. But Napoli, going close to Napoli is going to allow me to fight for the Scudetto until the last week. And that's what I want to see. Because I don't think Inter and Juventus has what it takes to stay behind Napoli. They're going to lose points around. I see Inter being really not solid. Especially away. Away, they're gonna lose points, Inter. So
they're starting to figure out how to play without Brozovic a little bit better, I think. Inter.
Yeah, Çalhanoğlu. I mean, they were already basically.
Yeah, Brozovic is out.
When Brozovic was out earlier, they put Çalhanoğlu in that position, and they were saying that Çalhanoğlu works well in that position.
what happened to Aslani? Is he not playing at all?
No game time. I feel like
no game time at all.
I don't think so.
Very little game time.
Man, that guy is good though, man. What the hell?
Yeah, maybe we can get him on loan.
Yeah, maybe we can get him next season.
Actually, there was a report that was saying that Gagliardini is not renewing with Inter. Milan might get him.
No, Jesus Christ!
I don't believe this.
Oh my lord!
Not Gagliardini, man.
I know we need Italians, but not like this. Not like this.
Yeah, not like this. Not like this.
You'll never hear the end from Floki if you do that.
Honestly, I have a feeling if Aslani goes to us, even on loan, we are pretty good at taking Inter players and turning them into superstars. So
in the past, yeah, Pirlo, Seedorf. Who else did we have?
I'm pretty sure Aslani has an Italian passport, so he can be counted as a homegrown. He's from the Italian youth, so.
Oh, is he? So he lives in Italy? I mean, besides playing. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, he was on. I think he was on double call. He plays for Albania. Yeah, but
he's Albanian.
He was almost called by Italy. I mean, I think he did some under 17 with Italy.
You know what's crazy?
Moved quick. Yeah.
He's still only 20. Also, I didn't realize that. I thought he was like 22, 21. He's only 20.
That's
super
awesome.
young.
That's perfect, man. That would be like perfect, man.
Yeah, he's still only 20.
I don't know if he will be good for us. I'm not sure about that because I see him a bit weak physically. I don't see the aggressiveness that
I see
Benacer or Tonali has. You know what I mean?
Not right now, but I mean, Benacer wasn't at that level when he was younger. Also, nobody thought he could be aggressive the way he is now.
No, even when he was young, Benacer was fighting. Just his body wouldn't allow him to win the fight. Even Diaz, listen to me. Diaz 2 years ago, he was fighting. It's just his body was not allowing him to win the fight.
So Aslani, he's not aggressive. You don't think Aslani is aggressive? He doesn't fight.
I don't think so. I don't think he's that type of player.
The thing is that Inzaghi has his hierarchies, and right now Aslani is in the bottom of the hierarchy. I mean, he's only 20 there. Obviously, Brozovic and Çalhanoğlu are going to play that position.
Yo, guys, you know what I just read? That Mikey Drake invested in Milan. And they're hanging out with Zlatan. And they're hanging out in Miami with Zlatan.
Good.
That's good, man.
We want to see some players, man. I don't want to see these rappers.
No, bro. For marketing, bro. No, for marketing, bro. For you ass marketing to get even bigger market share here. That's good. That is good.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, Vasily is correct.
Drake
I
is
see a lot of
Canadian, though.
awareness.
It's
I
not
don't
about-
see a lot of conversion. Still,
He's
they're gonna
huge
buy
artist, bro. He's huge artist. He has huge influence in US. So if he puts a Milan T-shirt, man, and
Oh.
promotes Milan, trust me, bro, I take that.
Yeah,
I mean,
of
I
course.
take that as well, but still, people are gonna support
He
Tottenham.
was
and
wearing a
Arsenal.
Napoli. He was wearing a Napoli shirt a few weeks ago.
How many people bought the Napoli shirt?
I don't know, but they say every time. Oh my God, Morales pass was crazy. But every time there's like this kind of like jinx with him. Every
Yeah.
time he wears a shirt of a team, that team does not do well.
So tell him not to wear the Milan one until the end of the season. Keep it in the draw.
One step at the time, guys. We'll take in small steps, but we're gonna become big in US. I'm telling you, man. I think that's the goal too. To get into this market and get big. This market and Asian market, man. And probably like what else? I'm probably everywhere, but I would say they have certain focuses on certain markets, probably short term.
No, man, I need the stadium. That's the only thing that's gonna give us success. The stadium.
I mean, listen, man, like with all these investments and people investing in the club, who knows? But you know, the bureaucracy of Italy, that's what kills it, man. I think that's where the problem is, man.
Yeah.
No, look, for sure. Look, we're talking about Drake is probably one of the most followed rappers but he's Canadian. He's not American.
Yeah, he's not. But I mean, he's pretty much, you can call him American because
He's American. He's American. He's American.
Oh yes.
His dad's from Memphis.
His
thought
mom
he's
is Canadian.
I thought he was.
Yeah, I think he lived in Canada.
No, listen.
Something.
His mom is Canadian. He grew up there, but his dad is from Memphis, Tennessee. And what Drake used to go back and forth. Yes, he claims Canada, but he also claims, America. So just North America. Because you're never gonna hear Drake all the time saying, Canada and all that. Because he claimed as much as Memphis as he does Toronto. But yeah,
and you have to understand, he's
Canadian,
the first artist that got 50 billion on Spotify, man. That's a fucking. Just to give you like one example, man. The guy's huge, man.
Yeah, he is. He's the biggest rapper worldwide right now in terms of popularity for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But the biggest artist right now, I think, is Bad Bunny. Yeah, Bad Bunny is actually bigger than all these guys, and after Drake. But I think those two are like the most popular and famous. So of course, you want them to be behind. And hi, by the way. But I was just listening, man.
Yeah,
I'm
what's
working.
going on, bro? What's going
man.
on, man?
Yeah, man.
Yo, Clint, did
you
you saw
doing?
the game?
Dog, I woke up. I thought it was at 1 or 12. I was sleeping, man. I woke up. I go on social media, and I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck?" I got scared. I'm seeing jerseys. I'm seeing the score already. I'm like, "All right, at least we won." Because I'm like, "God damn!" I got so thrown off. I'm thinking the game was. I didn't even know the game was today until yesterday, and then when it was, I missed the whole timeline for it. I'm like, that's probably one of the first games I missed.
Last year,
It happens, bro. I mean, I missed it too.
First half was great.
Because last year, bro, I watched 37 games. I think this is the only game I missed so far.
Yeah, North American time zone is rough.
Especially I'm in Central. I'm in Central. So, which if I was on the East Coast, I would have been better because the West Coast is even shittier. Because then you probably got to wake up extra early.
What time did you wake up? Roy, what time did you wake up today?
3.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You woke up at 3 to watch the game, bro?
I think it was worth it.
But I just stayed up.
Yeah, because in Central Time, I got to wake up at 5. At that game, for instance, I think it was at 5. So I think at 5:30, I should have been up because that time around Italy, I think it's like a 12 o'clock game. And sometimes I don't like them.
It was worth it, though.
Yeah.
It was a good game.
It's good that we won because
Especially
games like that
half.
are difficult. Games like this, those early games for us have never been easy. Milan struggled those early games, man.
Yeah, especially away.
Yep, going to Salernitana. So, Leao got big while I'm tripping. Like, he got bulkier.
Yep. He definitely looks so much bigger than he was.
He looks like a fucking tank.
So does CDK.
And so does fucking
Needed
Diaz,
to.
man. Look at fucking Diaz. He's like a little bulky.
They using
pitbull,
what? They're
man.
using the Bayern route.
Yeah, that's true. True.
You guys remember that pic? Him looking like the Hulk in the what was it, preseason?
Yeah.
Raheem.
I mean, hey, listen, they're giving them special pasta, guys. So let's just keep it hush hush, man. Special pasta is coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, is that why everyone's getting injured though? I don't know.
Yo,
There
guys.
could be a side effect, bro. There could be a side effect.
It's the pasta. It's the pasta.
Yeah.
Yo, I just realized Paul KB is in the chat, man. How dare, man. After this Diaz performance, he's brave enough to come in the chat as well.
Soon they won't be able to talk shit to you about Diaz anymore.
Well, if he
they'll
goes
find
back to
someone
Madrid,
else.
yeah.
They always find someone anyway, so.
I
don't know, man.
think Diaz is
I would not be so sure and be like, yeah, he's not staying. Anything can happen, man. Honestly.
I hope he stays. I just read that we don't actually have an option to buy.
Yeah,
I don't know what
clause,
to believe
to buy
anymore.
him, but-
Yeah, I read that.
But
I
you
don't know
know,
if it's true or not.
Maldini, bro, knowing Maldini, and if he has desire to stay Diaz, it will depend a lot on him too, and obviously our will to pay some money.
For sure.
I mean, anything can happen, bro. Like I honestly, if he continues this good form until the end of the season, there's a pretty good chance he will stay.
definitely worth it. If
Oh, and
Milan
CDK
can-
definitely look bigger, man. That's good to see because he needs to get.
I like Diaz a lot. I mean, he can play cam. He can play on the wings. I thought he actually did well as like a false nine kind of striker as well. The few times I've seen him there, like he can do anywhere up top. Honestly,
he's ready, man. He's ready, and I think if Maldini can convince him, look, we're going to give you an important place in the team. You know, he might stay.
yeah, and it's totally different than CDK. Totally different. So it's good to have like two different types of players depending on what type of game you have.
I want
you
us to
wanna
try
play.
CDK as a central forward, man.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
really want
Nathan is correct. That's where he played most of his games. I mean, if you even look at a transfer market, like over the 2 seasons that he had it professionally at Bruges, I think he only played like 8 games as a cam. He played most of his games as a winger, and then he moved to central forward, and that's where he played most of his games. The season where he did really, really well, and he did like all those goals and assists. He was mainly playing as striker, so he never really was playing cam. He was like the lone forward, and then he had like, you know, I think like probably like 6 midfielders behind him. I think they played like a 3-6-1 kind of formation usually, if I remember correctly.
That's where it should be, man. That's where it should be.
So yeah, and you saw him shooting the ball more today. I always told everybody he's more than capable of doing that. I don't know why he wasn't before. I guess he was just trying to be the playmaker. He watched too many KDB videos. I don't know what the deal
thing
was.
is, when you're a cam, you're playing from the midfield down the midfield line. You're coming to collect the ball. You're not a finalizer. You're not one of the finalizers. You're one of the creators. So if you put him in a position where he's a finalizer, he's going to have much more success.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm glad he's just doing what he thinks is right. I think that's what he's starting to do. Yeah.
all I can say is this, man. My thing is where Milan is right now. You know, we have a lot of young guys. You understand? Like we're not in a situation. I'll be, because sometimes I understand we can go overboard and be upset, but sometimes I gotta remind myself.
Oh yeah.
We're not in a situation of Inter where all of our players are like 30 plus. Because then you're like, dude, if all we're competing for is the league and then we're struggling, they need a win now. Because I'm going back. The reason why I'm saying that, I'm going back to the Aslani point that y'all brought up. Because Inzaghi has a pecking order. The situation Inter is compared to us, there's no room for like the Aslanis to come in at 20 and do something, because they want instant gratification. They're in that type of job right now, especially when we talk about Inter and even Juve. You understand? Us as a project, we don't care. Like, you have to fail so many times to understand. I mean, when you have the Lukaku and all that stuff, I don't think that's the time to have like a bunch of 20-year-olds and all of that. And I think looking at this now, I was watching the game the first half, I feel like Inter, like they're gonna have a bad day if they don't win again the league this year. At least for them. I don't think for us it's that too much big of a deal, maybe except the fans throwing a fuss. So that's how I see this whole situation, to be honest.
I just hope that they have to like pay for like all the shit that they. I don't know.
Just don't redeem Des. We need to let him go.
Yeah,
Dude,
sure.
we're not redeeming this, man.
What?
Come on. I can't believe somebody in this chat or in this channel even thought that we're gonna redeem this.
Yeah, we're going for another goalie. I guess they're mad this year. They just want all the good goalies. They're trying to get this.
No, they're not renewing. Tataruzano and Mirante is not renewing. That's why.
So they're trying to get the Spanish goalie from PSG, according to Romano this morning. But PSG is not trying to let him leave, I think.
So Tata, he doesn't want to be a backup anymore, or what's the deal? Why wouldn't he renew?
Who?
Tata, why wouldn't he?
We don't want him to renew. We don't want him.
Guys. Tata,
what's wrong with Tata as like a third choice?
Mirata's 40. Tata, I think, is 37, 38.
Yeah, and he has a good salary, man. He earns like 1.5 million. You can put a kid that earns 300K.
Well, maybe he takes a pay cut. Maybe he takes a pay cut.
No, man. You need to move on. You need to put a 20.
He's only 30. He's 36. He's 36. Tata.
Lai want no part of it. He needs to move on.
You need to
I'm just
move
saying,
on.
Okay. I hear you. I hear you.
No, the plan is this Paraguay guy they got.
No, the guy from Colombia.
Colombia.
I think he was playing in the Paraguay, I think.
His highlights had some really good reflex.
I mean,
really good.
Before the highlights came out, I looked at his club and I was watching like some of the full highlights from his games, or you can look at Transfer Market. Like they had a really bad end to their season. Like holy crap, were they letting in goals?
Well, like, you need to understand that in these leagues,
I don't know. I'm undecided.
In
these leagues, there is a lot of betting as well. So don't.
But no. Aside from that, I haven't seen. Highlights, obviously, especially for goalkeepers. You can only see a very small thing. But the plan is Vasquez, Sportiello, Magnan. That's the plan. That's a good plan.
But this morning, this morning they're looking at I'm telling you, that Spanish guy. Like,
Sportiello is not happening anymore. I don't think Sportiello is happening.
They try to get
Rico. You're talking about Rico.
Yeah, Rico.
From PSG. PSG.
Yeah. Rico is alone. Yeah, they want to go.
He's a third choice at PSG. He used to play in the Premier League, I think, for Fulham, if I'm not mistaken.
Which can make a lot of sense, though.
Maybe that's a different Rico.
How old is this guy? This Rico?
20.
Rico, I don't think he's that old.
No,
I can check.
He's a third goalkeeper.
Yeah, he's right.
Magnan is kind of screwing us a little bit, bro. Like, that should have not been a prop. Like, I don't think Milan have had, like, goalies that really get injured that much like that.
No one has that, man. It's such a rare thing.
It's a rare thing, and it's like, fuck. But then since Magnan also used to play, like, he was an outfield player, though, so it's, I don't know, if it's old injuries that are coming back.
Oh, it's apparently, it's a scar. I think it's the operation scar, but it's not healing properly.
So the fucking doctors fucked up then. And you heard what Pioli said. He said he's responsible for all the injury.
Yeah, he's in there operating on them himself.
Dr. Pioli, the surgeon.
Yeah.
The guy that's fucking licensed from my university, boy. Stop playing with him.
Yeah.
The witch doctor. Or maybe it's some fucking, maybe it's
Bakayoko. Walk around with the stethoscope.
Maybe it's Bakayoko doing some witchcraft shit, getting all these players injured and shit. So he can start, but they still won't let him start.
Probably, man. He's probably banging all the nurses. They can't do their job. They can't do their job right.
Before he can start, he needs to get at least 16 or 17 players out.
Jesus, Lukaku, man. Lukaku is a disaster.
Hold on. I'm going to go watch the game, bro. I don't know if y'all still going to be on, but let me go watch it.
Yeah, we will be on as usual,
Clint,
man.
Yes.
Clint, but you can watch the game and be on, man.
Say it again?
You can watch the game and be in the live.
No, I'm watching it because since I'm working, I don't turn on my TV when I work at home, so I watch it on my phone. And if I'm watching
All
on
right,
my phone,
you gotta choose. Yeah.
yeah, I gotta choose. I can't be on StreamYard and then just be on like CBS. So I'm gonna go watch it on CBS and I'll come back
We
because I
got
actually
you,
want to
bro.
see this game.
No worries,
Yeah.
man. Don't
I'll be
worry
back
about
though.
it.
All right. Yep.
Later.
Yep.
Whatever.
Laura as usual, bro. Yeah, whatever, man. I
always
don't believe
drama.
you.
Always wants drama, Larry. Always drama.
No, Laura just
Jeez,
speaks his
man.
mind, bro. That's normal.
Seriously, man. Watching Inter instead of being here in the live. Lukaku is such a bad shape, man. In such a bad shape.
His career
He needs-
might be like in a downfall.
No, he needs like 5 games to start to come back in a good shape. 5 games to start.
Yeah, he needs something. He needs.
He's
he
a
needs
slow burner.
continuity.
He's a slow burner.
He looks heavy and heavy touches. Just a mess. Everything he does is a mess.
Confused in the pitch. It's like he never played football before. Look at the disaster that he does.
So is Inter still dominating, or what's the deal? I'm not watching
Yeah.
fucking Inter, man. You
No,
kidding
I
me?
He's dominating. No, they are more dangerous when they go forward, I would say.
Oh,
They've had better chances.
the
but
only
it's,
time
it's
I watch
50-50
Inter-
more or less.
The only time I watch Inter is against us or sometime in Champions League, and maybe some highlights, but that's about it, man.
You know what? We actually dominated against them. Like you could say, yeah, Milan is dominating the game. Like
how is that not a card for Hakan on Politano?
I don't
What
know.
the hell was that? What the fuck
Turkish,
even was that?
Turkish
How the
Snake
fuck
was
against-
playing?
So against
He destroyed
Salernitana,
him. A counterattack.
That was a red against Salernitana, and he gave the yellow. He changed his mind. I mean, that's clear red.
Yeah, I thought
I
you can't
understand.
even like that's not a clear and obvious error, you know? It's just the referee's opinion.
It's just a Serie
not
A
like-
thing, man. It's just so inconsistent. It's so inconsistent.
It's bullshit.
The technical commentator agreed with the referee.
Guys, I have to step out, but I'll be back. You guys are gonna be here for a while, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I will stop by anyways, man. I don't care. I'll stop by even if you guys leave. I'll stop by in this room.
See you later,
All
man.
right, talk to you soon, guys.
I'm not sure, man. Napoli can score 2 goals, and I can be pissed off and just leave.
No, they're not gonna do that. Don't say
Inter
that.
looks
No, Napoli has the quality to score 2 goals out of nowhere.
Inter is dominating right now. They're all over
Yeah,
them.
but if
you don't take advantage of this inertia,
Dzeko.
Dzeko, you should have let it go, man.
I don't know what minute everybody's in right now.
50. 5-0.
I assume Roy is ahead of everybody.
Napoli is playing really good with the football. Inter is getting closer to going on. Ooh, damn. Oh my God.
Roy, what minute are you in?
Oh my Lord. I'm about one.
Yo, what's wrong with DiMarco? DiMarco didn't get one corner right today. I swear to God, he didn't get one corner right. Correa, is that Correa or is it Bastoni that did that? Bastoni.
Is Correa even playing?
No, I thought the 95 was Correa, but it's Bastoni. It's embarrassing. DiMarco didn't hit a corner right, man.
Oh my God. Osimhen.
Scored the goal?
Licha
No.
had a crazy play. 1, 2, 3 players.
I think I'm like a few seconds ahead of you. All right.
I just saw the dribbling.
I'm gonna try and shut up.
No, it's fine, man. I don't. If you tell me 30
Yeah,
seconds earlier who scored, man.
It's Inter.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care.
I guess once Inter starts making subs, like what are we gonna put in?
Who does? Yeah, I need to check who's on everyone's bench right now. I assume Napoli has the better players to come in. Like they must have Elmas. Who do they have?
They have
Inter has like Lautaro that can come in and.
Lautaro, Correa.
Why is he not starting? That's crazy.
I mean, he's been on holiday until yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's because of something like that.
Yeah, it's true. It's an Argentina player.
They have Dumfries. Inter's Dumfries.
Oh.
Dude, how the fuck they have Akan? The only thing good he does is corners, and DiMarco is kicking those corners like a joke.
Oh, Raspadori can come in. Simeone, Lozano, Elmas.
Oh Jesus!
I think Raspadori can be a pain in the ass for Inter because they're all big defenders.
It's like this is PlayStation, bro. It's too easy.
Well, it doesn't look easy. They're not winning so easy.
I just want to know what happens if Kim gets injured. I feel like they're gonna really struggle if that happens.
Did you hear that? Like Napoli, as soon as the subs start coming in, like obviously
like Juan Jesus and Rahmani. Like, come on, that's a
the
joke.
defense looks so shaky. I mean, they look shaky, kind of. Huh? Like they got penetrated essentially.
Yeah,
you're talking about Napoli.
Yeah.
But because they play offensive football, so they're gonna leave something behind.
Yeah,
they're gonna leave some space. And Inter has a lot of pace, and since Conte, they are good at with 3 passes being on a counter, so they know how to do that.
They got to take out Dzeko. He's on a card as well. Like these 2 big strikers up there, that's not working out. I feel like.
And Lukaku is so out of shape, man.
Yeah, they do not complement. Yeah, and Dzeko, I mean, he's not anywhere near his prime. So you have 2 big strikers that can't run. They don't know how to play with each other.
To be fair, Dzeko has been playing amazing for Inter overall since he made the move.
Yeah.
He's been a great player for Inter.
But I mean, if you got to make a change up top, I would take out Dzeko today.
Yeah, yellow card.
I would take out Lukaku and put Lautaro.
Really? I mean, Zeko's the one who has a yellow card.
Oh, he's on the yellow. Oh, fuck!
No, Roy.
Is that a goal? Is that a goal?
Sorry, I ruined it for you.
Is that a goal? Napoli scored a goal.
No.
Napoli scored a goal. So Inter scored a goal.
The Devils scored a goal.
Dzeko. I told
Finally.
you Dzeko, man.
Okay, DiMarco.
I told you.
Oh.
DiMarco
It's the
managed
man.
to do a proper cross.
He did. Dzeko.
Finally. I mean, DiMarco is better at crossing when the ball is moving than actually when the ball is still. How can you explain that? That's so weird, man.
Great play. From the midfield, who gave the ball?
Finally, DiMarco, man, you did it. You made a proper cross.
No, but DiMarco has good numbers this season, right?
Let me write to my brother, Pazza Inter Amala.
I think it was Barella who passed it to him.
That pass in the middle was really good. The diagonal.
Yeah, Barella to DiMarco.
Yeah, it's a very good goal.
Well, they finally could cross the ball to one of their big guys.
Dude, DiMarco is better at crossing when the ball is moving than when the ball is still. This is shocking to me. Corners when the ball is still, so it's easier to direct the ball. He's bad.
Well, let's see. Let's see if Inter can get him on the counterattack now.
By the way, I made fun of Inter missing a lot of chances, but us we missed a lot of chances against Lazio, against Napoli as well. I remember Giroud had 2 clear chances on a 0-0 game. My God.
What is this noise?
I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
Hey, Andy,
What
what's
happened?
up? Are you here?
No, what's up?
Is that you?
Yeah, it's him. It's Andon.
Hold on.
Sounds
I
like
thought
a alarm or something.
Here we go.
It's
Oh,
It sounds like there's a I don't know. Yeah, an alarm coming from the.
Sounds like
Can
kinda
you
like
hear
a
me now?
beeping alarm. Yeah, we can hear you, Ando.
No, it's okay.
We can hear, but your connection is making like. Are you being
Let me
tapped?
try to read
I
it.
think you're being
Just one
tapped.
second.
There's like a
I think
beeping
so.
kind of alarm sound.
Someone is spying on him.
I don't hear that.
Oh,
I don't hear
it
that
stopped.
alarm. I
It
don't
stopped
hear it.
now. I don't either anymore. I think it stopped.
Is it now better?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't hear the alarm.
It stopped now though. It's not.
Yeah, it's not better.
Yo, Andon, did you saw the game? What do you think?
Yeah, I've just finished watching. Well, we had like 100 chances, so
Right?
we
Yeah.
just work on the finishing.
What do you think about the players?
Uh, Basically, everybody played good. Just I'm disappointed about the goal that we conceded. It wasn't Tatarusano's fault. It was more or less Kalulu and I think it was Salamek or something like that. Who was the other guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that Tarzano could have covered that part of the goal better.
Well, he had players in front of him, so it wasn't just a clear position to clear that ball. They shouldn't allow even the player to be in that kind of position. But again, we won, which is very important, and Napoli is losing, which is also very important because if Napoli loses this game and loses against Juventus, that will be it for them. They're not coming back from that.
Wait, say that again.
If Napoli loses now, and if they lose against Juventus as well, they're not coming back from that.
2 straight
No, I mean-
losses.
I think
No,
it's a little bit.
It's not 2 straight losses because they have Sampdoria in the middle.
Guys, there's still 85 points.
Well, at the moment it's 5. It's not an 8.
I mean, we're not even past the beginning of. I mean, we're still in the first round of the Serie A.
Yeah,
we have
exactly.
Still 17 games.
But it definitely opens the league up again if they lose points for sure, and we can put pressure on them. And if we played like we played today, our first half, man, that was quality football. Our first half, yeah. That was real quality football.
And I was happy that CDK at least was playing something, showed some balls at least.
Yeah, of course, he is.
Man, that guy has no luck.
No, yeah, I agree. Not when it comes to scoring, no. But I mean, he's doing today, especially. He was doing all the right. I don't think he put a pass wrong today. He had like multiple shots. He could have taken it. The one that pissed everybody off was the 1v1 kind of that he had like an opportunity, but it was on his weaker right foot.
Oh yeah, towards the end, yeah.
And so he decided to take an extra touch and try and cut back, and let the defender keep running. But then he had a second defender to beat, so he had to kind of like try and step between both of them, and it didn't work out.
Ooh, that's not a foul. That was not a foul, but that's fine.
And guys, I told you not to worry about the friendlies. They're just friendlies. with 0
No,
minutes.
I don't. Everybody's freaking. I didn't even watch them, honestly.
But guys, those friendlies definitely put some fire up their ass.
The
Yeah,
PSV was
I
really
figured that
bad,
would
I'll be
help.
honest. The other one, I didn't care. The PSV was really bad. Not the result. We played really bad in general. So the football was bad. I agree with Roy that they put fire on the player and on the coach and everyone, But yeah, they're
I mean, the
just friendly.
results don't matter because they don't mean anything. But for the
The
players,
performance
the
matters.
performance matters.
But even the performance doesn't matter that much in those friendlies.
Yeah, but Andon, Pioli said, okay, no more holidays. Let's all get to
I mean,
Milan. Let's train.
and on it, it matters to the
They
extent
don't
like
work.
No, the
you
performance
want to
matter
you want to
when
be able
you
to beat them. Yeah,
listen.
Yeah, of course, but
1 week before the Serie A starts, you play like this against PSV and Doven. That means there is something wrong in your head, and they
and
fix that
physically,
quick.
maybe physically too,
during
maybe.
No,
during the
physically,
banter
no, they
era,
are fit.
we had some great friendlies that we won before the start of the season, and after that we were shit. So better
I
to
don't.
lose all the friendlies and continue to win when it matters.
For
Yeah,
sure.
but the banter era were made by weak mentality players that perform on a friendly and they do shit in the games that matters. That is another issue that we had in the banter era. But right now we have players that are good mentally, they are strong mentally. So why not performing in a friendly? So, but I guess as you say,
No, but
for the
I
players who are
find
not
their
important.
reaction. I find the
Maybe they're
reaction.
conserving their energy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was like
I
5 days
find the
before the
reaction.
start.
I
We
find the
don't.
reaction positive. Though. It was a good reaction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
When I saw that, when the next day the newspapers were saying Pioli is bringing Giroud and Theo back for early from the holiday, everybody staying at Milanello. There was a message, Maldini with his head shaking. You need that reaction, so it's a good thing. That's a positive thing. They showed a reaction. Uh,
And I
good
knew
reaction.
that they will give a proper reaction because that's what this group of players has done.
I mean, look at this situation right now. If we would have not won this game today, this game can go our way, and we have the lead. The league opens up. Now let's see what happens in this game. I don't want to jinx it, but let's see what happens. So that reaction was needed. I'm glad they had that reaction. I'm glad they had that reaction.
Oh, here we go. Lozano coming in, and Raspadori.
Raspador is gonna be a pain in the ass for the Inter defenders because he's short and quick.
Is he that quick though?
Yeah, he's quick, man. He's quick.
Wow,
I think Lautaro will score at least one.
super offensive from Napoli. They have Politano, Raspadori, Osimhen, and Vicha. So it's all out of offense for them. They're going. They're going off, I guess.
Come on, Inter! All the city is supporting you today, man. It's a magic day.
They need to put on Lautaro now so they can hit on a counter.
Yeah,
He's in the game. He just
Oh,
entered.
okay.
All Milan
Lautaro-
is supporting you, man.
Lautaro for Lukaku.
Okay, maybe they need Correa as well.
That was a clever move.
Yeah, probably so. You want to take that.
I mean, Lukaku was unwatchable, man. He was literally unwatchable. The guy has regressed so much. He needs to work a lot to get back in the form he was.
Napoli is taking on Zelinski. Zelinski is a big engine to the game.
I don't know, man. How old is Lukaku now? He might just be out of his prime.
No,
You know,
but
he
he's
hit his prime.
29, 30.
But his players are different. Like he hit his prime so freaking early. Like he was playing professional football when he was 15. Like
No, it's not true.
not everybody's Zlatan that can like do that, you know.
I believe he's
And even
29.
Zlatan, like he didn't even
Yeah, but dude,
I don't know.
29. 29 physically, you are at your prime. As a man, physically, at 29, you're at your prime.
Yeah, he
Until
is 29.
35. So, and the experience, he has a 10 years proper experience.
I'm just
in
saying,
his
like
prime.
you look in the past, like at strikers, like at Vieri, for example. When he was 29, like that was a huge downfall. I think when he was like in his late 20s, early 30s, early
I cannot
30s
tell,
for sure.
Well,
I
depends
cannot
on
tell
how the
you.
body, how they preserve
Yeah,
their
that's what I'm
body.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Like it depends.
Because even Shevchenko had that downfall around that age, in the early 30s.
Nah, but Shevchenko made the wrong move, man.
I'm gonna look at Vieri's stats for a second. Because I swear, like when he was at Inter and he was late 20s, Adriano was there, and that's when he started to like just fail miserably. You could ask your brother. Maybe your brother knows more than.
It was the weirdest transfer when he came to Milan.
Vieri made a move at Milan at the age of 32, if I'm not wrong. And at that period, football player used.
Yeah, but
to,
even before that,
least,
he was fucking up at Inter. Adriano took over.
Yeah, but Vieri was a different type of mentality, man. And this is a different type of football
Like,
right now.
Remember Euro 2004, Vieri, when he had like his long hair? Like that was he was so shit. He was so bad.
But listen to me. That type of football, strikers used to decline at the age of 32. Now it's changed. Football is changed now. Now football is different. Strikers or players goes in their prime.
Yeah, if you take care of yourself, yeah, for
20s.
sure. Absolutely, if you take care of yourself.
Inter's out tactically.
Oh my god, how did he? Is that Darmian? What the hell is he doing?
He's doing a Kalulu, man.
What the? What was that?
It was Darmian.
Milan Primavera.
He never learned to play offensively.
They were calling him the next Baresi when he was in the Primavera. You guys remember that?
Who? The same people that called Philly K the next Kaká.
Hey.
This was Galliani.
Hans, don't get offended, man. It's, why are you getting offended?
CDK is the next Gullit, he's the next Kaká, he's the next Pelé.
Yeah, I don't know why they say these things. I don't know why they say these things. Everybody's their own person.
Some people are saying he's the next De Bruyne, man.
No, every player is their own. Nobody's a copy of somebody else.
Guys, let me say thank you to Ricky Ward for becoming a member of the channel. Really appreciate it. Forza Milan. Forza Milan.
I just want to add something, guys. That Chelsea is struggling with Enzo Fernandez on the signing. So
They're lacking what? What do you mean?
So probably there is a Real Madrid or some team that is getting introduced the latest minutes, probably.
Isn't that kind of bad news? Because Chelsea might go after. I know Leao isn't obviously the same position, but if they have the money for Enzo Fernandez, they surely have it for Leao.
Yeah, but then going for Enzo, maybe it shows that Leao told them that there's no way that he's gonna come, so they focus on Enzo.
One can hope, yeah.
Leao's not making a chance.
I mean, it's clear that Leao wants to stay, guys. I can see that.
And if it's true that they offered him 7 million, I think he will accept.
I do think there's a temptation in Man City. I think so. But I think the
biggest sources, Di Marzio and how's the guy?
They're all saying he wants to stay. They're all saying
he wants to stay in Milan.
Guys,
What
do we do if we get to the summer and he still hasn't renewed? What do you do?
Sell him.
Sultan.
I'm gonna still live my life, man, and I still stand.
And you're
with
gonna keep Leao, and you're gonna keep
no,
him.
I still stand with the opinion that if he doesn't want to stay, we need to sell him.
Yeah.
Sell him
Simple as that.
so we can buy Botman.
Hans, the logic is simple. If he does not renew, he's losing 14 million.
I just want. Yeah. Well, he's losing a season's worth of pay, basically.
7 million. So he's losing. But if he renewed now, he can make that back that money. So simple as that.
I mean, if he signs with Man City, he could probably make like 10 million though.
No, because Kevin De Bruyne is making 12 net. So no one is gonna give you more than 7. He's gonna get 7 net at Man City.
What's Jack Grealish on? What's he on?
I think he's on 5 net.
Really? What?
Phil Foden
No,
is 6 net.
No way.
Grealish is one of the most paid.
Yeah, but 5 net is a lot. Man. It's 11 gross.
I think it's somewhere close to 7.
And we're talking pounds as well. That's going to be more.
I'm talking net. It's somewhere close to 7, close to 8. The most.
No, I'm just mean like pounds to euros.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't think City's gonna give you more than 7.
Yeah. That's
right.
what they said. That's what they offered. 7. That's exactly what they offered.
Well, I hope he's got to speak up. Then we got to get this done. I mean, like it's getting ridiculous. I wouldn't have gone this far. You guys know what I've said before in the past. I think it's like you're playing Russian roulette right now, basically.
No, because you don't know the intention of the player. Maybe he wants to stay. So it's not a Russian roulette.
I always assume that if they are not signing, that they must have other things that they want. If they're not willing to do that, if they're not willing to take a pay bump of like 3-4 times their current salary, then there must be something else.
No, all the biggest sources saying that all the 3 they're gonna renew.
The thing that is still kind of waving in the air is the fine that he has with Sporting. That's I think, from according to these reports, if they're true, that's what seems to be the more difficult aspect of the situation.
I mean, it's a big deal if we can get a renewal like this.
Just help Rock to join the live. He wants to join.
Who?
The new member.
Okay, let me put the link.
No, but this is like a huge statement. If we can get both Benacer and Leao to sign, that's ridiculous. That means we're moving up in the world like massively.
That's the only thing I want for this January, man.
Like our FIFA star rating went from 4 to 5, basically. If that happens, like our prestige has like entered a different echelon, you know.
Yes, yeah. It's a message. You're sending out a message.
I don't know. I personally wouldn't have been playing this game. I would have sold them in the summer, both of them.
In hindsight, honestly, I don't know. Even looking at the market this year, you can make that argument. I think.
Well, for sure. When you look at Kvicha, was signed for like 10 million, and he plays the exact same position.
Right.
Stuff like that. It's bonkers.
There's a lot of players like that, and also
stuff like that. It's bonkers.
Yeah.
I hear myself.
And
okay, it's good now, I think.
if we think, hold on, what's up, Rock Award?
A Rock Award.
What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
Maybe he's
Can you
getting.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Welcome to
Cool.
RossonARI
How's
TV,
my mic?
man.
Is okay?
All
Yeah,
good,
we
great.
hear you good.
Yeah.
Thanks for allowing me to join, guys.
Oh man,
Oh man, thank you for coming over. Sorry. Go for it, man. What do you want to say? How was the game today? Enjoy it?
I enjoyed it. It was early, 6:30 in the morning. My body kind of naturally woke me up to watch it because I was so excited to see Milan again. So I was up like 5:30, in and out.
nice.
I assume
Yeah,
you're in the
those.
East Coast, yeah?
Hold on, guys. I'm hearing an echo of every time I talk, I hear myself again. Is that happening to you guys?
No.
Maybe have you
No.
turned off the YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah. That's what it is. All right. What's up, guys? Yeah, I thought we started the game really strong. Like the spacing between our players was very tight, and they knew where our teammates were, so they played the ball really quickly, one touch. And I really liked that. It was nice to see. It was flowing really well. Then we got a little bit stretched, and I think we weren't releasing that final ball into the right spaces as quickly as we should have. So once our players kind of got spread out a bit more, I didn't see it as fluid and quick and snappy the way that the game started for us. Maybe it's energy. We ran out of some energy probably. So
Yeah, it gets a little more disorganized when you don't have the energy
Mhm.
sometimes.
it was nice to see Calabria back. I
Yeah.
have to say, I was a Calabria hater once upon a time, but
Oh,
I'm
really?
fully converted now, and I see it. I see the vision now. I really like him.
Yeah, it's good. It's important.
That right side when
Especially it's
Calabria and
homegrown.
Salamakers are playing, that's a different thing.
Yeah, I
Imagine
really
if we
like
can
the
have Mike
balance.
back.
We need Mike back immediately, as soon as possible.
Well, it's not gonna happen, man. Sorry. No.
I like how
Not
you
as
said
soon as
earlier.
possible.
The surgeon fucked up when he sewed up the scar.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of
man.
that going on at Milan.
They must have had a resident at the hospital sew him up to practice.
He's
Now,
been a resident for like the past decade.
but one thing about that particular injury is that Milan had prepared like some protocols for him, and these protocols were not respected by the French national team. So
I read that too. Yeah.
The French national team did things that the Milan asked them not to do. So there's some blame to go there as well for the French national
I hope we can sue them.
That's
I was gonna
fucked
say
up, by
that.
the way.
team. Bro, American.
They should.
There you go, Hans.
Where's Red John when you need him?
America.
Where's the lawyer? Lawyer
Where
up.
is Brett John, man? When we need him, he's always talking
Where's
about
Saul when I
bullshit.
need him?
We
Where's
need to
Saul
sue
Goodman when I need him?
Sporting or Lille for the Leao situation. We're the ones suffering because of that 19 million. We need to sue Sporting or
I
Lille.
mean, if fucking Elliot does not know any proper lawyer, there's no chance for us.
Well,
We paid Lille. We paid them
Hey.
for him. I mean,
Yeah.
as soon as Elliot though they got involved with Serie A, things started to get weird again. Juve's getting they're having to fire executives. All kinds of weird things are happening now.
Well, that's not Elliot's fault. We did things.
No, you don't think they're trying to clean up the? They're trying to clean up the sporting.
Nah,
or at least football.
Juventus was fucked up, man. Even for the investors, they fired these people for the investors, not for Serie A shit like that. He's on stock exchange, Juventus, man. You cannot do things like that.
So they did it all to themselves. They're that stupid.
They need to do it. They need to send a message to the investors because the investors, what they're gonna do, they're gonna just sell
They
and
faked
leave.
all their books. They faked all their books.
Well, why did it all come public now? Finally,
Because it takes time. It's not like He needs to do things. People are gonna see it and do the research. But anyway, great
Because
game.
they're
God,
still
I'm,
they're
I'm
still
so
in
I'm
the
so
Super
happy I'm not a
League.
Juventus fan.
They're still in the Super League hunt, so they're being punished. They're still trying to fight for it.
Yeah, maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know.
What do you guys
It's
think
weird.
about? So I know you guys talked about it a little bit too, like the Leao renewal, like Maldini's pitch. My pitch to Leao is sign a 5-year extension, and at the end of those 5 years, you're going to be a ready player to, if you want to join Madrid, Barca, whoever, Man City. You're going to be a ready-made player with no judgment. You know, you're going to be a starter. You're going to be a superstar when you join them at 27, 28 years old. You're going to be ready. So, like, you can be a Milan legend at the end of those 5 years and stay a Milan legend and renew and stay, or you can go to Madrid and be a guaranteed starter with no pressure and be a superstar already. He leaves now, and there's going to be people judging him, waiting to see like how he pans out. He's not going to be a guaranteed starter at most of those top clubs. Like, I just feel like that's the pitch you need to give him. Like, if you want to go somewhere else and do a new journey, go when you're ready, and there's less pressure for you.
I think that's a
I mean,
logical thing.
hopefully we sell them before those 5 years so we get paid. But yeah, 25, 26, I guess that would be the right age for him to go. So we get that money
Yeah.
too.
Are we a selling club though? That was my other question. Like,
I mean,
if we were a
shit, if
selling
they're gonna pay
club,
100 million, yeah, 3 figures, yeah, I would.
because then you have this Brazilian winger and this kid, and if we bring him in, is that to say, like, are we going to do the same thing where we're going to sell him in 4 years like we did with Leao, or sell him in 6 years? Or
The problem is we
Well-
can't compete with like massive clubs, like the biggest ones. There's like 10 clubs or
We are
so.
not
They
in a position
But-
to reject 200 million.
But guys, there's also the fact that if you get a youngster now, in 4 years, it's not like we got a youngster 4 years ago and the situation now. In 4 years, if the projection keeps going the way they want it to go, it's going to be easier to keep these youngsters. And we're going to get closer to the stadium. So
that's the key. The stadium, and then when we're in the Champions League, for successive seasons,
we have
and go
more
deep in the
money.
Champions League.
Every year that goes by, we have more resources.
For sure.
So,
We're getting
so
more.
we're trying to fight that balance between having enough resources to keep Lao. It seems like we're still just there. But like a few years ago, this would have been impossible. The situation with Lao. If Lao was asking 7 million 2 years ago, we got him.
We're trying to raise our revenues, and we can raise our revenues to 500 million.
Did you guys? Did you read the financial problems Roma is having now? Apparently, they had like their worst year in like I don't know how long. Like
No, I
over a
didn't see
decade.
that.
They're spending ridiculous amounts on salaries, and they don't
Yeah,
have that revenue.
I hear that they're like in some serious trouble. But I mean, we heard that about Inter as well, and nothing seems to have happened to them necessarily. But
But yeah,
for sure,
I'm sorry,
Zaniolo is leaving. I'm sorry.
Hans, but he's happening things to this club. You're saying that nothing happened
Inter
to
cannot
Inter.
spend money on transfers.
Inter sold Hakimi and Lukaku and got on a zero money Dzeko.
I know. I'm just bitter because we got kicked out of.
Million.
I know we got kicked out of Europe though, so I'm a little bit bitter. Like,
Yeah,
I
but they
feel
sold
more
they
punishment.
sold 120 million
What do you do?
player. They
Yeah.
sold 200 million player between Hakimi and Lukaku, so they put cash in there. So they're never gonna get touched by the financial fair play because they made cash.
I think
The
they
thing is, we
invested
didn't
pretty
sell-
well, though. They got Dumfries. They got Lukaku back for a fraction of what they sold him for,
Jesus.
just salary. They got Gosens. They
Well,
reinvested.
They didn't
Lukaku's
get
on
it
loan,
back.
so we
Lukaku's
don't
on
know.
loan.
Yeah,
He might.
I
not
can't
come
see
back
him going back
next
though.
season.
I can't see him going back to Chelsea. I don't know.
No,
And
probably
Chelsea can
not.
sell him to Bayern Munich.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe
They're going to
they
want to
will.
get some money back, like 60,
Did
70
they
million.
sell anybody this summer? Aside from Paris, which leaving on the free. But did they sell anybody? Oh, Casadei. They sold Casadei.
They sold Casadei
Casadei.
20 million.
For 100 million.
No, they did.
Well, for a youngster, it's basically 100 million. Selling a Primavera player that hasn't played one game with the first team for 20 million. That is basically selling it for 100. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you're right.
In Italy, yes.
In Italy,
Mhm.
that guy should have been starting for Inter, and they sold him. I
I
mean,
can't
they
believe
got-
they did that.
They got a Cherby for free because Skriniar is leaving for free, so they are crumbling.
Yep.
The only two players they are renewing with them are Barella and Bastoni because they are Italian and they care.
I hear they're linked with Scalvini like more than anyone right now. And if that happens, I'm gonna be livid. You know how
It's
much
not
I rate
This
Scalvini.
game is finished, guys. Inter is completely out tacticing.
Imagine if we can get Skriniar for free.
Us, no man. He hates Milan. He hates Milan, man. He hates
You
Milan.
only hate Milan until you step foot in Milanello, and then your whole attitude changes real quickly.
Yeah, but he's not gonna step.
I mean, they got Chalanoglu.
Has he really played in a back two before? I haven't even seen him in a back two.
No, he's gonna perform really bad.
I think he
if
played
goes
at
to
Sampdoria
City.
at back too. If not, I'm not mistaken.
He wants
don't
to
know.
go to PSG. He wants to go to PSG. One man.
Well, Pioli wants to switch to a back three as an alternative. You know, maybe he can. I don't know though. Didn't look too good in the friendlies when he was experimenting. Some of those moments did not look good. Very disorganized.
Ooh, Napoli almost equalized.
Goal?
No.
Onana catch the ball.
When is Kier his contract? Is it this summer or next summer?
I think
he has
he
2 more
expires.
years.
I think it's 2024, if I remember correctly.
He has 2 more years.
Yeah, or a year and a half now.
But
Guys,
I don't think he can play more. Yeah, it's 2024.
Chow, when Chow matures and he becomes ready for the first.
Yeah, he's the Kier replacement.
Man, I think we're going to be calling Maldini a genius. We're going to be calling Maldini a genius.
Man, I just saw that save, Andon. Holy crap!
Yeah, me too. I just saw it. Wow.
They made a smart transfer getting Onana. If that was Skandanovic, that's what they have been in.
I mean, Inter goalkeepers are giving us the title, man.
I'm over here hoping that Inter win. I feel dirty.
I think it's a good. It opens up the result. What you call it?
Campeonato. Yeah.
I kind of think I would have preferred a tie, but it's okay. I mean, Inter's gonna get a lot of energy from this story.
This game was very scrappy, very physical, especially in the first half.
Who are playing Napoli next? Sampdoria?
Now he plays Sampdoria next. Sampdoria beats Sassuolo, by the way.
I think they will drop point there as well.
Really?
Sampdoria.
That'd be immense.
You think?
I mean,
they're not gonna
if they
lose, but I think they will get a draw.
No, they're winning against Sampdoria. I mean, let's see how they react to this loss. You can be right, Anton. Maybe they react really bad at this loss. They start to panic. You never know.
If they lose against Sampdoria and then they lose against
Juve.
If Milan wins all 3 games, then we're first.
How did Juve play today? I saw they won late, right? Did anybody watch that? They play like shit.
The worst football I've ever seen.
They paid the referee as well.
It was literally the worst football I've ever seen in my whole life.
Let me check who they
Which
play
game?
next.
Which game?
The Juve game they won. Was it Cremonese they played? Who was it? Yeah.
Oh my God,
man.
the Juve game. Of course.
Yeah. They play
By the way,
Udinese next.
Football I've ever seen.
We want them to go to the Napoli game feeling good, riding on a high. We need them to beat Napoli or steal a point.
Now, I'll be honest with you.
Wow, look at this. Inter getting the job done, huh? The Cousins.
We need to win. We need to win 3 or 4 games in a row. I'm pretty sure Napoli is gonna drop points.
Mm-hmm.
It's all depend on us. We need to get
We
3,
just
4
have to
wins
win.
in a row.
Is it just me or did Kvicha, was he like super quiet this game?
They did a good
He
job.
is, yeah.
Good
From what I've
things,
seen,
but
he didn't do
he
anything.
was quiet even with Milan. He had a good
He's
dribbling
quiet
too
in the
on
big
that.
games.
Well, he won the penalty.
Well, not all big games has been quiet. I wouldn't say that.
I thought
Inter
his
did a good job.
dribbling
Inter did
his
a good
dribbling
job.
in this game was exceptional.
Yeah, he dribbled good. Every time he got the ball, he dribbled.
Well, I
It's
think
just
when he plays against bigger teams analyze him a little bit more, so they
I
know.
Yeah,
mean,
he's getting more figured out.
Yeah,
Mm.
it doesn't mean he's bad. He's gonna get even better, but still, it's a lot
No,
more
no, of
difficult
course not.
when you play against a team that makes a
I'm saying
deeper
he's
analysis.
not like unstoppable like he was at the
Yeah.
beginning of the season, basically.
Oh, Inter may score another.
Well, they're double and
Oh,
triple teaming too.
no doubt.
They know he's a threat now.
Inter over tactic the whole game.
The game is over.
Nice. I can shut it off though.
well,
Game is
now
over. 5 points away
1-0.
from 5 points away.
There we go. Just the way we wrote it up.
we are 5 points, and Juventus is 8 points away. 8 or 7.
And this
Inter,
weekend,
man, big win for Inter.
we're gonna be 3 points behind Napoli, and the weekend
I
after.
mean, if Juventus wants to win the league or challenge to win the league,
They have to
and
do
Juventus, they need to beat Napoli. Simple as that.
Mm.
This is the first game Napoli loses.
I think Lazio messing up that really ensures top 4 basically. I mean,
Lazio
not
fucked
ensure,
up.
obviously.
Thank you,
Obviously it
Colombo.
doesn't ensure it. Yeah,
Thank,
yeah, for
thank
real.
you, thank you, Colombo, the player I will never wear a Milan shirt ever. Thank you for that.
How was the
Nice.
goal? Did you see his goal? I didn't see
He's
it.
arguing with Nombella.
It was a tap and go.
Spalletti.
Tapping.
Yeah.
Spalletti lost the head, man. He's losing the players. He argued with the Greach as well.
Ooh.
Is he?
Yeah.
No way. They don't even speak the same language.
No, you don't need to argue. Actually, it's easier to argue when you don't speak the same language.
Mm. Laird is right. We need to win 3 games in a row, and I think you're right. I think Napoli maybe is going to drop some points. Knock on wood. I think they might.
I saw Napoli against us, man.
What's the table? Let's see the table.
It's not the team that looked, because people got impressed about the Champions League performances, but Ajax and Liverpool and Rangers are embarrassing defensively. That's why Napoli looked insanely good.
Mm-hmm. And not to say anything positive about Inter, but when you get beaten by Inter, they beat you down physically, mentally, emotionally when you lose to them. And I feel like Napoli's going to leave the San Siro today physically and mentally, emotionally exhausted after playing Inter and losing.
Yeah.
Like you've seen us after we lose to Inter and we start to lose points and lose our confidence. I hope the same happens to Napoli.
Let's see. The Napoli is playing on Saturday, so.
Inter's performance today was great. It was super physical.
Yeah, Barella is always a warrior. I agree with Young.
Barella is top 3 in this box to box. Top 3 in the world.
Barella's the best midfielder in Serie A, I think.
I would give my firstborn child to have Barella at Milan, man.
How many do you have? How
Whoa.
many do you have?
I have no children, but
Okay.
but I would if I had them. even a son, even a firstborn son, I'll give them up.
a good player, man. He's a good player, and especially when he's a good Italian player, there is higher chances they renew contract, they stay, they get attached to the team more.
Mm-hmm. Just like Tonali. What about Fratesi? I saw Roy talking about that, man. Fratesi, I don't know if he's going to be a Barella's level, but he gives you a lot of the same characteristics maybe that a Barella can give you. And he's like you said, he's Italian. He'll have loyalty. You know, I think he could
I
be
will
a
go
good
for
investment.
Fratesi. I will go for Fratesi.
I think he's like 30 million though.
But
what
I
I
I'm
think
don't
hearing.
mind the money.
we are not paying 30 million for Fratesi. No way.
No, even if you pay 30 million, it's not a problem, man.
Well,
These are
hold on. What if
Yeah.
you get him instead of Diaz? Like maybe there's no deal with Real Madrid, and he just goes back. What if you get Fratesi?
Completely different positions.
Instead
he's-
of Diaz.
First of all, he's a
They're too different, you think?
But
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind Fratesi because Fratesi, as I say, being an Italian player, completes the quota for the Champions League. And again, these are players that they renew with Milan because they're Italian. They want to stay in Italy.
I agree.
They don't go.
Roy, you wanted Raspadori though. Like he doesn't play cam. To me, he plays like a striker. He's like an actual striker.
He's like a center
Yeah.
forward,
I wanted what?
second striker.
Instead of who?
Like instead of I don't know, like CDK or Adley, like have Raspadori.
Yeah, I would have preferred Raspadori.
But Raspadori is not a cam though. He's not. He's a striker.
But fine, Hans, fine. You play Diaz and Krunic as a cap.
I think
I know the fan
midfield.
base of Milan thinks that Krunic and Diaz are awful players. I get that. But they are actually
Pioli's
bringing
not that
titles and results.
No, I hope we keep Brahim. I have no problem with him.
I don't think
There is
Pioli is that
mentality.
rigid in the
I think
formation.
Fratesi has the cam in him. I think he can do it. Like Barella, I don't think you would say that he's a cam, but I think he could play the cam for us.
He's a box-to-box guy. He plays in the
Yeah,
double
but
pivot. That's just what.
You don't think Barella could play our
It's
cam?
like putting Kessie as cam. Like, what's
Really?
the-
No,
You think it's that
He
bad?
did pretty good at Cam.
What? What?
I mean,
He won
Barella
games when he
great.
played Cam, though.
I think Barella would do
No,
great
no.
as cam for us.
No,
So for Marcelo playing
No.
that type of camp, it suits us.
What's that?
More defensive minded cam.
What's that?
No, I think they're talking to me. They're saying that.
Has to be-
a defensive cam. Yeah, that's what he.
No, it has to be a midfield three. It has to be a midfield three with Barella that is more offensive than Tonali and Benacer. But not a cam. Because Barella needs to play as a mediano, offensive mediano. So it's a different position.
Or
Diaz likes
or
to
if
play
you can-
between the lines.
or
I
if you
don't know.
can get a little bit
You
more
guys,
that
Totti was
midfielder,
a central midfielder before he became a striker, a cam. Like
we
things
can
can
play-
change.
we
Things
can
can
play
change.
Benacer as the cam as well. He plays that for Algio, and he's doing very good. He won the best player in the tournament with Algio playing as a cam.
Do you guys
Yeah,
think
but-
Pioli is very rigid with the positioning and formation? I feel like he has a more fluid interpretation of the way the game is played, and he looks at the quality of the players more than the position that they play. And I don't know if he's gonna really like force the player to play one position. Like you saw Tonali pushing forward and finding himself in the cam, like spaces sometimes.
Yeah, that's a good
I
point.
think-
You have to cover for everybody. Depends on what situation the game is in. Maybe somebody's made a run and you got to cover.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I think
So it's
Pioli's
not really-
happy as long as the
very
correct
fluid.
spaces are being covered. I think Pioli's happy with it. I don't
Yeah,
think Pioli cares
exactly.
that much about the position.
The best choice in my opinion would be Amrabat. But if not Amrabat, then Fratesi is definitely the choice.
Oh well, if you can get Amrabat, that would be the perfect transfer.
If
can
we get
We're not
Amrabat, then
getting
I don't think
Amrabat.
Franks is going to stay then, if that's
That'll
the
be
case.
that'll be the best solution. But
But
then,
I don't think we're getting
Fratesi can be maybe second or third. That's
Who is leaving then in our midfield?
Bakayoko is
But-
leaving.
Yeah,
But Bakayoko
Bakayoko
doesn't
was
play
already-
anyways, and we still
too
don't even
much.
play Franks. We don't play Adley. We
Yeah,
don't play
yeah.
Krunic.
Yeah, the hierarchies change. So
No, I'm just saying if we get somebody like somebody's going to be sitting like Adley, he's going to have to go for sure then. I don't know.
Ali's
And
looks pretty
and
good.
Franks, I don't even know if we're gonna buy him then. If that happens, I don't even think we're gonna keep Franks.
No, I don't think we're
What do you
getting
guys think about Branks
anyone.
today?
He looked good today. I like him.
Oh, ranks could be very good for us. Just he needs more playing time.
Mhm.
Yeah, I like him.
He could be a big surprise. The way he was playing today, he had quality, technical ability. He didn't rush the pass. He had vision. He was strong. He held the ball in the corner like Kessie in the last 3 games. Like,
He did that twice.
yeah, I was really impressed. I mean, he
Yeah.
could fill in the Kessie role. Who knows? He's younger, right? He still has a lot of development and potential.
He's 19.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, he's 19?
Yeah, he's 19.
Yeah.
And
He
he's the
could be
captain.
better than guys. He could be better than Kessie. Like,
Well, in all fairness, he is better than Cassie at 19 than Cassie was at 19.
Yeah,
Probably.
I think they will buy him.
Hans, let's go to
how much is the
you
option
hear
to
me?
buy him?
11 million.
12,
11.
12, 11.
Oh, it's a
Sure,
no-brainer.
what's wrong, Roy? Can you not hear me?
sound like you're in a microwave or something.
Yeah, when I hear sorry, what's your name again?
Oh, Rock.
Rock. When I hear Rock talking, it sounds like that to me too, like it's something like static. I don't know.
Crackling.
It's because I have the AirPods in, man. AirPods they're trash.
But Roy is saying it sounds like that when I talk. I'm
No,
confused.
you sound like your microphone changed.
Yeah, hands. Now you sound a little bit worse.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I did have to unplug it because I thought I was getting. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, guys. You are worse than my dad that is 60 years old on technology. Literally, man. You cannot make
Unbelievable.
a sound and a mic work. You cannot make that work.
Unbelievable, Larry.
Jesus Christ, man. We invite like 20 people in this channel. There is not a half person with a decent mic. It's just insane, man. They're all youngsters, mid 20, around 30. No one can actually make it work. A mic and a laptop or I don't know, an iPhone. It's impressive.
We're just old.
Unfreaking believable.
Impressive, man. Anyway.
What a great day of football it is.
Yeah.
I told you where to believe. I told you. You have to believe.
Well, listen, for me, if we don't win games, then it doesn't matter. So as long as we win games, and as long as
we're gonna trash Roma 3-0.
As long as the team behaves in the proper way and they take it seriously, I mean, I saw Roma play today. Roma did not look very good, to be honest with you. Roma does not look like they have a lot of defensive power. We looked good today. We looked good. And that should send a message to the rest of the teams. So I think against Roma, we have a good chance to win it, for sure.
The top four. The top four. I'm getting right the top four, guys. The top four, I'm getting it right. My prediction is going well.
What is it? Let's see. 33, 34, 36. Lazio's at 30.
This is going to be the top four at the end of the season. Napoli, Milan, Juventus, Inter. I don't know what. I think Milan is going to win the league, in my opinion.
That's a safe bet, yeah.
Yo, it's worse, man. I swear to God, Hans. What equipment are you using, man?
How's it worse now? What?
Dude, I'm gonna
No.
something that costs 20 euros. I swear to God, 20 euros. Is it really bad? That's what I'm saying. Let me check 1 second.
We just need to improve a little bit defensively. if we
We need
manage
to
to do
improve
that.
our sound system.
Hans, can you hear me better now too? I put on
Look
my
Yeah.
at
gaming
Much,
Yeah,
much
headset.
better.
A lot
Much
better.
better.
Juventus' defensive record is crazy.
Even Lazio's is better, and Roma's is better than us.
Yeah. That defensive record needs to gotta be in the top two. I mean, or one. Last year, at this stage, we weren't in the top four, but we finished first with Napoli. That least goals conceded last year.
What position we were last season this round?
I think we were first. I think. I don't know. I know at this time we lost against Sassuolo and Fiorentina, so we did.
Yeah,
lose
we lost. Yeah, that period we lost those two games, and we dropped.
Look at these guys, £12 with a nice mic. You can connect it everywhere to your iPhone, to your Mac, everything. Look at this. No sound. No, you don't sound like you're in a microwave or I don't know in a crowded area. Just sound normal.
Plus, you have 32% discount.
32% discount. Even without a discount, is less than £20. £12, so basically $12, whatever is that. You can have a different colors. Let me check for you. Different colors.
Oh
you can
yeah,
have
yeah.
The
if
pink
you're an
one.
Inter fan, you can have a
pink-
blue.
the
If you're
pink.
an Inter fan,
The pink ones.
if you are a pink, white. If you're a Juve fan, you can even get a mouse. If you add £1, you can even get a mouse.
That looks like the perfect mic to sell somebody insurance. I'm gonna sell life insurance when I put those headphones on.
Oh, you have those.
Yeah,
I
I
gotta
don't know
put my
what's going on.
camera
I think they got disconnected and it was using my laptop microphone, and for whatever reason it wouldn't
Let me turn
connect
on the
again.
camera as well.
Yeah.
I put a
Jesus
gaming
Christ.
headset on it. Is the quality better now?
That's a good
Yeah.
one. The color is perfect. See, you guys haven't. It's just not doing the job properly. Oh my god, man! Crazy stuff.
Technology. No, I was messing with it because I didn't know what the static was. I didn't know if that was coming from me or not. So I was messing around with it, and then I don't know what happened. I had to
I like your
even
background,
come
man.
back.
How'd you do that?
Oh man, you just download a picture and then set it as your background.
That looks
That's all you
sick.
gotta
It
do.
looks like it looks like he's in the trophy room.
I am live.
there you
I'm in the
go.
real one.
I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
What about
They're
this
showing
one?
the
This is
highlights.
Antonio's one.
Oh, that's Antonio's favorite. There you go. Oh yeah, you're in the trophy room too. I see that one. Yeah, I like that. There we
What we
go.
were saying, I forgot. Oh yeah, Ranks looks good, man. Ranks looks amazing. I think he's worth the renewal. I don't
Yeah, it's
think we're
only
getting
like
any player.
I think
Yeah,
like
we have
10 million is all we need
We
to get
have
him.
Red Devil Studio, Manchester United fan. If you're interested on Manchester United, follow his channel. Manchester United is close as well to start the race for the title.
Got
If
rid
they
of
win
that.
against City and Arsenal, they can challenge for the title. I'm not kidding.
And they didn't even have to replace Ronaldo.
Incredible. Everyone
They
was
didn't
thinking,
even
how
need
the
to
fuck?
go into the market at all.
The guy is scoring 24 goals. How are you going to replace 24 goals? Oh my God, how dumb is these people in England, man. They don't understand. It's much better. Ronaldo was a liability. It was for Juventus. It's for Manchester United. And it's going to be for the Saudi Arabian club as well.
He
man.
thinks there's some moves coming, he thinks. Okay.
What do you mean?
No, he thinks some moves are coming, apparently. He says he's moving in silence.
Oh, yeah, just for the... They don't want to talk about title. That's the thing.
Nah.
You
don't
think you guys are going for Enzo Fernandez? I feel like Man United can do something crazy like this and go for Enzo Fernandez.
It's possible, for sure.
Yo, there's other people in the trophy room, man. What's going on?
I know.
Is
That's
that-
my girlfriend.
Is that Maldini?
No.
All right, I'm in
It's,
the
it's,
trophy
it's the
room.
bigger boss. It's the bigger boss.
Check out these trophies I have behind me.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable,
That's the
yeah.
golden
Is
era.
that
Montolivo.
Dude, there is
Monte
people
Waiter.
in the
Oh,
world.
who's the guy next to Montolivo? Oh, El
The
Shaarawy?
Poli.
Bully. He
Howie
did that
Foley,
one.
That other guy. Who's that other guy?
Paulie did that
That's
one
Howard.
Cruyff turn in the U.S. friendly, and he fooled everyone. We thought he was going to be amazing after that.
You know, I liked him at Sampdoria when he was like really
Yeah,
young.
he was very
I remember him there. He was like really creative. And then he like worked out too much or something happened and he lost all his technical ability or most of it and all his creativity and just became a workhorse like an average Joe. I don't know what happened to him.
Who was better, him or Bertolacci?
Definitely Poli. Definitely Poli.
Definitely Paulie.
Definitely.
was
Poli.
Bertolacci, we
cheaper.
paid 25 million.
That was
25 million for Bertolacci.
a huge scam.
Biglia. Oh my God.
That was even worse. That was the worst scam ever. No, Bonucci, that was the worst scam ever.
To be fair, Bia was the best player in Serie A before he came.
Yeah.
Yeah, but something about
Was this lady out
32,
that bad?
33, that is not the age to get players unless they're like Zlatan and they have crazy physique.
Yeah,
Oh,
which
Biglia
is
was
happening
young when
with
we
more
got it.
frequency now.
No,
Biglia
Biglia
was
was like
30.
33. He was like 31, 32.
Yeah,
Right?
that was 30,
Yeah, like
31.
30, 31.
Well, that's
yeah.
not a bad age to buy a player. It's just we paid him a lot. We paid like 22 million.
And he was their
For
captain.
30.
He was playing for Argentina as a starter. I mean, there were a lot of positive boxes that were being checked with him. And then what was he, injury prone? I can't recall exactly why he fell off so quickly and so hard. I think he got that
I
one
think the
injury.
team, the team around him was bad as well. I'll be honest.
And Montella didn't know how to use him.
He had no physicality. I'm sorry.
He
Biglia
just-
was like slow. He couldn't do anything, man.
Yeah, and if you're slow, you at least need to be a great distributor and passer. With
Yeah, you
vision,
gotta be like a
and-
Pirlo, like a magician or something.
And he was
Like,
he was
didn't have
not that. We thought he was gonna be something like that, but he couldn't even complete a pass. He was so bad.
Well, it was a summer after 250 million spent.
Not only that, but I think football just changed. Like you don't really play with like a Pirlo kind of player anymore.
But Pirlo
Or
wasn't
a
good.
trequartista.
And he was
You know,
in
like
the
these
finals of-
positions don't even exist
but,
really.
but Pirlo wasn't
Mhm.
good at that time. And he was in the finals of the Champions League.
The position kind of exists, but it's been like modernized. Like what that Portuguese player at Wolves, like he's a deep lying playmaker vision, but he's a lot more.
Ruben Neves.
Yeah, but he has a lot
It's
more
not
power, pace, physicality. He adds those
Yeah, you
modern
get- that's-
characteristics.
Exactly. You need that in the modern game so much
Hmm.
because it's
I think
so much about
he's not-
one-on-ones right now.
it's not quality. You need the quality as well. I don't think there is players that match that quality. That's why it looks like football cannot get a player like Pirlo or Xavi. But actually, they will do really fine in this football. If they are 22, 23, will be completely fine for them. I think
Like Roy always says, they need quality and quantity. Like you need both in the modern game. You can't really get away with only having one.
and they had quantity. I remember Pirlo was running a lot when Brozovic is a player that runs a lot and he has a lot of quality. I know he's an Inter player, and
And
people
Brozovic
gonna
is
hate
crazy.
him.
He runs more than anybody.
So it doesn't look like when you see him play, when you see a game Brozovic does, it doesn't look like he runs a lot. But when you see the stats at the end, he's done 14 kilometers, like almost 10 miles. So
Yes,
he runs.
some people are just born with like extra lungs or something. Because Brozovic looks like he smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day. does not get tired. Does not get tired.
He's built different. He's built different for sure.
Yeah.
You hear that story? What was it? The Danish attacker. I can't remember his name. The one that
Eriksson?
went to Juve. One that went to Juve.
Oh, the one that went to Juve.
A while
When?
ago. I can't remember. It was like almost 10 years ago, maybe. I don't know. Maybe like 5.
Did he become?
No.
Did he become really bad?
Yeah.
Are you talking about
yeah.
Bentner?
Yeah. He said that when he went to the Juventus, when he first joined Juve, he couldn't find the players, and he was looking for them, and he found them in this place in the back of the training ground. All of them were smoking cigarettes. Dude, these guys are all smoking cigarettes. They're all drinking. They're doing coke. They all do cocaine.
Yeah. Oh, of course. What about Niangolan? Even though we knew he had those bad habits, I still wanted him. I didn't even care.
It was good. It was good.
I said, bring him. I don't care. Let him smoke. That's fine. But with Romagnoli, we got so mad because his form was bad. So we're like, fuck you. Stop smoking.
Come on, man. They smoke a bit during the summer on a holiday. And they're not proper smokers. They're not proper smokers.
Yeah, they can do whatever they're professional athletes at the end of the day. Like physically, they're built different. Like they can have some vices and get away with it. Not an average Joe, like will struggle a bit more, but they're professionals at the end of the day.
To be fair, after a certain age, if you keep smoking or have those habits, you get your performance is gonna completely drop.
I mean, that's probably why a lot of these players they were dropping off at like their late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah,
they have bad habits like that.
Dude, Ronaldo was a party animal. Huh? If you listen to his interview he had with Bobo Vieri, Adani, Ventola, and they all were in that team together. And they're reminiscing about their past. And, they're talking about they're going to the club every night pretty much. To the late night.
I mean, that's probably tells you Ronaldo, he would have dropped off just like Ronaldinho in his late 20s.
Well, with Ronaldo, more problem was the knee rather than anything else. I think
well, of course, I'm just saying.
Even he was aware that no matter what he did, he's gonna end up that way. So that's why he didn't.
Ronaldo was
so it's depression.
3 times.
Yeah.
Ronaldo was clubbing 3 times a week, and still was scoring 25 goals a season, and winning a World Cup. To make an example. So if he had
some players are just built different.
Yeah, if he had the lifestyle of Cristiano Ronaldo or Messi, he will be scoring 55, 60 goals a season, and win 3 World Cups maybe.
If he didn't have those problems with the knee, he would score even more goals.
Yeah, of course.
He said that the thing about training back then was that there was no, let's say, individualized personal training. And they would have him do all of these like cross-country, 5-mile runs, all these like longevity exercises. And he said he couldn't do them. That was not him. He needed to work on specific things. And you're saying that today, now the coaches look at each player and they work on personal things. And he said he wished he played today. And he wished he didn't party as much also.
Well, that he says because he has a different mentality right now. He saw everything. Because for those type of players, you have to understand they all grew up in the poor places in Brazil. They never had money. They were just playing football on the sand with nothing. So in that kind of situations, when you get those kind of money, you don't know how to handle yourself. And plus, it's pretty normal to start in most of the cases to spend that amount of money.
Yeah, and Kaká, for example, he came from a wealthy family. What
Yeah,
was it?
Kaká is a different story.
Okay,
Kaká came from a wealthy family. He never played football for money. I mean, not played for money. It wasn't that priority for him because he already had those money.
Ronaldo told
Kaká was
Pato when.
no, I was just saying that Kaká was playing tennis when he was a teenager as well.
Kaká is my favorite player of all time.
Yeah.
A major Kaká. You know, before he was very Christian and he was still a teenager coming up in São Paulo. I'm a Brazilian Milan fan, also Brazilian American.
Oh, okay.
My mom told me that he used to the women in Brazil were obsessed with Kaká, and this is before he was like, you know, super Christian. They used to throw their panties and bras onto the field when he scored, and he used to run around the perimeter and pick it up and pretend to sniff it and then throw it back into the crowd.
Before
And
signing for Milan.
Before he became a born
when he
again
was
Christian.
young. And women would sit like around the edge of the field as close as possible, you know, to watch Kaká play.
That's hilarious.
Man, he was incredible combination of speed and power.
Brazil is an incredible place, man.
Even when he came back, I was happy. Even though he wasn't as good, but he still had so much quality. Like, it's very obvious.
He wasn't that good, but he wasn't even terrible. He had some decent games.
I think he was good. It's just that the Milan he came back was shit. That's the only problem. He was a good player. He was a really good player when he came back.
That was the last Milan that played in the Champions League. So.
Yeah. No, I think it was Cedar. And Cedar was a good coach. I think Cedar was a good coach.
Cedar was the best out of.
I agree, 100%. I think they should have given him more time, but he hasn't had a coaching position since then. So, right? Did he coach any?
Yes, I think he coached Botafogo at the time, or not?
Oh, he played at Botafogo, right? And then he became a player coach or something like that.
Yes, played. I think he also coached the national team, an African national team.
He coached a few small teams as well. He was doing a good job with Milan. They didn't give time because clearly at that time was Galliani who was scoring. They wanted to sell, so they were just doing things randomly.
Well, the other thing is that Seedorf wanted to change the whole staff, and he wanted to bring in a whole new set of trainers, and that was a big clash they had.
Yeah, and he was right probably because our system was too old at that time. Slowly, Pioli is changing it. Maldini is changing it.
Who hires the fitness staff? Is that Pioli's choice? Maybe it's the same fitness staff from when Seedorf was here.
It is. It's probably the same fitness staff from Seedorf. Because I would say 80% of the staff in Milanello stays the same. The coach brings few people around him, and that's it. It's not like Guardiola that brings 12, 13 people, or Mourinho brings a lot of people. Klopp brings a lot of people as well.
We need to hire the company that trained Benacer during the COVID shutdown. Whatever company that was, where he was doing those
what was that company? Because I saw those videos, man.
I want to watch those videos again. I was trying to find those videos the other day. I couldn't find it. I wanted to see what that Benacer looked like and compare it. And we should hire that company.
He did a proper CrossFit type of training, like a boxer type of training. He came back. I remember that season when we finished the second, because after COVID, he did that training and he did that as well in the summer. That season, until Benacer didn't get injured, 21 games, we were top of the table and we were winning basically every game. He was playing really well.
He was a machine. Actually, I don't know if he reached quite that level physically yet this season. I think he's maybe a little bit behind physically.
Yeah, right? I think next season he's going to be a beast. If he does not get injured and he keeps up with the playing time, he's going to be a beast next season. because he's getting better and better in terms of fitness.
He
I
was
think
great
Tonali is
today.
going to be amazing.
Dude, Benacer was great today's game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tonali
The
is
way
going
he
to be amazing.
recovers balls is beautiful.
Yeah, and some really good challenges. Really good challenges.
The way he tackles, like, I don't know if there's some old legends, maybe even like Maldini style tackles, like where he extends the leg at the perfect angle where even if the player tries to turn or tries to fake, Benacer's leg is able to catch the ball no matter what the player does. And
Yeah.
it's just a really good technique. Like, he should teach everyone on the team that tackling technique. It really works.
Yeah, but I think you grow up with that technique. Being a small player, he needs to develop a clear technique to get the ball because he does not have the physique.
I bet he had
to
the most
shoulder.
recoveries. Like every single game, he has the most recoveries.
He's good at
Let's
recovery
check.
and doing those. He's good at recovering and doing those tackles because he's always been a small body. So when he was young, he has to improve that part of his game because his body was not allowing him to go on a shoulder to shoulder to get the ball. So he had to be clear and neat on the tackle. So yeah, he's
true.
He's a good player. How we were new him is really important.
Theo Hernandez and Giroud, you guys already talked about that, coming back from the World Cup, playing in the final. Like, they looked good. They looked fresh. I was not expecting them to be as good. I thought they would have some, maybe you need some recovery, like mentally too, not just physically, but they looked really good today. Theo Hernandez, he wins free kicks like it's his job. Like, he wins so many free kicks. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's good at positioning his body. He knows how to defend the ball, how to cover. He's a defender now, man. He's a defender now. Because the first
Finally.
2 seasons he was he was good offensively, but not a good defender. Now he's a proper defender. And it's not a coincidence that he did well with France and mentally, I think Theo gets better after he loses a game. He gets more hungry, more stronger. It's not a weak mentality that when he loses a game or he loses a final, he just says, fuck, I'm done now. No, he actually becomes better and better.
And I think now he knows he is the best left back in the world, so he even embraces that. He plays like that.
Yeah, he likes to be a proper defender now. He's more mature.
We need Zoe to introduce some of her friends to, like, Benacer and Leao, and just get everybody married to a nice Italian girl, start a nice family in Milan. They need roots. They need to put down roots in Milano. We need her help.
Oh, man.
What happened to Tamori? Remember Tamori was seeing that girl with the, you remember that girl? What happened to that relationship? Tamori, we need to get him locked in with her again too. He renewed, so that's good, but for the next review.
Dude, I don't know. His performances went a bit down after he met that girl, so.
That's true.
She was going too heavy on him.
She sucked a little bit of the life and energy out of him. She sucked a little bit out of him.
He was a bit tired in the pitch, so.
He looked a little slower. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We actually have that saying in Brazil. Like, you never have sex or jerk off before you play football. Never.
Well, that's the saying everywhere. I think.
They say it in Italy too.
Oh yeah, the same.
Yeah. I don't know if they do it because Costa Curta used to say that they never respected that rule.
Yeah, but Costa Curta later in his age, he was falling asleep in the pitch. So
he was
now we know why.
After his 30s, he should have followed the rules after his 30s.
Now,
You
him
remember
and
when
Inzaghi were players.
do you remember when Costa Curta kicked that penalty and they fined Saddam Hussein that day? And the old meme was about they fined Saddam Hussein in the fucking old Costa Curta dig in that final. That was
I
that day, man.
remember.
It's insane.
Yeah, that's not a great memory. But yeah, I do remember that.
It was insane. How the fuck Americans find Saddam Hussein that day, man? Costa Curta digs a
I
hole.
didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's
You
I
didn't know
didn't know
that the
that
exact
either.
day. What's the
No,
exact
I
day?
didn't know.
In Italy, there was this meme that they found Saddam Hussein in the hole Costa Curta did when he kicked that penalty against Boca Junior, was it? I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Incredible.
Did you guys talk
Anyway.
about CDK's performance today already? What did you think? You guys are shitting on him or what? Or no? I thought it was
good.
some flashes.
Was
I thought
it did the job. It did the job.
I thought it was better. I actually
Yeah.
liked his performance today. But people
I
want
mean,
to hate no matter
Yeah,
what.
me too.
No.
He did good. He did good today.
He did well. It's just he reached such a low that now a performance like this, we are happy. It did well.
The
That's
bar
the
was
thing.
so low. Oh my
him
God.
shooting is insane for us. It's like, well, wow. You saw he had two shots in the
He
target.
finally
It
shot
was
the
on
ball.
target.
I think it was the first shot he ever took for me.
I think he's
And he
gonna do
forced
well.
a save.
He forced a save, yeah.
He's gonna do well, but I don't know how
Oh, no,
well.
honestly, he looks like he's grown, like he's got more muscle. He looks taller too. He looks really big. He looks really big.
You know what he needs
And-
to do, Roy? Like you said, like he was bitch made. Remember, like he needs to throw his body. He has good physique. He needs to throw his body around with no regrets, no
Like that.
hesitation. He needs to just unleash himself physically, and just who gives a fuck? Like if you fuck up the tackle, you hurt somebody, you get into a fight, we don't care. Like that's actually good. I hope he like misses a challenge or just slams somebody. I don't care. He needs to just let go, be free.
Ibra just
And
needs to
that's-
take it.
He's not good off the ball. Yeah, you got it completely right. When we don't have the ball, it does not perform properly. When we have the ball, I think it's really valuable. The moment we don't have the ball, is not reading the game. You see sometimes players like Benacer, Diaz, they understand the second ball is coming. They understand that the player is sleeping a bit, so they go and press and they try to get the ball. And sometimes they do fouls. Some players are really good at that. CDK, I think, is still behind on that. He needs to improve that a lot. I think Salernitana is really good off the ball. He recovers or covers the space really well. If he does that, if he can cover the pitch the way Salernitana does, he is the best player in Serie A. Because our game is covering the space to the opposition and getting the ball high up in the pitch and create chances. Hopefully, he's gonna learn that.
Salamakers can
slowly.
help him. They're both from the same country. You know, he can help him get settled in and talk to him. And I don't know, maybe the Belgium league is not so great, but I know Bruges played in the Champions League, but we've seen when clubs like that play in the Champions League, you know, they have out of body experiences sometimes, and maybe it's not the best gauge of reality. But everybody keeps saying CDK has so much quality, like the whole club, everyone in the club. Every time they ask them about CDK, they say positive things. I don't think that they're just going to lie to the supporters' faces like that. And I don't think they make an investment like that unless they know for a fact that this player is going to come good and have show their qualities. So
yeah, he is, and it's just going to take time for it to happen.
He's gonna show some improvements in the next period.
we
Yeah,
just have no
definitely.
patience, man. We have no patience,
Oh,
man.
we
Like,
don't have. No.
zero.
The issue though was that he was sold as by the media as a player where that was going to come right away and destroy everything. So the
Nah.
media put this perception on the populace, but obviously, if you are intelligent and you know how to analyze things, you know that's not going to happen.
In 2
Yeah,
years,
but
he's gonna
Pioli
be
made
one
a
of the best.
mistake. Pioli made a mistake as
Pioli
well.
made,
The
yeah.
media, Pioli played him too early. Pioli should have let him in the bench and told him, you need to fight for this position. You need to own it. I want to see
And I,
you when you play 20 minutes. I want to see you play much better
and I
than
think
anyone
and I
else.
think Pioli is gonna do that right now. He's gonna play him like this,
Mhm.
off the bench. Start
Until he
Diaz,
I agree.
starts to
off the
be
bench.
definite. Yeah.
I would like
That's
to
how it should
see
be.
CDK being subbed in for Giroud every game around the 70th minute, 65th minute, and play him as the second striker. I wouldn't even try to play a rubbish there.
And plus, I think
And
Diaz deserves to start. He deserves to play because everybody was also so hard on him, and he's very good this season. This season, he's playing very, very, very good.
Now
I
Diaz
will, I
has
will,
to have reached his maturity. It has to be now. Like it's been 3 years now. It's this now. It's literally 3 solar years. So it has to be now.
I don't think, I think still early for Diaz to reach his maturity because his
Mhm.
body type, I think
Yeah. I'm not saying full
he's
maturity,
starting. Yeah, he's starting. Yeah.
but
He's
now
starting.
starting. The next
He took a
I think
step forward.
he's gonna be completely mature, like the finished product around age of 26.
Mhm.
So he's 23. So in 3 years, he's gonna be really unplayable. He's gonna be an amazing player.
Yeah,
I
that makes
I think Diaz is finding better spaces now and making some better decisions, but I do still think he has some fatal qualities with his size and sometimes his decision making, like when he stops the ball and he freezes. When you're Leao and you're strong and you're physical and you're fast and you're pacey, you can stop the ball, freeze, and go past people. But when you're Diaz, it really depends. I think that's a bad habit that he has, and it doesn't play to his physical characteristics. He should just turn and go, even if he loses the ball. Just turn and go, or take a touch into space, then look. But to stop the ball right at your feet and then think is not going to play to his physical qualities at all. He lost the
I
ball 3
agree.
times today doing that.
I agree with you, and that's what he's learning as a young player.
Mhm.
He's learning that. He's learning that some things if he wants to do a thing like this, he needs to think quicker. He needs to stop the
Mhm.
ball and already know what to do with that ball, and he's learning that. Like Leao started to learn after 3 years that he can actually outpace everyone in this league. He can just throw the ball and outpace everyone. Leao could have done that at the age of 19 because his pace was important as well. But he was not understanding that. He wanted to dribble, he wanted to go 1-2s and things like that. He didn't actually think, okay, I need to run to the space. And he learned that. And he's learning. You saw the goal Leao did today. He did a run like a striker today. The Tonali gave him the ball. He was a run like a striker, like a second striker. He ran
The
behind
commentator
the defender.
said he looked like R9. You heard that?
Exactly.
The Paramount Plus.
He ran behind the defender like a proper striker, dribbled the goalkeeper and scored the goal. That is a movement that Leao is not used not to do before. Now he's doing it because he's learning his game. He's learning his abilities. I think Diaz is going to learn his ability and make that mistake less and less.
Yeah. The number one thing young players lack, and I'm a coach like Roy, they say, and young students and just young people in general, is consistency. Consistency comes with maturity. So whenever I get mad at players, and my girlfriend's a teacher, and she goes, listen, young kids are inconsistent. Like consistency comes as they get old, grow older, and they become more mature. But the best highlight today actually wasn't the goals, or my favorite highlight from this morning's game was Leao tracking all the way back to the right back position to cover Calabria and win the ball.
Yeah.
That was my favorite moment of today's game. That made me so happy. And then Salamakers sprinting to the left side to cover Leao when Leao found himself deep in the right side. That was amazing. I was like, wow, Leao had a New Year's resolution to start 2023 not fucking around. He did not come to play. He's ready to fight and fulfill his potential. That's what I saw in his eyes today watching him. You could tell.
Yeah, no. Leao physically is unstoppable. If Leao has the brain of how can I explain it? Of Mbappe, he will be 10 times better than Mbappe.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. He's better. He's taller. He's 12 centimeters taller than Mbappe. We're talking about 192.
Calm down, Laird. Calm down.
Well, hold on. He at the end of the game, you're right. But he's not. But Mbappe,
he does not have that mind.
He doesn't have the mindset. You could tell at the end of the game. At the end of the game, when he went kamikaze mode and did the back heel, and then he tried to dribble 3 players for no reason when we didn't want to concede. That was straight. He went kamikaze mode. I'm like, Leao, he just suicidal. What are you doing? He loses his focus, and you don't know what's going to come out.
But to be fair, I don't mind if it's not that, because I think Mbappe and Erling Haaland are freaks. I don't think is normality is not to be like this at the age of 22. That's not normal.
Mbappe has world-class finishing. I think finishing is also something that Leao is.
But finishing,
he's good at finishing, but he's not on the level of Mbappe.
But finishing is not a technical thing; it's a mental thing. Finishing is being cold and focused and shooting the ball. It's not a technical thing. If you're focused and you have the mentality that Mbappe has or Erling Haaland has, that's why you're a good finisher, because you're really focused on the game. You're connected and you're waiting for that chance. It's not being talented.
I disagree. Well, I agree that you need to be focused, of course. So there's always a mental aspect, but you need to have the technical ability to be able to curl it into the corner. I've never seen Leao once shoot a curler from as far as
yes, he's done it. He's done it.
I think he can
from that far. He can. He's done it a lot. But I've also seen him sky the ball much more often. I think he has to improve on that. But so I think you can't say that it's not technical at all. Of course you need technical ability to do that. I mean, I think it's kind of like a crazy statement.
I think Leao has certain technical qualities in his striking that could become more consistent and help him become a better finisher. He can strike the ball with venom. You've seen a lot of those shots that go right over the bar for him, where if he places it better, he smashes that ball. It fizzes past the keeper. The keeper can't even move an inch before that ball's just going over the crossbar. And that finish today was excellent. The perfect amount of pace on the ball to squeeze into the near post before the defender. I think he has qualities in his striking, but yeah, he's not a natural, incredible finisher. I would agree with that.
Listen,
what about that Madueke guy? That was technical quality in that finishing. I saw a lot of technical
2 years
quality.
ago. If only we had bought him 2 years ago when we first were interested in him. It would be a good right winger.
Left foot.
He had natural finishing qualities.
The PSV Eindhoven player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right winger.
The left footer.
He's 21. He's really young. He's under 21.
He had natural finishing ability. Natural, you could see it.
He's a good striker. He strikes the ball pretty well. I mean, left-footed there.
The right wing, that would be perfect.
I mean, Jens Peter Hauge scored goals like that against us, and he wasn't. So, maybe.
No, but
could be a fluke.
You will agree with me. The left-footed have that perfect strike, especially offensive left-footed.
Oh yeah, that's true. Left footers just look like they have more technical.
Yeah, they
quality
have
in
that
their strike.
natural movement. I've seen that with a lot of guys that they are left-footed. One thing I want to add about the finishing, it reminds me a lot this talking about the finishing. Ibrahimovic when he was young. You guys all know the history about the story about when Mino Raiola wanted to sign it, and it shows all the names: Shevchenko, Inzaghi, Bobo Vieri, everyone scoring 22, 25 goals a season in a league, no? And Ibrahimovic is scoring 8. And Mino Raiola tells him, if you want to play in a big club, you need to score these goals. And I'm gonna secure you every big club in the world. Ibrahimovic came at Juventus. He scored like 14 goals the first season, and he scored 3 goals in one game. So in total, on the other games, he scored 11 goals. So he was not a good finisher. But he was not a good finisher because he was technically not good to finish. He was not focused. His game was not around finishing and scoring goals. Everything changed when he became a real striker, and his concentration was all about, I need to score 25, 30 goals a season. So for me, finishing has always been a matter. I've seen incredible, skillful players like Robinho, for example. You remember Robinho was incredibly skillful, but he was not a good finisher because he was always about dribbling and tricks. A lot of players were like this. Incredible, skillful and things like that, but never good at finishing. So it's not a technique. You need both. But we're talking about players that have that. When you have that.
Hey, Larry, who's it? Sorry, who's this on camera? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'm a new subscriber, long-time listener, new.
Okay. Subscribe. What's your name,
participant?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Rock. Okay, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. What country you in?
I'm in the United States. I'm actually in Pennsylvania. Antonio, you go to Penn, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm also in Pennsylvania.
But the sad part is that Antonio.
I went to
Swarthmore fan. Yeah.
Down the road.
Oh, really? I'm actually I don't want to give away where I live, but I'm like less than 30 minutes away from Swarthmore.
Oh, really? I went to college there.
Can you meet Antonio and give him a slap?
I applied there, yeah.
Give him a slap.
Antonio is a City fan.
Antonio's a City fan. Antonio should be banned.
They don't like me because I speak facts and logic.
No, there's no facts and logic here.
You know what? I think my Premier League team is going to become Man City because of Antonio in this podcast, and because they did the Milan inspired away kit. So maybe me and Antonio can watch Milan and City games in Philly.
Yeah. But that's awesome. Well, welcome. I'm Clint. I'm also in the States. I'm actually from Washington, D.C., but I'm down in Houston, Texas. Obviously, I came down here for school, and then I work here now. So since I've been out of school, so I've been down here, and I haven't been here long enough. So welcome. I mean, I guess you're a Milanista, so
thanks for the welcome, guys. Dude, I just listened to you guys just like talk and rant, and fight and argue.
Indeed.
It soothes me to bed. Like I leave the headphones, I fall asleep with the headphones in. And I just you guys are screaming at the top of your lungs. It's so peaceful to me. I don't know why.
Don't worry, you're gonna become part of that soon. Trust me. It's one thing to take you off. Just
Clint, my best friend and roommate from college. He's from DC and lives in DC now.
Okay, that's I can't afford to live there, bro.
No, he actually his family lives in Chevy Chase.
Maryland.
He went to school in too. He went to school in Silver
so
Springs.
Expensive?
Yeah, DC is it's the capital of the states. Yeah, it's like
it's not cheap.
Like the federal, so people moved before. It wasn't right before when my dad went to school there. When I was born there, I mean, it was called Chocolate City. Yes, it was the federal capital, but it wasn't that lucrative to want to live there. But now, over the years, it's something that people really want to be there, and they legalized weed. So it's turning hella. So people want to be there. It's like mini San Francisco on the East Coast. That's how you gotta look at Washington D.C. Yep.
Larry, I have friends who had really good jobs, Fortune 500 companies, working in politics. These dudes are couch surfing in D.C. They could not afford their own apartment.
They can't.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. And but yeah, I'm good in the South. But I just saw the game. Wow, just what we needed. Just what the fuck we needed. I wasn't supposed to be rooting for the enemy, but I did, and I don't care because it's for the greater good. So I want Inter to win. But yeah, Napoli, I don't know if it's like I said before when we left, I'm like, it's either this break is gonna do them good or bad. Let me not judge them on the first game, but boy, if they lose against Juve, I don't know.
With my man, they're
know.
dropping points.
Hey guys, you know what's crazy? Hey guys, you know what's crazy today? While I was watching the game, I realized that if Milan had beaten Napoli, we would have had even points with them today.
No, it's Kalulu. If Kalulu has scored that goal,
I know we made. I'm just saying. I know that we made a lot of mistakes. Like we played bad, and but in that Napoli game, we deserved to win. But if that game had gone our way, then we would have been even on points in first place right now.
But it's fine.
Oh, wow.
5 points. 5 points. I'd rather be behind Napoli the 5 points because now I feel like they're gonna fold. Something's telling me they're going to fold. And
they're drawing against Sampdoria, losing against Juventus.
You know, if they do that, I think they might win. They might win against Sampdoria, but that Juve game is going to be really crucial, right? And they're going to have to meet us. Like I'm just happy about and this is the first time playing Inter, correct?
Yes.
Clint, can I stop you there? Wait,
Yeah,
hold on, guys.
Go ahead. We need to win between 3 and 5 games in a row. If we have a good 5 games in a row win, they're gonna leave points. For sure. I'm sure about that because
we're trashing.
I've seen
guys, I can sense an incoming Napoli fan here.
But guys, let's remember that we haven't surpassed the first half of the season yet. There's still 80 plus points to be fighting for. This season is still super long.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, but that's good. It's good also because Napoli had a big advantage that we can.
But Roy,
but it's not about Napoli. We have to win.
Yeah.
For
I will
6
say
months,
this: I'm not 100% confident that we're playing in top form right now, and I think Salernitana's defense was.
Really we're not.
No. But here's my thing though. My whole view on this is not us try to win Scudetto right now, right? My whole objective, like this, me personally. My objective is us to close the gap between us and Napoli. I don't care what rank they, even if they second. Close the gap so now the thing is open. So I'm not even thinking about us going on to win the whole thing. No, I want to close that 5-point gap with Napoli. That's it. Because I feel like they're in form. That's all I'm thinking about right now. I think once that's closed, then I'll start looking beyond that horizon. But I'm not trying to get ahead of myself and start thinking like, oh, we need a goal. Nah, I'm not even thinking about that. And that's all we need.
For me, yeah, I'm a little. The only reason why I'm a bit nervous is missing Magnan is so annoying. Like, I think if he's not going to come back until after the first Champions League game, then that's a long time. And also, I really want to beat Tottenham as well. Like, I at this point care more about the Champions League. I just want to see how far we can get. And Tottenham is a very beatable team. Like they won today actually, but I was watching the first half. They were playing really bad, and they've lost a few games before, so they're not in good form. And I think we can really beat them. But if we lose, I'm going to be super disappointed because I think we can beat them.
But I think us beating Tottenham is not going to have a lot to do with Magnan, to be honest. Hear me out. Because I think it's going to be just a possibility of us just fucking scoring. And I think that's the thing we had the hard time like even when we're playing against Chelsea, it's just to score. If we have our attack running, I think to be able to compensate that lack of Magnan not being there, I mean, obviously everybody's going to have to fucking go play at the back and everybody turns into a fucking goalie, and I think we can pull it off. You understand?
Well, yeah, but how many clean sheets have we had this year? You know what I'm saying? Last year,
I think at this point it don't matter anymore about clean sheets.
I think it does.
Past that.
Last year we won on a run because we had the best defense in the league at the end of the season.
And I agree.
This season we've conceded. I'm not saying it's only the goalkeeper's fault, but I feel like with Magnan there, Tomori and Kalulu play so much better because everything is more organized. Also,
100%.
we risk less. I mean, we all know how good Magnan is, so he's a big difference. And I want to be playing these teams with almost the best team we have. You know, I want to be able to go into those games ready.
No, I agree. I agree, but I'm just speaking as far as our reality check. Because at this point, Magnan is almost kind of like a fantasy. Because even when he comes back, if we're going to have to give him 3-4 more games for him to even readjust, because it's been that far away from the pitch. Right, look at Rahmani. Right, Rahmani just came back from since October. Like he was struggling all game against Inter today. You can just see it. He was just sloppy, right? And I know Magnan is a goalkeeper, but I'm at this point, I'm just going in as a fan, not even expecting him even to come. Like I'm going, okay, we don't have a goalie.
Guys, I will be honest. This from the way we started, I hope we have that formation healthy most of the time. With the way we have Calabria, Kalulu, Tomori, Theo Hernandez, Benacer, Tonali, Selemaker, Diaz, Leao, Giroud. I hope we have this formation most of the time available. Magnan will be the cherry on top of the cake because Magnan will give us that solidity and help us even more on big games. But until Magnan is back, I hope these guys are most of the time available.
Oh, boy,
I hate to be that guy. But as long as Tatarusano is in the 11, I don't feel safe. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, Vasquez.
I hope we get Sergio Rico.
Do you like Mirante?
No. Well, not from what I saw from him.
Oh, no, now you don't like him.
No, I thought.
Now I love Tatarusano. After watching Mirante, I love Tatarusano now.
At least, hold on, guys. But Mirante, though, in the penalty shirts, at least he saved some. But Tatarusano is not going to save a penalty.
He cares about penalty shoot. No, Tatarusano
not a shootout, but like I feel like. If another team that was I don't know how that happened. I'll be honest.
Mirante managed to punch a ball back into his own goal from 8 yards out. How does that even happen?
I know he's not good, but I don't like Tatarusano either. Like why do we have retirees, bro? Like why can't we just get some actual like okay players?
Dude, I want to start this new Colombian kid. Dude, I want to see him immediately.
Until we see him play. Are we giving the crowd? I don't want him to start because then I don't want people like Nathan crucifying him and be like, "Oh, how much you pay for him?" No,
just like we do with
Nathan wants to fight me. By the way, I don't know why he's mad at me.
What'd you do?
No, he's like, kick him out. I'll give you $50 if you kick him out.
Because you're a Man City freaking troll.
No,
disguising as a Milan fan.
No,
man. Listen, Rock, there was like a month that Antonio was saying, "Oh, Mirante is better. Why Mirante is not playing?" Now he knows why Mirante.
I would still start Mirante over Tatarusano.
Do you actually think Dida and Pioli is blind, and they just don't see it?
Dida's not even there anymore.
No, Dida is there. He's back. Dida is
no, he's not there no
more. What?
No, Dida is back. He's back.
You know what's another thing about Tata? Another thing about Tata, real quick. Another thing about Tata. Everyone keeps talking about Tomori, like yelling at him. Tomori's like the nicest guy. If you listen to that Tomori interview, he is so nice. Like we're mistaking those interactions as like conflict, but I don't think they are at all, dude. I think those are two teammates that you know when you're friends with someone, you tell them like what's real, like you're upfront with them, you're transparent, you're candid with them. I think that it's the opposite of how we're interpreting it. I think Tomori and Tata actually have a good relationship, so that's why they're able to yell and scream at each other and light a fire under each other's asses. That actually might be a good sign.
But I don't think that for Balotelli though. I feel like Balotelli, they're really yelling at him like a kid because he doesn't know where he's at. I feel like when they're yelling at him, because a lot of people yell at him, and I don't think he has no clue what the fuck is going on.
Guys, they all went to PSG Academy together. They're all friends since childhood. I don't know. Maybe
guys,
I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest though. Against PSV, I'm gonna say this again. I didn't think Balotelli was that bad. I thought he was having he had a solid when he got subbed in, he looked solid.
This game gave me PTSD, dog. That PSG game gave me fucking PTSD.
Guys, you should stop evaluating players from friendly.
Oh my! No, I'm just saying, give him a chance. Like I feel like he gets like a lot of like hate too much.
Dude, I would say Balotelli is actually low key and above average left back because the quality of left backs overall spread out through all the top teams in Europe is not that great. I think the drop off from Theo to Balotelli is so huge. The gap is so huge that it really does make him look much worse than he probably is on average by comparison with other left backs.
But
so that's
I
true.
agree with you. I just want a left back that is at the level of Florenzi and Calabria. And you can find
you
can find a left back that is at the level of Florenzi.
By the way, send Dest back. Send Dest back after this year. Get rid of Dest.
Dude,
if he scored that back heel, today,
dude,
I don't. Oh my god, I don't know. He might have converted some people.
Dest cannot defend to save his life.
Dust.
You see, You see, Pioli's playing with 5 defenders when he plays that. Just to understand how bad he is as a defender.
Yeah.
We had a pretty bad summer transfer market. Sorry, go ahead.
Let's talk about the Tottenham game still, because like Clint, you're right. Like we need to finish, and then Antonio's right. We need to stop conceding. But I think it comes back to what Larry said earlier about confidence in front of goal. Premier League teams have this superiority complex. Like these players, if there's one thing that can be said, they are confident in front of goal. Like they have extreme confidence that they're going to finish.
Except Sterling.
Like except Sterling. But we need to have that killer instinct and mindset too in front of goal.
It's all here. It's all here.
We need to be more confident. Like these Premier League teams, you can guarantee that if they have a chance in front of our goal, they're going to finish that shit because they
which
are.
I think Leao is. What I think Leao, because what I'm seeing, even looking from the highlights, those 2 goals Leao scored in the World Cup. Oh boy, I think it was really putting him to another level. And you're seeing what he's doing now. Even that goal he scored, he attempted a lot of stuff like that in the past, where he tend to miss. And I'm seeing like a slow progression since the beginning of this year that he's becoming a bit more accurate compared to the other years. So you're obviously seeing a lot of progression from him, and he's really direct about he's intentional with what he does. Tonali too, as well. Right? So you're seeing that it's not because of the Salernitana game. But that Salernitana game is confirming a lot of suspicions that I had in the past. Like, okay, I'm seeing something. Because remember when Tonali came, we're like, dude, why is he even going to score the first goal? Or even he's going to get an attempt on goal. Now, I mean, you're seeing him now. He's putting himself forward. The problem is these players weren't getting to the box, especially people like the Tonali or midfielders, right? Or like the Benacer. They'll really outside the box and try to give the ball out. But we need a lot of that. And I think that's what's going to make Milan successful, because we're talking about this striker problem because most of our other players tend to not be in the box when it's the time to really score, kind of like what the Inter does, right? So,
Clint, you know why our midfielders are able to break forward now and get into the box?
Why?
Calabria is back, so he comes inside and covers the spaces in midfield.
That makes sense.
And Salamakers is back. He comes inside and he covers the spaces. And Leao is consistently coming back and covering the spaces. That allows our midfield players like Tonali and others to break forward and go into the box. So that like unlocks the ability for us to do that.
Hey guys, I know you don't want to hear this, but can I be a little pessimistic?
Go ahead.
No.
Well, I have two takeaways from the game today. First, I just want to say about Leao. I think now like he's basically unstoppable in the Serie A. Like, I mean, I think he's kind of, if you see the way he plays in the Serie A, like no one can even, he'll do the same move every time. No one can keep up with him. It's like, I don't know if that means the Serie A is just too slow, because when in Europe, it's a little bit more difficult for him. But the Serie A just looks like he's playing on another gear compared to everyone else. But so Leao is like unstoppable, and I don't think anyone. We saw what he did against Inter. No one's going to be able to take him, to slow him down. But on a more pessimistic note, I want to say, I don't know. I think today, I mean, we had so many different chances. We always create chances, I feel like. But then I think we miss chances, and I don't know if that's because we lack quality or mentality or whatever. We can have that debate again. But it feels like you said before, like if there was a Premier League team, I'm not trying to just or any other team or like Real Madrid, whoever, name a good team. They will finish chances, like even if they have minimal chances, like even like you saw Real in the Champions League final, they scored their chances.
That's a long point, Antonio. It's a long point.
But what I'm trying to say is, we need to. I don't know whatever the problem is. I think
we have to create 10 chances to score 1, is what you're saying, versus
that
other teams.
And also
3 chances to score 1.
Exactly, but also defensively speaking, we like 1 or 2 moments during the game will become super vulnerable, and we open up because we play very attacking.
But let me tell you something, Antonio.
That's why I think we risk a little in the Champions League. So when we play against quality, you can get punished. So I'm a little.
But here's the big question mark for you. Here's the thing I think you're missing. The biggest picture is that we're a young team. This is only year 3. It's not year 5. This is not year 6. It's not year 7. This is year 3. And those teams you're comparing us to.
This is year 2 in Champions League.
Right?
Year 2
and these teams you're comparing us to, don't matter if you take a Tottenham for instance. These are guys, they've been together for 5, going on 6 years. You take a Madrid team, the same thing. Those teams are already met in the making. You gotta understand, Milan, we started from scratch. These are not, we don't, other than the Giroud, all these guys.
That's a great point. 80% of Real Madrid players have been playing Champions League for the last 12, 15 years.
15 years, yep.
So I guess we're going to go back to this thing.
We can only critique and judge what we see now. So, like, if we're going to critique the way that we play, if we're going to, like, identify areas of improvement, we have to talk about what we see right now. Like, we can only talk about what we see now.
I just want to have one thing. Also, to be once again pessimistic, you guys are assuming that we're not just going to become a club like Dortmund or something who ends up having to sell their best players and move
we're not
because we don't have but no matter what, we don't have the financial power to compete with big clubs. I mean, it's not going to be easy.
It's different.
I don't think we sell, guys. I don't think we sell. You know how you guys are saying, like, let's buy a player young and then their value will go up and then we'll sell. I think the reason we're not buying these up and coming talents like Enzo, like, the reason we're not making that move
because we don't want to sell them.
We don't care about selling. We don't care about capitalizing on their value going up because we're not a selling club. That's why we didn't sign Enzo.
Plus, now it was the report that we're in the positive 22 million. We're not even longer in losses, so there's no need to sell.
Antonio, well, here's one thing you gotta understand. I don't know when you started watching Milan, right? The thing you're gonna understand about football, and I understand football got modernized, but one thing I think about football that will never change, right? Whatever historic, like the history in European football matters a lot because it gives you a swagger, it gives you a persona. You gotta understand, Milan is football royalty. As much as people might, you want to be in denial. I mean, we're going on a period of freaking 70 years, 80 years. We're not gonna reinvent the wheel of certain things, right? And then you might even look in the history of Milan. Milan had really dark periods as well, and I feel like you go through that. And I feel like we're leaving behind our dark periods. I highly doubt even the fans will even allow it because it's a mentality that it's a cultural thing. It's beyond even the money. We're not a selling club.
I know you're describing heritage, right? Like, I understand.
And we are. And these other clubs are not that.
My only fear is because what happened to us with our dark period happened the year that it did. That's why my fear is that we've kind of lacked while other teams have really modernized. And because of that, I mean, just look at like fan bases, for example, like on social media. We have a good fan base. We have, because of our past.
We have 500 million fans across the world.
Right. No, I'm talking about, I was going to bring up social media. But if you look at the followings of some of the biggest clubs, we are significantly far behind them just because social media was booming at that time. So what I'm saying is,
but
just
social media,
I'm scared that we won't be able to reach those levels.
No, before you continue though, social media should not be a good scope for you to be able to see. Because you understand, a lot of Milan fans, bro, a lot of Milan fans at the part of the world they're not as active on these things. I didn't start following Milan until I've been a Milan fan over 22 years. I didn't start following Milan until like 5 years ago. Because I didn't really care. Like, it's still my team. I watch all their games, but I didn't really care. So that shouldn't be like, because PSG have that. PSG know damn well in their head that if they go across the world, they know like that fan base of Milan is a different, like it's, you can't even compare that.
We're going to have injections. We're going to have injections of funds and cash and investment. But also, we will never be a selling club like Dortmund because, I mean, even look at our dark period. Look at our dark period. Even then, when we were desperate for money, Berlusconi and Galliano were going broke. They still didn't sell. Like, it was hard for them to even sell Ibra and Thiago Silva for record fees. Even that was like pulling teeth. And we spent a lot and overspent and spent terribly. But even in our dark period where we needed to become a selling club to get those injections of cash and make better investments, even then we still didn't do it because our heritage would not allow us to do it.
I'll give you
guys, listen, I would rather be a selling club than a club that doesn't make money on the players that leave.
No. I wouldn't.
You're wrong on that.
We've already seen
You're wrong. Let me give you a bit good comp. Let me give you a good comparison. I give you somebody like Liverpool, right? Liverpool had top players that they had to get rid of, but they had a vision because Liverpool went to a similar situation that we did. The only thing about Liverpool, I think they were off by, they didn't go as on a long run. I think theirs was like 7 or 8 years before they even came back to the Champions League. And their dark period, but they had a vision. And Liverpool didn't turn into no fucking selling club.
So that example,
that's a
good example because you know what? They did sell Coutinho for over 100 mil.
Right,
they
but no,
did
that's why I want to.
Selling doesn't make you a selling club.
No, that's what I said.
Recognizing when you should sell something doesn't make you a selling club.
Guys, my point with Liverpool, though, I hate this comparison, is because right now, and you guys can hope for optimism, but no Italian club is able to spend 85 million euros on Van Dijk, 80 million euros
Antonio,
on Darwin
can I
Núñez.
stop you there?
See, like, we're not going to be able to buy these players.
Those idiots in Juventus spent 85 million.
Yeah, but look, they're in trouble. Look at them now.
Can
they're
I
in
stop
trouble
you there,
financially.
Antonio?
They cheated.
Can I stop you?
Napoli spent
we don't have
7
money in
million
Italy. We won't be able to buy like the best players in the world. That's the thing.
Can I stop you there? Can I stop you there?
Yeah, Antonio, you go on these English channels and sympathize with these guys.
No, I don't like it. I wish we had more money to spend to buy the best players in the world.
Antonio, Liverpool won their first title after 30 years. We won our first title after 10 years. So we are better than Liverpool. We manage our club. Yes, we are. We have more support. Yes, we are better.
No, listen, as a club and history, of course, we're better. But what I'm saying is,
explain, I don't have to spend the money in Liverpool. But we don't need to spend the money. We don't need to follow the blueprint of Liverpool or Manchester City to win titles. We do things in a different way.
We can win in Italy. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm just telling
you,
we're
going to win. We are going
to win
win
the Champions League. You have to be able to.
Antonio, we are going to win Champions League, and the only thing we need to win Champions League is to renew our most valuable players. We grow our most valuable players. They arrive at a point like Leao arrived, 23 years old, that is a good player. We need to have the strength to renew them. That's it, not to buy them. We don't need to buy 100 million players. We need to build 100 million players and renew that player.
Yeah, Antonio's not wrong. Antonio, you're not wrong. Like, Milan does not have the money to make those kind of investments and signings like Liverpool and Premier League clubs. That is 100% fact. Like, there's no disputing that. But Laird's point where you can buy Leao for 20 million and he can have a greater impact than a Luis Diaz at Liverpool, who was signed for 70 plus million, can also be true. Like, at the same time.
But look at this.
Of course.
But look at this. Hold on. Look at this. When's the last time that Milan had their players being in the World Cup final or even being a quarterfinalist, right? Because here's what I look and I see this management did a good job. When you take people like the Theo Hernandez that allowed him to be in that starting 11 of France, or you try to resurrect a Giroud career. Giroud staying at Chelsea, Giroud is not going to be in that French team. Yes, I know Deschamps likes him, but I think after that, his career probably goes down drain and he goes to France if we don't even get him. You understand? You look at a Leao. Leao at Lille wasn't even a starter.
I never disagreed with you about how.
No. I know. What I'm trying to say is, watch this though. What I'm trying to say is, Leao at Lille, he's not really a somebody. I don't think European clubs are not even looking at him at that time like that, right? They would have looked at him. Maybe it would have been when he became a starter. We're able to get him there, and we made what he is today, right? Tonali, the same thing can be said about him. The same thing can be said about a Ben Nasser today. All these guys that now we have that are a core.
There's 50, 60 million players.
Right. And when the management is able to do that just in year 3, you have to have hope. You can't say, we'll never get to it. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
My point is, I want to reemphasize what I'm saying because I appreciate when Rock tried to explain that. So I think the management's doing a great job. I think that we will be improving. I never say we're not going to get better. My only thing is, if you guys think that we're going to get a player like Leao, a world-class player in most of the positions on our team over time just by good scouting and hoping for that to happen, I feel like by the time those new players come in, Leao's going to either have gone or is going to be too old, getting old. It's going to take a lot of time. So that's why the teams that have the money, it's easier for them because they can just, let me just take your best player and pluck them into my team right away. So that's why they're able to compete for every year consistently.
I believe your argument. Listen, let me add this.
Antonio, I'm just saying we're at a big disadvantage here.
Let me add here.
Antonio,
Let me add this
you
line.
need to come back with this theory after 10 years. Not
No,
after
let me
2
add
years.
this line. Let me add this.
It's not-
That's one thing. This one thing, Antonio. But you with that statement alone, you're acting that it's like it's only a pool of 50 players where we can go pick from. There's a new talent that's getting produced every time that all teams won't be able to get. Just remember that before you say that. That's
Right.
all I have to
No,
say.
of course there's a big talent pool, but at the same time, can you go and get one of the top 3 best players in your position? Like,
Yes, you can.
like Madueke is a great player, but is he a Salah? Like, is he one of those players?
Antonio.
We can't say. Hold on. We can't
no,
sit here and
right.
deny the fact. Antonio's right to a certain degree. Like, we can't sit here and deny the fact that
you need to buy it?
Premier League clubs can identify a problem, purchase something for $100 million to solve the problem, and then sit it on the bench when it doesn't work out. Like, they're able to do that, and then sign.
But let me add something. Let me count. Go ahead.
Antonio asked me
Milan
this,
never functioned like that.
I'm having a
Maybe
conversation
very
with
correct.
Hold on.
Antonio, no, sorry. Why do I need to buy a top 3 left back when I already have a top 3 left back? Why I need to buy a top 3 goalkeeper when I already have a top 3 goalkeeper?
Listen, I think you don't have to buy. No, you don't have to buy those positions. You don't have to buy those positions.
I don't need to buy Nkunku, Jack Grealish, or Anthony because I have Leao, which is better than all 3 of them. I don't need to spend 100 million on one of.
And you can never have top players in every position.
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is these players, we have a few that I really like. The problem is, how long can we keep them while improving the rest of our team to that top level? How long is that going to be realistic? That's my concern.
120 years.
And my other thing is,
let me tell you,
wait, one more thing. Also, bench depth is super important. Every year we suffer injuries. Other teams can afford to have these superstar players even on the bench that help them out. But with us, we're always depleted. We get depleted every year.
Don't get injured.
Okay.
Okay.
38 years.
That is changing a little bit, though. That's changing a little bit.
But
we're
yeah,
seeing a lot of youth products come on the field.
Let me say again
off
when
the
you're
bench
again,
for even the
Antonio,
top clubs.
Let me say again when you're getting naive.
Real Madrid can buy Endrick as a youth product.
Listen, hey Antonio, listen to this though. Let me say where you're getting naive is that we have maybe one of the top 10 best players in the entire history of the game. That's in Paolo Maldini. Maybe one of like the 2 best defenders that's played at Milan. Maybe at his most fucking peak. He knows he's been at that club for 24 years. Yes, I understand football is modern. Listen to me. No, listen.
Clint, I know where you're going with this.
No.
But Maldini himself said in an interview that he wants more funds.
But listen, yes, he can get and I know he needs more funds. But Maldini know what, because I'm going based on your statement saying, I don't think we can get a deep bench and all of this. Now, if the only argument is money, then maybe I can side you a little bit on that. But if we got to look from an overall perspective, I think Maldini has more insight, and that's probably the guy you will want. I think once he becomes more refined and polished, and that sporting director role, plus his football knowledge, he's going to be a fucking beast. There's a reason why he was the best sporting director of this year. Look what he's done in 2 years.
I love Maldini. Of course, I think if you put him on a
Your
team
statements
with more
don't
money,
back that
he
up.
does
Your
better.
statements don't back
yes,
that
they
up.
do, because no, Clint, you don't
A
understand.
couple of
what I'm
things.
saying.
No, I understand.
It boils down.
One at a time.
Real quick. It boils down to this: our markets have to be opportunistic, whereas Premier League clubs, their market can be monopolistic. They can monopolize players. But I think that is changing. Like, you see Liverpool, you see Man City, you see their youth products and kids from their academy being subbed first off the bench now into games. Like, I've been watching the league too. Like, I think they're starting to regret
the right back is good.
signing 100 mil Grealish, 100 mil this guy, 100 mil this guy, and they rot on the bench. I think that come a year or 2 from now, it's going to change. I don't think that's going to be happening anymore. Like, you already see the shift happening right now. I'm watching these games. Youth kids are coming off the bench now, not these 100 million busts, bum signings. They are not even getting into games.
I agree with that.
I agree to an extent, but also at the same time, you can also start spending a bunch of money. You can also spend
that, guys.
You can also
even PSG.
Well, hold on.
Even PSG, right? PSG was intentional this Mark too. But go ahead, Antonio.
Like, my fear is that what if even younger kids are going to be starting to cost a lot more money than they are now, like Endrick for 60 million He's like 16 years old.
Antonio, we have
That's an
three
outlier,
three
but yeah.
Sorry. First of all, we need to see this Hendry guy at the age of 21. What he's gonna be, because my Brazilian friend here knows how many talent Brazil has and how many arrive to the end line and become the proper player they should be. So we need to see that. I've seen a lot of them.
Hendrick is a guy too.
They don't have it in Europe, so we need to see that. I'm sure he's gonna be, because he's pretty talented. But let's focus on one point. We have under 14, under 15, and under 16. They all challenge to win the league for their age. We have a lot of talent coming up from the pipeline. We have Chaka Traore, we have Kubis, another 3 or 4 Primavera players. They can be in the first team in 2 years.
Camarada. That's our Holland.
In these past,
talking about
listen,
and
the thing,
Colombo is a player that can come back to Milan. If he scores 10, 11 goals, he can be a Milan player next season and score 15 goals a season. And at 25, he can be an important striker.
I've only believed it when I see it.
The thing that I'm saying, listen. I feel like I agree that I could be more optimistic and like hope that in the future we'll start to see massive improvement and we'll get to the next level. The only thing is, based on these like 3 or 4 years that we've started to get better, how many of our Primavera players have stepped up to become important players in the starting?
Because
lineup?
they were
Not
managed
many.
by another.
But Primavera was shit in the last couple of.
I'm telling you, it's only 3 years into the project.
Yeah, I know, but I haven't seen like one successful example of
Because they
someone
were,
stepping up.
What about Pobega?
introduced by another owner. Not by
Pobega, yeah, I know. This is like, I mean, like in these 4 years that I've been seeing.
This management, the players that we're looking at are Colombo, Lazetic, Pobega came through.
But Antonio, listen.
I hope that they can become great.
None of them are gonna. I'm gonna be pessimistic with Antonio now to give him some support and play devil's advocate a little bit. He's stating things that are complete facts right now.
Yes.
Like
Yeah, but
none
you
of
have to
those
understand-
youth player. Lazetic is not going to do shit. I'm going to be honest. I don't think he's going to turn into anything.
I disagree.
Look at Jung Dahl. He was supposed to be like this amazing keeper to come in. Nothing. Like there's a very high likelihood that a lot of our Primavera investments are not going to go on to make a significant impact for the team.
But you don't need to. Guys. You don't need to bring in 15 of them, a year. You bring in 3 a year. And also you have to have it. And also I will bring in more. But you have to have them.
Yeah, right. Because across all the top teams in Europe, there's not 5. They don't have like 5 top talent that comes out of their team. They get one most of the time.
Listen to me.
Then they also get other
we
players
should do
from the
better
best
than
teams in
what?
the world. They
Listen
also
to me.
spend money.
Gabbia, Calabria, Pobega,
Donnarumma.
Chaka Traore. No, not Donnarumma. I'm talking about the players that are going to be in the team. Gabbia, Calabria, Chaka Traore, Pobega, and who else?
Corbis?
No, these 4, and maybe another one coming in the
Colombo
future. You have 5
season.
players. Colombo maybe 5 players out of 22 coming from the Primavera. So if you put an average of 20 million of these players, you have saved 100 million bringing 5 players from the Primavera. You didn't spend 20 million to buy that type of player, a Calabria, because that's the money they cost to buy. If you want to buy a Colombo, it costs 20 million. If you want to buy a Gabbia, it costs 20 million. If you want to buy a Calabria, it costs 20 million. So you save 100 million. Just bringing 5 players, and you spend
that's a separate. That is a separate argument.
I would completely change the system where we grow the players from our own backyard. It can be done. I don't know why it looks like this is what they want to do, but you see the fruits of this after maybe 5-6 years. You don't see it.
But Roy, you can only do that when you're at a certain top. Right now, Milan year 3. We're a bit trying to close the gap because we've been behind for too long.
Yeah. You got to do it, but on the other hand, we can't compete financially, so the only other way is to grow them. You're tough.
Yeah,
like they did with Leao, like they did with Sale, like they did with
meaning you can get Primavera players, but some that are semi-ready, a bit advanced in that stage of Primavera.
Oh yeah, you have to put
somebody
in the right
scratch.
moment. No,
so that's why I think
they're
they're getting that. I think that's that's the purpose of the Lazetic and all these guys coming over, or even a Chaka Traore, right? Chaka Traore came over from Parma. Remember, he started against us 3 years ago. Like when we played against Parma at 16, I remember seeing him on that field, and we got him from that point. So you have to get the guys that are a bit advanced But now they are doing wrist MRI checking ages now. So we need to be careful who we get.
Did you see what happened with Cameroon? The U17 was more like a U25 team.
But when I say that, I'm fucking wrong. But anyway,
what happened with Cameron?
Yeah.
Huh?
I think
Clint, you're
Lars
the
right,
only one
like,
you can say.
we are generating value, like we are generating and potentially saving and generating funds with these players. But the original point Antonio was making is that we're not addressing key depth issues that could help us win now. And I get what you guys are saying about, well, in time, 2 to 3 years from now, maybe those players. But I'm not a believer in any of these Primavera players becoming a super high quality, world-class depth player on our bench 2 to 3 years from now. And that might be pessimistic.
Can I add one more thing?
Right now, the depth is not the problem. Injuries are the problem because we have a big enough.
But injuries call in our.
They both go together. They both go together.
But no. Today we missed 9 players. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5.
Not many.
9.
How many of them were our starters, though? That's the thing.
It doesn't matter.
I don't care, Antonio. It doesn't matter,
squad
man.
is 25 players.
Guys, thank God Origi and Rebic didn't play today. Thank God they didn't play.
That's my point. Is that why do we pay Origi $4 million to be a terrible bench player? Anyways,
I agree with what Roy just said 100%, man. The
no, I know, but why do we keep them?
Antonio, can I tell you why?
I wanted to say one more thing. Go ahead.
Can I tell you why? It's just speculation. Maldini thinks Colombo is going to be good in 1 year and a half. So until that point, I don't want to spend money. I'll sign Origi for free. And I'll deal with that. And when Colombo is ready next season, I introduce Colombo and I get out of Rebic. But if you spend 30 million on a striker, you'd never give space to Colombo because you have put a 30 million striker. So clearly they're putting people in front of Colombo so he can break that wall. In the meantime, these people can be useful to Pioli to achieve top 4. Because we dream here, we come on Narnia here, but top 4 financially is our goal.
But the issue is they're not useful though. The problem is that they're not useful.
Because they get a lot of injuries.
Guys,
the intentions are good. I think the intentions are good, but it just hasn't worked out. Like that strategy just hasn't quite worked out because of the injuries and stuff. But
let me say one more thing also that I want to clarify. So I think this is where we also disagree is most of you guys will say that with Redbird or whatever, we'll be investing more now, especially as our financial situation gets better. We'll be able to do more and invest. I'm being very pessimistic in the sense that I saw Elliott and they did help us get back to winning the league, which is, of course, I'm grateful for that. And I think that in Italy, we're in a very good shape to be competitive. My only thing is to be competitive in Europe. I think, like Maldini said in his interview, we need a little even more quality, even more time and experience. Wait, please let me finish. So my point is that I think. Will Redbird, with our funds that we're generating and our good situation, be able to invest money into the club? I hope so. But I'm very skeptical about that, and I'm not sure.
Let me answer that live.
That's why I'm saying.
Let me answer that live, please.
I want to answer that as well. Go first.
Okay, so here's what I said. So you haven't been on the channel a lot lately, Antonio, and I really think that our mistake was letting you go to these little Premier League. No.
I haven't been on the channel. No, I haven't been on the channel because I've been studying.
No, but it's
bro.
fine.
I'm in college.
We said leave alone.
What? I'm just trolling.
I'm trying to get Enright. You're at UPenn. I don't know how you're even here right now.
Antonio,
I'm on winter break.
I know, Antonio. I'm just trolling. But no, on a serious note, man.
I'm about to swear up, Clint.
No. Hey, boy, you don't want that with me.
You don't know how big I am in real life, buddy. I'll take you.
Hey, Antonio, I'm a Marine, man. Just leave you with that.
John Cena.
So let me tell you this though. So to be honest, here's the thing. Here's what I think Redbird is doing, and I mentioned in the channel before. I think a lot of their work, or at least a lot of their vision, which might not please us, the fan, I think it has a lot to do behind the lines. I think they're really turning in Milan to some franchise. And if you look, I think they're really modeling off some MLS stuff in terms of revenue generating, okay? So, which tend to do has nothing to do with their players. Because if you follow the MLS with some of these teams, right? If you look at Philly Union and all that, or let's say DC United, I'm from DC, so I follow DC United a little bit. They're more worried about the marketing and the stuff that surrounds around the club and how we can put the name out there, which is not usually the players. And then the MLS is not really like a player league, right? You don't really remember some of the players in your local team because I can tell you, yes, the stuff is a bit average, but I think that's the approach for Redbird. Like, let me come back to the Milan point. I think their biggest goal right now, Redbird, I think is to get that stadium. I don't think they care about keeping Leao, not keeping Leao. I think until we don't get that stadium, they don't give a fuck about trying to compete or any of that because they want some money generator for them. And the whole player thing, it's almost like a gamble. You know, Americans don't really like gambles like that in the long run. And they're going to want something sustainable, which I feel is the stadium. And that's why I had to add. Go ahead, Larry.
I wanna add something to Antonio. When Maldini says I want more funds, Maldini is not asking Premier League funds. Maldini is asking fund to buy Botman and CDK in one summer.
Sure. Yeah.
That is 75 million.
I don't care.
Euros.
I need to spend
That
like
is
Man City. I never said that.
But no, that's 75 million. We've seen in Serie A clubs spend more than that. We've seen Napoli spend 60 million for Osimhen. We've seen Juventus buy 100 million Ronaldo.
Right. I hope that.
So that's not impossible. We just need to raise our
we've never done that before with our owners.
But,
our owners
no, we spent 200 million one summer. No, you were there.
We don't spend it on one.
Okay,
fine. No, in the banter era, sure. Yeah, in the banter era.
But we've done that, so we can do that. We can do that.
Well, not with these owners. We're not going to spend a lot of money on one player. We're not going to get a high.
We don't need to spend a lot of money.
Antonio, man, these owners are not going to.
We don't need to spend a lot of money.
Antonio lives in Narnia, man. These owners are not going to sell a house and buy a Milan player. This is a business, man. They're going to raise revenue.
Of course, that's my point. I know that.
We need around 60 to 70 million per mercato. That would be enough.
It's gonna happen, man.
No, that's fairy tale stuff. What the heck? That's like depressing.
But see, that's
why depressing.
60 million for a summer market. That's over half of CDK.
Botman and CDK is 75 million. You have 75 million in the summer. You get Botman and CDK.
Yeah, but then you have to address all the other positions and things like that.
No,
you don't need to address 10 positions.
You have to address.
No, this is on your mind. You have to address those.
So, Laird, you don't want to. So you think it's okay that we're never going to be able to spend like 50 million for one player?
Antonio.
Like, you think that's how much a good player, like a really good player, costs at least?
Antonio, if you, I made an example. If you have Botman and CDK in one transfer window, you win the Serie A and you go a quarterfinal.
CDK is trash, by the way. But anyways.
Whatever, man. But I had another.
Boy, the duo only been with us 6 months. Like, you giving that type of.
I said right now. Relax. Oh my god.
I
said right now.
Leao
right
didn't
now,
cost
he looks
50
like a
mil,
lost child.
and I think he's a pretty great player.
Theo didn't cost 50 million.
But right time. Yeah.
Tomori
didn't cost 50 million.
Of course. Yes.
Tonali didn't cost 50 million. Benacer didn't cost 50
million. But especially attacking players cost that much money.
Magnan didn't cost
I think it's going to be incremental. It's going to be incremental. We were able to spend 25 mil on Leao. 2 years later, we're able to spend 35 mil on CDK. 2 years later, we're able to spend 45, 55K on whoever the next talent is. Like, they've told us from the beginning, this is a 5-year project. This is a 6-year project. They told us that from the beginning. Every couple of years, our budget's going to increase organically because that was the plan from the very beginning.
And nowadays, too.
No matter how much we do,
and nowadays, I understand this too. Nowadays, like, you know, and nowadays, football is not what it is when I was a kid and watching it. It's no more about individualism. You understand? It's about getting players that are a little bit above average and created that solid team to be able to compete. So your 100 million players now, they bought Darwin Nunez for 80 mil. He hasn't hit the ground running yet.
But we wanted him, right? That was our fantasy. I would still take Darwin Nunez.
CDK is performing better than Darwin Nunez. Telemakis is performing better than
That's not true. Darwin Nunez actually has, and his stats aren't even that bad.
Darwin Nunez is trash.
I would take Darwin Nunez on our team.
I like Lazetic more than Darwin Nunez.
I would take Darwin Nunez. I think he'd be good.
I'm fucking around. I'll take Darwin Nunez over
Antonio, is Giroud performing better than Darwin Nunez?
Yeah. Yeah.
1
like
million,
Giroud.
70 million.
100%.
I was the one who said Giroud
100%.
was good.
Because watch this.
I said
though.
that Giroud was
'Cause
good.
let me give you an example.
But,
I think
wait,
Chelsea.
but see, I can't even answer liar because now I have to hear.
But
another-
guys, you are forgetting something. One thing you're forgetting something that coincides with revenues is performance. That is a big aspect because if you don't perform in Europe, you're not growing. You have to perform in Europe to grow. So there is you have to keep the big players. Like it's not so. The sporting side is very important. It's the most important thing.
Can I just say, yeah, I agree, but I want to respond to Larry 1 second. My point here is, I've been watching. I've been watching heavily. I watched a little bit during the ban tour, not that much. I watched when we won the Scudetto because I'm not too old like you guys here. I'm not like an old head, but anyways, I've been watching a lot ever since the COVID season. I'm gonna be honest, and I've been noticing trends that are going on. Of course, you can have busts that cost a lot of money and end up being bad players. And it's not just money, or you can spend a lot of money like PSG and City. My whole thing is, though, I've noticed consistencies between teams that are considered big clubs that spend a good amount of money. They don't have to go crazy, but they can afford to spend 60 million for a top player if there's an opportunity. Like Haaland, who was available for 60 million. They were able to go and get him, and players like that. But my point is, those teams have been able.
No. 60 million to the club.
Million for
another so many million to the agent, and then the player wants.
And who
is finish my point?
Who is top of the table? Who is top of the table?
Arsenal doesn't spend money.
But if you were to freeze Man City, if you were to put Man City in a cryo chamber and freeze them,
because
I literally fast forward Milan to 26, 27-year-old average age, and then
let me finish his point because I wanted it to finish.
I agree with
I just want to finish.
I agree.
What I was going to say was I think the biggest clubs that have been the most successful in the Champions League these past few years have all been able to compete for the best current players that are available. And I just think that if Milan wants to be able to consistently fight for that level, I would like them to at least try to go out and sign one player a year.
And that's very good.
But you are wrong, Antonio. I'm sorry, guys. I need to correct Antonio here. When Man City buys Kevin De Bruyne, Barcelona is buying Dembele for 120 million. PSG is buying Neymar for 200 million. So it's not true. The best team is built with the right players, not the most expensive.
Of course, but I never.
Arsenal.
But once again,
they blew how much money on Pepe? Look at Arsenal. They blew.
You're saying the opposite. Of course,
they blew.
No. I'm not saying. No, I'm not.
But I'm not saying. And they invested small and now they're first.
But I'm not, because you think that what I'm saying is that it's a direct correlation between you spend more money, you do better. I'm not saying you spend more, but I'm saying you have to spend at least enough to be competitive. That's what I'm saying.
And yes, you're correct.
Enough. Buying the defender for 30 million like Tomori is enough.
Listen, but Antonio,
buying a youngster like Leao, 30 million
Maldini said, if there is an exceptional player, they will spend the money, 60, 70 million. If the player is worth it.
I guess Nkunku wasn't good enough. He was a great player.
Well, 60 million is not good enough.
No, we won't. I disagree with that. No, we won't. If there's an exceptional 60 to 70 million player, we will not sign them.
But guys, the way I see it, there is no exceptions. There are no exceptions. When I see Nkunku, I don't think he's gonna do exceptionally well. You're gonna pay 60 million. And he's gonna do exceptionally. He's gonna dominate.
I'm gonna tell you something.
So.
Let me add because I want to go to that Chelsea point. Let me tell you a club that messes up so fucking bad, and which I think that they're doing another mistake. Where if they really buy Enzo Fernandez for 150 mil, and I reckon I'm seeing you're hearing from me now, Enzo Fernandez is gonna fail at Chelsea. Not because he's a bad player, it's because you're not stable. They're not stable right now, and getting a bunch of players, and that's the problem some of these Premier League are getting into. The team that I applaud a lot right now in the Premier League is Newcastle. They're the richest club in the world, but boy, they're not going crazy yet. And look what they're doing. They're already like third. They're second in the league, but I think they're third right now. They just turned third because Man City won their game. But hold on. But like if you look, they understood that that's not the way. So this whole spending thing, I think if you buy the right pieces, you get to, like I said, you get above average players, which Milan has. Milan does not have below par. 60% of our team is above average. We're just, like I said, we're 2-3 players away to be top in Europe. And that's a fact.
Yes.
That's a fact.
Clint,
so let's not act
Clint.
like we're just below. We're far away.
Clint,
There's at least 5. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I can give 20 examples to Antonio. Chelsea buys Kukureya 60 million. Arsenal buys Tomiyasu 20 million. Arsenal is top of the league. Chelsea does not know where they are at the moment. I can give you an example. Di Maria, 90 million for Manchester United. Who was it? Liverpool buys Salah for 36 million pounds from Roma. I can give you a million of examples like this. Of course, you're going to get the exception. Manchester United buying Pogba for 90 million. Juventus buying Matthew D. Juventus keep winning the league. Manchester United does not know where they are.
Lukaku.
Milan gets Giroud for 1 million, wins the league. Chelsea gets Lukaku for 120 million. After 12 months, Giroud wins the league. Lukaku is back at Inter on a loan. You need to buy the right player. And most of the time, the right player does not cost a lot of money. That's why I'm upset with the Botman. We should have bought Botman because Botman is a good purchase and he was the right price. That's another story. We should have bought both of them, CDK and Botman.
He's so perfect for our team. Like, have you guys watched Newcastle and watched Botman?
Yeah.
It hurts my soul watching. Like, he was so perfect for exactly what our needs are.
And he wanted to play for Milan. He wants to play for Milan.
But one thing we can all agree, right? Like I said, I've been watching Milan a fucking long time. And since Maldini retired, this is probably the most stable I've seen this team. I might not be satisfied with the result. It might be baby steps, but this is the more satisfied. You understand? When you watch this team for over 20 years, some of y'all probably watched this team for over 30, right? For some of us since the late 80s, right? As long as I've been watching them, and I've been watching Serie A a long time, this is the most clean and stable I've seen them. And I'm not mad at what we're doing because at
70% plus 70% of the team have long contracts.
Yeah, they have long and it's like, come on, like, and Milan fans will tell you, because maybe I think it's something Milan doesn't understand. It's like, once you see this team go to 3 Champions League finals, you know what Milan is capable of at a certain peak. You're just in the waiting game, and you're fine. And our expectation levels is going to be different from Man City. They don't have Man City and all that. It's new to a lot of these guys, right? Because tomorrow when Newcastle takes over, Man City might not be the best club in town. Because Newcastle might really go, and they're going to be the richest club, and they're going to put all that money out, right? And who's going to have more notoriety than who? But so, also, football is a cycle, man. Football is a cycle, because Chelsea had their time too when they were running shit. Yeah.
Even Newcastle with all those money, they're not spending big on players. They're not spending.
They understand, like, you got to build a culture. Yeah, you got to, and they're understanding that. And I just don't think, like they said, the whole spending thing is not sustainable because not everybody can do it, right? Not everybody can do it, and that's why when I was listening to the whole thing of the whole Super League thing, that's why everybody can do it. But yet you've been having all this money for years. Why can't you win the Champions League, right? Because for me, Man City, I think what's really holding them together is Pep. Once Pep leaves that club, I don't think whatever coach you get back, they're gonna have a Ferguson effect, like kind of what happened in Man.
They're so lucky that Haaland's father played there, and that and he negotiated a 75 mil release clause. They are so lucky that they had that connection.
Which I think if Haaland wins the league, right, 3 years in a row over there, that there's no Champions League, he's gonna ask to leave.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna live in 3
seasons. He wants to. He said he wants to go to Real Madrid and Barca in the future, right? He's not a Man City player for life.
You can't buy clout. You can't buy clout. Here's one joke I always had, right? I used to tell my friends, right? Because we used to watch the French league, right? Us as French people, and we always made fun of fucking PSG. We remember in season 2009, 2010, they were fucking fighting relegation. Before they got relegated, they almost got relegated. The year before Beckham came, I remember, a year and a half before he came, they were fighting. They were getting relegated. And I think the last 2 games, I don't even think people remember PSG like the Pauletta days. You know how trash is, and even that they still not really. They're popular, yes, in Paris, but like the fandom as Marseille, they wish they had that PSG. You can't buy that. You can't buy in Man City. They can talk all day, but they can't buy like a fandom of like a Liverpool. And that's really what these teams want to buy. They don't really care about the success, but they want to be considered royalty and elite, right? It's an elite club, but I don't think it's royalty. And I think that's what they want to buy.
Yeah, I actually don't think that any of us are disagreeing. I just think some of us are putting the time factor into our calculation, and some of us are not putting the time factor into our calculation. Like sometimes people mistake total dollars spent as investment or like good investment, but in reality, good investment can be smaller total dollars, but it factors in the time that it would take to develop. Like we're one or two more Leao discoveries, or CDK discoveries if he comes into form, away from, again, competing with the Real Madrids and the Man Cities of the world. And that's without having spent the same total max dollar amount that they might have spent, but a smarter investment strategy. It's just two different strategies, but I think Antonio was saying that one strategy will get you a success and the other one won't. But I don't think that's necessarily true. Both strategies can get you success. It's just one strategy takes longer.
And what people forget is what the management said. They never promised that they're gonna spend a lot of money at start. They never said that. So we cannot get angry that they are not spending. They said what they're gonna do, and they're achieving that. Because even for this Scudetto wasn't planned. They were planning to win it in 3-4 seasons because they know to build that kind of team, you need time. You need 3 or 4 seasons. They win it beforehand. Even now they're saying, don't expect Milan to be a big player in Europe yet. Expect that in 3 to 4 seasons because they know that they're going to need a couple of pieces of the puzzle. So people need to get patient and not to expect that every season right now we're going to win the trophy because that's barely possible today. That's not even.
Maldini. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. No,
I was just going to say at the same time, like
where's Antonio?
At the same,
he's gone.
At the same time, like at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and say I love this strategy. It's the best strategy. It's perfect. I don't want it any different and like totally fangirl over like our strategy either. Like in a perfect utopia where we can spend 60, 70 million on a bench player, like if I had an opportunity to make that a reality, I would. I'm not going to pretend that that's
I don't know.
Not something I wish we could do. And, and especially with Maldini's eye for talent, like if he had that kind of budget, I can't even imagine what kind of team he would put together. Like it would be maybe one of the best teams ever.
But we can't. But the thing is this, like I go back on listening to the CFO of Milan. He was really particular. And I rewatched that interview again. When he says, and I'm like, okay, that's Redbird's vision all across. They want to make money outside of they want most of their revenue not to come from the field. They want most of their
commercial
marketing. That's what they're interested in. That's what they're going hard for. That's why this is secondary thought. And we're scrambling around. They want to turn this Milan to a franchise, like straight up. That's what they're worried. That's what they're concerned about.
That's why we're not a selling club. That's why we're not a selling club.
You don't
see
put
franchises. They run out their contract, then they trade. Right. They don't capitalize. They don't
you don't go and put $1 billion down, your name on some 1 billion, whatever, however you got the money, right? You don't go and put your name down based on some, we got to make sure with the player. Players are fickle. You can get your Mike Maignan for 100 mil, and then he doesn't play you the whole fucking season. Now he's deadwood. Making money like that is not sustainable, right? Making money is like, we know we have the entertainment piece. We have our own stadium. Okay, we're making money off Drake's concert. Since we're in a partnership with Drake, he's going to perform at Milan's new stadium like at least twice a year. He has a residency there, and people are going to come across the world. And we are going to have some type of EDM festival where you get to bring like a David Guetta, right? Those are the examples, and that's how they think. Like, okay, they're going to be performing there. We're going to get our money. That's just what it is. Or the Yankees get to come play baseball at the Milanello. If you want to see baseball in Europe, come over here. Our partnership with the MLB. And that's what I think they're thinking. And like that, you're making, even Milan's not performing, you're making money. And I think that's the baby steps of that we're going towards to. If you follow American sports long enough, you'll see.
I don't know if you read that next, I think over the summer, we're going to play a game at the Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, so it makes sense. Yep, and that's what they're going to do in the middle of the fucking Bronx. I will be there because my mom.
Are we going to play football in the Yankee Stadium?
Yeah.
Yes.
How far are we going to fit them?
We can.
Is it big enough?
Yeah, Yankee Stadium is big.
Okay.
Yeah,
I want
make-
to.
And that's a very good strategy from Redbird. I like that.
You
strategy.
have to, because that gives you, because the thing what Italy lacked enough, and I think the problem what Milan is doing right now, and I think I need them to fucking fix that. And I think we spoke about these podcasts is they need to start also having like another English version, because you can't say you have all these fans across the world and start restricting it with language, because at the end of the day, if Italian was spoken, let's say in 5 more countries, like across Europe, because from my understanding, I think other than Switzerland, I don't think there's anywhere else would have been more inclined. But if you want to like connect to the mass, you have to be mindful of that, which I think they're opening up to. Because like I said, people like me there in the state, I buy Milan's gear off the Milan website. I do purchase a lot of their fucking stuff. I'm interested in what's going on. Now there's a lot of people like me. So you have to open. And I think Redbird understood that.
And that's very fixable. Just do, because I also love when I see those the broadcasts they do from the podcast directly from Milan. But they're in Italian and I cannot understand them. So if they hire a little bit like 5-4 more people.
Laird, can you please go on a rant about English content? Like, and the need for it?
Listen, not just English content. They have to get French,
why do you want that? No. Why do you want that?
Spanish content.
Why do you want that?
I want content from Italy, from Milano. I want content in English, like the Fikayo.
Dude, I read in this channel. I read in this channel a few weeks ago saying that Serie A has a ton of football players that used to play in Serie A that speak English. They should be doing content in English and talk about the Serie A in English so everyone
Not Marco.
understand. And then I said no, Marco, but I feel sorry for Marco because I
love Marco, man. I love Marco
too, but I laugh so hard when he says that, man. It kills me.
He's done more him about Serie A than actually Serie A, and I feel sorry about that. It's not a thing about him. It's not. I think he
Laird said they have fucking World Cup winners. They have fucking Zidane. They have fucking Marco.
And I'm like. It's like madness in my opinion. Who's running the Serie A? You're selling your product in English in Saudi Arabia, in North America, and these people are at home like Bobo Vieri having a fucking Twitch channel, like me and you. Is that in Italian? Is that normal? That is normal. No, you need to pay, man. You need to pay them. You need to tell Bobo.
No, yes,
I'm
they can, because Paramount Plus.
I want you to run a channel in English.
Yeah, because Paramount Plus CBS, they do have the.
No Paramount. No Paramount. Serie A.
No. Hear me out.
Yeah, Serie A.
No, Clint. If you wait for other people to do something for you, you're not going anywhere. You Serie A should tell Paramount, I'm selling you the product, and you have already the people that are going to be in the
camera. I'm speaking for here. Hear me out. I'm speaking for the States. And I understand Serie A, right? For the States, here's one thing you can do. We have like another American that lives in. Why is Del Piero still at fucking ESPN when he lives in the United States?
Money. He costs money, and Paramount.
But they have that.
Serie A should pay him.
Serie A needs to take all the bureaucrats, all the shit referees, fire all of them, take that money, and improve your content. Like hire legends to talk about Serie A.
At the end of the game, Pioli has to give an interview by law because the Serie A, the TV right, is forcing him. If he does not do that interview at the end of the game, Milan gets a fine. So I want them to introduce a law that says one person of the club at the end of the game should do an English interview and talk about the game. A player should come in front of the camera and have an English interview. If you don't do that, you're going to get fined. I don't care. Salernitana, Milan, everyone's going to get fined. Because you want more money from TV rights? Well, I need to sell this product in India when everybody speaks English.
No,
like Saudi Arabia.
The only reason I was mentioning, CBS on our end, that's how we watch it here. Hear me out. That studio particular has money. The problem here in America is they're not so knowledgeable when it comes down to when it comes down to football in terms of the historical figures or who's who. Hear me out, because the thing is, when I look at an ESPN, CBS can afford to be able to get a Del Piero over, right? You have Bobo Vietti sometimes on CBS. You can have him there permanently the way BN did. They have that money. You know, there's not no reason, not because they can't tell you, oh, we don't have the funds. You can acquire them. They just don't really care. It's not on the priority list because they do that for other sports. And that's hear me out. Because they brought the reason I'm speaking about that today, that topic was brought up today because people are upset because what's going on in the US camp. And people are saying that they're tired of these like fake Americans thinking they're royalty about Reyna's dad threatening because his son didn't play in the World Cup. So he's finding dirt on the current coach, Berhardt, and they're like, yo, they need to clean the whole US Federation because you have these guys that they only got away with because we're not really a soccer nation, and they're using these guys like, you know, they understand what the hell's going on because
Clint, you're going away from the topic, man. Paramount is not going to invest that because Paramount has bought the rights of the TV rights of Serie A for 3 years. After 3 years, they don't know if they're going to have Serie A. Serie A should have their studios in Rome, and everything should be set up. So who buys the TV rights? Everything is set. You don't need to do anything. Yep. You just pay, and everything is there, ready to go. The product is packaged.
Yeah, you can't put the cart before the horse. Like, Clint, I agree with everything that you're saying right now. Like, it's just not as prevalent in the States, right? But in order to make it more prevalent in the States, the product has to be better. Serie A has the funds. They have the legends. They have the voices. They have the infrastructure that can create a better product. Once the product is better, then when you sell that product into the States, to CBS, to Paramount Plus, you generate more fans, you generate more buzz, you generate more viewers. But you can't put the cart before the horse. The cart, you know what, the horse has, they got to come first. The product has to improve first. Then you get everything else.
What fucks me up is Comiso owned a communication company in the United States, right? He's a calm guy. He's a lone billionaire, like a multi-millionaire in the communication space in the United States. And boy, we still having these problems after he even purchased a Serie A team.
But I used to be the federation.
I'm asking myself, like, damn, the bureaus are that bad.
Not running the federation. Comiso is running a club, man. The federation, the Serie A should do that.
But what I'm trying to say, is you have a guy that was successful in the States. That I think Comiso is actually a billionaire, if I'm not mistaken. That made money in the he's known. That's his trade, communication space. Yes, I understand he's running a club, but you bring that expertise to Italy because there's obviously you know what the fuck you're doing that you elevate to that, especially being in the United States. But what I'm trying to say is, it tells me that the bureaus in fucking Italy have to be that bad because there's no way he wasn't trying to put some stuff in place.
You think these club owners and bureaucrats and Serie A officials and board people, you think they all don't fucking get together and have cocktails and get lunch?
I don't think with the Americans,
what the hell are they doing in those conversations when they're sitting at the table? They're sipping cocktails. Why is this the number one thing that they're talking about?
Who is running Serie A does not speak English. The guy, the old dude, 65 years old, that is running.
Comiso probably speaks English, though. I mean, Italian.
So the problem is that all the people,
not really
people that have power in Italy, they don't have a vision. They don't have a vision, a worldwide vision. So you need younger people to run these institutions.
Yeah, and you don't. And then one thing you don't, right? With these bureaucrats, one thing I think what they don't want, because it's the same problem that happened in the Ivory Coast, like in Africa, especially when Drogba was running for the federation.
They don't want to lose control.
You don't want here's the thing. You don't want the doors, because once the doors open, these old guys are not eating at the table no more. They won't be able to even eat at the fucking table because they won't
be able to keep up. They won't be able to keep up with the conversation.
Clint, can I stop you there? They don't even know, man. They're not doing it on purpose. They don't know. They don't know that a YouTuber makes more money than a fucking football player, man.
They're senile.
They don't know that. They don't know they don't consume YouTube. I saw Sky Sport UK yesterday talking about transfer window of Chelsea, and the guy that was giving an opinion was a fucking YouTuber. They don't these type of concepts. I'm not even joking, man. There was two journalists and a YouTuber that was giving an opinion.
Which one? What YouTuber was it? Is it the Man U guy?
No, Chelsea YouTuber, Rory.
Oh, Rory? Yeah, Rory's
Yeah,
he's
he
an
was giving.
expert. Yeah, I know
They
Rory.
asked him, should Chelsea get Enzo Fernandez? And he was giving a technical opinion on Sky Sports UK.
Yeah, no, but they've been. But you gotta
That
blame
thing,
Talk Sport for
that
that.
thing brings millions of
You gotta
viewers.
blame
Because
Talk
that
Sport.
guy brings millions. Talk
Rory.
Sport. He goes on Talk Sport as well.
I know, but you gotta blame Talk Sport. I feel like Talk Sport promoted all these YouTubers into like the whole media space where like
everyone
Sky
is
Beats.
doing in UK. In UK, doing it because they see how things work. They see that this guy Rory has 100,000 people, Chelsea supporters. They're watching his videos, so they're gonna tune in on Sky Sport and listen to what he's saying.
Yep.
Serie A has never thought something like that. These guys don't even think about it. Oh shit, maybe there is
Paramount
a
Plus
YouTuber
did, though.
200,000.
Paramount Plus did, Marco.
Yeah, they thought that. No, I'm sorry. That's perfect. I'm saying that you need to combine things. You need to have a bit of
You need
everything.
to do both. Yeah.
You need to do both.
That's
Americans
new media.
don't
I mean,
You need to have
about
multiple. You need to have multiple tentacles, like multiple prongs, right? Like many streams of revenue generation, content generation, outreach to the community, consumers. Like you need to reach many consumers. Our problem is, like, I just don't know why we don't want to branch outside of the box. Like we are like, oh, this has worked for the last 70 years, and these are the people we're going to talk to. These are the people, they're just so hesitant to branch.
Here's the biggest
out.
thing when we need to start. The big thing we need to start is we have to fucking leave Puma so I can fucking get Milan jerseys. Bro, no, I'm being serious, bro. There's no fucking Puma store in the States, bro. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, stupid. The last
fucking
Puma
hate
store
Puma,
they
dude.
closed it. I don't
I'm
like
sorry,
it, man.
but-
I don't like it. Like, it's so trash because I'm sick and tired. I go into the Adidas store. I can go into a Nike outlet. Oh, look, I can see a fucking bum-ass Juve jersey. I can see an Inter jersey. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Why can I not see a Milan jersey? Because we have Puma. Because we have fucking Puma.
I agree with SSB. I agree with SSB. Get layout on TV. Get someone
I will fucking
who
run
speaks
so bad.
well, like who articulates themselves, who has an accent. Like, get someone like that's what people want to fucking listen to. That's why I sit in my bed at 2 a.m. listening to you guys, like going to sleep. Like,
imagine
that's what
me
we
saying
need.
to Inzaghi, what is that bullshit you just said on TV in English? Yeah, in front of Inzaghi or Allegri. Me fighting against Allegri. Allegri doesn't
There's
even
a
speak English.
there's a Puma executive. There's a Puma executive listening right now, just like fuck, like just like they hate us in the States.
Nah,
Yo,
but
and
the
then
thing is,
and then the players opening up their brand new Puma jerseys, and they have to pretend to like that shit on camera. So cringe, bro. I know they
it's
don't
bad.
like that
It's
shit.
bad. Like, I think you have to go. Here's at it, right? I'm thinking. I always look at this, and as a Milan, because I always think from a consumer. Me as a consumer, how can I find your stuff as quick as possible and be accessible as quick as possible, right?
Man,
I spend a lot of time.
Fucking
So
open your
look,
e-shop on Amazon.
I go to New York. You explain to me how in Times Square, right? PSG is able to have, right, the store in Times Square, New York. Why can't Milan? There's a lot of Italians. Milan
because
Jordan
have a
He's
store.
Air Jordan, man.
You know, have a
Jordan.
store.
We got
have a
Rock
store.
Nation.
No. But even
OVO.
with that, but Milan, Milan could have though. Milan could have got a spot right there with like a sport outlet, even Serie A. There's a lot of Italian Americans in New York. It makes no sense why you can't have it either in Brooklyn. You can't have it in you can have it somewhere where
Clint,
people can go.
just fucking Amazon, man. I sold stuff on Amazon in my life.
There's a lot of fucking fake shit. People like
Dude,
me, I want to see the material, bro. I can't
The
believe
money's in
somebody.
America.
No,
Okay.
man. It's an official shop, man. Official.
It's not there.
Shop on Amazon.
People are there,
That's it.
but not the money.
Yeah, but no,
official
look,
shop on Amazon. They're gonna deal with the shipping. They're gonna deal with everything, with the pricing.
I work in like youth sports, right? Like soccer, kids, and we have tens of thousands of kids, right? And I wanted to do like an AC Milan academy because there's no AC Milan academy, like club team in the US, but there's a Liverpool, there's all these top clubs. And I heard back from them, and the two guys that got back to me, we set up a meeting. They didn't speak English, and I don't speak Italian.
I told you, man. I told you.
It just fizzled out, and I'm like, what do I do? I'm like, guys, I can give you a presence with thousands of kids. I can generate tons of money for you guys in the States in an academy and give you a presence among the youth. Like that's a generational investment for AC Milan to have kids, tens of thousands of kids in Milan jerseys, right? But we had a language barrier and couldn't get the deal done because no one spoke English. Like I literally have our conversation sitting in my inbox.
Man, and I think Redbird's gonna fix that in terms of maybe not for the States per se, but open the doors, because I don't think the doors of Milanello have been open enough. And I think when those doors are open, it's gonna welcome in innovation, and I think that's what we're lacking. Yes.
Clint, you need to hire people that speak English.
What I think Milan is doing. The CFO
That's
from
why
Denmark.
Maldini. You heard the Tomori interview. Maldini speaks good English. Tomori said,
yeah, but
and
CFO,
look what he's been able to do.
The chief of finance that they just hired not long ago.
No, he's too high. Listen, he's too high. He's always going to speak English. I'm talking about the guy that is dealing all the commercial deals, the guy that is spreading the voice of Milan. The
guy that's emailing me. The guy that's emailing me. Like that guy too.
The guy that is answering emails needs to speak English, man. Everyone. And I'm not saying Milan, Salernitana, Sassuolo, Fiorentina. Every person that works in that club that has a connection outside the doors of the training ground needs to speak English. It's like has to be like a priority. If you don't speak English, or you learn English, or I'm gonna fire you in 6 months.
Because I want to understand how. Look, Liar. Here's what pissed me off. I want to understand how I am here. I'm in Houston, Texas, right? I have a local bar there. I'm getting ready to go to in the next hour. Let me tell you what fucking club they have there. They have a Wolverhampton fucking fan club over there. They have a fucking, and they're deep. I have a picture when I went there the last day of the season when we won that Scudetto that year. I was the only person in the bar watching Serie A, and everybody's watching Premier League, and they have us like a really following, bro. It's not like a 2-3 people. West Ham, Houston, and West Ham, Wolverhampton. They're in that bar, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Well,
What
is it
the
a lot
fuck?
of
And I'm
English,
just like,
is it a lot of English people like from the UK and stuff?
but these things are not English. That's the
They're
problem.
Americans?
They're Americans. So they're able to push that down. That's how it's to tell you how they reach down, which we can do.
They have good outreach.
You know, Milan can come and hit me up. I'll be down. Milan can come and hit me and be like, yo, Clint, be fucking president of fucking Houston or even DC.
We do it, but we just don't make it accessible enough. Like we do Rock Nation and we do paper planes, and then we make the fucking hats $180.
Well, I'm looking for that jacket, by the way.
We're doing these partnerships, these great ideas, but then we're making it inaccessible to 99% of consumers.
Hey, I have a question. I'm just saying in the chat, if everybody knows somebody that purchased that paper plane Milan jacket, please, I will pay you. Let me know. I will fucking pay you. I cannot find that.
I've been looking it up on eBay to see if someone's gonna resell it.
I'm looking for it.
That doesn't want it no
if you
more.
hear me out, please send it to me. I'll buy it. $1,000. I don't give a fuck. I'll pay it.
It's a $5,000 thing.
I don't care. I'll buy it.
You're crazy,
Bring
Clint.
it.
Stop, man.
Buy
I just wanted the hoodie.
Buy a
I'll settle for the hoodie.
No, I want that. No, that jacket was so fire. I don't even know why I'm like, oh, I'll come back and buy it. I made a mistake. It's fine.
We're Americans, Larry. We're Americans, Larry.
I bought those watches. Those about vintage watches. I have 2 of them.
We'll spend more on swag. We'll spend more on swag and gear than we do on freaking experiences.
There is that brand called you guys will see for sure on social media, Cernucci or something like that. They do chains about football clubs and things like that.
No, I'm not buying no dumb shit like that. No,
but I'm saying if Milan just releases a fucking ring or a chain about the year they won the league, they will make a lot of money. They will buy a player.
But what they did for the watches, I think they made money because I have that, and it has in the back of the watch like the 19 Scudetto.
But the watch is expensive. How much you bought?
No, it's not really expensive. It's $299. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but is it? No. It's expensive to make and to ship. It's expensive to make and to ship. So your profit and the company that is gonna make it is gonna ask you money. So your profit is not gonna be so high.
I bet the shipping was $120
No, the shipping is not, because they do it directly, so you already paid the.
Yeah, but it's Clint. I'm seeing it on the view of a Milan as an institution. You don't make a lot of money selling a watch because there is a company that is producing. They're gonna get a big cut. The shipping, the make sure it works. A lot of is a lot of hustle. Which if you do a ring
They're making they make
you
Denmark
can make more profit and it's easier.
They made Denmark watch and they made Milan.
They're fucking expensive.
They're sponsoring them, so it's Or I think you know what Milan should do. Milan should go and like let's say they allow Amazon to build a stadium for them and they just put their name like Milan Amazon the way Barcelona did, or like how these
you mean eBay? You mean eBay? Yo, Clint, you mean eBay, man? That our partner is eBay.
eBay, yeah.
Our partner is fucking eBay.
Yeah, we have a partnership with eBay now.
Oh my god. Do Amazon, bro. Why the fuck you doing eBay? Fucking A, bro. What the fuck? We do shit backwards. What the fuck is that?
Oh my god.
They were paying.
I can hear the disappointment.
They were paying
more.
That's why.
Dude, what the fuck you mean paying more? People are going to Amazon. You go with the bag. Who the fuck care about eBay, man? eBay is a dying breed.
Wait, hold on. But isn't eBay more international though? What about
Amazon is international.
Very, very international. I don't know. I never used Amazon in Europe or anything or South America, so I don't know.
Amazon is quite strong in Europe. It's better than
it's going, but
better than eBay in Europe. Okay.
But so our Champions League game is when, man? Like,
okay, let's talk about Tottenham.
The problem, yeah. Let's talk.
I'll speak about them. I like Tottenham.
Last thing about Amazon is that if you have a shirt or any product, they're gonna get at least 25%.
Okay.
And the who is doing the product, so Puma or any other that's licensing, is gonna get a good cut, at least 60, 70, 80%. And so you're gonna get like a €5 or $5 a piece. So which is a small business. To support the club is to buy things that are not branded Puma, and they are just Milan, or go to the stadium or buy services that Milan is selling directly. The $1 or $3 for YouTube channel, whatever is that. Amazon would be ideal because you tell Puma, fuck you, I want more money and I want you to sell on Amazon because we're gonna sell more shirts on Amazon. But Puma is not gonna do that because Puma has their shops and bullshit like that. Let's talk about Tottenham. Let's talk about Tottenham. And
I'm going to start with one thing that's scary. And I don't want to start us off with something negative, but our ability to defend crosses into the box, especially at the back post, is shocking. Like, how many goals have we conceded from a cross into the back post this season alone?
Forever.
Like, I feel like I'm getting deja vu. Like, every time we concede one of these goals, I'm like, wow, I should be writing this shit down because we might be in the double digits. Like, what is happening? Like, and Tottenham, they have the wing backs. Like, Conte style. He likes them arriving late into the box, at the near post, at the far post. That's a real big concern for me.
Here's the problem. Game. We don't have and that's always been my problem with this Milan defense. What I see from Tomori, Kalul, other than Nekiar, we do not have people that have really. And I was told it's because of positioning. Okay, that's fair. But we have defenders, like most of our players don't have aerial awareness. When it comes down to a ball's coming back, to jump to head it out, like your Chiellini. I can tell you Giroud is solid with that. I can tell you Zlatan is solid with that. But like Theo Hernandez, Tomori, like those three, and they
we need a tall defender. We need a tall defender, yeah. Tall defender.
They get caught off guard, and sometimes they might see it coming. They're just not quick on their feet, or they're not comfortable. There's a lot of players that are really not comfortable in the air, right? You see that a lot with African defenders. African defenders are known to not really be good in the air. They're really physical, but when you start putting these drop balls like up past them, they struggle. They don't know what the fuck to do. And I think that's what Milan suffers from. Because they try to fix it. That was a problem in year one. Still hasn't been fixed. Still hasn't been addressed. And we get those same goals coming in fast corner. And what used to save us, having Magnan, really reactionary, he was really agile to be able to stop in. But now with Tata Rushanu, it's a problem. So I agree with you on that.
Mm-hmm. Sorry about that, Deluni. It's okay. You guys will bounce back. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Lart.
No, I'm saying the Tottenham game. We need to see how is our form in that game because it's just one-off game, or let's say two-off game.
Here's
So
Tottenham.
it depends on our form in that period.
Here's
If we
Tottenham.
play tomorrow that game, we can win.
Maybe Kiar's going to start. I think Pioli has been more tactically risk taking, for better or for worse, depending on the situation. But I think he really does put out the team that he thinks is going to exploit the opponent's weaknesses the best, and that is going to get us the best results. I would not be surprised if in that Tottenham game, like Kiar's rested and training well and eating healthy, and he's getting him to 100% for the Tottenham game. I could see that potential like surprises in the lineup.
I see if Diaz is in a good form, Diaz can be our key player in that type of game because between the lines, between the center backs and the midfielders, Tottenham is a bit sloppy in that area. And Diaz with the right press, covering the space, Diaz and Salamakers can get a lot of balls.
Yeah, Tottenham's biggest weakness is their defense. They have not fixed. Romero is good. Don't get me wrong. But Dyer and then like the right and left back are not the best, or not the most suited, and they're still struggling with that, right? And we have to pay attention to somebody. A player that I like a lot at Tottenham is Højbjerg. Højbjerg, I think he's really like that's their guy. Like I fuck with that Danish guy. Like I think he's solid, and if he's not having a good game, their middle is kind of sloppy. Yes, Bentancur is having a good season with Tottenham. Don't get me wrong, but it's not all that, and I think he's like the X factor. Like in Conte likes utilizing him. He's like the Barella that
Conte tells him, Clint. If Conte tells him to man mark, like a key player for us, like a Diaz player, like if Conte tells him sit on Diaz and mark him, Diaz is out of. We're playing with 10 players.
Yeah, that's fact.
Like that guy will freeze one player out of the game, but Conte doesn't play like that. We're lucky that he doesn't. They sit back, they counter, they don't.
I think it's gonna be the opposite. What is gonna happen? That Pioli is gonna tell Diaz man mark that midfielder, so that midfielder never has a clear pass or never is gonna be ever having an easy game. So he's gonna lose the ball. So Diaz, when we were losing 1-0 in the derby, Diaz come in instead of how's it called, Kessie, and what Diaz is doing on Brozovic, and he's basically marking them and trying to steal the ball from them and being in between those two players and getting the ball there. So I think what Diaz can do if he's in a good form, he can disrupt that game, that position of the ball, so we always can be dangerous, and we can shift the ball straight away to Leao or on the right or to Giroud, so we can be dangerous. And if Diaz disrupt that game, Benacer and Tonali, as you say, can come forward and be dangerous as well.
If I'm Pioli, I'll say the best way to beat this Tottenham team is to let them have the ball. They're counter-attack team. They're not going to know what the fuck to do. Because you do not want them to sit back because they beat you on that counter-attack when they go with something. They're good at that. If you let them possess the ball, they're not really a possessive team. They're not going to know what the fuck to do. And I think that's how we beat them. Ball. Yeah. You got to let them have the ball because they're not going to know what to do. And
they would be mind fucked. If we did that, they would be completely mind fucked, I think, and be really exposed on the counter against a team like us.
Because they're not going to know what to do because Leao is gone. Emerson Real, from my understanding, he starts on that end most of the time. He's not going to know what to do. At all.
Is Ibra? Someone asked in the chat earlier. Is Ibra going to be back? And when is he going to be back?
Bro, I don't think Ibra coming until the spring.
Well, why we sign him if he's coming back the last month of the year?
Yeah, I mean it's just symbolic.
I thought it was coming back sooner.
I think he's gonna be back in February. Beginning of February, he's gonna be available. I think. If not, I don't think he's gonna be now available.
Anyway, Giroud is our main guy now, bro. So
yeah, but Giroud, dude, we are so unlucky, man, with these games. We get so many injuries before these games, and people come in this channel and say, "Oh, but we're not good enough." Dude, we had like 8 injuries against Chelsea. We played Dest and Ballo Touré in the same game. That means that we are completely fucked up.
Jesus Christ!
And Krunic on the right. So Messi.
Oh my God! Stop, Larry, stop.
That's a nightmare.
Oh, that's hurting.
That's why we're not good with these teams, because we get 9 injuries, not 1, not 5.
Yeah.
We're playing with the third choice, not with the second. I wish I can play with the second choice. We play with the third choice.
Krunic right
Our
wing.
second choice,
Fuck.
Our second choice is Messia on the right, and our second choice on the right back is Florenzi. We have Dest, Krunic, and Balotelli. The same game. So
If you were to do the starting lineup for Tottenham, what would be your starting lineup? Larry, you said earlier it would be what today's lineup
Mike
was.
Maignan, of
besides
course,
Mike?
and today's lineup will be perfect. Will be amazing.
The same lineup.
I would say you're right on Kier. I will do Kier Tomori.
Mm-hmm.
If I have Kier in a good shape and fit.
What if Kier's not good shape and he's not fit? Would you play Gabbia for the same reasons?
No, I will play Kalulu. Still, I will play Kalulu.
Okay.
I will play Kalulu because I feel like Kalulu is mentally more ready than Gabbia.
Clint, what changes are you making, if any? Anything surprises or what?
Me personally, I'm gonna be honest. Since I said that possessive style / defensive, I'm playing 5 defenders.
No.
No, hear me out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But
I'm legit. I'm literally playing because I'm gonna need pace. I can't just have because there's a gamble having just Kiar and Tomori. I'm also gambling. I need somebody. I would legit put specifically Kiar or Tiao for those headers.
Or Tiao.
Right? So I'll either play with 5 defenders or 3 and stack the middle, but I'm gonna need somebody with that head thing because I really want to play a count. Me personally, I would want to play a counter, a counter football. So I'm just gonna keep. Personally, I'll put 5 defenders. If you would have asked me what he did against Chelsea towards the end, that's what I would have done.
It's just. You mean 3 center backs with 2 wing backs?
2 wing backs, yes, sir. So either it turns into a 3-4, even if it turns into a 3-4, 3 or 3-5-2, or even a 5-4-1, doesn't really matter to me.
I just don't want to leave the far post. I just don't want to leave the far post open on a cross if one of our center backs gets pulled out, gets sucked out or sucked wide. And then Dest doesn't get back in time, or whoever's in those wing back positions.
Because at the end of the day, those are not one-off games. So I don't know what we're playing first. If we're playing in England, we have to go there in that perspective of defending. You don't want to get a big goal gap or any of that because it's a 2-leg game.
First?
Huh?
Where are we playing first? I'm about to look
it up. I think in London. I think we're playing in London first.
London first?
I think. Not sure.
Damn, bro. We should just play Catenaccio and just park the bus.
Yeah, if I'm playing Catenaccio.
No, we're not good at that. We're not good. It's a fact. We're not good at that.
Why lie?
We gotta park the bus in London and then come to San Siro and it's freaking like.
I can only thing I can do if you want to play more conservative. I can play Krunic as a number 10, so I have 3 midfielder and not number 10. Krunic, Salamakers, Leao, and Giroud up front. Basically, the only thing I can do because Krunic covers the pitch more than Diaz. Salamakers covers the pitch a lot, so basically you become almost a 5 midfielder, 4 defenders and 5 midfielders, and 1 striker when you don't have the ball, and you can cover that. As I say, if Kier is not in a good shape, I will play Kalulu, Tomori, a bit weak on the header. Hopefully, Mike Maignan is back.
Vranks.
I think you need to be aggressive.
Vranks is not selected for the Champions League.
Yeah, but we can do now. In January, you can.
Oh yeah, it's knockout, right? Yeah. In the new round. The first game. The chat is saying the first game is at San Siro.
Oh, okay. So second game is in London. Well,
I don't like that.
That's not a bad.
I don't love it though. If we win 2-1 at San Siro, or we win 1-0, like a very fine margins, I don't like playing in London second. Like we have to win emphatically. Like we have to leave no room for any doubt at San Siro, I think.
The San Siro effect, 80,000 people, Champions League night, us playing offensive football. Hopefully the referee don't fuck it up, don't being soft because the referee was so soft with Atletico, soft with Chelsea.
Hopefully we
It's
don't
just
get
hate.
hopefully we don't get that Spanish referee.
Just
That
give me a
dude's
referee
mental.
that is not soft, that gives yellow card in 15 minutes game, or that
He's
gives a
fucking
penalty for a push.
dude. He's giving
Just
fucking
Chat,
yellow
post
card
your
like
lineup,
orgies,
chat.
boy. God
Post your
damn.
lineup for the Champions League games. What was that ref with that called the Kalulu handball? Is that ref still employed? I really hope he's not still employed.
Turkish referee.
All I know is I don't want that referee that from the World Cup, that Hispanic referee, that Spanish guy, dude, he's mental, dog.
Oh, he
I don't
loves
want that guy.
attention. Right? He's a prima donna, right? He likes
That prima donna.
attention
He
on
has
him.
no time for the
Yeah.
fuckery. He's giving that thing like he was driving an ice cream truck. Giving
Well, I have
freaking
I have PTSD from that Tamori red card still, man. Like
That
that's
was a
Tamori.
joke, man.
That
I
shit
have
fucked
PT,
up.
like
That was a joke.
That shit fucked
I've
up.
seen at least 10 situations like this in the World Cup. I didn't see a red card.
oh
I
my
saw in
God.
Serie A situation like that. I don't see any penalties. I saw in Premier League the same situation a few days ago. I don't remember the game. I think it was against Chelsea. He got a heavy push, the Chelsea player. He didn't get a penalty. Against us, he got a penalty.
Yeah, it was like
I-
one or two
that's-
games later after that game that happened too. It was right
Something
after
like
that
that.
incident.
It's just a joke, man. It's a joke. These
I
are
don't think
soft
I don't
calls
think
that
I
we
could
never
I don't
cover.
think I could mentally handle another situation.
I
like
mean,
that,
I
man.
want
I don't think
our
I'll
Kuba
survive
to
it.
go
I don't think I'll
inside the
survive
pitch.
it.
I want our Kuba to go inside the pitch to fuck him up. Because
Yo,
if
I need
you-
Rebic.
So every
We
referee
need
knows
Rebic.
if you come in Milan, you
Damn,
better
lad,
give
you
a
becoming violent.
proper penalty.
Fucking
No,
up.
I'm
Yeah,
down,
seriously,
man.
man.
Fuck it.
If the Kuba Sud is listening to me, if they could do a soft call against that, I want all of
Mask
them in
up.
the pitch. So
They need to mask up. They need to bring a mask into the
fucking
stadium.
beat the shit
Put the
out of
mask
that
on.
referee. So
and
all
just-
UEFA knows next time if you come in Milan, you better not give a soft call.
I did not.
That's it.
I do not condone this violence.
We're just
I
kidding.
could- I
Hey,
mean,
hey, if
I'm
you're
about-
listening, Sarah,
Listen.
we're just kidding. We're just joking.
I'm not
No,
condoning
I'm
this violence.
serious. I'm fucking serious, man. Just go and do it right there.
The
Just
punishment
like
would be
the-
the punishment we would get would be so much worse than the bad call punishment that it wouldn't be worth it. But
I'm happy to.
I would be
I'm
so
happy to
upset.
play with an empty stadium for whatever first season in UEFA. I don't care. I just want to make sure the referees know that if you
For
come
life.
in Milan, your taxi is driven by a Milanese.
I like watching those
Your
like South
coffee is
American.
made. So be careful. Be careful when you come in Milan to referee.
they
Don't
saw
do
those
it.
celebrations. They saw those Scudetto celebrations just like the rest of the world saw it. Like you can't come into
Dude.
an 80,000 seat like fans and disrespect them like that. and
People have
just
been waiting that
ruin
game.
their
People have been
experience.
waiting that game years. The people have been spent $200 for a ticket, and you're giving a red card to a player after 10 minutes, 15 minutes for nothing. Are you?
I want to
kidding
know
me?
how that ref left the stadium, how he drove the streets of Milano, how he got on the airport on the plane. I want to know how he physically got his body out of Milano without a scratch.
know.
Like I want to know how that happened.
Dude,
Did he have like
He's not
presidential
gonna
secret
listen.
service?
Two. They've done it twice. They're not gonna do it third time. If they do a third time, believe me, it's gonna be a mess. And not gonna let the game finish because
I want to see fucking Maldini jumping down rows of like 10
people are gonna
rows.
shout to the referee, man. Have you seen Pioli how nervous he is with referees recently, especially in Champions League? We are
Because he-
close, man. Because we
Yeah,
lost a lot
he
of
tried to
points
be
in Champions League
respectful.
for
That's why.
referees.
Yep. You
We
know
lost
why?
a lot
Because
of
Pioli
points.
tried to be respectful. He tried to be quiet. He tried to be understanding. For too long, he realized that being nice does not pay off, especially when you're playing at the elite level. You need to be a fucking asshole. You hear these anecdotes of former legends and their coaches and how they talk to refs. I think Pioli learned his lesson, bro. And in Europe, he learned his lesson. You fight for what every call and everything you want. If you
I
don't
want
want to get
Ibra in
fucked
that
over in
bench
Europe.
because Ibra is gonna fucking tell them. Yeah, I want Ibra to be there.
I want Ibra on
You
the
saw-
field.
let me tell you, one of my favorite things in the World Cup is when Paredes took the ball and he freaking just sent the whole missile towards the bench. I'm like, this how you do it. People piss you off. I won't mind having people like Paredes in my freaking team, bro. Like he just
I loved
went
it.
through there. I loved it. I love that. We need
I
that in
love
football, right? You just go at the
Yeah.
ref. Like I love when refs are being chased for like goofy, really phony calls, and they go hide behind the stands because they know it's gonna go down. I'm like, yo, chase them, dude, man.
We were talking about it earlier about CDK. I want to see CDK lose his shit. I want to see CDK get mad. I don't care if he gets a red card. I want to see it.
That's only gonna happen if somebody from Curva steals his girlfriend. Maybe you'll get mad then.
You saw the way she was looking at Maldini. You saw the way she was looking at Maldini, bro.
Yeah,
we need. That's why I like when Theo.
He's bitch made, and he's a cuckold.
Yeah,
I can tell, man. He needs to fucking.
I don't want no CDK slander, man. Leave my son alone, man.
No, hey, I just want to see him get mad. I just want to see his balls drop, and I want him to prove to me that he has balls. That's all I want.
He has blood in his veins.
That's all I want to see. I want to see him get hot. I want to see his blood boil, even if it's for like 30 seconds. I want to see it. As soon as I see that, I'm going to be 110% CDK trained. Until I see a spark, something close to that, I don't know if I can be 100% behind this player until I see that. I'm serious. We need to see it.
Yeah.
I don't care if he has to fake that shit. We need to see it. So maybe he'll learn some.
Why should I bring Higuain? You are the Higuain, basically.
Oh, I'm Higuain.
Oh, they call you Higuain.
I met Higuain.
The pizza guy, yeah.
What does he like to eat again? That he's obsessed with the Italian dessert, or what is it?
That got him fat.
Me too.
He was known for like a dessert that he was obsessed with, and he was eating.
Yeah,
too
I met
much,
him in
man.
London. I met him in London the month that he left. He left AC Milan to move to Chelsea. That moment there, it was like a few weeks. He just came.
Oh, nobody lie. Don't lie. When we signed Higuain, were you excited and happy?
No. To be fair, I was not excited, but I was optimistic. I was like, okay, this guy is gonna provide.
I was too.
I was optimistic.
In the Benta era,
I was not excited because the team around him was not good enough. So I was like,
in the Benta era, the only player that excited me in the Benta era that I went mental when I was happy was Carlos Bacca.
Bacca was
Yo, I love I do Rabana's shots all the time. So when Bacca was here trying the fucking Rabana shot all the time, I identified with him a lot. I'm like, and everyone was getting mad. Everyone's like, why the hell does he just shoot it normal? And I completely understood why he's shooting it like that, man. I supported it.
I feel like if he didn't have injuries, I think he would have been
good for us. I was really mad about Bonucci. The Bonucci transfer.
That was like the thing that really threw me off. Like I was like, dude, what the fuck?
I was a beast. I was going crazy. I was so upset with
you were. I was optimistic. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not gonna front. I was optimistic.
I never liked.
I was hoping. I like the feeling of taking Juventus captain and him betraying Juventus. I think I fell in love with the idea of that more than I thought about the practicality and the player and the performance on the pitch. I don't think I even thought about that. I was just so happy to piss off Juve. That's
and I think a lot of a big part of the fan base that is asking for players to be bought, to buy players, comes from that background during the banter that we were buying a lot of players, so that we are kind of in that mindset that we need to buy players to improve our squad, which is not true. In my opinion, you improve your squad in the field for these players to improve their tactics, their knowledge, their awareness, everything, technical, physical. I think the biggest improvement that Milan can have is not buying players. Is having a medical team and a preparation team that prepares the players
100%.
well, so they don't get injured. That person is more important than the 100 million player.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Yep. And any lawyers or attorneys or like people negotiating renewals, like I honestly rather spend 50 million rather than on a player, on a totally new medical staff, totally new nutritionist like team, totally new, maybe even lawyers who negotiate renewals, front end staff, like you said, who are global, can communicate in various languages. I'd rather us spend $50 million on that and make no signings. I prefer that and no signings this January.
And that's what I said. But that's what I said. I think that's what Milan is focusing on. Us as fans, we don't. When you're a fan, but most of us on this channel are obviously not casual Milan fans at all, because we understand what goes down in the backward. But I'm talking about the general complaint. The general complaint is more from a casual fan perspective. It's more like on the field type antics, right? It's like, oh, but we don't have this new player, or the stadium can be like the visual. But in terms of the background, maybe the stats, maybe you needed like you knew like one of the best accountant, or you needed the best audit. Is what, because here's one thing I said before you probably joined this channel. I work at a Big Four, and it's in the auditing space, and these American companies. I'm pretty sure Redbird, they're somewhere declared on fucking on Wall Street, right? As the thing, they got partnership. They have to be in compliance with what the fuck goes on in the state, because they're an American company at the end of the day. If they have to go back, they don't want into problem. They want everything clean, especially when we're talking. Obviously, there's loopholes. So I think they're clearing all these things out. That's something you do in a day. That's something you do in 3 days. That can take a year. That can take all that to regulate. So stuff is going to be moving in motion. They're going to want to take care of that before they even start thinking about anything else, right? Obviously, they know they got to keep the club running. People are paid. Let's take care of the bookies. So I'm pretty sure Cardinale is taking care of all of that. Now, once all of that is situated, they're going to look into the medicine stuff and all that. Maybe new cooks, the science. Like I said, they're Americans, right? They can go in and tap into a university, right? These top universities that have like advanced science research, these guys, we see American college athlete is probably one of the healthiest guy you ever fucking find on earth, based on regiment or what they put them down through.
Yeah, I mean, look at American athletes. They tear their ACL and they're playing 2 weeks later. Like, what the fuck?
2 weeks later, yep. So they understand what it is to do. So I think Redbird, Cardinale, he's well aware. I don't think, you don't put your name on the billion stuff being an amateur. At least, like when I mean amateur in terms of like maybe not understanding the essence of football as a whole, but how to run a business and understand the vital points of it. I think they're well aware about what they need to do with
that's my whole point. No one is gonna give funds to Maldini if he has a medical staff that injures 10 players a week.
Yeah, and they look at all of that.
Because these people are not stupid. These people are gonna say, I'm not buying your player because you have a medical staff that injures 10 players. I'm buying your players because you need them, not because you cannot keep them healthy. Because now it's a trend that has been lasting for 3 years. It's 3 years. It's not luck. It's not the players are weak. It's not the players are old. It's not because it's cold or it's too hot it's just because the medical staff and who is preparing these players is not good enough.
And sometimes, sometimes, right? Like I take this the same as us. So when I was in the military, I'm part of the branch that got the least amount of money. Okay, we get the least amount of money across all the different branches, but we're the most efficient. Not saying the other branches are not efficient. Now, the ones that have a lot of money, they don't know what to do. So sometimes, and what I'm trying to say here is sometimes the less money you have, the better you learn how to operate, because you have to appreciate that. And also it's a vision, like people they'll purposely do it like, no, bro, we're gonna cut that. No, you can do with this. We're gonna make sure you don't get luxury goods, but more efficient type goods. And sometimes I feel like maybe owners are playing these tricks on Maldini and be like, no, we're not going to give you that. You got 50 mil. You figure that out. You'll be able to do something with it. And he has to come up with the magic, because now if Maldini had access to a lot of money, we probably would not have the Maldini we have today during that period. If he had access to fucking 300 million, then he goes on rampant spending and it's not working out, then what are you doing? Because we see that with other technical directors. You understand? Explain to me why Man United is in shambles when they have all the money of the world. They can buy any player they want, but
anyway, Clint, Maldini does not believe in that football.
I agree. Even if you gave Maldini, even if you gave Maldini infinite money, I still think he wouldn't spend it stupid. Like he would still be very precise with his spending. He learned. Remember, he was Leonardo's pupil. He watched Leonardo burn so much cash and be so
That's another
wasteful.
clown.
And he watched the whole city and the whole global fan base turn on Leonardo so fast. Maldini learned his fucking lesson when it comes to how you spend. Like, even if Red Capital said, Maldini, here's a blank check, Maldini would say, nope, no problem. We're going to make smart investments. We're not going to go too crazy. This is what we're going to do. He's on the next level. He makes Leonardo look like an idiot, okay? And I know he's just starting out, but this Maldini's going to go down as one of the best directors ever because he is next level.
Because as a man,
we should not underestimate him.
Because Maldini, as a man alone, you got to look sometimes at also like the professional life. You're talking about a guy that was able to maintain his body all the way up to the age of 41, played at his peak up to that age. Because even when he was 40, late 30s, you know, that's my idol. So I might be speaking biased, but he was always in the top tier. Never once, even during this time, where we'd have been like, well, Maldini might be top 30, top 20. He was still considered like he's still the best defender. He was still top 3, top 4 defender in Italy. Every year he's been there, right? Other than maybe
very
his
disciplined,
years, of course.
And
that's
he's watched players.
And he
like
watched
Kaká
players
coming.
develop. And he understood.
Kaká came for 10 million, man. Kaká came for 10 million.
And that's one of the main
Thiago Silva, 8 million.
Liar, we should sign Jack Grealish for 100 million, though.
And I'm seeing, I don't know if you seen that on Instagram, right? Or you seen that on Instagram, that goofy, they're putting this goofy shit about transfer rumors, and they keep putting like Jack Grealish to Milan, and I'm like, what the fuck y'all doing? Who's telling you we're getting him? And I'm saying that still. Like, I don't know.
I wouldn't trade him for a box of fucking pasta, man. No.
Nah, bro.
It's
so right.
Dude, it's not about the even talent. Jack Grealish does not have the mentality to survive to a city like Milan. With all the top models, the alcohol, the parties, Jack Grealish will be getting lost in 2 days. In Manchester, there is 5 red bricks and nothing, and 2 pubs, and he's getting drunk every night. Imagine in Milan, he will get lost in 2 minutes. He does not have the mentality to survive a city like
He'll find Zoe's friends. He's gonna find Zoe's friends and go crazy.
Hey, maybe he'll knock one of them up and he'll sign a lifetime contract. I don't know.
A lot of young players get lost in Milan because the lifestyle in Milan is not a lifestyle of fucking Manchester. Not even Madrid or things like that are close to what you can do in Milan in the night. So Bobo Vieri, Ronaldo, all these guys, they were going to 3 different parties every week, man, and playing.
Man, I gotta go to Milan, man. I still haven't been. Clint, you went before?
I'm going this year, man. I've been to other places, but not there.
For rich people,
you're going
Milan
in the summer?
is a mess.
No, I'm going really late in the year because I'm debating. I gotta go watch the African Cup of Nations early 2024, which is gonna be in my home place where my parents are from, obviously, you know, the Ivory Coast. And they're organizing the African Cup of Nations. I can't miss that fucking party. So, and then I also plan on going to Italy. I was supposed to go to the African Cup of Nations this summer, 2023, but it's raining season. So they did. I don't know why they even fucking thought it was supposed to be January. Then they said the summer. The summer is stupid. It rains in sub-Saharan Africa, so they pushed it to January.
Ivory Coast didn't have a good tournament at this AFCON, right?
They did. They performed below R because, like they always do. But players are coming back. Hilaire came back from his cancer stuff now. So
now you're gonna go and you're gonna watch them reach the the final or something. Maybe they're gonna be.
Our team in Africa, we've been deep, and boy, like the talent we have, like it's off this world. Man.
You remember playing FIFA, man, and you chose Ivory Coast. You knew the person you were playing against was just like, fuck, man. This guy's using fucking Ivory Coast. Jesus Christ.
I don't play with my teams and in games. I don't play with Milan and FIFA. I don't play with, believe it or not, I play with the enemy actually in FIFA. As worse as it sounds. I'm not supposed to be saying that, but yeah.
You're playing with Inter.
Yep.
No. On FIFA.
No.
I'm not even upset. What do you find specific that Inter has.
Just the way I like playing with Lautaro.
Oh,
you
my
like
God.
Lautaro.
I'm not
Yeah,
upset,
okay.
man. I'm just disappointed, man.
Yeah. No, with Milan,
I use
I couldn't
Milan
play with
even
them,
in
bro.
the
They was too
banter
close.
era. Milan, I still use them exclusively,
No,
even in
I
the
can't.
banter era.
And I wasn't even really. I was like a Pro Evolution guy. I never really played.
Yeah, I've been a
FIFA
Pro Evolution
until FIFA was like the past 5-6 years that I really became. But Pro Evolution started to become ass, and I was like, all right, bro, I can't keep up. But now, like the Ivory Coast, man, we got some pieces, man. I think we get it right. Our midfield, I think our midfield is fucking stacked. Like it's ridiculous. It's I think we get the right pieces. We got our new young boy that went to Chelsea, Fofana. That young kid, he's there right now. They just signed him because of that Broha injury. So we'll see how he performs. Yeah, I mean, we got Fofana from the other Fofana that played at Udinese. That's at Lens right now in France. He's killing the fucking game, and he's right now. Let's just close the gap. I think there's 4 points between them and PSG. Sangare from PSV. I mean, we got the guys, man, and Amad Diallo, they should be at Atalanta, right? He went to Man United. They loaned him to Sunderland.
What happened to that kid?
No, so they loaned him to Sunderland development, and boy, he just scoring game after game. So Man United,
he's the one that scored the looping header over us.
Him. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So Man United is thinking about calling him back, but they also don't want to stop his progress because you have to guarantee him game time, and you will let him progress. But I think he's doing good. He bulked up. He was too small. He was at Rangers. Then he went to Sunderland. I think Sunderland is doing him a lot of good. So, and they're all young cats, man. They're all young players, allegedly. But we're getting there. So
What do you guys?
It's all good.
What you got? Allegedly. What's it called?
Man, they're doing wrist. They're doing wrist MRIs now. You heard? They're doing wrist MRIs. So you can't really get away with
test
that
blinds. No outside party.
We put something
medicals.
in the group chat. We put something in our group chat where they did a wrist
party
MRI
medicals.
Cameroonian players, and there were 7-10 of them. They all got caught the U17, so that's almost half of their team.
And I didn't know, but the wrist MRI is 99% accurate.
And I think that's some new technology though, because that wasn't there before.
Oh, really?
No, I wasn't there.
They would have been catching people.
So under the age of 25 or something like that, your wrist is not properly developed, so they can actually get and understand the bone of your wrist. So they can actually get it out what age you are.
You guys want to answer questions from the chat? Napoli is not human machine after all. Napoli was fully fit, right? But after you play Inter, and I told them this earlier, Clint, they're going to be feeling physically sore today. That was such a rough game. Napoli went 110% healthy, but tomorrow they're going to feel like shit.
Here's what I said before we left.
You know what they say?
For the break,
you know what they say? After you play a 90-minute game, you feel okay the day after. The second day, you feel really tired.
And don't get me wrong, right? Napoli is good. Napoli is they're the most informed team in Italy, even in Europe, arguably, right? Here's what I said before we left, and everybody remember this. I'm like, Napoli is reminding me of Lazio pre-COVID, and they might suffer a Lazio effect. Having a break for too long, when you're not used to be at those levels. Yeah, okay, Napoli was used at that level, but somebody even told me this, which is true. This Napoli team is not better than the Napoli of Higuain 36 goals, by the way. They're not. To me personally, I think they're not.
To any Napoli fans out there, Clint just said that you guys are just Lazio in a good run of form. I'm
telling you,
that's so mean. You're so mean.
Hear me out. No. The reason why is a big break. You gotta understand, they haven't played damn near 50 days. Dude, it has to be. And here's what I said. If they lose this game against Inter and Juve, and I repeated it multiple times, it's a wrap. They're not mentally, they're gonna be done. They're not gonna win it. Then it's not gonna be.
What do you think, Larry? What do you think?
I always say that Napoli played really bad against us. We played much better than them. And we missed a lot of goals. And Kalulu hit the bar. So we should have won that game, and at the last minutes we should have drawn that game, and we didn't do that. So that is the result is fake over there.
I mean, they had some results that I watched the games, all 90 minutes of some of those wins that they had. They did not play well, but they still came away with the 3 points, and that's what a Scudetto winning team needs to do. And the opposite effect happening to us. The opposite's happening to us. So
I guess Inter, they played okay. They didn't play incredibly well, and they lost the game in Milan. So if they do the same against Juventus, that means you're not a big team. You've just been beating teams that are not in a good shape. Simple as that. And I always say in Champions League, they got a lot of goals and they play amazing football because Liverpool, Ajax, and Rangers are really bad defensively. They're really weak teams in terms of defense, and they underestimate Napoli. 100% they underestimate Napoli. The moment they don't underestimate Napoli, Liverpool won against Napoli at Anfield 2-1.
But on the flip side, like every team budgets for losing to the top 4 teams in their league, and they have to win the remaining games. That's a good tried and tested formula for winning leagues, so they are doing that. Like you can budget for a loss to Milan, even though they won undeservingly. Like you can budget for a loss to Inter like today. They can budget for a loss to Juve. But if they win the remaining games, like I wouldn't say that they're any less deserving of a Scudetto, because that's what a Scudetto winning team really has to do.
No, don't get me wrong. If you get more points than us, no matter which team you got those points, you win the Scudetto, you deserve to win that. But if you don't get enough points with the big teams, that means you have a weak mentality. The Inter of Inzaghi, they were making a lot of points, but if you check at the top 6, they were losing a lot of points against the top 6. And at the end, they ended up,
which is different from Milan.
They ended up losing the Scudetto at the end.
Yeah, we only beat the top teams.
We only beat the top teams.
Exactly. So if you, in terms of mentality and strength, you need to beat the top teams to win the league.
And we suffered. And what makes us apart, and the win, I don't like the comparison of Milan, the other teams. The past 3 years, the football gods haven't been kind to us because we've been suffering injuries. If any of these teams go to where half of the teams get gutted out, they're not gonna recover. That's a fact.
If Napoli gets 9 injuries,
you tell me Napoli even gets 4 injuries out of their team. Like the goalie comes out, like you don't even have a Kvara, right? Or you remove a Zelensky, they're gonna be struggling. They have no identity.
Yeah. If Napoli has 9 people out, they're not even Lazio, man. They're worse than fucking Lazio.
No, but I said, Napoli. I'm not trying to say and try to hate.
They become like
I respect
outside of the 10.
I respect what they do, but pressure is gonna get through. Like I said again, this is not the first rodeo for them, and it's the same style. I would have said Napoli is winning the Scudetto if they would have picked up form, let's say late February, beginning March, and we're going towards the end. Then it's a wrap. Those early things doesn't guarantee you shit. Our first time around when we won, we were first for like 17 until game day 17, and then we started fucking dropping points because of fucking injury play. And next thing you know, Inter is up front. Same as Inter, right? We just gotta close the gap because what's gonna be really determined if it stays around 5, if it stays in the single digit, it's gonna come down to the last 10 games, and then it's game 1.
Yeah, because we rallied back and ended up winning. They could go through a very similar. They could go through a very similar trajectory that we went through: dominating, fall off, rally back. They could do the same trajectory to the
Sorry, I want to just add something to these people that ask this question. Italy is a corrupted country. The team that has 11 million supporters is always going to finish top 4. So if you are a millionaire, let's say I'm not even joking, if you are a billionaire and you want to bet 1 million every start of the season, Juventus going top 4, you're going to win 20 million in 20 years. If you have 1 million, you're going to lose maybe 2 years on those out of 20. It's a sure thing that Juventus is going to finish top 4. Every season I put Juventus top 4 on my prediction because I know how Italy is run, and every season I get it right.
As we speak, the Serie A Referee Association, like 2 of their board members, someone at Juventus right now
is taking pictures of them cheating on their wives at a fucking hotel right now. Like someone is getting that opposition research as we speak. They will never allow Juventus to finish outside of the top 4. Never.
I mean, today Cremonese got a disallowed goal, soft disallowed goal, so Juventus can get the win or can get the.
You're
point.
about to
They,
see.
they're
You're
gonna
about
make
to
sure.
see some. You're about to see some refereeing decisions that like you've never seen in your life before. To make sure if Juventus in the last 10 games is outside of the top 4 and more than 2 games away from the top 4, you're gonna see some decisions that are gonna blow your mind. Like
yes,
without
exactly.
fail. It's every time without fail, man. It's crazy.
I mean, Ronaldo didn't play the last game of the season against Bologna. That was a completely rigged game. That game was soft. Bologna got not 4 goals. Napoli didn't win the other game, and Juventus went top 4. Juventus had 0 chance to go top 4.
Mm-hmm.
So you
and you know what's crazy? It's like those 2 years, Juventus had no business being in the Champions League, and they're able to still come through. Now, I think for Juve though, I'm gonna be honest. I think once Chiesa is fit and that Vlahovic, they got them going, it's gonna be something.
It's gonna be good. Yeah.
I don't
How
think
long is Vlahovic out?
If Napoli really wants to win that Scudetto, they're gonna have to really win it. You know, it's not gonna be given to them by people just making mistakes and they can just go. Like you're gonna have to beat like an Inter today coming full force, and I think that's their first meeting with Inter, so they're gonna have to play them again. You understand? You already played Milan. They're gonna have to play Inter again. So
Napoli needs to play us, needs to play Juventus twice, Inter another time. They need to play Roma.
Still got Roma. You can't discount Roma.
They need to play
Maria's riding on a high right now. Di Maria's riding on a high from the World Cup.
So
fitness-wise,
they're gonna play
is an issue, but
they're gonna play a lot of teams.
Is Pogba back?
No, it's not fit 100%.
Oh my god! I think
Vlahovic has missed 3 games with I always f up pronouncing this. Pubalgia.
I say Pubalgia in Italian.
Pubalgia.
I don't know.
That's just like a groin soreness. What is it again?
It's on your, how you call it?
A bulge?
Your leg, between your legs and your balls.
Is a bulge? No.
That part.
That's a weird injury. Calabria had that injury and missed a significant amount of games.
That is a really annoying injury because
what are they doing? What are they doing? Are they out there in these brothels in Milan doing what they're not supposed to be doing? What they doing? They got going on.
No, but that's not. It's just I don't know. It's about your muscles, man. It's too cold. You do the wrong movement.
Sure.
Vlahovic is the one that Juve's sending to go get the dirt on those referee association guys, man. He's screwing their wives. So that's how he got it. It's crazy. He's doing the business.
Yeah, probably.
Like I said today,
that's how he got it.
Today I saw the game carefully, and
that's what it is.
It's
it's not hernia. Hernia is on the is the back.
Isn't it similar?
No, it's just a muscle. It's really annoying. I don't think he's gonna be in and out the whole season. Believe me.
Okay, next question from Andy. So, do you guys think we'll do anything this January transfer window? Be honest. Don't be like a.
We're getting goalies.
I think we're getting a youngster. We're getting
goalies. That's true.
I mean, we were linked to that PSG third string Rico. I think that's what they're for. They're not focused on any other player because right now they don't want to. With Milan, what I'm looking at, yes, we need a right wing, but one thing they're not gonna do, and it makes no sense, is to come to break up the ecosystem that they have at the club. You know, you're not gonna bring somebody for Salamakers now to lose all his motivation. At least towards the end of at least at the beginning of the season, right now, that half of the season. So I can see why Maldini is gonna be like, leave it alone. Leave it alone,
think, guys.
You know,
I think this is an issue that the FIFA generation has. They need to have a pacey player on the right and a pacey player on the left to win games on FIFA in a video game. And they think the football in reality is like this. You put a pacey player on the right and a pacey player on the left, and you win game. That's not the reality. There is not another Leao out there that can play on the right. So you only need to do is to build a team around Leao. So you make the right part of the pitch crowded. So you move the attention of the opposition on the right part, moving the ball, passing the ball. And you go on a quick transition and you bring the ball on Leao that can go on a 1v1 alone with the other defender and an empty space. That's what Milan is trying to do. And the player that is Salernitana is giving you a lot of balance when you don't have the ball, because it becomes a third or a fourth midfielder. And when you say when Calabria goes in, Salernitana can run until the end and cover Calabria. So if you buy a fancy player that dribbles on the right wing, you will have a lot of issue, and you will not.
And you'll have imbalance. Yep.
And you're gonna have an unbalanced team, and you're gonna have games that you score 5 goals and games that you lose 3-2 or you lose 2-0 because you cannot unlock the game.
And it becomes predictable, and it becomes tactically easier for your opponent's coach to figure out how to defend against you. It's tactically easier.
Man United has that. Man United can put Sancho and Anthony on both sides, or how's it called? Rashford and Anthony is not doing that. Man United is playing Bruno Fernandes, which is not pacey. He's playing players that can move the ball, and he can launch and bring Rashford and the other players in front of them.
Look at Real Madrid. They have Vinny, then they have Valverde.
Exactly. And Valverde, that is not pace, it's more like so. Man City is really lucky because they have Mahrez, which is works hard and covers the pitch and is really technical, and they have Phil Foden on the other side and other players. But even Man City, they need to possess the ball to keep going. Exactly. So I don't think we.
Do you think we'll make a signing, and how much? Do you think we'll make any signings, and how much do you think we will spend?
We can. I think we can make a signing like a left back for Theo Hernandez, maybe a backup for Theo Hernandez. We can get a loan.
Ballatore injury.
Yeah, Ballatore injury. Florenzi being a bit shaky.
Isn't Florenzi coming back? And they play Dest on the left.
Yeah, but Dest is not reliable. It's not reliable.
I think Dest was just an opportunity that happened at the end of Mercato. Kind of how Galliani does, and they just went in for him where it doesn't hurt. We're not paying a lot of money. Let's get him in. I think what Milan is gonna try to look for agreements in the summer with some players that we just don't know about. And one thing I'm realizing with Milan is a lot of what Milan does, the media doesn't really know. It just happens. You find out like when the shit is already done, and they're like, "Oh, we're there a link," and you thinking it's an imminent thing, but it's been in the works. Which I feel like sometimes Milan is really secretive about what they do. I think personally, if I'm going into this whole season like summer, I try to get. I know Modric is gonna retire at Madrid, but I'm personally gonna go and try to get an experienced midfielder to bring a little bit of experience to Tonali and Benacer. They need that because in certain games you're gonna need somebody to calm like the spirits down, because when they're like little puppies, right? They're good players. But as a
they don't have the mental fortitude yet.
In certain situations, you don't know what to do. You don't know, like you're running on adrenaline. You don't know when to be calm and play.
You're looking for and you're looking for a teammate on the field to make eye contact with. That's gonna calm you down. That's gonna recenter you. That's gonna get your head back into the game. And they're looking around at other players that feel exactly the same way that they do.
Modric in this Milan, if Modric had the possibility, right? He had like a Tonali and Benacer behind him, because Modric became a guy where he played in the box to box. If we'd have had the possibility, have just not have experience and vision, God.
Yeah, but it's not gonna happen. So I think
for this January, I hate to be a Debbie Downer. I don't think we have any plans to make any signings this year.
No, we're not. We're not. I'm not even banking on it. I'm just expecting for players to get better.
The only thing we can do is clearly Rebic is quite unreliable, and he's injured again. So the only thing
guys, Rebic. I'm so sorry to say it, but Rebic, man, he needs to be sold. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no,
to
but
say
they are
it.
anticipating. They are anticipating that they were thinking to buy someone in the summer and tell Rebic now it's time for you to find a club. There is offers. We are accepting those offers. So they're
To be
anticipating that
fair,
move because Rebic gets injured
yeah.
every time. They will go for a youngster, a 15 million.
Rebic is
purchase.
better than Jack Grealish, but I will say that.
Yeah, but my
The
problem
goals
with
and
Rebic
assists.
dude, Rebic is always injured. I don't mind Rebic. He's always injured. If Rebic was available every fucking game, he will actually pick up the form.
What
and
are
be
the
more
injuries?
consistent.
Can you explain, Larry? Do you know what his injury is? Is
No,
it a
I
recurring
don't
injury?
know.
What is his back? What is it?
I don't
Let me
think
tell you
he can
here's what
get
it
injured
is.
so many times.
Someone explain this shit to me.
Let me say what it is. It's what Rebic is. Rebic is giving me the Dembele type thing. I think it's a player that's not focused. I think it's a player that he doesn't feel like he belongs because his minutes been real limited since Leao has ascended, right? I think he's not satisfied with his situation at Milan. He looks like a really frustrated player that when I see him play, I mean, he didn't play in this World Cup. You understand? So mentally, he has to have some stuff going on. Because beefing, falling out of grace with that, and he's still young. He's not in his 30s yet. Falling out of grace with that coach, it's not. You're not gonna upkeep with your body or with the discipline, right? You might be content only with what you do in training, and it just stops there, and you don't care.
So you're saying like if you're not 100% mentally, like it's gonna show and have effects on your body and your physical
and
fitness.
affect your body.
I give
an analogy. I give an analogy.
What about the other 12 players that get injured at Milanello?
No, but that's different.
True.
Rebic is not even injury. It's just his output even when he plays. Right? That's what I'm talking about.
I think it's a
he can finish some chances, but I have to say his first touch and his vision and the way he loses the ball.
He looks like somebody
it's
that's not
some of the most difficult to watch football I've seen in a long time.
I give you somebody
that
gets injured a lot, right? Benacer gets injured a lot, but when Benacer comes back 2-3 games, he's back on he's back on his wheels. The thing about Rebic, yes, it's been consistent more than these guys. Even in the past when he got injured, okay? When he came back, he was able to turn it back on, contribute. Lately, since the beginning of this season, and even towards the end of last season, he just didn't care. It looks like somebody
he has some flashes of brilliance with his vision and passing over the top and some of his crosses and his finishing.
He's a fighter, man.
He has his moments, like he really does. But this injury, consistent injuries and some games where he is putting 90% shit on the field and 10% quality, it's not enough, guys. Like it's not.
So going back to what I was saying, today you could have put a left wing and put Leao as a striker and get Giroud out. You cannot do that because Rebic is injured or he is injured. So in January, if they will have the opportunity, they will go for an 18, 20 years old left wing or right wing, whatever, that can come in the last 20 minutes and make sure that Leao can go out and rest, or Leao go as a striker and Giroud rest.
Maybe someone on loan, right?
On loan, whatever.
Probably
even buy a youngster, 20 years old, that can play Primavera, 18, 19 years old. That's the Brazilian guy that we're saying. They can go for 15 million, that guy, or somebody else. I don't know. I heard that they want to buy. They want to get someone from Arsenal, 21 years old from Arsenal, that is playing in France at the moment. His price is 14, 15 million. At least that's what Milan is offering.
Any forward player that's at a top club, and not getting opportunities, maybe they're a third player off the bench, I'd be happy with.
He's an Arsenal player. He's under 21 English team, English nationality, but he plays in France on loan.
Oh, Balogun.
And he's really. I think it's him. Yeah. I think
Nigerian
it's him.
kid.
Yeah.
He's probably gonna go play with Nigeria.
He's really good. I don't know if it's him. I think I shared the screenshot on the.
No, I know him. I know him very well. He plays with Reims.
He's really good.
That's what my cousin, that's what my cousins and my uncle, they all live in that area of France, Reims.
If we make a sale, I think we make a signing. I think that philosophy is still existing right now. Like if we sell and we make capital,
but the market's been open. We haven't even sold nobody yet. I feel like they have no intention. I think they're just gonna do an overhaul in the summer because that's gonna be a proper summer with Maldini. I don't think because they don't want to tamper with anything right now. I think it's just a stopgap, right? It's just something to plug a hole. That's all they're gonna do for this market. You can't try to reinvent them in the middle of the season. I don't think they want to create some type of off balance at all. I think that
like Larry was saying, left back. Like Larry was saying, left back. Like this management makes a signing only if they absolutely have to, and it's not like
Clint, or they know we have to get this guy. Yep.
Clint, 1 second. Arsenal is offering 50 million for Mudryk. Shakhtar wants 65 million. That 15 million can come from Milan buying that striker they have on loan in France. That is an opportunity that can put pressure on Arsenal to say, you know what, I'm gonna sell this guy. Even if this guy is worth 25, I really need that 15 million because I want to buy Mudryk. And my budget is 50, I need to add another 15. So these things can happen.
Why can't we get Mudryk?
Well, oh shit, because they don't have money.
We're fucking AC Milan. Fuck Arsenal. Fuck Arsenal. We should get Mudryk.
Which I feel like personally, Mudryk at Arsenal, he fails. He fails because he's gonna have to accept. Hear me out. That's one thing I feel like some of these players they forget. You want to be the man. When you're man in your club, you're gonna play a secondary role. You go into that club now. That club belongs to Saka. That's who's the man. That's the man there in that team of Arsenal. Anybody behind him is secondary, and you won't be able to operate with your freedom the way you want. Because after him is Odegaard. Those are the two stars of that team. When you're gonna be a good player in that team, but you might be restrictive, and you might not even have the freedom. With Arteta, he's really tactical like a Pep. He comes out of the Pep school.
No, but he's gonna play a lot of games because
don't get me wrong.
But Martinelli is gonna go in the middle. He's gonna be the striker, and Mudryk is gonna be the left wing.
And what I'm saying, like, is it's like your goals or your assists is gonna have to be shared with players that are actually good at doing that. So you might just turn into some fucking average guy, and it happens.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna.
That's what pisses me off, and what Antonio was saying later. That he had a little bit of a point. Arsenal can spend 50 million on a guy that's going to be a second string player.
For Arsenal, I don't think Arsenal is even a good move for him. If I was a Mudryk, I wouldn't even go to entertain going to Arsenal. I wouldn't.
Dude, the Premier League is the hot place to be.
I guess so.
For the players,
I guess so.
I don't understand why in 2022 I still need to tell people these things. It should be a known. It's like water boils at 100 degrees, or I don't know.
But the thing is, Milan has to stay away from these type of players because we have to stay away from these type of players because once they know they hot, it becomes a fucking bidding war where some teams don't want to entertain. Like you want to stay away from that. Like, because they're price gouging you. Because look at Enzo Fernandez, right? He's 150. Is he really 150 million player? And I say the kid is good.
I don't agree on that. But what I'm saying that Arsenal wants that player, and maybe to make the right bid, they will sell some really pretty good talent.
Me personally, I don't think Arsenal needs
20
that.
years old. Well, but no, they need because one Jesus, I think one Jesus. No. It's the striker, the Brazilian striker. How's he called? Gabriel Jesus. Gabriel Jesus is all these Jesus, man. It's hard to keep up. Gabriel Jesus is injured, and they're fighting for the title. And Ketia is good, but you still need two players in that position anyway, because somebody's gonna come from the bench during the game, the rotation. So if Martinelli is gonna be the starter in the middle, which is done as a striker, you're gonna put Mudryk on the left, and when Martinelli is playing on the left, and Ketia can play as a starter or do other things, so they're gonna go for it for sure because they need it because they're fighting for top 4 and the title. Will be stupid for Arsenal. 15 million. It's for us 20 million. Is the reality.
We are technically fighting for the title too. Just because we're not in first place, like, we're fighting for the title too. So we would hope that we'd make investment, but I think we really need to get these renewals. Like, I would be so happy over the moon if we got Benacer or Leao's renewal completed during this January transfer window and made no signings. I would be totally fine with that at this point.
Yeah, I'll be fine. But the plans for Milan is that Lazetic is going to go on loan. So if you think about it, if you don't have Lazetic in the squad, who is coming in from the bench to play instead of Leao? If Leao gets a red card or Leao gets an injury, who is playing in that position? Who is playing instead of Giroud if Giroud gets a red card or Giroud is tired and cannot play the game after? So technically,
Rebic and Origi gonna freaking roll their wheelchairs onto the pitch. They're not even 40. We have 40-year-old strikers playing like 20-year-old strikers, and 20-year-old strikers playing like they're fucking 70 years old.
So we need a player. We technically need a body that actually comes in and plays. Not even a good one, just somebody that he can be.
Dude,
so
the only criteria they need to have, Laird, is a clean bill of health and no injury record. No recurring injuries whatsoever.
We're gonna give them injury records. Anyway, this is my opinion. So we're going for one young profile that can play a bit of a wing, a bit of a striker, around 15-20 million, and a backup for Theo if the opportunities come up. But it's not sure. It's just I think we're looking for opportunities more than sure thing.
I like that. I'm happy with that. We need Laird to do our transfer strategy and talk to Maldini. That's fine. That's good. And maybe one renewal.
There is a Chelsea fan here
nice.
saying Leao is not renewing, I believe.
Oh, wow. I wonder why you think that. Not gonna go. I wonder why you think that.
Yo, listen. Leao is smart enough that he might go to a Newcastle. But with Chelsea there's no certainty. The coach is not even guaranteed to stay. He already had 2 warnings. Players are paying attention to that. You don't want to go into a situation where who did Tuchel bring over and then Tuchel just got fired and left. There's a player Chelsea Tuchel brought over. He went there especially for Tuchel, and then Tuchel got fired. Now they're stranded there. There's no stability right now around Chelsea. They don't know what's what. They don't understand the vision. So it's a really iffy situation. That's why even the Nkunku deal is not even confirmed. You understand? You ain't got all these speculation, but some players are even holding out because they don't want to be going into a mess. This Chelsea is going down the mess. They're 9th. You don't understand that. Leao's going to want to play Champions League. I know his stuff is until 2024. He needs to have clarity because Chelsea can have all this money, but then again, the guy, Boehly, he had to have a lot of partners come in with him to purchase the club. So he's not the only forefront of it. So they're not going to be spurging money like the Man City and all that. And I reckon Chelsea risks to fall out the big top 4 in England. With
Chelsea's
Newcastle on the come up, they might be. Yeah, Chelsea's 9th right now.
9th place?
Yes.
Wow.
So Chelsea
Chelsea's not going top 4 this season.
Yeah, so I'm talking about
the only team that makes sense. The only team that makes sense for Leao is Man City, and they're not going to be able to get rid of Jack Grealish. So that's not going to free up a space for Leao. So
Clint, I don't know what you say, but Nkunku is a done deal. He's a fish.
We haven't even had confirmation clear. He hasn't went and got the jersey. He hasn't signed. We're hearing that.
No, he's signed already. He's signed. He's joining in June. Yeah,
I haven't seen it.
You sure it's not a Biabiani case?
No. He's done. It's a done deal. He's already done the pictures with the jersey anyway. So
he did.
The Biabiani, you sure it's not a Biabiani case?
You talking about the Algerian player? What happened with him?
He had a picture with the shirt, he had a picture with the scarf. We signed him. He was already training. You remember that? That was crazy. He had 99,000 pace on video games. Oh my God. That was crazy.
So that's the thing about Chelsea. So I think players are really carefully analyzing that. And I think with Enzo Fernandez, the reason why I feel he probably wants to go to Chelsea is get that exposure in Premier League. Then he can actually go to his dream club. I don't think he cares about staying there.
By the way, shout out to Nathan. He's sick. I hope he recovers quick and
Yeah,
well.
feel better, guys.
Hey, Nathan.
I hope you enjoyed the game. And
Nathan, I know why you sick, but I ain't gonna say it. I'm not gonna put you out there. But me and Lion might know, and I'll just leave it to that.
I know you didn't get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
One day maybe we're gonna say it. One day,
Yeah.
maybe.
Nathan, I know why you sick, man.
Just to the subscribers of the channel, we're gonna say it. One day. When Nathan comes live and allowed us to say it, we're gonna say it.
He has the same illness as Dusan Vlahovic or something?
Yeah, type of it.
Polbolgia? He has the Polbolgia.
Yeah,
no,
man.
but I think Leao is being really careful. I think what's helping even Milan is because like those big teams that can poach him are kind of booked. Meaning a Madrid, meaning like a PSG, Man City, and all we have to be worried about is Chelsea. And I think with Chelsea, you can kind of fight them off. But if it was like those three I mentioned before, then there was no way we can fend off like a PSG or, you know, like because PSG.
Yo, Clint, Nathan paying for our silence and see $9.99.
I want you to know. I want you to know myself. Nathan, I ain't gonna do that, bro. You're my bro. We're in the same city. I don't want you to come and find me and beat me up. So
Nathan, you need to put more money, man, if you want to say it.
He knows. Nathan kind of knows where I stay. So I ain't gonna do that to you, Nathan. But it's all good. It's all good, man.
Offline.
Put
Yeah.
it in the private chat.
But it's more. So I think that's our chance with keeping a Leao, and I think Benacer is safe to say. I was more worried about Liverpool, but I think we'll be able to keep him. But if they sense that he's not renewing, I think Maldini, the same way we did with the Donnarumma, you secure Amrabat as quick as the fuck you can. Mm-hmm. You secure Amrabat as Benacer's replacement. You know.
But I don't know, man. I don't think Amrabat is.
Yo!
Benacer is. Jeez, Nathan, stop it. I was fucking kidding, man.
No, Nathan. We're gonna donate all of this money to our transfer budget. That's non-existent.
Dude, he's taking it personally. Clint, you have to say it now, man. You have to say it.
Nathan, maybe I'm gonna expire all your bank account, bro. I'm not fine to do that. Nah.
He's fucking throwing $10 at.
Dang, it must be crazy. It's an expensive sentence. Say it. Say it.
I should never mention it. Hey, keep your money, my boy. Golly. But no, it's
now we know Nathan's sick.
Hop on live with your weak voice. That's all I can tell you.
Sick in his mind.
Yeah.
Nathan took too much Sudafed.
Yeah, friggin'. No, but I just feel me personally. I think Leao will stay. I think Leao will stay.
You think so? After everything you just said about because there's no space in another team.
There's no space in the big because that's who I look to see.
Unless a move happens. Unless a move happens, like João Felix, Atletico is trying to get rid of João Felix. Now the left wing is open. You know, something crazy like that.
But Leao won't go to Atletico Madrid. There's no reason going there because then you don't get to express yourself. He's not gonna want to defend, and they speak.
Aren't they getting rid of Simeone? They had rumors that Simeone was getting.
I don't even think they can really do that. He's the guy that brought them the most success.
Dude, but anyway, if you sign Atletico Madrid, you cannot go to Real Madrid or Barcelona. Oh, Jesus Christ, Nathan, stop it for fuck's sake, man. We're not saying it. I'm gonna send you back the $10, man. I'm gonna fucking pay for you back the money.
He's spending his kids' college savings fund, man. He needs to know. His kids are not going to go to college.
Keep those money, man, to buy your Porsche, man. I know you want to
Clint, man, his kids are not going to have diapers, man. You better say it.
No, but he didn't send the money for that. He said when you're big ballers such as myself, I had no problem
He's changing the subject
and get Modric and Zaniolo. That's a fact, man. Did y'all see Zaniolo's game today?
I mean, Zaniolo can come next summer. I wouldn't mind him.
When is he out of contract?
You don't mind the ACL injuries?
But it's been 2 years healthy now, so it's been like top in terms of injuries.
No, but like, when is he coming back? I mean,
What do you mean?
I said, when is he out of contract? Sorry.
Oh, in 2024. So next summer is gonna be with 1 year contract.
Now, bro, like, why are they stressing with this cat?
Yeah, but you're gonna buy really cheap. If he wants to leave, clearly he doesn't want to renew, and he's gonna tell Roma, "I'm not renewing. Sell me this summer, or I'll run out of my contract."
I rate Zaniolo, and I would love to have him on the right wing position.
Yeah, you can get along with Nathan and Roy on that.
I mean, Zaniolo can play as a number 10 as well. I would like to see him as a number 10 as well in the middle. I wouldn't mind that.
Because you don't like him on the right, you don't like him on the right side. You don't like him on the right side.
Just to say that he can play right side, middle, or left. It's all the three positions in the middle. On the final third, he can play them.
There's just no place for him, to be honest. Unless Macias leaves or someone on the right like that leaves, I don't see any space.
I mean, if Rebic leaves, why not having Zaniolo in the squad? I don't mind. That would be perfect because you can rotate all the players at the end. You can play Zaniolo on the right, in the middle, on the left. You can play CDK in the middle. You can play Salernitana on the left when Leao is not playing. You can do a lot of things. It's a good player. But you
So how about
for big money?
Salamakers and Calabria coming back after what felt like an eternity of them being out and kind of picking up right where they left off and regaining form very quickly. It was a very positive sign. Like I hope it continues and they stay fit. They looked really good today, both of them.
Yeah, I know. By the way, going back to Leao cannot go to Atletico Madrid. No chance. I don't think Leao is aiming for a club like Atletico. I think Leao is aiming for three clubs, 3 or 4. And those 3 or 4 clubs are, in my opinion, Man City, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and maybe Bayern Munich.
Yeah.
These are the clubs. I don't think he's aiming for a club that is maybe PSG. But I don't think he wants to go back to France. I don't think he wants to play in the league.
The reason why I say that, in terms of like, people like Leao, just based on, following him on social media and all that, his lifestyle, they're really in, they're in that fashion world. So I think they're really gonna value also those capitals where, like, that scenery for the youth that's attractive. So you're not gonna catch them in. Yes, Man City is the only exception just because of the team as itself. But if you had to do comparisons, they're gonna go to these cities that give you that scenery. And I feel like that's why Milan will never go anywhere, because it's gonna be that appeal. You see them, bro. They're on the runways, right? Him, the Camavinga, Keane, and all that. They friends, and they care more about that. This new crop of players, that's what they really care about too. So they're gonna want to be in these fashion capitals or whatever. So Paris,
I'll be honest, I could definitely 100% see Leao at Barcelona. He's kind of exactly what that team needs.
Yeah,
they would welcome him like they would welcome him like he's like Ronaldinho. They would welcome him like he's the next Ronaldinho.
Oh yeah, and I think at Barcelona he will succeed. He will succeed there too.
Yeah, because he can play wide and just go on a 1v1.
But they don't have money, and they're definitely not going to be giving in 7 million. So they're out there.
They have those, Clint. They have those levers, man. They have infinite levers,
bro. They can't. Yeah, they got the levers, but boy, they struggling because right now they got kicked out of the Champions League, which it was not in the provision. So that's already setting them behind. Meaning this summer they will not be able to do no transactions whatsoever until they really sell a player. They have to sell more players. They have to lower salaries. That's a fact. Barcelona right now, they don't have the luxury to bring in guys. They can't, because
they need to ask Juventus. They need to ask Juventus how to inflate the value of their assets and sell their youth products for 200 million. That's what they need to do. Get some advice from Juve.
Even us sending Des back is going to be a problem for them to deal with.
Yeah.
Because they're going to know what the fuck to do with him. They're not going to want him there.
Sorry. Look what SSB just said. Look what SSB just said. Barca fans are pissed. and they lost. They went into extra time with a Division 3 team. And when Barca fans are pissed, and they're not happy with performances, somehow, some way, Barca finds a way to spend. They find a way.
No, this new Barca, but listen. I need to clarify this, guys. Leao renews with us, and he makes a move in 3 years' time when Real Madrid, Barcelona, Man City, Bayern Munich are in a better place, and they can put him in the position that he wants to play.
And that benefits him too. Yeah,
so
that
that's
benefits
why
him.
I think Leao is going to renew, because Leao thinks, I want to make a big move, and that move needs to be a real deal, not a club that is at the level of Milan. What is the point of moving from Chelsea to Milan? The money is the same. The prestige is not bigger. I don't think he sees the Premier League as the main factor. He sees himself winning a Ballon d'Or, winning Champions League, and being part of a team that can win everything. Not a team that is in crisis, like you say, Chelsea, or a team that is doing okay. Like
he should go when he's ready. He should go when he's ready. And also, if he goes there in 3 years, the fans are going to embrace him. They're not going to have a microscope on him. He's going to come as a ready-made player who's going to slot right into a starting position and make an impact. But if he goes to one of those teams right now, he's going to be under the microscope. Fans are going to be judging him based on his performance and really hyper-analyzing him. And I just don't think that that's the point in time that he should go. He should wait for a better time to go. But I mean, it's up to him,
I think
right?
his best moment to make a big move is 25, 26 years old.
When he's ready, when he's a mature player and he's ready, you know.
When the teams are going to pay any money to get him.
I would tell him, listen, you owe Sporting 19 million. Okay, we're gonna spend 5 million and get you the best freaking lawyers that Italy has to offer. The best lawyers in Italy are going to fight your case against Sporting for the next 10 years. They're going to tie it up in the courts. They're going to get you a result. And by the end of it, that fine is going to go from 19 million to a lower, much, much, much lower fine, or no fine at all. But that's all we can promise you. We can't promise you 19 mil to pay off the fine right now. But we will represent you in court.
I don't think Leao is asking that, because I don't think Leao needs to pay 20 million. I think Lille needs to pay money as well, man. Lille got the player for free, man. They need to pay money.
Lille got the player for free and got a transfer fee from us. Lille needs to be, we need to countersue Lille.
Yeah, I understand Leao needs to pay a part because he got an advantage. Yeah, he got a move for free, so he got to pick which club wanted to go. So he got an advantage on that. So I understand he should pay 50%, but the other 50% should be paid by Lille. So if it's a 9 million paid by Leao, I'm pretty sure Milan can pay that. Easy.
They sold us an asset with like an anchor tied to it without disclosing that to us in the negotiations. I'm sure they knew something about Sporting's, legal case.
They did.
I'm sure
it
was
did.
in the works.
Yes.
So Lille,
Lille
they defrauded us a little bit. Like they sold an asset to us whose value wasn't what it actually was.
Elliot was in charge of them, so Elliot was also in charge of them. So
and you know what, we bought Mike Magnon for a fraction of what he's worth too, from them. And maybe that was part of it.
Part the deal.
Maybe that was. Yeah.
No, Mike Magnon was running out of contract. He had 1 year contract, so they had to sell him 13 million.
But
Magnon, 1 year left on his contract. He's still worth freaking way more than that. I feel like.
Yeah, but he does not have the PR that now.
Who do you think? Who do you think was the biggest robbery of the century? Like, in regards to Milan, between Magnon and Theo Hernandez.
The best deal of the century, dude.
I
would have said Mike. I would have said Mike until this recent, consistent injury. I would have said Mike was the biggest steal in the century, like top 5 signings maybe of all time. And he still might be in that, but like that was a robbery.
I think Salah
released them.
For me, Salah
our team is built on robberies. If you think about it,
for me, Salah.
a poor choice of words. Juventus is built on robberies. Milan is built on opportunities. All right.
I mean, $500,000 for Kalulu, that is a robbery. Imagine now one of our Primavera players walking outside Milan for $500,000 and going and becoming like what Kalulu is. That was a robbery. Or Mike Magnan is a robbery, of course. Theo Hernandez, $20 million, I think is a robbery.
What was the biggest fraud?
Because
I start first. Biglia, for me.
I was gonna say Lucas Biglia. Clint, we actually had this exact same conversation earlier. I don't know if you were here during
Biglia, bro. This was
Bertolacci.
I think the biggest fraud for me was Donnarumma. Donnarumma was the biggest fraud. Because Donnarumma took $6 million a year net from us for 3 years and 11.
But his brother, and his brother's salary.
And his brothers were getting $1 million.
Hey, come on, guys. Yo, hey. Antonio Donnarumma is better than Mirante.
Yo, hey, no, somebody put in the
I'm serious.
Yo, who put that picture? Was that Donnarumma?
I'm not kidding.
In the group chat they put the picture of, or it's Donnarumma himself? Was that his brother or Donnarumma himself?
I'm not kidding. Antonio Donnarumma is better than Mirante. I'm not joking, guys.
Anyway, that was the biggest robbery, in my opinion, because the guy, we gave him everything.
That's the thing, liar. That's the thing with Italian parents of some of these footballers. They won't part. They broker these deals where family is involved and they want their cut. I just hope with Camarda, like they don't decide to blackmail Milan.
No. Camarda is not from. It's not from the region.
Well, we learned our lesson though, Larry. Like we were bending over backwards and giving him the world and the stars, and I don't think we'll ever do that with a player ever again. Like I think we have our offer. We have a very slim amount of room to negotiate, maybe a more favorable deal for the player, and that's it. Like, I don't think that there will be a significant difference between our first offer and our final offer is going to be very minimal difference.
Yeah. By the way, guys, Chelsea offered to Benfica €85 million for Enzo Fernandez. Not 120.
I'm going to take a bio break real quick.
That's such a quick bar. They just bought him in the summer. The players barely been with them for 6 months.
Yeah, but that is everyone thinking, how clever was Benfica. In my opinion, how dumb is Chelsea, man? That player was available 4 months ago for 18 million. Who is working at Chelsea?
They don't have the scout. Larry, they're barely. Larry, you gotta understand.
Dude, they have scout, man. Dude, they have scout.
I don't believe. What I'm trying to say is, look, they just hired. Hear me out.
No, hear me.
What's his name? Sold the club. No, what I'm trying to tell you is, they sold the club.
No, Clint, you need to hear me out, man. Because if you play Football Manager, you can see Enzo Fernandez on the under 21.
I'm trying to explain to you something about Chelsea.
But no, 1 second, man.
Go ahead.
The person that works at Chelsea knows who is playing for under 21 and for the first team of Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
He knows that. It's not about scouting. He knows. He has the list. He has the list of the spreadsheet.
Here's what I want to add. Right. Here's what I'm saying. They just hired, like 2 months ago, a new sporting director. What I'm trying to tell you, that summer, they've been, because you said they should have been known about Enzo Fernandez. I'm not refuting. They just sold the club. This summer, they were restructuring the whole thing. Remember, Petsec, Petsec was in charge of that whole sporting side, had to resign. You saw what that whole thing in shambles. So they couldn't really see for Enzo Fernandez. So remember when what's his name first came in, Todd Boehly, he was actually signing those players himself as a president. Not even, it's now that he's actually hiring the proper personnel to establish. They got that guy from Salzburg that came over, that Austrian guy or German. He's there. So they're now building a structural thing. Because remember last time, all those players, he signed them himself. If you remember.
Clint, they got Cesare Casadei from Inter for 20 million, man. I don't believe you. They don't know Enzo. Enzo Fernandez is in the first team of Argentina national team.
What I'm trying to say
it's like saying you don't know who is Tonali, man.
Look, they
exact
did, but what I'm
thing.
trying to tell you for this particular reason, this particular season, when Enzo Fernandez was free, Chelsea was going to like a controversial transition. It's a lot of changing was going on.
For me, who is working in England is a damn ass. They are ignorant. They know these players. They just don't even give it a try. They
don't value
lazy
domestic
players.
leagues in certain countries. That's the truth.
They are lazy people. They don't do the effort because they know these players, man. These players, you need to Google this. You go 121 Argentina, 121 Brazil, first team Argentina, first team Brazil, and you see this kid, 21 years old. You send somebody to watch him, and you say, you know what? Jorginho's contract is expiring. Kante is always injured. 18 million for me is pocket change. I'm going and buying that kid. I'm betting because 18 million for me is pocket change. For a Premier League club, 18 million is pocket change. Fucking, how's it called, that guy that plays for Sassuolo? Everyone knows that guy. Fratesi, 30 million. 30 million is pocket change. It's nothing. It's 25 million pounds. It's nothing for a Premier League club. They have a dumbass Fred or McTominay that they don't even know how to stop the ball. I'm going to throw 25 million on Fratesi. If it does not work, I'm sending him alone in Italy again. They know these things. They're just lazy. They are lazy. That's it.
Can you imagine how frustrated? Can you imagine how frustrated these scouts are who work for these clubs, who do that due diligence and hard work and discover those talents and give them all the facts and put it in front of their face and tell them this is a $10 million player who's going to be a $100+ million player in a year or two, and the club says to them, "Thank you for all that work. Thank you for the 2 months you spent in another country. Fuck you.
Let's go and buy Lukaku 120 million."
And then take your paperwork, put it in the shredder. Okay. I bet you those scouts are leaking to other clubs, and that's why every freaking club under the sun signs the players that we scout, because our scouts are so pissed off that we're not pulling the trigger on these players that they're working so hard.
Or they're using us as fucking radar.
And they're like, oh, yeah, okay. And then they're just selling all that information to anyone and everyone who will
they're
buy
using
it.
us as radar.
And now
I feel. Go ahead.
But to be fair, majority of scouts, especially in these regions in South America, they work for multiple clubs.
They talk to each other.
They suggest Enzo Fernandez to Milan, Chelsea, to a lot of teams. Milan does not have the funds. Chelsea is lazy, saying, "Oh, it's not good enough. I'm gonna buy somebody. I'm gonna buy Declan Rice for 100 million. That's my target. And this guy wins the World Cup. Okay, I'm buying this guy."
And they're short-sighted. They're very short-sighted. They're very short-sighted.
I think a club like Milan, what they're also avoiding, especially with these South American kids, you know, a lot of parents are involved. So they come with a whole family guarantees. What I don't think Milan wants, they had that situation with Donnarumma. I don't think they even want to entertain any type of BS like that again. Look at that whole Endrich deal. If you look at it closely, the dad was involved. There's certain guarantees. And I understand these kids are young. You know, they're youngsters, right? But the price gouging and the dads, they want guarantees where, like, the parents or managers, you know, they're thinking family. They're not even thinking about the players' livelihood, but about their own wealth that they need to generate.
Clint, but we're talking about a guy 20 years old starting for River Plate, and
I don't disregard that. We're linked to him.
Yeah, we're not talking about we're not talking about like a prepubescent like baby here. You know, we're talking about grown ass men.
Like that, right?
Enzo can be a virgin that the moment he have sex with someone, change completely his personality.
And I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting. We're also linked to Alvarez, right? Why do we get? But that's the thing. These teams, the problem is this. I just feel that like the big teams corrupt the game in South America, because maybe Milan didn't go for him. Yes, that's what the price was set. But the moment officially we go for him, that's not what they're telling you no more. They're speaking
the
Greek.
Moment we go for him, we're in a bidding war.
And then when the bidding war with all these other guys, now they
and it's linked to the media.
My point is that I'm not complaining about Milan not buying Enzo Fernandez because 18 million for us is basically we're not buying CDK or we're not buying that one because we're buying Enzo Fernandez.
I want
So I'm not
Alvarez,
complaining
to be
about that.
honest. Fucking man.
But I like City. City went and bought Alvarez for 12 million, man. They didn't mess around. Oh, I'm gonna wait for the next Aguero. I'm buying. If it does not work, I'm sending him on loan or I'm selling him for 15 million.
Yeah,
in Serie A.
they didn't flip the switch on City. They didn't flip the switch on City and say, "Oh, you know what, 12 million. Now it's 24 million." They didn't. They got him. They secured him.
Because hear me out. Because they know. Hear me out. Because they know. Hear me out. Because they know with City, right? City giving you 12. That's the highest bidder. If he's giving you that and you say no, whoever you're gonna get chump change. They're like, if City's giving you 12, I'm not even fucking giving you 12.
Maybe Real Madrid will give you 20.
But Madrid's not even going to give you that because, like I said, in the game, City is going to be the highest bidder. If the highest bidder is giving you 12, meaning you're worth 12, you understand? Your player wants to be,
but then to go be a bench player at City, but maybe Newcastle will give you 18 and you're a starter.
They're not going to do that. No, but Newcastle is not going to do that because Newcastle is looking at it like, if City try to buy him for 12, then we're not going to go and put more. Then we're getting played.
Clint,
that's what they did to us with Batman.
Dude, Diego Dalot is playing at Man United because Milan didn't pay the amount that Man United was asking. Diego Dalot was not in the plan of Man United. How lazy they are. They were looking for a 15 million right wing because Diego Dalot, they thought is not good enough. Now they found a coach that is working on Diego Dalot and he's playing as a starter.
What was our option? What was our option? 20 mil? On Dalot?
They wanted 20 million and we said we don't have the money.
We said no.
So we say no and they say, okay, we keep him. That's why Diego Dalot is playing. But Diego Dalot was out of the plan of Man United. They were selling him. So they're lazy, man. They are lazy.
And then you put together what we spent on Florenzi, what we spent on Ballatore, and what we spent on Dest loan and salary. You could have bought Dalot and got another good player on loan. And you now wasted all that money.
But because we didn't have that money together.
I don't think Milan wanted to go and invest $1 million.
We didn't have it at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't have it at the same time. That's the problem.
But I don't think Milan's going to want to go and spend 20 million on a right wing that's going to sit on the bench.
No. The problem is Man United does not understand that they.
No, for sure. But like I said,
Chelsea has a roster. They can win the Premier League. The fans and everyone in the press and the people working at Chelsea are saying, "Oh, we don't have players. We need to buy Enzo Fernandez. We need to buy this. We need to buy." Dude, you have good players. You need to play better. You need to tell your coach.
Chelsea had Kevin De Bruyne. Chelsea had Kevin De Bruyne. If you look at us, Chelsea with De Bruyne is right now comparatively is us with CDK. The only difference is Chelsea is going to ship him out and get rid of him immediately, and we're going to invest in CDK, and we're going to try and see this relationship through.
Basically, Chelsea is run by Antonio, the guy that was before in the live. He wants to buy a big player because he cannot wait for.
What's up,
Roy?
What's up? What?
That's a heavy breathe, man. Are you running? Chelsea, for example, Chelsea has this kid Casadei, which can be a good player. They are not even considering him bringing in the first squad or developing him. They are just saying, I need to spend 90 million on Enzo Fernandez.
Chelsea, you understand? Chelsea needs to go back to how they first started, right? Not Chelsea understood. They had two periods. Okay, let's go back 03. I'm not going to be long with this. That 03, they buy a bunch of players. It works out, but it doesn't really work out. It worked out under the Mourinho era because Mourinho brought a lot of players that were known but not proven. So there was less pressure, meaning the Drogba and all his guys from Porto, like Carvalho and all these guys. He was able to build that solid base there. And I think that was probably one of Chelsea's most successful run. And I think that concluded in 2012 by them finally winning that Champions League. And then 2013, a lot of them went out. Because the moment when they decided to buy a Sheva, it didn't work out over there. Crespo didn't work out over there. Some of these random guys, they used to go and pick, but bring this guy over. It didn't work out. And then needed to go back to that.
People are trying to find the blueprint of football. The blueprint of football does not exist. You have never got it right for a striker, from Shevchenko to Fernando Torres to Lukaku and Lukaku again and Kai Havertz and all these people. Why don't fucking give a chance to Tammy Abraham? Why don't say, I hire you as a coach, you need to make Tammy Abraham work. I don't give a shit. You're not getting 100 million striker. This guy is going to play. I don't care. That's how it works. That's why I'm upset with Pioli. But I don't want Milan to buy a player. CDK needs to work. Adli needs to work. Ranks needs to work. Chow, they need to work. Because we bought them, and you need to give them the opportunity to work. Because we made Leao work, we made Diaz work, Selemakers work, Giroud is working, Theo Hernandez is working. He had a lot of flaws. Now he's a top player. Tomori had flaws. He's working for Milan. Kalulu, you made it work because everyone got injured and you had to play him. Make it work. That's
a pretty good record. Like, that's a pretty good record. It sounds like Pioli did make a majority of these players work.
Exactly.
So
no, Pioli,
if a couple don't,
Pioli,
I mean,
he did. I just don't think he took us to the next level.
Pioli did that, and I want people in Premier League or people in
to see
the
that
world
and
of
do
football to see that, to say it, man, make it work. Don't buy me another 100 million player.
Pep Guardiola's doing it with Jack Grealish. I thought this guy was done, Jack Grealish. He was so awful, so
not
trash.
for 100 mil. Come on, he's not doing that with Jack Grealish.
I know he's implementing him now. He's giving him opportunities. So
yeah, because he's a 100 million price tag. Come on, 100 million price tag. You gotta play.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah, look at Lukaku. How much Chelsea spent on Lukaku? They didn't want to make it work.
But Chelsea is going to.
Even
they're
after
so
spending
unstable
over
right now. It's not even funny. They're so unstable, bro. It's not even funny. I would not. If I was an agent, I'm not sending my players nowhere near there. Because even the new guys they're bringing in, right? They just hired a sporting director. There's no guarantees. What's his name? Just got warned, I think twice. Graham Potter. He's on the verge of getting fired. Those 2 games against City, if he loses it, he's gone. You understand? There's no clarity there. And that's the guy you're supposed to trust. He knew he was going into a fucked up season. That's why you don't take these clubs mid-season, and he's going to suffer that. He's playing City twice. If he loses these 2 games against City, I think they get him out of there. And they're going to bring Pochettino, and they're going to try again. Teams like Chelsea or like spoiled child, a spoiled brat, you get all the money, and you just want to spend money. I want this. And they buy you all the Legos, and you're not using them. That's what Chelsea is.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even know why they want Enzo Fernandez. They don't know why they want such and such attacker, because let's just get all of them. And now you're just there, right? You have a problem with defenders right now. Actually, you need to go and invest in a couple of defenders. You're not doing that, you know? And it's just, I don't know. If I'm a player, I would not. Yeah, Kuko, you buy him for 50 mil. He sits on the bench for what?
They'll probably sign a right back. Daniel James is injured. They'll probably sign one.
Right. You sign them, and then they go spend the mad money on the right back, right? Then Reece James comes back. Then that right back is on the bench now. And then you just have luxury guys, inflated prices. They're like Timo Werner is still their player, from my understanding. I think they loaned them to Leipzig, if from my understanding. You understand? Like, it's just, you don't get players that fit your profile of play. You just get them for the sake of getting them, I feel sometimes. You know, like
there's clout. There's clout around them. There's value. There's value. That's the perception of value from.
What's his name said?
People.
You know what Mourinho said? Mourinho said he found out about the Torres transfer. What was it, Mourinho? Yeah, it was still Mourinho that was there. No. It was Ancelotti. He found out about the Torres transfer on fucking TV.
Yeah, he didn't know. Ancelotti didn't know about.
And that's how the Chelsea they operate. He had no clue. You find out about a guy on the thing, and then in Torres workout, like we always said in the Ivory Coast, we said drug bust, like fucking witchcraft, was so strong that they brought the top attackers. They would try to bench him, and they couldn't, bro. From fucking Crespo to Sheva to Torres, he was just on top of them, bro. I'm like, don't fuck with us now, man. You know,
well, Newcastle is showing a really good model too. Like, they have infinite funds, and they could spend ridiculously, but they're making smart investments, and they're getting players that fit the system and
Yes.
that Eddie Howe approves. Like they're working with their coach to put together the best possible team and sign the players that make sense. Chelsea could do the same thing that Newcastle is doing.
Right.
But I don't know why
they got to give him more
why
time.
they're
Eddie
not.
Howe reminds me of Mark Hughes. When Mark Hughes took Man City, Mark Hughes is responsible for refining that Man City with what they had, and then they allow Mancini to come in and win that league title. And then, Mancini now is like the mid guy, like midway. He takes that team there, they win it, and then Guardiola now creates that cement. They were waiting for Guardiola in the long run. But Mark Hughes, like Eddie Howe is giving me the same Mark Hughes vibes. Because I remember that early Man City where they first get Yaya Toure, you still got Alano, you got James Milner still there. You got all these little guys that on the come up that Man City is about to become a good team. And next thing you know, you need that next coach. And I think Chelsea with Graham Potter, they need to give him
Newcastle's going to get Ancelotti, and then they're going to get.
No, I don't think Ancelotti's going anywhere. I think he's retiring I think he's going to retire at Madrid. He's not going to want to stain his reputation.
I don't think they're going to change Eddie Howe.
I think they keep him. I think they try to get Pep over there. I think they wait for Pep.
Do you guys think Pioli is the coach that can win Milan the Champions? Like the day that Milan wins the Champions League, do you see a possibility? What possibility would you give Pioli being that coach who does that? 90%,
80%.
80%. I agree. I'm exactly 80% as well.
I give it 3.
Simple to you. I think we can play. I think we can play a Champions League final with Pioli.
Yeah.
So the point is, a Champions League final, anything can happen. You need not just a coach. You need luck. You need a lot of things to happen in the pitch. Even if you have the coach, sometimes you don't win it. So the only thing I will say that Pioli can bring us to a Champions League final.
Nathan says 0.
So I'll give him 100% chances for us to play a Champions League final with Pioli.
Okay, I give 100%. I give us 100% chance to play a Champions League final, but an 80% chance for Pioli to be the coach during that game.
No, to be Pioli the coach in that Champions League final, because I cannot tell you, precisely if Pioli is going to win that Champions League final, because unfortunately there is so many things there outside the coach control. The coach can plan an entire season.
One thing that I think Pioli is lacking, and maybe it hurts him a little bit, does he speak English? I don't think he does.
No, he said he doesn't really understand it.
He speaks French.
We have, we have a very international team, and you've seen a lot of these coaches who have won Champions League finals. Like, they speak English, they speak many languages, they're able to connect with all of their players, and our team is very globally represented and international, and I think that does hold it. I'm not going to say it's a fatal flaw. I'm just going to say I think it holds him back a little bit.
Is it for our team or just overall, like for our team specifically,
I think
or overall?
Conveying his ideas, his tactics.
No, I think the fact that
getting new players integrated quickly. I think maybe even CDK would be integrated even quicker, and other players like that.
Sure.
But listen, 80% of that team, 80% of that team, 80% of that team is for the French-speaking team. 80% of that team is French-speaking, and I think French and Italian are the most dominant languages. So if you speak French, because I'll name you all the players that speak French within that team, it'll make so much sense. Like Giroud, Adli, Benacer, Kalulu, which we call Magnan, Theo Hernandez, right? I already said Giroud. Zlatan speaks French. Okay. Salamakers is a French speaker. He's a Flemish.
Benacer,
He speaks French.
Benacer is Alger. You think he speaks French?
No, he was born in France, grew up in France, but he's Algerian Moroccan. But he grew up in that. Him and Theo Hernandez played at a youth level on the French national team. So
someone asked, where do you guys rank Pioli as a coach in Serie A? Is he the best? Is he second?
He's top 3.
I think number 1.
Number 1.
You say number one
also.
Yeah, I say number one because Conte is not there no more. I definitely say number 1.
Number one.
Nobody's better than him. He's the only one in that league right now that has won the league. He's the only coach in that league that was won the league.
No, Mourinho's won.
Oh, Allegri, my bad. And Allegri and Mourinho, I forgot.
As well.
Forgot,
Allegri's
man. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Allegri and Mourinho are finished. They are on the climb. Their football is really ugly to watch.
Agree.
Sarri has won the league. Sarri has won.
And Spalletti.
I like Juric more than I like Allegri.
Yeah, and Spalletti is a professional bottler, so I'm sorry.
I think Pioli. I think one of Pioli's most unique qualities that really makes him so different is he is constantly evolving, growing, learning, adapting, being flexible. Like a lot of coaches are known for their stubbornness, like how tactically rigid they are. They have one or two ways of playing maximum. And I think Pioli is constantly growing and adding to his arsenal and thinking of new ideas. Like he's not stubborn and arrogant. He's very open and wants to grow too. And I think that makes him very relatable for the players. And I think he gets the best out of others because he's a role model of what he wants his players to be like as well. And I think it really rubs off on everyone around him for sure. I think it makes him special.
I think one of the main things, and I approve of your point you just add, but I think there's two things to that. I think the first thing is because he's thankful for what this team has done for him, so he's willing to learn. So he's not coming into this team with badges, kind of how Allegri went into Juventus, like, okay, especially coming back to Juve, okay, I won the league this amount of time, so it's my philosophy or nothing. I know it works. Or like Asadi, right? Or I did this with Napoli, so I'm going, it works. It's like, yo, I came here, I'm trying to keep my job type thing, which is, okay, I might as well innovate. Anything I can do to keep my job, I'll take that risk. But the flip side of that is, in the long term, you become more scared because I feel like he's in the scared portion of it, the flip side, because now you don't want to lose your job. So there's certain risks you're not taking now to get us to the next level.
It's easier to do something that you've done before, right? And Pioli has never done it before. I mean, he won the Scudetto, but he's never been in those super high pressure situations in those Champions League, semifinal games. But I guess it's hard to judge someone who hasn't had the opportunity to get there yet. Like he hasn't coached a team that could possibly get there, and now he does. So we kind of have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He is proving to us that he could be that person. He just hasn't really had that opportunity yet in his career.
Let me tell you, my biggest wet dream was having Chiesa and Vlahovic in our team from Fiorentina. If Pioli was able to convince Chiesa to come, have him and Leao, I dream about that. It's like a fucking
orgy. That was all of our wet dreams, dude. I'm still holding on to the chance that we could get Chiesa. Like I'm that much in denial, dude. Like I'm so deep in denial.
Me too, actually. Me too. There's something
and
that
Vlahovic.
Vlahovic, I don't like. I don't like Vlahovic.
He's done. Roy, you feel me, right?
Chiesa, yes. I still feel like there's a chance. But I still feel like there's a chance somewhere in the ether. There's a chance, but Vlahovic, no.
What it takes for
Nathan disagrees completely. By the way, Pioli's stubborn. It takes him getting to the point of no return to make a change. Yeah,
but the thing is, a lot of coaches are more stubborn than Pioli. I think.
That's a good point. Relatively considering other coaches is one of the less stubborn. But one thing about Pioli that unfortunately does not play on his side is that there is the amount of pressure for Milan to get 3 points is so high that he cannot make a brave decision. It's basically impossible for him to make a brave decision. Today, a brave decision would have been CDK not to even come in the pitch, because you are dominating the game. Diaz is playing well, Leao is playing well, Giroud is playing well, everyone is playing well. So the brave decision is like, I'm not changing this squad. I'm gonna keep going until I win the game. But because CDK was bought for a lot of money, the fan base is craving for CDK to find the right form. Everyone is still shitting on Diaz on social media. I can see it. It's Pioli's fault because does not play CDK and play Diaz. So there's a lot of pressure on him. So he makes the wrong decision because the pressure behind.
I'll be honest. I'm not completely against his decision to do that today. Like I was kind of excited to see CDK.
See that the right thing, but see, because there is that type of pressure. But the right if instead of Diaz is playing well, is CDK playing that well? Do you want Diaz to come back in the pitch now? On inverted situation, when CDK is having the game of his time, do you want him to go out and put a guy that is not playing well just to recover his confidence? Do you want that? No. But because it's CDK, because the money and how much faith we put on this kid, we want Pioli to make that decision. And that is the wrong decision. If you think on cold blood, that is the wrong decision. You should not put a player that is not in a good form when you're playing so well and you're dominating the game.
Yep.
That is simple as that.
Napoli, Roma, Inter, and Atalanta have changed their approach. Pioli takes too long to react and has changes when we are in good moments. Leaves.
Or when Kalulu is doing well and you have Romagnoli in there and here. It's a really tough decision to make, to actually say, you know what, the captain is going to stay in the bench and I'm playing a 20 years old Kalulu. That is a lot of pressure. No coach can do something like that, in my opinion.
Do something like what?
Like keeping Romagnoli in the bench and playing Kalulu. Who is the coach that can have that courage to do that? No one. So it's normal for Pioli to do these things when players get injured.
Yeah, today, look, I mean, it was great up until he made that sub. Everything he did was perfect. You know, the formation he put on the field was perfect. It was playing great football. Everything was great. Then the subs came in and the team lost something, you know. The thing is, like, Diaz is not old. Diaz is not 37.
Oh, let me correct this on Nathan. I know Nathan did that. That's why I'm saying is impossible to do that. That in a normal situation, Pioli will never play Kalulu instead of Romagnoli, and no other coach in the world would do that. No Allegri, no Sarri, no Spalletti, no one. They will still pick Romagnoli instead of Kalulu.
Objectively speaking, Pioli is one of the most flexible coaches I have seen. Objectively speaking, now that doesn't mean that his decisions are right, and he is stubborn about certain things.
He doesn't have an ego when it comes down to these things because he's not also like a top coach to be like, well, I got more trophies than you. He can't have an aura of a Mourinho because his trophy cabinet doesn't say that. So
maybe it's that, yeah. Or remember that interview when he says, Rebic cannot play as a right wing. He will never play as a right wing. Rebic played in Champions League as a right wing. Right. So
that's my favorite formation. That's my favorite formation, but he did.
And so, I think with the Pioli thing, right? I think he took the team at the right time because it's like it was new for everybody. So everybody is learning. It's kind of like a fucking teenage mom. It's like, boy, I'm a child, you a child. Let's both fucking figure this shit out together. And I feel like that was the perfect storm. I think any other coach that would have came in, we wouldn't even be, it would have been really like 3 years behind type thing. We would have been really like try to go according to schedule in terms of winning Scudetto and all that. If it was like a coach that was mastery, like a Conte, maybe after we fucking use all the funds of the city of Milan,
Conte would destroy Milan.
Maybe he would fucking win something.
Conte would absolutely destroy Milan. He would destroy it.
Look what he's doing to Tottenham. And that's why I say we can beat Tottenham. Because even with Tottenham right now, I say Conte is already leaving. Because he already started. Did y'all see his interview yesterday? When he said, this team is not meant for winning. That all I'm just trying to do is just establish a foundation that, you know, he wants to win. Like pretty much what he was saying is that he wants to win. He's not here for their vision. It's a long-time project.
And we've seen every time there's a divorce coming, Conte starts to say these kind of
and I know he's leaving because, you know,
Tottenham is not going to spend, and they got the stadium. He was praising the stadium at the beginning, but I'm like, bro, Levy, like, you know, Daniel Levy is not going to spend, bro. So forget it. I don't know what the fuck.
We better not resurrect. We better not go out there and resurrect Conte's career and relationship with Tottenham. We need to thrash them and make him dead and buried. We need to bury him.
I mean, even if he goes through, right? Because here's what he said.
Relationship with Tottenham.
Because here's what he said. He said last year was a miracle. Last year finishing 4th was a miracle. That the 5th spot, he said Tottenham is 5th at best. You go out there publicly to say that in the media, you're sending a message. He said the team they have is 5th at best. He said Tottenham, you should be 7-6. How can you say
for them to spend money on the transfer market? And Larry, before I got disconnected, I was gonna say the reason they put CDK, the reason they play these players is because maybe they're trying to send a message to those people who are signing the checks for the transfer market. We're spending your money, but we're using it. You know, we're not putting it to waste. And I think maybe that influences why you see players like CDK coming in, because the next time we need them to write another check, we don't want to go into those conversations and their first thing is, well, last time we wrote you a check, you didn't use the player. So, you know, maybe that's influencing the decision.
It's also game management, though. We have a game Saturday, so we just can't be playing like these players like 100%.
But that's why I'm saying that Pioli cannot be the coach you guys are asking, the brave coach that brave decisions. Sometimes he is forced to do those decisions because the pressure coming from Milan is crazy. It's a level that is not at Sassuolo or Lazio. It's something that you have to do. He's planning the game, and he knows that CDK is going to start at minute 65, whatever happened.
A lot of these coaches, like a lot of these coaches, they think, well, they're very arrogant, stubborn, and you know they have the badges, like Clint was saying, and like they have a history to fall back on. So they think the people writing the checks and the managers and directors are all idiots, and they don't know shit, and they know everything. Pioli's not like that at all. Like, look at who he has above him. He has Maldini above him. You know, he's gonna take what they have to say very seriously, and he's going to work together collaboratively with others, and that's not something you see from other coaches. There's other coaches, they think everyone above them is stupid idiot and they know nothing about the sport. That's not the case for Pioli at Milan. That's not the case for Pioli at Milan.
You mentioned you bring a Pep Guardiola to Milan, bro. You'll fuck up our culture. Pep has
it's so bad.
He has a personality I don't like.
I'm a Zlatan fan, so I don't like Pep.
I don't like Pep.
I don't like the way he treated Zlatan.
I don't think he's so stupid that he's gonna completely break Milan, come in a club and completely break it. I think he's gonna behave in a way that is suited to the club, and he speaks Italian. He understands what Milan is and what does it mean to be a coach.
I mean, he played at Roma and Brescia, so
so he lived basically in Milan for long, so he knows what is Milan.
Yeah, because like Brescia is like 2 hours from Milano, right?
It's really close to Milan. So who plays in Brescia lives in Milan.
I don't like that tactic some of these coaches use where like it's like the prison tactic. Like you get to prison, what do? You punch the biggest, strongest guy, like, and then you know you're protected. And I see a lot of these coaches doing that. Like Mourinho, they come in, they look at the person who's shining the brightest, who has the most potential talent, and then they freaking try and punk them just to get instant respect from the group, and it actually causes more harm than good in many cases.
One thing I said about Mourinho,
Pep does the same thing.
Is that one thing I said about Mourinho has proven himself everywhere he has went. Like he's a serial winner, and when you listen to players that agree, the only people that don't like Mourinho is only like.
I'm not a Mourinho hater, by the way.
No.
I just don't like
the
that
lazy
tactic.
players. Because somebody like Zlatan, with his personality, you would have think that he would have went, like. Head to head with fucking Mourinho, but he has the most respect for him. Why? Because then that when you cut from that cloth, you see they're not there for the bullshit. Remember when he told Dele Ali that bro, you're lazy, you're a really lazy player, and people were saying, oh, Mourinho's so harsh. Fast fucking forward. Look at
Clint, but can you bet a big amount of money that Dele Ali's career would have gone in the same trajectory with Pioli as a coach? Because Pioli would have given him the motivation to be back, to come back and be the player that he is.
But like
so that's the point. No. But that's the point. Mourinho acts like all the 24 players have the Zlatan personality, which is not. So you are wrong. You need to have a personality that suits at least 80% of your players.
Yep.
But
It's called differentiated learning. Some people learn differently. You have to use different tactics and methods to bring the best out of people. When you try to use a one size fits all way of teaching, and it doesn't work like that.
But let's say this.
Players are different.
See, I would agree with that if that guy was only in one club and he did it like multiple times and he wasn't winning. Our club, all different teams as Mourinho has went to, he has won. So most than likely,
I rate Mourinho.
That works, and the other people are not. Yeah. He went to Porto, he won the Champions League, he won the UEFA Cup. He went to Chelsea. Hold on, let me finish. He won 3 Premier Leagues. You understand? He won 3 Premier Leagues at Chelsea, right? And then he was at Madrid. He won La Liga at Madrid.
But it didn't evolve. It didn't evolve, man. He's coaching.
Yes, he did.
Why not? No, because
his tactics didn't evolve. Yeah.
Oh no, his tactic, but
his man managing is pretty good. Yeah.
Relevant. He doesn't win anything relevant in the last 8-10 years. The last title he won was in 2011. So for 10 years,
I agree.
The La Liga.
I just think that one man management style is not great.
But he won the UEFA Cup. I'll count it. It's not a Mickey Mouse Cup. That other cup is a Mickey Mouse Cup. Conference Cup, that's a Mickey Mouse Cup. So I agree, that's bullshit. But
it's been 10 years without winning something.
No, so but he won that UEFA Cup. He won with Man U. That was a trophy.
That is a Mickey Mouse Cup because Man U at that point has spent $500 million money on him. So that is a Mickey Mouse. If you put me with $500 million, I'll win that cup by accident in 3 years.
Calm down.
So that's,
and Zlatan, right? Didn't they have Zlatan too?
Fucking Zlatan. He had everyone. Pogba.
But that was an injured Zlatan though.
Schweinsteiger. He bought like Luke Shaw for 35 million. 35 million Luke Shaw at that time was a lot of money. He bought everyone. He bought the world. He bought everything. He had all the money in the world. He had 40 years time. And he won a Mickey Mouse Cup, a cup that Villarreal and Sevilla wins. So it does not him being a great coach. That him by accident winning something. So he's not a great coach anymore. He's not been a great coach for 10 years. I'm sorry. His method is outdated. His method was good in 2003 because players had a strong personality at that time. Players in 2003, there was no social media. They were warriors. They were soldiers. You shout at them. You tell them you're a piece of shit. They go to the pitch and they give everything. If you
this new generation is different. Yep.
Try to say you're a piece of shit to CDK. He's gonna disappear from the planet. He's not gonna show up anymore.
Yeah, man. Go to the media and say something shitty about a young player like Mourinho does.
You saw what he said at Contra.
Broken. That player's broken. This new generation.
I really want to know.
They're way too sensitive for that.
Yo,
do
I really want to know
you tell Dele Alli you're gonna disappear as a football player if you don't work hard. He's gonna shit himself and he's gonna disappear.
I really want to know what happened to Karsdorp though. From Roma, I want to know what happened because that dude flew out.
I think he faked an injury and he left early for the World Cup.
Oh,
and Mourinho went out and says, "I felt threatened by the fuck off, man. You felt threatened. You're getting 10 million a year, man. Shut up." And your Roma plays like shit.
I don't know if you guys follow. Do you guys follow the USMT at all? Did you see the Berhalter news, Clint?
I do. That's why I was talking about that earlier.
Dude, tell him, Clint.
No, so like I said,
Berhalter.
Like I said,
the Berhalter
earlier,
news.
like, what we're talking about. So what they're doing is, and I think you weren't on yet when I said in the U.S., they try to use that whole royalty stuff, with these guys, because we're not really, really like a footballing nation yet. So you got these guys running around like Claudio Reyna, the Berhalter. Because they're the first one. It's kind of like a first come, first
entitled. They're so entitled.
Entitlement that they're getting, thinking like they're hot shit. Because I think if the U.S. really wanted to take this thing serious, none of these guys have no business being near the team. And somebody brought a good point.
Crazy.
Somebody brought a good point. So here's what happened. Gio Reyna's father, which is Claudio Reyna, he played at Man City actually, right? I remember playing. He was a U.S. captain of the U.S. national team back then. He got mad when he found out his son will have limited time. He started to dig dirt up on Berhalter. They were teammates back in the day.
They were teammates as children and in high school and in college.
Right. And so he's finding dirt on them about some rape case, bringing it close to the U.S. Federation so they can get Berhalter fired.
No, not rape.
Because his son.
No, hold on, not rape. The wife also. So the dad was mad, but the wife, Gio Reyna's mom, she was really pissed off. And she was college roommates with Greg Berhalter's wife. So when they were in college, Greg Berhalter was drunk after a party, got into a fight with his future wife, and he kicked her. He assaulted her, like physically. Yep. And they broke up for 6 months, and it was a traumatic experience. And Gio Reyna's mom was her roommate in college and like helped her through the mental, like getting over the trauma.
So
and now
she told everything now.
She snitched.
Snitching now because the son didn't play. Yep. So all this is doing is going to bring a negative highlight on Rio's career, right? On that kid's career. It's going to be a distraction. And I think it's going to destroy his career mentally. I
think the father told the wife to say that.
But the father already did his thing too. So he's already in the news.
I think the
the father already made those comments about like he was forgiven, and then they still came out and talked shit. Like we thought this was squashed internally, and you still came out and said something.
So the father was like, "Oh shit, that thing didn't work." So
but the thing is, Berhalter has no business.
That's a mom for you.
Close to a national team, bro.
Greg Berhalter's out. His contract expired December 31st, so the USMT is going to get a new coach anyway.
Because this World Cup we're organizing here, you have to bring like a real serial killer. Like I'm tired of these like YouTube coaches, right? You got to fucking cert off some UEFA license online. Doesn't reflect, but these are professionals. I think our team is getting identity. You got professional players now that play in Europe. We can't have these bum coaches like lingering around, bro. The MLS model is not going to work in a World
What
Cup.
about the Leeds coach? What about the Leeds coach? He's American.
No, bro.
Wow, he's good. He's not bad.
I like him. He reminds me of Ted Lasso for some reason. He's the Ted Lasso in the Premier League.
Come on, man. He's not bad. He's a good coach. He's been coaching in Europe for a long time now. I think he's like.
There's another one that coaches.
He came from the Red Bull system. He came from the Red Bull coaching system.
So he knows how to play with the upcoming and young players.
Modern football. High octane.
What's that other coach name? He used to coach Stuttgart. He's coaching in Germany right now. He's American. He's actually pretty solid.
Okay, the guy that had like an Italian surname. Almost,
I think so.
I don't remember his name, but I think he has an Italian surname.
To be honest, if it's me, like I go and get Klinsmann back, bro.
Nah, Klinsmann has been on TV for 10 years, 15 years. Doesn't even.
And I like him more now. You know what? Ever since he became a TV personality, I started to like him more and appreciate him.
But what he was saying is the truth. Is this because Americans were snowflakes? Americans felt offended. He said the truth. He said the only way US is going to be successful is if they all play in Europe. They're like, oh, what are you saying about our league? You have like the Alexi Lalas, bro. I can't stand that guy too, bro.
Oh my God. Fucking hate him, dude. I hate Alexi Lalas.
It's just
actually
like,
a colleague I work with played college soccer with Lexi Lalas, and he's a former professional soccer player. Before it was the MLS, it was called the Philadelphia Kicks, was the team, not the Union. He played with Lexi Lalas. He said Lexi Lalas is the biggest fucking asshole he ever met in his life. He was the biggest douchebag. Everyone on the team hated him. He was a cocky asshole.
You can tell.
He was so cocky. No one on the team liked him, and they were begging the coach to get rid of him. They hated him.
You can tell. And that dude only played in part of it. And I'm like, bro, your record, the only two players on that panel that I can respect their take when they give a take is London Donovan and fucking Clint Dempsey.
Clint Dempsey, baby.
Huh?
Yeah, Clint
Because I
Dempsey.
think they played at the highest level, and then when they speak, they understand, and they've been consistent enough throughout. All these wannabes, like Lawless, come on, bro. You're lucky. It's because the sport is not big. You think you're something within the sport. You're not, man. You're like an afterthought, bro. Come on, stop it. But anyway, that's what happened, like. So there's a whole drama going on, and they want him fired. I actually want Greg Berhalter fired, so I don't feel sorry for him. So
you said Gio Reyna's. You think his international career is over, Clint? You said that.
Who?
Gio Reyna. You think it's
now because whoever they're gonna bring now, they're not gonna want the backlash, right? Because here's what this is gonna turn into. This can easily turn into some racial thing too, right? They can be like, oh well, since he's Hispanic from whatever origin, easily that can go that route with Gio Reyna. You understand me?
They're gonna use the racist card. They're gonna use that.
Oh, I like Nathan's suggestion in the chat. Beasley.
What do you say?
Beasley to coach.
Beasley? But Beasley's not, and I like Beasley played at the highest level, and he played for a long fucking time.
I love him.
He was good, yeah.
Yeah,
he was
for Rome
good,
as well. On that PSV team, he was good. But are they willing to do that? Because there's a lot of politics they're playing too, on that U.S. Federation. You saw that half of the money they made went to the females, like in this World Cup, when they didn't even participate. So there's too much political stuff, but I feel like some players don't want to get involved with it. That's why I feel like the London Donovan, they don't even want to be part of the federation. I'm pretty sure they offered them a role.
I'm on the Beasley train now. I'm on the Beasley train. Anyone and everyone that talks U.S. soccer with me, I'm going to talk about Beasley. I'm going to try and organically spread the rumor. Beasley would be perfect. Even the way he was on the field, he was so enthusiastic. He was constantly talking to players, constantly talking to the ref. He was like a really great mediator. He was a leader.
He's a coach.
Right now, I don't know.
Maybe he's not a coach. You guys need somebody that is a coach, actually.
The dude that I like, don't make me. I like Bob
Captain
Bradley,
makes a good coach.
You know what I like?
No.
I like Bob Bradley. Huh?
Clint, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it.
Bob Bradley?
I don't know.
I liked him.
I don't know how I feel about him.
I think he was solid.
What about Tim Howard? He didn't.
Boy, he's out there being a host, bro. He's making that Premier League money. You don't want to fucking coach.
Tim Howard would be great.
Yeah, but he's a good pundit though. I like him. I like his takes.
Yeah, me too.
You can see
everything he says is on point.
We should get Marco.
The American football players that played a lot of times in Europe. You can see.
You know who you should get? We should get Mike Grella to come and coach.
Yep.
And you know what? American sports like NBA, NFL, all of these, it makes sense the way they analyze football because it's quite analytical. A lot of analysis, points, and things like that. So it makes sense. Yard run, for football and things like that. So it becomes almost like super analytical. But football is to be more like understanding the game, understanding the tactics and the mentality of the players. And you can see that who played in America does not talk in that way. Who played in Europe talks more in that way, understanding the players. And
there's nuances of the game that the analytics doesn't capture. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. When I look at the takes, even during the World Cup, right? When I look at those takes they were talking about, you can kind of sense the ones that are kind of casual, the ways the questions are asked and what they're really formulating. And it's like, dude, sometimes you kind of sense that, okay, you guys don't have a deep understanding, of the game. Because I like what CBS does, right? CBS for the Champions League, and I know it's in Europe, you have a Thierry Henry that's on there, right? You have a Mika Richards, or you have and then you have what's his name? Jamie Carragher. You understand? They have a sense. They're not using, randoms to come out there and just sit there. And they know what the fuck they're talking about because they played there. They understand it. And I think that's what of that America needs more in all aspects of the sport. And I feel like, and especially in football, I think a lot of guys that we have in, because we're now having now, I think, this is like now the second generation of retiree players that we're actually having. Like the Lalas, they're considered like first generation, quote unquote, American soccer players. If you want, you can agree with me on that.
You know,
We need
forget
American
about
players, former American players with experience playing in Europe, like both of you said.
yeah,
That's what we
he's
need.
he's the first player to play in Europe for the US, period. And that's 96.
Not this like, oh, I went to like UNC Chapel Hill and then I
No,
played
bro,
the
nobody
New
gives a
England
fuck. I hate those
Revolution and,
cats,
like,
bro.
I don't give a fuck.
Why would
I don't care if
care
you're the top scorer for a D1 college. Okay, you didn't play in Europe. You didn't play in South America. You didn't branch out outside of the U.S. You are shit. I do not respect you, and you're not a good coach. I don't care if you have your A license. You know how easy it is to get a coaching license in the U.S.? I could not care less what you accomplished in college. Like, we need a European, like, American coach with European pedigree.
Indeed.
I don't care if they didn't go to college at all. I still prefer them.
What's crazy is one of the things that's happening right now, especially on the female side, the gap is actually getting closed with the European females because they're getting better. I watch the females a lot. That's one of my favorite teams, and they're losing games against. That's why they don't like playing friendlies against those bigger teams. What they should be doing because their flaws are coming out. They lost their last two games against England and Spain, and the gap is getting close because like the female actually lead with the money of the Premier League, what they're giving to their feminine side. It's developing. So a lot of people are going over there instead of playing in the States. And America, on the female side, they're falling behind. So they need to catch up over there.
Yeah,
they definitely need to catch up. Yeah. No, but I hear you, though. I don't know. Like, maybe you're going to go coach Milan. I mean, the U.S.
No, man. I don't have the right personality to be a coach.
That's
why? Why not?
I get heated too quick. So
no,
that's perfect. That's the best. Trust me, that's the best. I'm a youth coach. My blood boils. I get so heated, and the parents love it, dude. My players love it. They feed off of the energy. Trust me.
And I'm like, I don't give second chances. And I think a coach should give second chances. I don't give second chances.
Why don't you give second chances?
No, because my skin is.
This is where Roy needs to say Kratos right here. Fucking Kratos.
Roy's not even here.
No,
but I don't give second chance, especially when we're doing things seriously, like when because it's a job, not your work. Of course, I think for the youngsters, for the kids, I will be a good coach because I like the technique, the tactical side of football. And they are not influenced by the world. They are not human beings. They're still not a formed person. So you can influence.
They're still malleable. They're still malleable. You can still mold them.
You can change their vision of football. You can make them disciplined, or if you see them really technical or flamboyant, you can use them in a different way to make them. So I can do that. But for grown-ups, no chance, because you need different personality. It's a completely different job. It's not coaching kids. It's coaching people. They are formed. These people have strong ideas. You're not gonna change their ideas. You need to make.
I never coached adults.
See, the adults, when you ask them to do something, you need to pretend it's their idea, not your idea.
You got to use reverse psychology on them. It's more psychological.
It's really
because they already know how to play. They already know how to play, so it's more getting them on their side.
They're already made. They are formed. 90% of their type of football is formed. So let's say to make a player like Brahim Diaz that is technical and likes to dribble, and to make him track back and do things like that, you need to use a lot of reverse psychology. Like, it's really hard. Or to make CDK be good at off the ball, you need to use something that is, you need something that is. You cannot just tell him, listen, you're doing wrong. This. If you get better at this, I'm gonna play. It does not work like this, because it's gonna be like it does not.
You're
see
like telling them how to kick a ball is gonna come off really like demeaning and belittling, because they've been playing the sport their whole life. It's more about getting their mind right.
Yeah.
But since you're here for the first time and you're a youth coach, here's what I told them before. Me and Nathan's been saying this. I think the problem we have in the U.S. is that the U.S. we're not getting, especially at the youth level. You can probably attest for that. you're not getting the best athletes in terms of crop of talent. They're going to the other sports. And I think that's the problem here. And I think the image of football or soccer has to change because you're not getting the best athletes. Your best athletes, they're playing you AU tournaments, meaning for basketball or like the NFL stuff or baseball.
But
they're going
Clint,
there.
Clint. But you are a nation that is big, like Germany, Italy, France, England, and Spain together. So you don't even need to get the best athlete. You need just to get
even the middle of the road athletes are pretty good athletes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So even the worst athlete or the number 10 or the guy that is not running for the 100 meters Olympics is still has a pace enough to become a badass football player. Or the tallest guy that he didn't make it to the NBA or didn't get picked to the basketball team, he can still be a great center back. You have the numbers. I think the relegation system is so important for you to change completely the cultural and the football in United States.
I don't think.
Clint, you're right. American kids. So I was gonna say, American kids, they play all the sports. It's just so different from other countries. Like American kids, like we play baseball, soccer, basketball, football. Like we
by
play
season,
everything.
and it's by season. I told them that.
Yeah.
From school, it's by season. You run track.
We play
right.
everything.
So when it's right now we're going into the spring, January. Soccer season starts like mid-March. Because that's when throughout the whole country that you can play outdoor soccer, quote unquote. So that's going to be that, and then baseball is going to start, right? Football season is going away. And
so Larry, you said we have a lot of numbers. Larry, like you were saying, we have a lot of numbers. The issue is we have a lot of sports, and some of those sports require a lot of freaking players. Like American football, five of like my top 10 players, 5 of them, they had to leave to join the football team because the football team didn't have enough players, and it's during the fall, during soccer season. So
I'll tell you something. Rock's
American football
team. No, I'm talking about your team. Imagine you have a team. You're running a football club in your area, and if you develop some young players, these young players are gonna be bought by the second division team that it needs to play to get promoted to the major league.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do, you're going to tell these kids that are not good enough to be an NBA player, but their athletical abilities are pretty good. You're going to be and tell them, you can make $1,000 a week if you become a football player. Just join us as a 15 years old and train with us. I'm recruiting a team, and you do tournament, and you get one of them that is really good. And another team wants that player because they want to get promoted. They're going to pay you. And they're going to pay him as well. And that when the voice spread out that you can get paid at the age of 18 without any problem. Or at the age of 16, even if you're good and play for the pros, he's going to start. People are going to say, I'm not playing.
We don't have that. We don't have that.
Exactly.
Yeah, we don't have that.
So
there's no incentives. There are no incentives in youth soccer. Almost none.
No incentives. So
besides like college scholarships, which is,
Yeah, but and here's the thing too, though.
There's no like financial incentive.
Since the beginning of time in this country, sport started as a business model. Soccer. Sport in this country started as a business model. Didn't even start as, you understand, as how would I say that? Didn't start as a cultural thing like in other countries. Because when we're looking from the college level, right? When you look at those tournaments, right? You want to poach this player for that tournament, right? There was incentives that was in terms of like benefits for the whole institution. It wasn't from like the people from that city, the way like when you think about Milan, Italians or the people of the city of Milan take Milan or Inter to heart. Stuff started here as a business/entertainment perspective. And we're talking about early 90s. You fast forward now, they're never going to do that relegation system. We need to take that out the window because that's a losing business. Nobody's will want to subscribe to that type of to that type of thing. Now going to youth, right? This whole pay to play, it bothers me too. It bothers me a lot because most of the people they able to afford are people from middle class, where usually the talent can be around like your Latinos, right? But a lot of these Latino cats don't have the money to sending their kid to camp. They don't have that. They're never gonna have it.
There is not a pyramid. There is not a
the
pyramid.
parent works.
There is not the low.
Yeah,
there is not a lower team that is gonna bring a player to the higher team, and then this higher team is gonna bring to the higher. There is not a pyramid. If you build a pyramid with a relegation system, these kids are gonna be asked to play football because I can develop you and sell you to a youth system. Because, for example, Milan is connected with a lot of school of football in Italy. They develop kids at the age of 5, 6, 7, and they move to Milan at the age of 8, 9, 10. From that, they go to the other city. So there is a system that brings these kids, and maybe a few of them become millionaire. Some of them become they earn good money because they play in second division, third division, and others they play it just for fun. But at that point, you have so many people playing it because there's the incentive. You need to build that one. Because what is the reason for me to play football? I want to play basketball. I like that.
And that's what happened. And exactly. And that's what they go and they do. And that's why they don't care about that sport. And that's why you have subpar above average kids that are running around in football, like that play soccer here in this country, because that's where they go. And then another factor, like I said before, education plays a big part in this country. Nobody's about to let their kid off at 8, not being in school, just dedicated to sport, which like the Brazilians, they allow. Andrews can be allowed at 16 to sign for whatever and go play in the National League. In America, the parents will prioritize school because that's just what the bottom line is. They're not going to be like, okay, fuck your studies or don't go to Yale because Chelsea is signing you up, unless you have European parents.
Yeah, there's not really an opportunity to dedicate your entire life to football as a profession,
and that's
as a
going to be a
career
big
at a young age. At a young age.
But to be fair,
really
in Europe, at the age of 16, you know that you are close to become a pro, and at the age of 16, you're not gonna start any university or any college. It's too early, because usually university you start at the age of 19, 18 in Europe. At the age of 18, you have a professional contract, and usually the professional contract for most of these players is a pretty good professional contract, and you train twice a day or maybe once a day, so you have time to actually keep going to study something.
See,
just
right.
So that because university are
really.
not built in that way.
On a large scale,
Europe,
at least.
university, you can go and study at any university. It's not
Here
about
you're not even drafted at that age. Here, I think in the MLS they drafted at 22, like your second year of college, a year of college.
And that's
They're still in the
wrong.
draft system. If they didn't buy you from these
football
South
career
American,
is short. Football career is 20
right?
years
It's short.
career.
Yeah, you know why it's short? You know why
Respect.
it's short? It's because they mirror that off the same model as the basketball, as the football. And like I said, a lot of cats here, they start really playing that sport in high school, which we're the year of 14 to 9th grade. That's why a lot of these guys start picking up sports. And when we speaking of football numbers, at that time you're behind. If at 14, that's when you're gonna stop playing the sport. Compared to, let's say, like Mbappe, somebody else kicking the bus and still with 8-6. He always has like a 3-4 advantage year over you, and you're only doing that strictly when school's in session. Because when the fall hits at your school at that time, you're not playing soccer no more. You're doing another sport. So you're already restricting yourself, and I think America has to get out that model, this whole season thing, because that's also what puts us behind in terms of like the Europeans. They're playing day in, day out, and they're playing throughout the whole thing. And there's only a few kids in America that are able to go through Europe or go through these Red Bull academies or whatever. I'm being serious, man. It's not. So if that culture was there, I think they'll go somewhere. Now, America can create a hybrid model, don't get me wrong. And I think that we're better that way. But it's going to take some time. But they're already starting off on the wrong foot, having people like Behar to run our team anyway. So, that's what
I see the culture. I see the culture changing a little bit, but not enough, probably.
It has to change for this World Cup, man.
It's more likely for a kid to leave soccer to go play like a more popular American sport that is really popular in the entertainment industry, is popular with the generation that teaches them, that are their role models, that are their parents. Like a lot of the kids that I coach, their parents never even played soccer. So, but there is more outreach happening now where there's like scholarships where there might be a kid who never played soccer but is a great athlete and isn't getting that many opportunities with their basketball team, their AU basketball team, that might consider soccer. And I've seen that never used to happen, but I see it happening more often now. It's just on a
But when
really
you say
small
kid,
scale.
what age you're saying?
Like U18, U17, like under the age of 17.
It's too
like
late.
middle school, high
It's too
school
late.
kids.
It's too
Yeah.
late.
It's late.
At the age of 15, you can see if you are an expert,
Hey guys, I'm gonna go. Hey, I'm gonna go. But hey, I'm gonna talk to you again soon. I think we connect Saturday. Then I'll get back to y'all.
Sure, man. We
All right,
probably
bet. Hey,
gonna
have a
go
good
in
one.
10 minutes.
I
If you
bet.
go to
Yeah, I'm gonna
Italy
see.
and you ask the people that play for that work for the Federation of Italy, they already have studied all the under 12, 13, 14, 15 of Italy. So they can give you a list of 200 players. They for sure gonna play in Serie B and Serie A in the next 10 years. They can give you a list. They already know at the age of 12,
with players or with the team, like teams.
No, with
or
players.
they have individual player like stats.
They have individuals. Yeah. There is a you can see, and there is a list. They can go to the youth academy in all the 20 regions there is in Italy, and they already the newspapers are writing about the best prospects at the age of 12, 13, 14 years old. So at that age, you already know that there is those 200 kids, that are gonna end up in Serie A, Serie B, Serie C, professional football players. So that is an advanced knowledge that you already know. So
we have something like that, but I don't think it's as comprehensive, and I don't think it's that much historical data. It hasn't been like set in stone as like a historically cultural thing that we do over a long period of time. I think it's very new, it's still evolving, and it's not as comprehensive probably as that.
So we had a kid when I was playing football in Italy, when I was a kid, talking about 11, 12, 13 years old, we had a really good team. It was not a professional team. It was a normal football academy.
ODP.
Yeah, we call it Scuola Calcio, School of Football. And we had at least 5 players in that team. They were doing, how's it called? When you go and they try you, they see a trial. They were doing trial with all the biggest teams in Italy. They were doing trial for Roma, Parma, Lazio, Milan, Inter. From the age of 12 until the age of 15, they've done trial all around Italy. Because they were on the book of these guys are good enough to go on an academy or a professional team and at one point become professional. And one of them became a Serie A player. 1 out of 5 became a Serie A player, did all the things. So now in Italy is happening the same thing. You have all the 11 years old of Italy. Each team have the best 5. One of them are going to become.
Do kids
Are you prepared?
Do kids in Italy, like 10, 11 years old, like do they have to pay $3,000 to play for a soccer club?
No.
Okay.
they have to pay $50 a month.
Yeah, look at what Nathan's saying. This is the kind of shit that happens in American soccer. Like to progress through the channels that you're supposed to progress through, to go from a kid to a professional. Like this is just one example of many examples that hold kids who have the potential to be like potentially great professional soccer players. A lot of them really don't go on to do it because the opportunities and the channels that you would typically go through to get to that point, just there's a lot of issues with it.
And
even just the initial $3,000, sorry to cut you off, $3,000 for a 10-year-old kid, and maybe the family doesn't have that much money, and maybe the club doesn't have any more scholarships available. Like that kid straight up can't play. Like they can't play. They have to go play rec for $100 with a bunch of kids who, they might not even like soccer.
I think the biggest problem is not that kids not being able to play. The other 20 kids, the other kids that is good and is being able to pay, he's playing not with the best kids of his area. He's playing with kids that have money, and that's it. So his skills are not developing because he's not playing with good enough players that care about football and they like it. He's playing with,
and those kids leave. Larry, those kids, they leave to go to a club 10 minutes away that cost $5,000 a year to play. And the coaching quality might be worse, but the player quality might be better. So it's just,
You guys, these kids are just products, they are customers. You want money from them. You don't want them to become football players.
And those clubs do almost no vetting, Larry. Like instead of tryouts where you cut players who aren't quite up to the level of that team, they take everybody and they just make A team, B team, C team, D team, E team.
And when you pay that amount of money, what they give you, what is included in that £5,000, $5,000?
You still have to pay for your own uniform.
So you buy your own equipment.
Yeah, you get a fall season, two practices a week, and one game on the weekends. Maybe there's like 8 to 10 games in a fall season, 2 practices a week for like an hour and a half. You have a very small winter season. Maybe it's 1 practice a week and maybe 1 game, like a futsal or something like that. In the spring, you get the same as the fall, 2 practices a week for an hour, hour and a half, a game on the weekend. And then you have
your parents need to drive you there. Your parents need to drive you to the pitch.
Yeah. And then the summer, you're basically off. And then each season, you do a tournament. Some clubs will do more than 1 tournament in a fall, a winter tournament, a tournament or 2 in the spring, and 1 tournament in the summer. It depends on what club. Like if a club is $3,000 a year, you're probably doing 4 tournaments, 5 tournaments. If it's 5,000, you're doing 6 to 10 tournaments. And if those tournaments, some of those tournaments, if they're extra tournaments, they are not included in your $3,000 fee or your $5,000 fee. You need to pay out of pocket extra for those extra tournaments. And sometimes you have to compensate the coach. And you have to pay all the ref fees. The club doesn't cover ref fees. Parents split the cost of all the ref fees. So maybe it's like $20 a game. So it's very expensive, man. It's
for us, you know how it works in Italy? In Italy, it works exactly like a professional league, man. As kids, the league is run by the federation that runs the national team and that runs everything. So I need to as a kid, I need to get registered as like a professional player. I need to do the medicals. My name needs to go there. The club that I'm signing in, he owns me. So if a professional team buys me, finds me, and says that this kid's good, I want him, my club gets 15,000 euros, something like that.
What?
It's built. Yeah, it's built like as a professional team.
That's crazy.
The system is built like a pro.
I think we have that, but not at 12 years old. Like I don't.
So the referees that come, the referees are paid by the federation. The federation gets a fee by the clubs that get registered to the tournament. So it's not my parents that are paying the referee. The referee comes with a uniform. He comes and he comes to the dressing room and says the name. Says my surname. I need to raise the hands.
Say
my name. In the dressing room, say my name and show the number.
12-year-olds
and he checks my ID. This is done in Serie A with the list. That's how we do it from the young age, 11. And they come to the dressing room. They explain the rules. They tell us to be fair, be careful. He doesn't want to be violent and things like that.
We're getting
ready.
Yeah, I think we're trying to get there. It's just. I think we have standards that are similar, but it's not happening consistently throughout youth soccer. Like there's so much variation between like a crappy soccer club and a good soccer club and an MLS feeder academy versus an MLS youth team, like official team. It's just very convoluted.
Another thing is they give us the bag, the winter equipment to train and the summer equipment to train. We just need to buy boots, football boots, and socks. And of course, lower layer, you have like a short sleeve, random white t-shirt, you buy for $1, something like that. So things that is no cost at all. And the shower, everything is paid.
What do you think the average Italian kid, 12 years old, that just loves soccer, been playing since they were a little kid,
Also, by the way, if you want to play as a little kid, those programs cost a lot of money too. Even at 3 years old, it's like $200 for an 8-week season, maybe more. But how much on average do you think a kid, even like a low level, maybe not a really expensive program, just an average program, pay in a year to be a part of that program?
Football is for poor people in Europe. So you are poor. If you're playing football, you are poor. So the amount is the bare minimum. I would say the highest amount you will pay probably a year is $500 a year plus a pair of new boots every year because your feet is growing. You're growing. Your body is developing. So we're talking about $600 a year.
And that's
this is
the
the
play at a
highest
club. That's the play at a club where there's going to be opportunities for you. There's going to be like investing in your development.
League. You don't pay for transport. You show up in the training ground, and everyone goes with the cars. You have a coach, a second coach, and a sporting director, and a team that is following you through the season. Your parents are not following. Your parents are showing up and watching the game.
$500 in the US would get you a rec league season with no professional coaches, maybe a parent coach that never played soccer before or watched it, and your cleats, and that's it. And maybe that's a fall season, depending on your rec league and how expensive it is.
When I was a kid, there was some poor kids from immigrant kids, poor kids. They didn't have the money to pay monthly, and the club was taking them for free. They were telling them, "Don't worry, just bring your kids to play football, even if it was not good." The father was coming and was asking how much it costs to play football here, and they were saying, "Oh, it costs $30 a month." Oh, I'm sorry. And he was going, and he's like, "No, don't worry, bring your kids. Just keep bringing in training." And they were, and people were bringing.
What percentage of the kids would you say like were given that opportunity to like play even if they couldn't afford it? Like, would you say it was a lot of them?
Everyone just
everyone who wanted to play. Okay.
Everyone that had a friend that is saying, "Oh, I play in this school. Do you want to come and play in this school of football? Do you want to come and play with us?" And he was showing up.
And they do good outreach to like reach out to kids like that who might not be able to afford it, but might be interested in playing soccer like that or football. They do outreach.
They will find everyone. They will find everyone. And if you go to a professional club, like you play for the local team that has a professional team that is in third division, you're not paying any money. You're not paying.
Wow. That's so crazy. I mean, like my U14 team, like there's 32 kids. And one of them is on a scholarship. Like the rest of them pay full price. Like I think it's $3,500 now, just to play, just to participate in the program. And they may or may not have ever played soccer or even like soccer. Like they can afford it though.
Dude,
good question. Wait, what do you do? Do you coach?
I coach part-time. So I'm actually a director of a soccer company that does programming for kids ages 2 to 8. So I run Delaware County, Montgomery County, Chester County, and Berks County in PA. I don't know if you're familiar with all of them, Antonio.
Dude, I live there.
You go to school here, so you might be familiar with all those counties.
From here, so yeah.
So that's what I do full time, and then part time I coach youth soccer on the side for fun. So I have a U15 girls team and a U14 boys team.
Is that like sort of travel or like a interview?
It's club. Yeah, it's club soccer.
Cool.
Mm-hmm. It's fun. I highly recommend it. If you ever want a part-time job that's fun, like, and you get that passion that you have for soccer, you get to share it. I definitely highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun.
Are you allowed to yell at the kids?
Absolutely. Actually, the parents love it. The meaner I am, the happier they are.
Good.
One thing that is weird, if you're asking so much money in general in the United States for kids to play, how the coach can make decisions? He has to play everyone. because everyone is paying a lot of money.
You're preaching to the choir, Larry.
That is mad, in my opinion. We had a fucking hierarchy since the young age. Some kids were playing less, and some kids were playing more because the best kids had to play. There was some tricks. For example, when you're really young, 11, 12, we used to play because your body is not developed to play enough 90 minutes straight on a big pitch. We were doing 3 times, 25 minutes, 3 times. So instead of 2 halves, it was divided in 3. So 25, 25, and 25. And each player was had to play at least two halves.
2 halves, okay.
2/3, sorry, 2/3, because it was divided for 3. So the coach was trying to manage the team to have a balanced team on each of those 3 hours. Even the kids that was not good enough has to play with a kid that was really good in that position to help him out. So it was really intelligent the way to coach. Oh, another thing I didn't mention you that is really important. By law in Italy, if you support, so you sponsor one of these organizations that have kids that play football, you pay less taxes. So basically, my team was sponsored by a lot of local businesses at that time. And they were, instead of paying taxes, they were giving us the money because it was a cultural thing. They were keeping the kids out of the streets. The kids were playing football and they were having fun. So the government was saying, don't pay me the taxes, just sponsors a business that does things like that. So a lot of things. That's why it's easier to run on the money side as well.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, I don't know if
some
US
clubs
has
are
that.
for profit. Some clubs are for profit and some are non-profit, but they function almost exactly the same as a for-profit. But the balance sheet has to show that you're reinvesting the revenue that you generate back into your expenses. And there's a lot of bookkeeping that you can do to make sure those numbers line up.
So if you do a charity organization, so the charity is, I'm running a football club, whatever, for the kids, and I'm asking a cost fee to the kids, $50 a month to pay the staff. All the other money has to be given by the charity, which is businesses that they want to give a charity. And that can help you maybe to show a model that can be replicated in the United States and kids can play football.
Yeah, that playing time comment was on point, because when you pay that much money, how do you tell a parent, hey, your kid didn't get to play. I know you paid the same amount of money as all the other parents did, but your kid's not good enough. That's a very difficult, challenging conversation to have. So for me, for example, I make my parents sign a code of conduct, prior to the season. You're not allowed to yell at me during games. You have to allow 48 hours to cool off if you're unhappy with your child's playing time, position, anything, my coaching, anything you're unhappy about, 48-hour mandatory to cool off before we talk. Stuff like that you have to implement and just, try and create a culture that's going to be conducive to everyone growing and feeling valued, which is sometimes hard to do, especially with kids. This generation, very sensitive, very, very, they take everything very, very personally. So you have to be a good manager, even with kids.
That's a good question. I think it's a combined thing. But you cannot. I don't think you can get that in the United States. I don't think you can get a street players in the United States.
It's rare
because it's not cultural.
Rare.
It's not cultural. As you guys say, it's not cultural. You're not gonna find 10 kids accidentally playing in the neighborhood football. It's not gonna happen. So but
the one kid on my team who's on my team who's on scholarship, he was actually at the park playing American football while we were having a practice, and got interested in soccer and definitely could not afford the $3,500 fee to even participate. And we were able to come up with scholarship money for him. But
Like that's a kid who found us. Like we don't do any outreach whatsoever to find kids that might be interested or athletically inclined to become soccer players. There's none at all. It's the burden is all on those families, and a lot of them don't even know where to look. So
yeah, but I think going back to Europe is a mix, because you play a lot of street football, and by the way, not literally in the street, but in those small pitches in the neighborhood, you play a lot of street football, but at one point you go to a academy at the age of 8, 9. You go to academy, even earlier. I think in Italy, 5, 6 years old, you start playing in an academy. It's like something. If you like football, it's like something you do after school. You finish school at 12, 1 p.m. and you go you do your homework at 4 p.m., 6 p.m. When your parents are out of work, so 6 p.m. you go and on practice. Now, when you are young, you're a kid, you practice twice a week, at least 2 to 3 times a week, and you play at the end of the week.
Dude,
When you become
dude, I went to high school in Brazil for a year, and like the day was split into 2 halves, and during that middle portion, where like a 2-hour break in between your courses, like it was mandatory soccer, like mandatory football. It was like English class, science class, football for 2 hours, history class, writing class, football after school until 11 p.m.
yeah.
Like it was crazy. It was part of life, like for sure. We don't have that here. We play football in gym class for a unit, and a unit is like 2 weeks long. And then those kids don't see a soccer ball again unless it's like people getting together after school or playing on the team or being a part of a club. It's hard to get opportunities to play for free, even in our schooling system.
Rock, you got to meet my dad. He would love to talk to you about US. He hates US soccer. Like he's Italian born and raised, and we always have these discussions.
Oh, he's gonna tell you the Italian system because he lived in Italy and he did basically what I did. He played with all the, so he knows exactly how the system works.
Because we were talking about all of that with Clint earlier, like everything about USNC.
My brother and I are born and raised here, but my parents are Italian, and so he'll always talk about. He doesn't like it here, and he always talks about like all the problems with like soccer over here and stuff like that. And yeah, it's a mess.
That's a classic Italian parent. They got to talk about all the problems about something. My dad's Italian, my mom's Brazilian, so I get the best of both and the worst.
Yeah.
We had like Antonio. I don't know if you are in the live, but we had that live that there was a news. Somebody came up with a news saying that China is gonna force. Its target for China is in 10 years to have 50 million kids play football.
China?
Yeah, and I think if China manages to do that, to force in a good way, of course. So tell in the school these kids for 1 hour every day are going to play football. And if they manage 50 million kids to play football, they're gonna have insane talents.
China's gonna have more World Cups than Brazil in 25 years.
They also need people that can actually coach though, because they're not like they got to work on their whole infrastructure over there. But I was thinking actually about the United States, like with the size of the United States, like man, if they really got into like, I mean, like you were saying this before, like it's about money, right? Because over here it's not a poor man's game like it is everywhere else in the world. So that's why people don't have access to it over here. But if more people had access to it, it would be US could actually become a force. But the whole system in the US is just not right for football. So yeah.
Well, there's also a lot of saturation in the youth sports industry in general. Like there's just so many other sports and programs to do and participate in. And like, Americans, we encourage kids to try everything. we don't really tell them to put all their eggs in one basket at the age of 8, you know? So, whereas in other countries, as soon as, like for me, as soon as I have a kid and they're 8 and they are showing talent in soccer, I'm going to make them play every single day. Like, they're like, I want to try this. I'm like, no, we're going to go to the park and play football. Like, you know, but not a lot of parents and families think that way. Definitely not. Actually, most of the parents, like I said earlier, of the kids that play football on my club teams, a lot of them have never played soccer before. Like never.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, football gives you a lot of advantage. Yeah, society.
The next generation, though, I think is going to be we're going to see a significant difference. Like there's going to be generational turnover, and it's just going to happen a lot slower than it does because these other countries, you know, in South America and Europe, they have hundreds of years of history where football is the dominant sport in the culture, and maybe even the only one. Like we're behind hundreds of years. We're not behind a year or two. We're behind like 100 years. So we're gonna have to catch up like exponentially quicker. So if we ever want to catch up.
I don't think the governments or the institutions really know what they're doing. That's the only problem. So them not knowing how to do it, it's just not gonna happen. But I agree, the next generation, people like you, there's a lot of people that follow football. They're gonna have kids. They're gonna have the Hispanic community follows football more, so they're gonna tell their kids to play football. And I don't know, man, but I think football gives a lot of advantage because it takes out of the street 42 kids, not 10. Take out of the streets 42 kids. And that is a big advantage. And
I will say this for my full-time work. So we run programs for children ages 2 to 8, which is an age demographic that a lot of sports, kids that age can't, like a 2-year-old can run and kick a soccer ball, but a 2-year-old can't hold a baseball bat and swing it at a ball, right? So the point of entry for soccer, the threshold, like the point of entry, is actually so much lower and easier to get into at those ages. It's just as soon as you actually want to pursue it, like seriously, and you're 8 or 9 years old, it costs thousands of dollars now. Whereas when you were 2 or 3, it's so easy you could teach a 3-year-old to kick a ball easily, right? But you can't throw and catch and get a touchdown at 3 years old, right? So it's just if we made it as accessible as it is at those younger ages, at older ages, you could see a really big difference.
I mean, Zlatan Ibrahimovic is a multimillionaire person, and he realized that. He was in the United States, and he realized that issue, that you need $3,000 for your kids to play football. And
that's Zlatan's kids, like Zlatan's kids in LA and California. I think he said it was like 30, and he said it was $3,500, and he's complaining, and he's a millionaire.
Exactly, because that shows you how wrong is that. If he realizes that is wrong,
that's probably an LA Galaxy, FC like academy, like a really good club team. And my local clubs are nowhere near that level. The families make nowhere near that much money, and they pay $3,500, the same price that Zlatan said in that interview. Like, how crazy is that? And then we expect tons of talented youngsters to come out of this sport. Like this, our expectations are not matching like the reality for sure. But it is the numbers game, like you said. Like we have millions. Our country's huge. We have millions of kids and good GDP. Like a lot of people in America can afford to have kids, multiple kids, and theoretically, purely based on the numbers, we should have a much more talented, like football, like team culture, everything. We theoretically, but.
Is the system is built. I always say, if you put the relegation system in, in the United States, teams are gonna be like, I need the youth academy. I need the youth to play football because I need that player because I need to win the league or not get relegated. But because now it's a plastic league. The MLS is a plastic league. You pay a fee and you get in. So it's a bunch of friendly, basically. No one cares if you win it, if you lose it. It's just a bunch of friendly to bring people in a stadium to buy a hot dog, to pay the ticket, and popcorn, and have some pictures. It's basically an exhibition. It's not a real league. It's not football.
But did you watch the MLS final this past season, Larry? That was a good game.
It is good football, but there is no involvement there is no threat. Football has to be threat. The threat. Do you remember how scared you were feeling when we played Atalanta to finish top 4 and go to the Champions League? That is real threat, man. That is your life against my life. That is real threat.
So real quick, and Nate, Antonio, I don't know if you went to this, but did you know the Philadelphia Union did like a live showing of the final, like at the stadium on the field, and fans were for free. You were allowed to park for free, come into the stadium for free, put down a blanket on the actual professional playing field that they play on, and sit and watch on the jumbo screen. Did you know about that or go to that?
I heard about it, but I didn't go. I usually don't watch it, but I did watch a bit of the final just because.
But to Laird's point, like during that whole game, Laird, like half the people sitting there knew what was going on, passion, excited, cheering, and the other half on their phones, probably not understanding what's happening. Like I had this one lady behind me going, "Go, kick the ball. Come on." She had no idea what to say. And then when the game ended, like you lose a final in that heartbreaking way, Bale scoring the last second. You couldn't hold on to the lead for one more minute, going out on penalty shootout. You expect to see people upset. Like if you're in San Siro, like if we lost that game, you would expect everyone to be super upset. Man, half the people just walked out like it was a bad day at the office. Like, all right, well, roll up our blankets. Bye. Time to go home.
They will not get a.
You know what I noticed? Like, I feel like this American sports just have a different mentality to like football, like in world football. I feel like fans over here, all they care about is like the very present. Like you could win something and then
surface level.
Yeah, the next day they'll move on and it's just like, oh, but guess what? You lost today. And like for basketball, like you can win a championship, then the next year at the start of the season you lose, and it's like, you guys suck. And it's like, well,
you guys are horrible.
That's respect. You just won the championship. Like, and things change very quickly, obviously. So it's kind of, because you play so often a lot of these other sports, but because like fans just kind of there's more bandwagon, I feel like, and also just people who like
people switch teams constantly. Yeah. Constantly in the US. There's not a lot of
loyalty,
lifetime loyalty. Yeah. Like if we lose to Inter in a league game, it ruins my day and I'm upset for like, I don't know, I'm upset for like a few days. But Philadelphia Union fans lose the final heartbreakingly, and the next day my team manager is like, "Hey, what's up? Like, what's going on?" I'm like, this is a bubbly text for a Union fan, right? Like, what is wrong with you? They're over it. They're just on to the next. They're like, "Oh, when does the NFL season start?" Like, they don't give a shit.
You know what else is stupid about that game? They played it in Los Angeles' stadium. Like, why are you playing a major final in one team's home field advantage?
And the penalties were taken in front of the LA fan ultras. The penalty shootout.
I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't really know, because sometimes that can happen in Europe. If like, let's say,
guys, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's say like the stadium is like predetermined to be in this city, and then like the team from that city actually somehow goes and gets there. Like I think PSG. No, it wasn't PSG. It was Liverpool Real Madrid was played in Paris, but what if like PSG made the final? You know what I'm saying? So it is possible, but it's like, but I don't think that that's what happened in the MLS. I think in the MLS, like it was just one of the two teams. I don't know if that's how it worked, but it was so dumb because if you watch the game, it was all Los Angeles fans, like the entire stadium. They were making so much noise, and they were like getting like they were going. And it was like
obnoxious. They were obnoxious. I felt bad for the Union player, and the Union had a very young team too. And I honestly felt bad for the environment that they had to play a final in. Like, I don't think that it was a new, like a fair. I'm not saying the environment and stadium has to be a neutral location, but like the distribution of fans and the taking penalties, shootout in front of the ultras, like I just don't think that that was fair. You know, in general.
Yeah, that's definitely was messed up. And also, I feel like even in Europe, they'll make sure that there's like an even, like not an even distribution. But
they'll sell a certain number of tickets to a certain fan base and a certain number of tickets to another fan base. Right. Do we even do that?
No.
I don't think we do. It's just whoever can afford it, like goes to the highest bidder.
Right.
Whoever has season tickets in that stadium, and then whoever can afford the resale value tickets, that's who gets to go.
That's how they do it. I wanted to ask you a question, by the way. How did you become a Milan fan? Just like,
he's Brazilian.
I'm Brazilian. I'm Brazilian. So I was actually, Brazil national team fan, and I'm a Flamengo fan. Oh, so nice. My family's all Flamengo fans. And then I just So I bled red and black from birth because of that. And then seeing all the Brazilian national team players playing at Milan, and then obviously the red and black, it just all kind of, the stars kind of aligned in that way. And I naturally became a Milan fan. I'm also go ahead.
Did you become a fan when you were young of Milan, or like you were younger?
What would be like my earliest memory of watching Milan?
Lion, how's the pizza?
It's not bad.
Maybe Cafu's last year, or maybe second to last year was when I started watching Milan. But I was still a kid, like I wasn't watching, and my family's Flamengo fans. Like no one's a Serie A Milan fan like me. We had a family friend who was a Milan fan, but it wasn't like easily accessible to watch the games. So like I would catch a game here and there. So now that it's accessible, I watch every single game. But I would say, maybe Cafu when he retired. And I'm a huge Kaká fan. So Kaká is like my favorite player of all time. And I watched him even when he was playing at São Paulo. Even though I was a Flamengo fan, I was still a fan of his.
How old you were in 2007? How old you were in 2007?
I'm 28. Someone else do the math because I skipped dinner to stay on the live. 14.
13.
13. Yeah. So I didn't grow up a Milan fan as like a little kid. I grew up as a Flamengo fan and a Brazilian national team fan as a little kid. And then as a preteen, teenager, became a Milan fan.
Are you still a Flamengo fan?
I still am a Flamengo fan, but I have not followed the last 2 seasons of the Brasileirão closely at all. So I get all my Flamengo information from my grandmother, who knows everything about football. Like my grandma knows every player, every result of every game. I'm like, when the hell does she even watch football? Like,
I have a Flamengo
that's where I get
shirt.
my Flamengo news. You have a Flamengo shirt?
I have a Flamengo shirt. I don't know if it's there visible. Well, I have one there.
Trophies out of the way and go look.
It's one with the red and black, but the strips are like this. Going on.
Oh, okay.
A few years ago, I think it's 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, I think they still have Gabigol. So like during the World Cup, my grandmother, she could not get over the fact that they didn't call up Gabigol because he's such a protagonist for Flamengo. So every time we would miss a shot or something like that, she would do the Gabigol celebration. Have you guys seen that?
where he goes like that. And that was her way of talking shit that they should have called him up to the national team. It's hilarious.
Yeah, and Gabigol played for Inter.
Huh?
He played for
Inter. Yeah. So I'm sympathetic to all Brazilian players who have played in Serie A to a certain degree. Like I liked Lucio. I liked Adriano. Like I was just happy to see Brazilians in the league in general. So very unhappy with the distribution of Brazilians on the current Milan team, to be honest.
Bro, we got Messias. Come on. We got Messias.
I love Messias. Messias is a good player.
I know. Liar. I always listen to the lives and Liar. It's like he should have been called up to the World Cup. That is so funny. Only Milan fans would think that. Like, there's not a single non-Milan fan in the world who even knows who Messias is.
Dude, you saw how Rafinha performed.
He's overrated. He is overrated. But I still think
overrated,
Messias doesn't really do enough, I feel like, in terms of an offense, like his goals and assists, but he's good. Like, I like Messias.
SSB, this is a great question. Do you support Italy or Brazil? I support Italy and Brazil. I have an Italy kit and a Brazil kit. My mom is way more passionate about football. She's the Brazilian one. My dad is Italian American, knows almost nothing about football apart from like watching me play. So I definitely identify more with my Brazilian side. But like if Italy's playing and they're not playing Brazil, I have my Italy kit on and I cheer for the Azzurri. So, but if they play each other, I would have to support Brazil for sure.
There is a lack of talent in Brazil, at least these latest generations. Because I was thinking, for example, my brother we were analyzing the formation of 2002, no? The one that won the World Cup. Forget about the fact they won the World Cup or the formation of 2006. In 2006, you had 3 Ballon d'Ors playing. And every position in the pitch was top 3 in the world, that player. So you're going from that position to have the best players in the world being Brazilian, 3 Ballon d'Ors playing. 2002, there were 3 Ballon d'Ors playing in the pitch. And Kaká in the bench, there will be a Ballon d'Or. And Ronaldinho, of course. So it was crazy. The
game has changed. The game has changed.
Brazil does not have a Ballon d'Or. Does not have a Ballon d'Or.
You're
not sure.
You're not
sure you have one that is going to win it in the future. I don't
think but when Ronaldinho gets the ball, in 2006, he's given space. There's a level of fear that no longer exists. Like you can't really play with fear in the modern game. You're given less time, less space on the ball. Flair doesn't come off as often or maybe as effectively as it maybe used to. But I think there's also issues in Brazil with like even corruption at the youth, football levels. Like there's a lot of issues with the quality of referees. Like there's a lot of things that maybe develop bad habits into players, mentally, tactically, physically too. Like there's a lot of abuse, like bad habits, substance abuse, things like that affect poverty. Like there's a lot of factors that are affecting like the development of generational Ballon d'Or winning talents in Brazil right now. It's just a lot. And like someone was saying earlier, like countries go through cycles. Countries go through cycles where a Cannavaro comes out, and it's hard to do that consistently, I think. And the world has changed, man. People are on social media. People are maybe not even into physical activities and sports as much as in the past. Like a lot of these Brazilian kids who might have like, the potential to become a world-class player, dude, they rather play Fortnite. They have a full PC rig like that cost $8,000 and they live stream playing, whatever all day. And then they go on TikTok and they don't give a fuck about playing soccer.
But guys, hold on. Wait, Brazil's current team, I know it's not like the freaking like the world beaters, Ballon d'Or winners, but they have I don't think they have I don't think they got any major problems compared to other teams. Like they're
Antonio, that is a 200 million nation that plays just football. The best surfers in the world are Brazilians.
United States. That's terrible.
The United States, no one plays football, but Brazil, 200 million population, and the major sport is football.
Liar.
And the best talent you're bringing out in the last 15 years, let's say 12 years, is Neymar. That means something's going wrong.
I think this is just generally though like
Neymar is one of the Neymar's good though. Go ahead.
Neymar, yeah, but this
not
is
Ronaldo, Ronaldinho.
This is happening to all of the countries though. Like I feel like the quality isn't like the technical quality is just decreased. It's more of a physical game. And also, I will say this: the reason why, like especially France is an example. Who, I mean, I guess Argentina just won the World Cup, so they did really well. But France is one of the best teams as well. But even though they're a smaller country, like geographically, they have a lot of other access because of historical events. You know, don't want to bring this up, but in Africa and other countries where they have a larger pool of players that can potentially have French citizenship. So it's like I think Brazil is. Like I think they're fine, you know, in my opinion. But yeah.
Yeah, but listen to me. France does not go in Africa and picks a kid and brings.
No, but they have a lot of
immigration. But people immigrate to France for opportunities, and maybe not as many people immigrate to Brazil, despite the size.
If you're a player who is like I guess North African, for example, but like Benacer, right? He was born in France, but he is Algerian. He plays for Algeria, but I'm sure when he was younger, he was given the chances to play for France, he would have been a French national team player.
Okay.
You know, that's like kind of how it works. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I understand that it works, but it's still 60 million people population. Half of them are women. Half of them of the half is old people.
That happens with Brazil too.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly. So if you
how many Brazilians play on other countries' teams? They're just like looking at fucking Sweden, watching Sweden, and freaking like Dino comes on, and you're like, that guy's not Swedish. I'm pretty sure he's Brazilian. Like,
bro, Jorginho.
It's because that guy couldn't cut it for the selection, you know.
Jorginho is a Brazilian.
Jorginho's Brazilian. Diego Costa freaking played for the Brazilian national team, for God's sake, and then went to Spain. So
I think Brazil can do better in terms of talent. I think kids are not playing football anymore like they used to. That's it. So they need to change their system a bit more.
Yeah. I think we have a lot of talent comparatively to other top performing countries. But the issue of like kids and what they're interested in and technology and all that stuff, I think that's affecting everyone.
Yeah. 100%. That happened in a small proportion.
And Brazil, hey man, culturally, Brazilians were very social. So like a lot of the kids in Brazil, they love they love being on social media. They love streaming. They love being part of that digital world, and they you know, a lot of them want to do that. They're interested in that. It's kind of in their personality. So I think Brazil probably loses a large distribution of kids to technology, maybe compared to other countries where kids are maybe not as connected to the digital world.
I love Brazil.
True.
I want to go visit Brazil. I have family there. It's nice.
Dude, let me know. Let's go. I'm down. I haven't been in a while.
Yeah, I've never been, but I have some family there, and I heard it's really nice. And I love Brazil.
How do you know you love Brazil?
I love like the way my family talks about it. Also, I like Brazilian food, and I have a lot of Brazilian friends. So
you would love it. You would love it.
Brazilian girls.
Don't we all?
But anyways,
absolutely.
Wait, I want to ask you guys. Did you so this is kind of about the Italian national team a bit. I don't know if Roy's still here, but maybe he saw this. But did you guys see the Leeds United West Ham game today?
No. Scamacca scored a goal.
Yeah, and also he scored a nice goal, and Gnonto scored as well for Leeds.
That's great.
Nyota is a great player, man. Does he play right wing for Leeds? Does he find himself on the right hand side a lot?
I don't. Not always on the right. Sometimes on the left and like central.
Left. Okay, I caught like a glimpse. I caught like a glimpse of the game, and he was on the right, and I was like, "Damn, does he play right wing?" That was a missed opportunity, but I guess that's not where he plays. Okay.
Italy has the same issue Brazil has in our national teams. Kids don't play football anymore. So having less kids playing football reduces the chances of you getting talents like Baggio, Del Piero, Totti, Nesta, Cannavaro. It's a fact, you know. It's what happens.
One of my colleagues is a West Ham fan, Antonio, and I had to literally tell him who Scamacca was and like what kind of player he is and give him feedback because
you guys
he literally had no idea who he was.
Do you like
Scamacca? Yeah, he would have been perfect for Milan. Like,
yeah,
definitely a good sign. Just we don't have the money.
I think he's better than Tammy Abraham.
What? Actually, well, Tammy's pretty here, so I don't know.
I think he has maybe more dominant physical characteristics that can still be developed. I think he's younger, right? Isn't he a little bit younger?
Same age. I think they're same age, exactly same age.
Same every. That's why he came to mind immediately as a comparison, I guess. Similar molds, maybe same age. I thought Scamacca might have been younger, but I guess not. I don't know. I just feel
think
like
Scamacca is a late bloomer. He's gonna reach his peak.
He's a late bloomer.
I think at age 28, 29, he's gonna start to bang goals and never stop until the age of 36, something like that.
Mm-hmm. He gives me like Arnautovic. Am I saying that right? Arnautovic vibes, where he's gonna be like a nasty striker with quality and technique, except he's built much better physically than Arnautovic is and has more potential.
I think he's technically really good. Big, massive, for sure. I saw him in the stadium at Wembley when he played against Argentina, that super finalissimo. What is that? He's big, good technique, just a bit scared. I think he's been out there in the professional football, serious football, not long enough yet. His biggest season was at Sassuolo a year ago when he scored 17 goals. So basically, his second biggest season is now at West Ham. So I think when he's going to have his fourth, fifth big season, he's going to be like banging 25, 30 goals a season. So that's my opinion. He just needs to get comfortable.
If you find a way to deploy Raspadori, Scamacca, and Chiesa, and you find the best way to deploy them on the field at the same time together in forward positions, and I don't know if one of them is in a center attacking role or a wing or two strikers, whatever. Find the best formula for those three players to be on the field together. I think you have a really potent attack. You could have
but who's coming,
something special.
Who's coming from the bench? Who's coming from the bench?
I think the point of difference between
who's coming from
Scamacca
the
and somebody
bench?
like Tammy Abraham.
Oh, sorry.
I think the point of difference between Scamacca and Tammy Abraham is the way they came up. Scamacca, for example, had to toil through the Italian youth system. He didn't get much. But Tammy Abraham, he came through Cobham Academy, which is like one of the best academies in Europe right now. And he, along with Tomori and Reece James and so many of these youth players in Chelsea, they actually got to play at the highest level when you're comparing it to the like the youth levels. They played in the youth Champions League stuff. So actually, he's got the experience. He knows how to handle the pressure situations. But very few Italian youth players actually have that sort of a kind of a luxury that these people have. So the difference is in the developmental systems. I think, and if you actually look at the Juventus latest 3-4 players to come from their youth academy, you can see the difference of how easily and fastly they have matured when compared to maybe the last 5 years of all of the Italian players.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's we need to see. Depends a lot on the player as well. Scamacca played in Serie B. Colombo played in Serie B, and now he's performing in Serie A.
I was going to say Colombo is, to answer your question from earlier, Colombo's coming off the bench.
Oh, yeah, okay. See, I helped you on that. So Colombo is finding is a quicker growth than Scamacca, because probably Colombo is gonna score 15 he's gonna score 15 goals a season earlier than Scamacca, or 2 seasons earlier than Scamacca, and maybe achieve to be in a bigger team like Milan earlier than Scamacca. So it depends on your personality. But yeah, the Italian youth system is a bit slow on that side. Anyway, Antonio, are you still here?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Yeah, I need to go, so you can keep going and running the live if you want.
I mean, I don't know if I can run it. Is Roy here?
Roy is not replying a lot, so I think he's doing other things in the meantime. Well, the only thing I need you is just when you need to go, just close the live. That's it.
All right. Although I don't know if I'm not. Yeah, my days of keeping up the conversation are.
Okay, so I'll close
I
it.
try.
You want to try?
Nah, we could. I mean, it's been 8 hours.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
Nothing.
I feel sorry for Reed that he just joined, but it's 3.
Oh, I could stay on with you, Reed. Well, I could try to guide it. All right. What do you think about Scamacca?
No, guys, actually, even I need to go. So if you guys want to close the live, you can do it.
Whoa, Roy. Okay.
I'll stay on if you want.
And it's 9. It's already 9 a.m. here in India. So like, I have to go to work.
Shit.
All right.
I need to go to sleep.
I'll let you guys go. Antonio, you need to. Oh no, you're on winter break. I was gonna say you should be studying or something.
No, I'm on break, bro.
It's not
in school.
All right. Well, my girlfriend's already in bed and wanting to go to sleep, and I'm a loud talker, and it's a 1-bedroom apartment, so I'll let you guys go. Thanks for having me on the live, guys, and being super welcoming and everything. I've been listening to you guys like forever. Like Antonio, I've literally watched you and Roy just play chess and just like talk till like 3 a.m, like so many times.
What about wait, did you watch the Milan news streams?
I think I did, but I'm getting like some Milan channels like confused.
Me and Roy, we've only been playing chess really like since like this
just
summer.
recently. Yeah. And then before the chess, it was just you and him like sometimes just like shooting the shit.
Yeah.
For a hot minute and just like talking about your dad and like him and Roy like not seeing eye to eye on things. I just like would sit there listening, just cracking up, dude.
I miss that big fight.
Dude, it was a crazy fight. My dad is still mad about it. He's not. He said
I started following you guys and listening. Maybe I think right after that fight happened.
Oh my god!
Oh really? So you're a new follower? That's
fairly new.
Dude, you missed so much.
You missed a lot, man.
Like
you should go and watch those lives in the summer when we talk about the summer before we won the league.
Wait, do you know? Wait, do you know who?
Go ahead.
Do you know who Lucas is?
I was there for that. Is that he blew up, right?
Like,
was that Lucas the same person?
No, wait. Oh, what do you mean?
I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of someone that got really, really, really mad, and I think they rage quit, and then didn't hear from them for months.
I think that's Hans, but
I think that's Hans.
We've had many of those on this channel, but like No, but Lucas is like, yeah, you gotta watch him. He was like, he still sometimes comes on the channel, but he's like known for people off, so you gotta watch him. Like,
Oh, really?
yeah, he's like the biggest troll we have.
Dude, it's so entertaining. You guys have a great channel, man. It's fun listening to you guys.
He a bum.
Dude, he called Messi a bum, and Messi went to the World Cup. Fucking a few months ago, he was calling Messi a bum, and I was telling him Messi had 25 goal contribution. A normal player, if he has 25 goal contribution, he's sold for 100 million, because it's Messi that usually does 60 goal contribution a year. That season, he was called a bum.
He's a Ronaldo fan, or he's a Messi hater? What?
He's Portuguese. He's Portuguese, so he's a Ronaldo.
Okay.
Fan, so
guys,
he's hiding. He's hiding recently.
Guys, what did Nathan put in the chat? What is that?
What?
Nathan.
By the way, Aitian Montana, thank you for the $2 donation, man. Amazing. What Nathan is?
Nathan is a troll.
Oh yeah, who doesn't? Who doesn't, Nathan? Who doesn't? Don't
We all
pretend like
do.
it's just Antonio.
And I'll show you the places to go too. If you're in Brazil, I got you guys.
Liar already.
I'm going already. Let me get a ticket. What do you say? Listen, you should go and watch the summer 2021. The summer 2021. Just get a binge watch it. Just get some random, transfer window, those lives. You will hear some hot takes over there. You will be like, you will enjoy it, man. Just get one randomly. Like,
I'll send you some links. Send
me the links.
That was an interesting summer. We were buying Florenzi, we were buying Messias. That was funny.
Oh, I want to hear what everyone said when we were signing Messias. I can only imagine half of everyone's like, "What the fuck? This is bullshit. Why would you spend money on this stupid Cortone, what the hell are you thinking?" And then the devil's advocate, like, trying to justify what the club is doing, and they're thinking,
dude, that summer, some people wanted Leao to got sold. There was like all takes everywhere, man. I was like,
chaos.
That was an insane summer, and chaos. How's it called? Donnarumma just winning the Euros, saving a lot of penalty kicks, and everyone crying about it. They didn't renew.
No,
Mike Magnan coming. Who is this guy? Oh man, that's a lot of fun. Summer.
I always admit when I'm wrong, but I got Magnan right 100. I was saying I watched a lot.
Did anyone say who the hell is this? This guy sucks.
Yeah,
anyone about
some people say that.
Roy was so sad because he was like, Donnarumma was like, Roy has the
Messi of goalkeepers.
Yeah,
Donnarumma is the Messi of
goalkeepers, and like also Roy's like the most biased Italian person. So like, if there's any good Italian player, he's just gonna like support him. But
I love Roy. That's my guy.
We're all Italian, but Roy like is clouded by that. Like he'll like make crazy statements. But anyways, the biggest debate was when me and my dad were. By the way, my dad hates the Premier League, but we were defending Kevin De Bruyne because Roy was saying that he was not one of the best midfielders in the world, and like that statement was so crazy. We were defending him, and him and Nathan were like. We debated for like 5 hours, like into the middle of the night, and my dad got so mad. He was like, "Dude, he's like, you guys are making me defend Man City. I hate Man City." But
God. And your dad even took your side, even though he hates the Premier League. When you guys went back and forth,
I don't like the Premier League. I only say that just because I think I would like us to have more money personally. That's my only thing. But I don't really like.
I don't want that.
Yeah, it's my favorite league easily.
Hold on, when you and Roy went back and forth selecting teams on that
you forgot. You saw
and when Roy picked
dude, he's a cheater.
Dude, I laughed out loud next to my girlfriend while she was sleeping, and woke her up because I started laughing. I couldn't hold it in.
Roy's like, "Do you?"
I'm laughing so hard. Roy is hilarious. I can't believe he did that. I'm laughing so hard, man.
When he took Kevin
so funny.
you're talking about when he drafted Kevin De Bruyne.
When he drafted Kevin De Bruyne, and you never thought he would do that.
He was like, I debated you for 5 hours about that rule. I'm just gonna change your opinion. Like,
my dad does not want to talk to you for that reason.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, what happened with my dad was about Italian coaches, and he called me. He got so mad that he was raging. He had to leave his house because like he was screaming, and there were people around him, and he literally was walking in the middle of the night, like outside in the street, and he was like yelling on his phone, talking to Roy. It was so mad that he called Roy like he said called him a name or something. It was a mess.
In Italian. In
Oh yeah, well, I think your dad, when he starts to rage, goes full Italian. Yeah?
Roy can trigger people. It's hilarious.
Roy triggers. Roy triggers.
He's really good at it. I will just, if Roy does the solo lives, I love just listening to Roy talk, man. He can say anything, bro. I just fucking listen to what he says. I love it. He's so entertaining, man. Whether you agree or disagree, I could just listen to this guy fucking talk all day. It's hilarious. He's great. But yeah, when he drafted KDB, I died, man. I died. Because I knew about the fight and heard you guys talking about the fight. And when he did that, and your reaction, Antonio, where you were like so shocked, I knew that penetrated your soul when he did that. And
Roy is the master of he just loves war. Like
he flips gira la frittata. He flips the things the way he likes it.
He would literally get Lucas to come onto the stream just to get people mad. Like
he shits on Italian coaches, but he's still telling us the Serie A is better than the Premier League.
Yeah. His opinions don't make sense. I don't know.
It's like there is no coherence in that, Tom. Anyway, Roy is.
You guys are trying to get Roy to comment. What's Roy doing right now? What is that man up to?
I don't know. Roy's crazy.
No. Well, the good thing is that this channel has no filters. I'm like, regarding football, I put filter on everything. But football, there is no filter.
Liar's liberal. He's a woke. I'm just kidding.
No. I'm liberal. I put filter to everything. You're not coming here to talk about things that are not football. I don't care.
Well, no, I was joking, but okay.
No, liberal does that. they control their opinion a lot as well. No, but what I'm saying in general is that I want people to be completely honest about football here. Just say what you think, even if it's the dumbest opinion.
Just yell at them.
Really?
Yeah,
I read the chat. Do you guys read the chat a lot when you're?
I don't follow a lot. I'm really bad.
But Roy and I read it.
I read every message in the chat. I read every message in the chat, and you voice your opinion, and then someone in the chat's like, "You fucking idiot! You don't know shit."
Yeah, just we have people here who would want to see Maldini fired. We have people in this channel that would do that.
No.
Yes,
those are not Milan fans, man. Those are Juventini that are pretending to be Milan fans.
Dude, you need
just
to
coming
see
to troll.
Videos. You need to see the old videos, man. You need to see the old videos before you start following. You just pick some of them. They are amazing. Dude, you should pick. I think one of the hardest moments.
Send me the top, dude. Send me the top 3, channel defining episodes. I'm down.
You know what? I should just pick the best episodes, add it all together.
The one about Pioli versus Pioli out. That one is crazy. The one.
I want to hear that.
Well,
I want to see that.
The Super League. The Super League debate.
I want to hear the Super League. I want to hear the Super League.
Activist.
I might have heard the Super League.
That was a while ago.
That was a while ago. I remember Roy was in support of it.
Yeah. Liar was became an anti-Super League activist.
Liar went full fundamentalism. This dude destroy the idea of football would be destroyed. Everything would be. I think I did listen to that one.
That
literally,
was
like,
horrible. The Super League.
I'll have you guys like on my phone with the volume up like pretty high, and like my girlfriend will come home from work, and I like work remote a lot, and you guys will literally be screaming at the top of your lungs, and my phone's just like blasting, like people screaming, and like she'll be like, "Oh my god, like turn that off!" Like they're just screaming. I'm like, this is great. Like this is amazing content. Like you don't know what they're talking about right now, but there's some good points are being made right now, or no points are being made, but this is pure entertainment gold.
Guys, my dad's watching the stream right now, and he said that you look like Higuain.
Oh my God! Someone already said that earlier.
Yeah, we
Fuck,
said
man.
that before.
Higuain. I mean, maybe in his prime. What about when he scored? Can I look like Higuain when he scored 36 goals in the season for Napoli?
I'm sure. You look a young Higuain, a young version of Higuain.
I'll be that version. All right, I'm down. I'm
Not
down.
the-
I'll take that. I'll take
not the
prime
fun
Higuain
version.
as a compliment.
Dude, Antonio, why your dad is not joining anymore the live? At least when I'm
Please,
live.
guys, convince him to join right now. Convince him. He can.
No, right now, no. I'm going to sleep.
Join in.
I'm going to sleep now, but next time you should join the live. You're gonna
Come
keep
on,
it up?
Pop.
Okay, that's great. But to end up this channel, I don't want this channel to be like the other channels. I'll be honest. Nothing wrong
No,
with
this
the other
one's
channels.
totally
It's just-
unique. It's
so unique, and I
unscripted.
think-
It's unscripted.
Yeah.
It's raw. It's real time opinions, reactions, changing your mind, sticking to your guns. It's organic. It's real. I like
the only
it.
thing is sometimes we kind of we get a little out of hand sometimes. Yeah.
Sometimes out of
Yeah,
pocket. Lara and Roy, you guys crack me up because you guys fight like best friends. You know what best friends fight? They go there because they have a relationship, they have a friendship. So it cracks me up. It reminds me of me and like one of my best friends when we fight, and then we both are gonna like cannot come around to each other's points. So we just come around to, you know what? Fuck you. Like, you're fucking. I love it. It's hilarious.
I'm not gonna let Roy win, man. Especially when he does the wrong point. I'm not gonna let him win. Not gonna be
Roy,
like
the thing is, Roy is like, I call him the master manipulator. He'll like, you have an argument with him for like an hour, and then by like, after an hour goes by, he'll like subtly change his stance over and over again, just to like keep the argument going, and just to get you pissed off. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't get me pissed
I love
off.
it.
Roy he doesn't want the debate to ever end.
I love
He
how
did,
like he doesn't always believe what he's saying. Sometimes he's just saying it to get a rise and a reaction, and it's so funny to me. I love it.
Yeah, he does it.
But then if you give him a certain reaction, you start to believe it.
He said Romagnoli's better than Van Dyke. I remember that.
Who?
He said Romagnoli's better than Van Dyke.
Roy,
You know
man.
what?
Roy said.
That's not true. But I'm not someone that subscribes to Virgil van Dijk being the best center back in the history of the world ever.
No, of course
Like,
not.
I'm
He's the best.
not.
He was
He's
the
not that
best.
great. He turns like a freaking glacier. He turns like a tectonic plate. He doesn't turn that quick.
No, he's not one of the best of all time, of course, but like he's a good.
I think he's a little bit overrated, but probably still like
But
top.
we're talking about
top
Romagnoli.
3.
We're talking about Romagnoli here.
Well,
The guy-
you said earlier that Roy loves Italian players and he loves Milan players. I will say this man will fight to the death to support all Milan players.
Yeah, but I
like
admit when
that.
I said that De Ketelaere was better than Raspadori before the season started, and then I was like, okay, from what I saw, it's shocking, but yeah, like
You change your mind.
That
I changed my mind too. I actually did not rate Raspadori that high, and I admitted
He's
that I was
playing
wrong really
He's
quickly.
playing great football though, so it helps. But so are we.
I maybe didn't watch him enough.
I don't know. I watched him for Italy, but so up until like the sort of Nations League, like up until basically after the Euros, he wasn't really playing too much, but now he's been doing pretty well. But yeah, I mean, I think he's good.
I'm going, guys.
And then-
Have a good night. Antonio, close the live when you want.
All right, sounds
See
good.
you. It was lovely to meet
Is your-
you, man. See you next
Nice
night.
to meet you too. Officially. All right, later, man.
Ciao.
I'm trying to get my dad to come on, but
Get your dad to come on. We could.
But he
we
said
could
he's
talk
eating.
about. I'm eating too. Show him I'm eating. I'm like scarfing dinner since I skipped it. Tell him to come on.
Yeah, I'm also playing FIFA, so. But wait, so basically, yeah, but you missed a lot on the channel. Like, the channel's been on for like. Do you remember? It's been around for a while, but it started to pick up like that season with like the COVID, like basically when Milan started doing well. Like, it's been a lot of years. I jumped in eventually, and Roy and I did a lot of like news lives. They were good. But
dude,
yeah.
I've always wanted to jump on a live, but never had the courage.
Really?
Or
Yeah,
confidence.
it's
Yeah.
intimidating.
It's stressful.
Then,
when I
yeah,
first
then
jumped on this live, dude, I was so stressed. Like my palms were sweaty.
Yeah,
But you
it's
guys
good.
are pretty chill.
Yeah. I mean, see, like I was attacked, but like for my opinion about Milan having to eventually spend more money by everyone, but I don't care because I'm used to it. Also,
Hey,
I
tried to be a good mediator because you were making factual points, but
yeah, facts. Like,
but that's
people
what
get-
makes the channel fun, though, Antonio.
Of course,
needs to be.
I love it. I love it. See,
I'm sure my time's coming soon. I'm sure.
My biggest fan in the chat is Nathan. Just kidding. He always disagrees with me, but yeah.
Oh yeah, Nathan's sick. You saw that. He couldn't join. I'm used to hearing his voice too.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah.
Channels.
The
My
chat.
dad-
How do you you control like you're able to put like chats
Yeah.
up onto the screen and all that?
Yeah, I have special permission because I was on the channel a lot, and so they gave me that access. But
Oh,
yeah, so
nice.
I can end the stream if I wanted to. Roy is just AFK. I'm expecting him to come back eventually, but
He's gonna hop on at 3. Did Roy end up doing that live of the game this morning? Wasn't that like 4 a.m. for him or something, or even earlier?
I don't know. I don't
There's
think he did
no-
it live, but I think he
No way he got up for that.
did it in post. Well, this is the post match stream. Right, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just the postman. I was like, there's no way. Like I checked at 6:30 in the morning. Did you get up to watch the game or not?
No, yeah, I didn't. I'm
No.
on a pretty bad sleep schedule right now because I'm on break. So I was like, "There's no way I'm gonna get up for that."
Dude, you're probably staying up way too late and sleeping in.
Yeah.
Until 2 in the afternoon.
Yep.
As you should on your break.
Yep. Good times.
Nice. When do you go back for the spring semester?
Next week. Well, like middle of next week.
Middle of next week.
Yeah.
Nice.
I wish. I hopefully I'll have more time to watch Milan this semester. But
Yeah, it was kind of hard to to keep up with every single Milan match when I was at sophomore. To be honest, It just depends, like your course load and how hard your courses are. That kind of determined whether or not I could watch all the games.
yeah, I'm gonna try to get him into the stream just because.
Get him in. And someone said Guido. What's his name? Guido.
Guido. Yeah, that's his name.
Guido's his name. His nickname.
Yeah. No, it's his real
Nice.
name. Like his.
Oh, really?
First name, yeah.
Oh, I love it. He's super Italian.
Yeah. I'm just gonna wait. Let me get him in once. I gotta get him in. Wait 1 second.
Get him in. Get him in.
It's gonna be hard, but.
What was the argument he had with Roy? I'm going to pretend that that's my opinion also and try and start that conversation. No, I'm kidding.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I won't. Just kidding.
He said that he doesn't want to scream, so he's not going to come on. But he said hi, and I think he's watching the stream. But
Tell him I said what's up. And I'm in the area. I'm local too. So if you ever want to get together to catch a Milan game,
Have you ever gone to Cafe L'Aquila in the city to watch one of the games with the
well,
Milan Club Philly?
Not to watch the games, but I've been there before. Is there?
Oh, really? That's where Milan Club Philly gets together to watch the games.
Is it? How often do they do that?
Once everything opened up after COVID, everyone was so excited to like see games again. I felt like they were doing almost every single game. But since then, I think maybe they're just doing like big games and the one-off like small game against like, a team outside of maybe any team in the top 10. Any team that's top 5, top 6, they're going to show it. And you could follow them on social media too, and they'll post. And then maybe like a 50-50 shot for any game against a team that's in the top 10. And then more likely, nothing for any team outside of the top 10, any of those games. Champions League games, they'll definitely get together for every single one of those.
Do they do one for – were you there for the Scudetto win or no?
I actually went to New York City with the New York Milan Club.
You were really? Did they have like a super cool like bar lounge, something like that?
Yeah. Football Factory. There's like 3 floors, dude. That was an amazing time. Like incredible time.
Can you explain how that works? Like, is it like just for Milan or is it for any like club? Like
we had the main floor. We had the main floor and the upstairs. And then downstairs, which is like, and it's kind of soundproof. I couldn't even hear what those guys were doing down there. I think there was like some kind of Premier League match down there. But the place was basically like 95% Milan fans. It was packed. The vibes were awesome. Like everyone was so excited and happy. It was a really great atmosphere. Like we popped bottles of champagne and sprayed it everywhere. There was like a Serie A representative there with the trophy, with the Scudetto trophy, like an exact replica, 1-to-1 replica there, and you got to hold it and take pictures with it. It was really cool. They all walked afterwards. I brought people, like I brought my girlfriend and I brought her friends who aren't necessarily soccer fans or Milan fans, but I gave everyone like Milan jerseys and swag and like stuff that they could like support with us and just be part of the atmosphere and the community there. So like they loved it. They enjoyed it so much. Yeah. They had so much fun. But we didn't do the last thing, which they did like not a parade, kind of like a parade. Just everyone that was there, the majority went and walked to Times Square with the trophy and air horns and like, celebrated in the streets. I didn't get to do that part, unfortunately, but everything preceding that was awesome, dude. Everyone was super nice, super excited. I mean, you could have sworn we won the Champions League. Like we celebrated like crazy. Everyone was jumping on each other. Like no one gave a shit about like decorum or like, personal space. Like no one cared. Everyone was hugging. Everyone was jumping on each other. Everyone was on tables. Like it was crazy. It was fun.
Wow. Yeah. Have you been to Italy before? Like, have you been to Milano?
I have not been to Italy before, and I really, really want to go. And I already have like a trip itinerary, like document, like drafted, and just haven't like pulled the trigger on it.
You got to go to not only the San Siro but Casa Milan as well. Like, you know what that is? Like the museum.
Yeah, with all the trophies and everything.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
We sold it, right?
Well, no, it was I think Berlusconi owned it, but then he sold it back to the club, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so man, I got to do that. I have to see this. I have to go to the San Siro. You've been already? Obviously.
Yeah, I saw a match. I only went once to see the game. I saw a match. It was a Europa League qualifier during the banter era, so it wasn't like the best game, but it was still super nice to see it. And I went to the museum, of course, and that was really nice.
Nice.
Also, my dad he's telling me, he's like, say this. He's like, text me right now. And I'm like, Dad,
what did he say?
He said that basically he was in Milano this year for the Salzburg match. For
yeah.
the Champions League match, and that was the last Champions League match. So we saw that, and that was really
saw
cool.
that win.
He's been to the San Siro a lot of times in his life. Yeah.
Oh man, he's got to come on the live and tell us how the celebrations were after winning that
No,
game.
he is like, people like him on the channel just because he's like one of those. He's got a lot of experience. Like he'll talk about his memories. Like he grew up watching the freaking Van Basten, Milan, like that team, and then like ever since then basically. So he knows.
I'm
all
so
that
jealous.
stuff.
Like, what would you give, man, to like just go in a time machine and be able to watch that live and see those players play live, not a highlight on YouTube, like get to actually see them, dude. I'd pay $1 million more than that. Like, it's priceless. Like, it's priceless.
Yeah,
that's so cool. He should come on and tell us about it.
I know he's done it before. But then he had that kind of argument, and that kind of ruined that. He was really mad.
We got to go back, dude.
Yeah.
We got to go back to San Siro and watch Milan while they're actually good.
Yeah, but yeah, for sure. It's gotta go soon. But the funny thing is about that fight when it happened, like I was in that live stream. It was a really peaceful live. It was kind of fun. And because I was in college when it happened, but it was like I wasn't really busy. But then, I can't go to sleep too late like I do on break or in the summer. So I was like, all right, guys, I'm gonna basically it sounded like everyone was gonna sign off, and I was like, I'm going to bed, and I left the stream. I wake up in the morning and have like a million texts on my phone, like and then I see the aftermath of what happened. And it was like,
oh wow, your dad stayed on the stream without you?
Yes, and until like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Oh my god, where's Roy? Roy's box is there, but he's not here.
I'm gonna text
Roy. What the hell? Why did you trigger this Antonio's poor dad who was on the stream by himself? Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a mess.
That is terrible and funny. Now that it's a past memory, we can laugh at it.
Yeah.
Oh, SSB, I speak Portuguese. And then I actually have a stepdad who's Argentinian. So my dad's Italian, my mom's Brazilian, and my stepdad is Argentinian. So I speak pretty good Spanish because he doesn't speak much English. I have to speak to him in Spanish. So yeah, I have a few languages. I'm better at some than others. And if I have like 3 drinks minimum, I'm fluent, like perfect in all 3.
That's good. Roy is occupied. I
know he's gonna show up though. You're just gonna hear his breathing randomly. Like you're just gonna hear like, oh, there he is.
You already know. Yeah. But SSB is saying, send my dad a link. I already did that. I don't know if he's gonna join. I don't think he will, but he's like,
he can join through you, like vicariously through you. Just read out his text.
Yeah, I think he's watching right now, but he doesn't want to come back on. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to talk to Roy. He's really mad at Roy.
Roy's not here. Don't worry. He's not.
Yeah,
it's just a box. It's just a box. He's not here.
Yeah, but look at this, guys. Hashtag Maldini out. Hashtag Pioli out. Hashtag make Milan great again. Great comment.
You would have to go way back in time because there's a period there where things weren't so great.
Yep. We love the chat. SSB is like he'll just stay on the chat for a long time usually.
I like SSB. I like SSB. When you guys are playing chess and he's like commentating on it as if it's a football match, I find that hilarious. Yeah. And actually pretty accurate. I'm similar to Lair where I've dabbled and my friend groups all love chess and have the app and have tried to get me into it. But I just have that whole childhood.
Oh my gosh!
Lack
I didn't learn like the fundamentals. I'm not great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's guys. This is a monumental moment, guys. Watch this. We have a special guest.
Oh,
welcome back to the channel, my dad.
No, I'm not back. I'm not back.
Guido's back for good.
Just for people because you deserve. You know, I'm a special.
Thank you, Guido. That means a lot to me.
Guys, get
Just tell me that you believe the Italian coaches are the best, because that's what I believe. So
Italian coaches are the best by far.
Any generation. Even the Brazilian coach is Italian too. Guess what? He's Italian family.
Oh,
Tita.
Oh wow, I didn't even.
Well,
know
nice
that.
nice to talk to you, and I cannot say nice to meet you because.
Hey, maybe I will. Your son literally goes to college right down the road, so maybe.
Where do you live? You live in Philly?
I live in the suburbs outside of the city.
Yeah, we live in Havertown.
Dad.
Oh, Havertown?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm in Newtown Square.
Oh my gosh.
I'm 10 minutes away.
Why? You cannot say what Antonio said. Dude, what's wrong? You cannot say.
No more information.
I pay all the bills. I have no problem.
Oh yeah, we're not supposed to divulge personal information. I told these guys what
Oh,
I do
I'm
for
sorry. I'm
full-time.
sorry. Sorry. That's why better not let me live.
Guido, I've already done it. Oh, but that's perfect. Yo, we should go to Media Townhouse to catch a Milan game. Have you been there yet?
No, I wish you don't go out. I watch it home. I'm those kind of guys. You know.
Yeah, but all right, then I'm coming over to your place then.
Yeah, good luck. Maybe to Antonio's place, because my place, I got a small TV. I use Paramount Plus. That's what I watch. But yeah, Antonio got a big screen.
Nice. I got a big screen here. You guys are always more than welcome. Mi casa es su
Oh,
casa.
thank you.
Of course.
I'm like a gypsy, you know. I got a two-bedroom apartment, but nothing special.
Yeah.
So you've been a Milan fan for 90 years, you said?
No. Not
yeah. Maybe 190. Actually,
wow.
when I was very little, I didn't even know what I was cheering for. I don't even remember, but I know that I started cheering Milan when it wasn't good at all.
Oh, really?
Right now, you know where I am? On City Line Avenue. I'm walking on City Line Avenue.
Oh,
I gotta go back. No, because people that live upstairs.
At 11 p.m.
I can almost come in Newtown Square walking.
Dude, come over. I'm up.
No, I'm just kidding. I got a crazy life.
So Guido, so Milan, you know the banter era, right? That like we talk about, like in the
listen. Besides the only time,
era, your own version.
Well, which one he said? Which era?
He meant the past 10 years where Milan was bad. He said, wait, you ask?
Did you experience that when?
Listen. Did Antonio tell you that I took him to the museum, the Milan Museum?
I said that.
Okay, so after you go to that museum, there is no other museum, only Real Madrid. That's it. So
nice.
All the other museum cannot beat us.
We have the most trophies, so that makes sense.
There was before with the Berlusconi. During Berlusconi time, Milan was the team with the more trophy, more than Real Madrid when we were winning all the time. The total trophy, 1 year we were the most. Then, of course, we didn't win anymore. And Real Madrid started winning. Because everybody, Real Madrid. Real Madrid, I think for 23 years didn't win anything, if I'm not wrong.
No, you're right.
You know?
You're right.
They started winning after.
Milan was the Real Madrid. Milan
always.
was the Real Madrid.
All my youth, I'm 51. Until 4 years old, Milan was the best team in the world ever, you know.
That's almost your whole life. So you had it pretty good.
From when I was 18.
Me and Antonio have to wait. You know, we were only, for me, I had Milan as the best team in the world for a little bit.
Listen, you cannot win every year.
there is only one team that win. It cannot be more. So everybody has his time. And we had, how many times we had our time? On the 60? On what's in the end of the 80? The 2000? We had.
We're greedy, Guido. We can't get enough. We want to win always, all the time.
But right now, what making me, I have lots of respect for this team we have. You know what? When I sit, even today, was such a suffering, but I enjoy the way that we play, the vertical pass. We don't. I hate Guardiola's game. I'm sorry. That's why I had to buy Haaland and the other guy. Sorry, the car is passing by. This time of the night, even cars passing by.
No, I agree with you. It was really nice to see, and the players they looked like they knew where to go and where their teammates would be. Like you saw that quick triangle passing and vertical play. It was really
Salernitana, Calabria, people that nobody, but they play good.
Yeah,
when I sit and watch Milan, today we could score. We could win 10-0. Today we could have a win 10-0.
Yeah.
So I don't see Juventus. I don't see Inter doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but Salernitana's defense was pretty awful, guys. Let me be honest.
Doesn't matter.
Fazio.
Anto. Yeah, Fazio. Fazio was a politician.
Van Dijk. What are you talking about?
Fazio was the president of the Italian bank. But Fazio is Italian Argentinian, but
the questions are flooding in for you, Dad. What are your thoughts about the World Cup, and what do you think about it? Like when you watched it.
What do you think about it? Forget it. I thought
of football.
Listen, when I was young, when I was your age, every team, doesn't matter how big or small was, everybody had a player like Messi. Every team. Italy national team, we had Del Piero, Zola, Totti after the Baggio. We had so many players out there. Now there is only one. It's only Messi. And Modric has my respect. He's the best midfielder in the world. But I cannot watch professional games anymore. They don't use 2 feet. They play with 1 foot. In our team, even the Cutler, you see what he did today? Instead of shooting with the right foot, he went back with the left. He lost the ball. Come on, man.
What do you think about the Catalare, Guido?
Can I tell you something? Me and my friends, when I was young, I play all my youth team in my area. We all have able to play 2 feet. All of us. All of us.
Oh, wow.
That's because the coach were coaching us. We were trained to play 2 feet, not 1. So.
Well, now your speed and your physicality is so
but what is the skill?
In the modern game that they focus more on your physical qualities than your technical ability.
By any sport, even basketball, I heard.
Yeah.
But where is the quality? Where is Tony Parker anymore? That was scoring under the basket. I haven't seen no more.
No,
Tony
you're
Parker.
right. Tony Parker, man.
Tony.
He loves Tony Parker.
Tony Parker, man. That's
look how short he was, how good he was.
Yeah.
He was
listen, guys, I want to ask. So, Dad, back to the World Cup though. So, what do you think about it? Like, what do you think about players? This another question about Mbappe's hat trick in the final. Were you impressed by Mbappe?
Mbappe is good. I cannot say it's not good, but as I say, I watched so many good players in my life, so I get impressed from his speed. I believe Leao is better than him.
Oh my god!
As a variety of skill, if Leao put his head because what's his name, Mbappe is very focused on the game. He's very serious. Leao, keep laughing, keep joking. If Leao gets serious like Mbappe, he's gonna kill. Because he got everything. He got the speed, he got the skill, he got left and right, he shoots everything. The only thing he's not good with the head. His header is not good.
Dad, this is not time for your crazy takes, all right?
No, hey.
Well, I'm walking, man. I'm going to lose 10 pounds now.
We had this conversation earlier in the live stream, and what he just said is exactly what some of us were saying, is that if he had Mbappe's mentality and his maturity and focus,
we can compare the two, but at the end of the day, Mbappe is doing it on the biggest stage. I mean, I think you just have to answer the question. When I was watching the game with him, he was definitely impressed by Mbappe, his performance.
Why Portugal didn't win? Why Portugal was out of the World Cup? Didn't have the best players in the World Cup. The best player were in the bench. The only player who could score a lot, besides the guy that scored one game, what's his name? The one that scored 3 goals one game.
Carlos Ramos.
Yeah.
How do you keep Leao and Ronaldo on the bench? Ronaldo doesn't even like it. But who's the best scorer of Portugal? How many goals they score each one? The ball, yeah, they love the ball. Like I watched the game. Who was today? In Napoli. Napoli had the ball all the time today. By Inter had all the chance to score.
Yeah, that's true. You can have the ball as much as you want.
You can have the ball whatever you want.
Guys,
and that's why I don't like Guardiola, because Guardiola, he won the Champions League with the Barcelona because Messi was playing without number 9. You cannot play soccer without number 9. He thinks he can, but because he had Messi. If I have Maradona, I don't need number 9.
And now look, you got Holland, right?
Bruno.
Yeah, you got Holland and Alvarez. Alvarez is better than Holland. Watch that guy.
Guys, yeah, I know you love going crazy take mode, but listen, I want to ask this question. What do you think about some of these individual players who are now worth so much more money, like Enzo Fernandez?
It's BS.
Rabat, and these players.
Rabat, I can play with them. What he does, he doesn't invent anything. He just Gattuso's better than him, maybe.
I love it, Guido. You're a real one. You have real opinions. You're not these hype beasts riding the hype train. Recency bias people that have crazy takes based on one tournament's performance. You're real. You're a real one.
Listen, you're gonna think I'm stupid right now. What's your name? I don't even know your name. I didn't focus on that.
My name's Rock. Rock.
Yeah, actually, Antonio told me before. But that's a real name. You like the Rock, like the actor.
That's my real name. That's my real name. So when people meet me,
Rock means a Rocco. What means a Rocco?
No, it's just Rock.
I didn't even know. I don't know because
in Portuguese it's pronounced hockey.
Hockey,
like rock and roll, like rock and roll hockey.
Really? I never heard.
Yeah, there's a few rocks. If you go to what's that? That pizza place in Media. There's a pizza place in Media, and almost all of the waiters. It's an Italian place.
The one down the hill from the main street. What's the name? I forgot.
Across.
Yeah, they say it's really good. I don't go out, too. I really don't go out.
Yeah, that place. All the waiters, all their names are Rock and Rocco. There's like 5 of them.
Rocco, yeah, Rocco for sure. I know many Rocco.
About local pizza places.
It's probably better that we don't say the name because now we're outing the place and people that work there's names.
It's good business, but 95%, like 99% of the people here don't have no idea what we're talking about.
Yeah, they're all from far away.
Yeah, like all of our viewers are from all over. It's crazy.
Oh man, really cool. I did the 5 miles. I walk already 3 miles while I'm talking.
3 miles?
Don't get lost.
Yeah, I don't know where I come walking here. It's all quiet. They're gonna shoot me. I'm gonna get shot here.
Hey Dad, but what about Enzo Fernandez? What do you think about him?
He's good. He's very good. Nah, 120 million though. That's BS.
But like the thing is, Dad, with the transfer fees, I feel like they're just gonna keep getting higher and higher. It's like there's like an inflation going on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay. What did I tell you before? What is the question I asked you to ask everybody before? Okay, from 1 to 10, the best player in the world. Where do they play? In Premier League or other leagues?
Wait, but what does that have to do with what I just said?
Well, I'm telling you, all this money BS.
No, I'm just saying.
Where does he play? When Messi plays, when Neymar play, when Mbappe play, when Modric play. That's for me. I'm putting for me what's the first top in the list. Then maybe you can say Van Bruyne, even if Roy doesn't like. But for me, he's one of the best midfielders in the world. but it's a different. I've never seen a midfield like that. So
Rui Costa is asking for the money. What the heck?
what?
Oh, because Rui Costa, isn't he the Benfica?
Yeah, it's the what for Leao? You mean?
No, he's
no. You mean for because I thought it was connected to Leao because they got to give the money to what? The Sporting what club was?
No, that's Sporting. We're talking about Benfica.
Rui Costa, man, he was good, but we had such a team. We could even. He was even in the bench with us. Imagine how good we were.
Dad, what was the best Milan team?
The Saki one. I'm sorry. Okay, even it's the best in history. Everybody say even on any show you watch on whatever on TV, they say that was the best team in the history of the soccer.
Who's a better coach, Saki or Pioli?
Saki was innovator, man. Milan. I mean, Italy's team. They used to play catenaccio before. Milan was played 30 meters. I used to go to San Siro, watch the game. You could see 3 lines back and forth in 30-meter space. They would never be spread all over the field. They were moving 3 lines back and forth, 4-4-2 the system.
What do you think about Pioli? He's an innovator, right? He puts the right back and the left back playing in centrally in the middle. He does some interesting stuff.
Who's Pioli?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think. I mean, for the material, yes, I think he's doing great. But if you consider the material without spending much money,
yeah, I think he's probably doing the best he probably can.
Yeah. I don't know. There's lots of people working with him. I don't know who's telling him the stuff. Pioli never been a genius, but now I don't know. But
okay, so Guido, SSB is saying Enzo is 120 million. I'm going to change his statement into a question. Enzo is 120 million. How much is Rui Costa in today's market?
No price. No, I mean, listen, they're all overrated. That's even Rui Costa wouldn't be worth that money.
He's the one selling Enzo for 120 million. He's a good businessman.
Here, Rock. This is the thing that my dad's logic kind of like that because he sees the number 120 million.
Okay, Rock, answer my question. If a soccer was based on money, right? Why Paris Saint-Germain 2 years ago they lost even the French league with the Lille?
Dad,
they had 500 million paycheck. They were not able to win the French league with the 500 million a year.
Listen, I'm not even going into that field. All I'm saying
you gotta go there because you think because you spend money you're gonna be the best.
No,
doesn't happen like that.
That's not what I said. What I said was right because my point is that when you see 120 million, the number, it's a huge amount of money, right? But so that's why for you, no one is ever going to be worth that much money. But the point that we're trying to make is in this modern economy, that's what players are being sold for. So it's just a reality.
That's like
40
million.
Like, so even though in the past, Dad, Rui Costa was like the record signing at a time. And I think he was like.
First of all, do you think it's right that people that build the teams with 500 million paycheck a year got to play the same league of the other teams?
No, there's no regulation, but that's the way it
because we never had the salary cap in soccer. But come on, you gotta be something. Look what happened with Qatar. The Messi dressed up like an handicap. Come on, man. Please. Sorry if I use that word. I know in Italy we use that word, but I know here it's not good. But I didn't mean any. I didn't mean that.
Teams, but you're right. I mean, some teams are able to not spend.
You see Messi with the whatever he had on him, but you couldn't even see the Argentina shirt after he celebrated that he won the World Cup. They put the stuff on him, all the Qatar people there. What that means? Didn't you see when they put how do you call the stuff they put on him? You couldn't even see the Argentina shirt.
I have no idea.
When they give the award, do you remember when he won the final?
What are you?
It's pictures everywhere.
And also, what does this have to do with anything we do?
It has to do because the money. Because let me tell you, if it was a Maradona was a friend of Fidel Castro, man. If it was a Maradona, it would never happen there. He would never wear that shit on him. I'm sorry, but that you have the Argentina shirt, the one you won the World Cup, and you wear that stupid thing. Who knows how much money? Besides, they own Paris Saint-Germain, Qatar. You know that. So
Guido, what do you think about Ronaldo going to Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia?
I think they're smart. I would do the same. He suck and he's old.
You said not to go to the money. What?
No, that's a personal thing. What has to do with when you celebrating a national team and you cannot even see the shirt of your national team? Come on.
We're never we're never gonna
Maradona will never done that. I'm sorry.
We're never gonna see Ronaldo play football ever again. Like we're never gonna watch Al Nassr highlight. We're never gonna see him play. He's done.
Listen, the difference between Ronaldo and Ibrahimovic have a skill and Ronaldo doesn't have. So Ronaldo, if he's like a horse in shape, he suck. So that's my opinion about Ronaldo. If he cannot run anymore, he cannot play soccer. Instead, Ibrahimovic, he got skill. Even though he's big, he got skill. He can hide the ball from you. He can control the ball. He can play shoulder to the post. Ronaldo cannot play shoulder. You ever see Ronaldo play shoulder to the post? He suck.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
That's why when you compare Ronaldo and Messi, we're blaspheming.
Do you think the order goes Messi, then Ronaldo, and then Ibrahimovic for the last decade and a half?
Yeah, but if you go by the numbers, see, my favorite always be Maradona. But after I watch more videos of Pelé stuff, I mean, come on. What about Ronaldo the Phenomenal, the Brazilian one? Who's better, him or Ronaldo this one here?
El Fenomeno, of course.
Okay, so if you go by the way Roy talks, you gotta. If you don't win, who wins more is the best. That's a BS because you play with a team. You don't play by yourself.
Yeah.
So
I have his 2002 World Cup jersey. They made 500 replicas. I got it as a gift.
Oh, really?
In a frame, and I want to take it out of the frame and put it on, but I don't want to mess up and open the frame.
Guess what? I went to Brazil the first time. I was 70. Did Antonio told you that his godfather is in Brazil?
He said, yeah. He said he had family.
Yeah, I have a step family because my father remarried when I was 14. But my brother, the real blood, Italian, my brother, he has a business in Brazil. So my step brother, Pedro Enrique, he came, he was 3 years old. He's in Italy. My sister is in Italy.
What do you know? Where in Brazil? What state?
Paraná, Curitiba. At São Paulo, he has a store too. Yeah, Curitiba. He has a store in São Paulo too.
Oh, nice. And he lives there too?
Yes, many years. My father just passed a couple of years ago. He was living there too.
Oh, your father
by the way,
nice.
I was there.
Paradise. That's nice.
2018. I watched the World Cup in Brazil. I was there.
I was there too.
The one in Russia. They play in Russia.
Oh, I thought the one in Brazil.
No. I was there with my brother during the World Cup in Russia, 2018. That was in Russia.
Nice.
So
yeah, I've been there 4 or 5 times.
Well, when are you gonna bring Antonio there or send him there?
He don't want to go. My brother keeps saying, "You don't want to go." Your mom. Do you remember your mom didn't let you go? You remember?
It's dangerous.
His mom she's scared about Brazil. Can you believe that?
Hey,
I'm scared. I'm scared in Philadelphia, man. You gotta be scared over there. You think it's worse Brazil or Philadelphia? Now you live here, but you live in Newtown Square.
It depends.
I drive all over Philly. I'm always in Philly.
It depends.
What do you think is worse, Philly or Brazil?
You know what? I will walk in a favela in Brazil. Most favelas I can walk in, but there are parts of Philly that I will never walk in, ever.
Oh, because you wouldn't come out. Because they've gone for sure. Favelas, you know what they want? Money. If you give them something, they don't kill you. They don't have the pleasure to kill you.
When I was in college, I drove Uber and Lyft for
that's what I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, yeah. So
I'm poor, man. I'm not rich. I'm a poor guy.
And whenever I got trips in Philly, I was just like, "Oh God, where am I gonna?"
Well, you cancel? I go everywhere.
I didn't know the city that well, so I didn't know what I should or shouldn't cancel. And back when it wasn't that easy to cancel a ride, you just have to take it and just keep working. Like I would end up in parts of Philly that I was just like, "Am I in the same state?"
I love it. I love, man. I love doing it. Plus, I do jobs on the side. I got a guy. I know so many famous people here because I work for this guy.
Oh, nice.
I work on my own, but Antonio's been here, the football players with the Eagles players.
Antonio has to go to
Anthony
Brazil once he
Gargano.
gets a
Anthony
little
Gargano.
older.
Do you know Anthony Gargano?
Yeah. Well,
The one Kaz, they call Kaz.
Yeah. I know.
I mean, when he see me, he argue me for hours. He want to know about Italy. He loves Italy.
He lives in Philly?
He lives in New Jersey, but the show is very close where I live down here. The radio show, the Fanatic.
Oh, yeah. 97.5.
97.5, yeah.
Yeah.
So, guys.
I told him.
I think I follow him on Twitter, too, actually.
Oh, really? I don't do social media, only WhatsApp.
Only live streams. Only live streams.
Nah, no more. This may be the last.
Guys, I want to ask you about Milan again. What do you think about the Serie A race right now after today?
I wish Inter would have lost, but because Napoli, I prefer Napoli to win and not Inter Juventus, because I know if we keep with all these injuries, we're not going to make it.
That's interesting, Guido. The whole live stream, all of us had the opposite opinion. Everyone wanted Inter to win, so Napoli.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I agree with that, but I'm sorry, but I don't think especially, do you see Tataru Sano today? The only shot he was on the other side. Are you kidding me?
So my dad also agrees.
Do you play soccer? Do you coach soccer? I heard, right?
Yeah.
Well, when you see the cross from completely the other side, from so far away, the cross. Where are you supposed to go if you're a goalkeeper? To the pole where the guy is shooting, or to stay on the other pole?
You follow the trajectory of the ball. You know what? He comes out like he's going to.
I'm sorry. I don't want to say a bad word.
But never does. Like
all what I'm upset
is pulling himself out of position.
You know why I'm upset? Because the Colombian guy went back to Colombia. I want him to play right away because the two goalkeepers, they suck both.
What do you mean he went back? He went back to
Colombia. He's not staying. He's going to come back in 10 days. I don't know what he has to do. Say hi to his mom. I don't know.
He's packing all of his stuff.
Wait, hold on. I thought he was going to finish the rest of the season in Colombia.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
No, are you serious? What they got it for? You want to keep with these old guys?
I heard that we got him until for like next year because Mirante and Tataru Sano's contracts are expiring. That's what I.
Yeah, but he still they bought him. Why they want to give him back when he have those junkie players?
Let me look him up.
How old is he? Can you check his age?
He's like 24.
He's 24 or 25. He's gonna be.
Oh.
He's 98.
I mean, hey, I think all of our keepers are like 40. So you know what? That's pretty freaking young.
They cannot even run. They cannot even jump. He's Colombian, so I'm sure he can play with his feet. Because South America, they're all good.
Roy put on his highlights, and he did point out that he deflects all of his saves back into the middle of the box. It's a very bad habit that he has.
Tataru Sano, do you see Tataru Sano's face when he's in a post? I'm scared. If I was playing with them, I would be scared. He look like Dracula,
I have gone.
He doesn't give you any sure. Like you feel like Then sometimes he looks like he want to be the man. He starts screaming just because he has to do it because Pioli. I'm sure Pioli told them.
What about his distribution with his feet? I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, but I don't need a defense. I need a freaking goal.
Wait, Rock, quick. Wait, on that point about the deflection thing, I noticed that also in the guy's highlights. But one thing to point out, in Maignan highlights, like before he came to Milan, a lot of people were criticizing him because he would also do the same thing where like he would like palm it back into the middle sometimes.
That's true.
With Milan, he kind of improved that right away. So
yeah, we'll do this. Well, we had Dida in our goalkeeping.
Is Dida
department. He's gone.
He left, right? Okay.
He had to leave for like family reasons and go back to Brazil. But Mike had Gita teaching him, and I don't know who replaced him in the coaching department for goalkeepers. But I mean, Mike can just teach it back to him, I guess. But hopefully he unlearns that bad habit quickly, like Mike did.
He looks very tall too. Do you still have his information up? How tall is he?
He's 193 centimeter. So I don't know in each, what, six, whatever.
We need you to convert that. We're American kids.
I do 198. It's like almost 2 meters. So 6'5", 6'4", I don't know.
6'5", 6'4".
6'5". He's listed as 6'5".
6'5". Okay.
So it's good. It's good enough.
Yeah, that's good. And Donnarumma was 6'6", 6'5" also?
Donnarumma was taller than Ibra. 6'7", maybe 6'6", I don't know.
Donnarumma is 6'5" also, he's listed as.
Oh, yeah? It's the same?
Yeah, they look similar height.
Accurate.
So this guy is big for being a Colombian.
In the frame, Nathan.
He's a big Colombian.
Guys, from what I'm reading, though, about this guy, it looks like he's going to be coming in for next year because Mirante and Rossoneri are going to be the second and third goalkeepers.
Okay, I want to understand why Youngdahl is not playing. Why we don't try young players?
He's gone.
Huh?
Youngdahl's gone. We gave up on him.
He's gone?
Mm-hmm.
No, not yet, but like basically. We're not...
So who's going to be the third if the guy is hurt? Plus next year, but the old guys are going to go because next year they're going to get Sportiello free. He's going to be free at the end of the year. So.
We're going to have so many goalkeepers next year.
But they got to change everything. They all suck.
Guido, what do you think about Mike Magnon's injury? Are you worried about it?
Of course I'm worried. Who knows? I'm not a doctor. I don't know.
I've never heard of like your wound is not.
This guy every year, but that's very delicate on the calf, man. That's dangerous, man. Because all the pressure is on the calf.
No, I have a calf injury that I got snowboarding.
Yeah, you snowboard. I used to ski a lot.
Yeah, I got it last year, and my calf has not been the same since. It's been a year already, and that's
I know it's
no tear,
it's complicated.
no
It's
major,
complicated.
and it's freaking never came back the same.
So you cannot do anything?
No, I can play. I get calf fatigue. Like if I play soccer like twice a week, if I go a third time, I last 5 minutes and my calf muscle is done.
Wow.
Like so calf injuries are no joke.
I know. That's why he had before, then he fall again. Because he was already training with the team almost.
And you know what? You know what the calf muscle? It's when you have a random burst of motion, like you go from a static, you're not moving, and then to a quick movement. That's what really like affects it, and that's exactly what a goalkeeper has to do.
I want to make you laugh. Then you've been in Brazil. I heard you lived in Brazil, so maybe Donnarumma made a macumba to him. Donnarumma, really, I hate that guy, man.
Just like Lukaku did, Lukaku's mom did macumba to us. Remember the voodoo shit?
They said that, yeah.
Can you imagine we get that guy is 16 and was making 60 million almost a year, almost at 60, 17, 18 when he started. I don't know. And then I want to give the money to Leao. I don't understand what's going on.
For the listeners who don't know what macumba is, it's voodoo, Brazilian voodoo.
Let's avoid this. You guys gonna get fired.
Oh gosh.
I have a picture of a place in North Philly on Frankfurt Avenue. There is a place that says macumba, says voodoo stuff.
Did you?
I took a picture when I was driving one day.
Guido, did you go to Cafe L'Aquila before?
Oh my gosh. Guess what? When they open up the restaurant, I know one of the owners. I mean, I don't know personally, but I know who he is. That's a bunch of partners. They used to have a Toscana restaurant up in. I used to live in Benzel with my girlfriend, so Street Road, Toscana. The son of the guy is one of the owners.
That's where the Milan.
When I went to the
fan
beach,
club goes to watch games.
How do they watch game over there? That's a restaurant, like Italian bar downstairs. Where do they watch the game?
They have the whole area for Milan fans, and they put it on all the TVs. Sometimes there's people there eating dinner that
It's
aren't
a big
Milan
screen
fans,
or small?
There's two big screens.
Sorry, I gotta get off the road here. I'm on City Line again.
And two small ones. Two big ones and two small ones.
The heck, man, these people never rest here.
All right, guys. My girlfriend is trying to sleep, and she's mad at me because I talk too loud. So
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's my problem with the people upstairs. That's why I'm outside.
we're Italian, we're Brazilian, we're loud people. It's very
Yeah,
hard to adjust our volume. Very hard to adjust our volume.
Yeah, man, forget it. They tried with me many times. They didn't happen.
We can't physically do it. It's impossible.
I tried to literally make him sound less loud, and it was impossible.
It's impossible, dude. It's just not.
I don't know. We're crazy, man. But especially Italian, more than Brazilian Italian. Brazilian actually depends where. I don't know. They're not that low like me, but I'm an exception.
My family's from Rio, from Rio de Janeiro.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Carioca.
Carioca.
Mm-hmm.
Which is your mom? You said.
My mom. Yeah, she came here when she was 22.
Why don't you take Antonio over there? Maybe he stopped doing the live and maybe living life instead of doing the live.
I'll take him. I'll take him. He'll be fine as long as he speaks English. Everyone's gonna love him.
Oh yeah, of course. Even Italian.
English, everyone's gonna be like, "Ooh, he speaks English. He's American." Everyone's gonna want to show you a good time and hang out with you.
Yeah, the only time actually I went to Copacabana in Rio, I was 17 years old with my stepmom and my stepbrother.
Nice.
That's the first time I ever went to Brazil.
When you were 17, cool.
Oh my gosh, man.
Nice. I lived
It's
there.
another world.
I lived there when I was 15 until I was 16, and then I went when I was 18 for the World Cup there. Was I 18?
Oh yeah. So how old are you now? So you're young.
I'm 28.
Oh, you're very young.
Yeah,
I'm double than you.
I just turned 28 in December. Hey, you live in Havertown. You gotta come play. You still play football? You play soccer?
Listen, I could play skill-wise, but I'm too fat, man. I'm 260 pounds.
Hey, I play with a group of old guys. We have a guy, Misha. He's like 300 pounds. He only plays striker.
Wait. What's his name?
Misha.
Because I used to I play here in this area. I play all kind of people. I play mostly South American.
Okay.
So until 10 years ago, I was playing 3-4 times a week.
Oh, nice. Yeah, our
And I
group
kick many people's butts.
Our group is very diverse and it's free, and we meet every Saturday morning.
Are you playing in Havertown?
It's in media.
Oh, media.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but listen, first of all, I'm planning because I replaced my hip last year. And that's one of the reasons I wasn't doing anything, but I didn't even know it was the hip. I thought it was my back. Instead, I went to the doctor, then I replaced my hip. Thank God it's perfect. So the doctor said I can do everything.
Well, your new hip must be good if you're walking 100 miles on City Avenue.
Yeah, no, really. That's the only part of my body which is good right now.
we have a guy, Guido. We have a guy. His nickname is Doc, like doctor. He's 88 years old.
Yeah, listen.
He just retired this year. He doesn't play anymore.
I feel bad because he's gonna sooner or later it's gonna break.
Oh, Guido, this guy, he plays defense. He plays center back.
Oh my God, are you serious?
He blocks shots right to his head, and he goes down.
So that means the level of player is really low because 88. Come on, man.
Oh my God, we feel so bad for him. The ball hits him, he goes down, and we're so scared that he died. But then he comes back to life.
Oh, you know what happened when I moved to this country? It was 1999. I was in grade. I was 28, like your age when I moved here.
Uh-huh.
And I was playing all the leagues in Italy, amateur league, not professional. It's funny because I play so many South America here. They were mad on me because I was good. I'm not joking. To compare around here, I was good.
Oh,
so these people came to me. They were so mad. The Ecuadorian, El Salvador, Brazilian, I always get friends a lot because they're much better. Because Brazilian know how to play soccer. So these people were coming to me. Oh, this guy is coming. Oh, he's gonna kick your butt. Oh, he's a he play professional. I said, well, first of all, if he play professional, why is he here? He shouldn't be here. So that's my question. Okay, so we see. You know what I do? I put the ball 3 times through the leg. You know, how do you call it? The mag, whatever they call. 3 times. Okay, man, if he's Brazilian, if he's a professional, I'm unlucky. You know, because I speak Portuguese and Spanish, of course I make a mistake. But so I always play with South America. One game we played, we were all, each player, I was the only Italian, all different nationality, Egyptian, German. One game, all different nationality.
Yeah, our group is very, very diverse. We have a lot of Armenians and.
Oh my! I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure I know somebody that play there because I used to play with all kinds of people. Once they took me on in the English team. They took me with them because the guy saw me play. He was the neighbor, Antonio's neighbor. Actually, I was living there before. Then we got divorced. But so this guy had the tattoo, Liverpool tattoo. Eddie, Antonio knows Eddie. He moved in Arizona. He brought me to play with all English. They were all from England. He brought me to play with them at YSC, you know, up in King of Prussia.
Yeah. Why? Oh, I bet you they were good.
After the game, they would go to freaking the pub over there at the mall, the nice pub close to the mall, attached to the mall over there.
Yeah.
Drinking beer, man. I don't drink. I can have a beer social, but I cannot.
Yeah. I know exactly what bar you're talking about. Those guys are always playing at YSC and they're always drinking at that bar. Those guys are crazy.
You gotta watch. I watched lately some old movies about hooligans and stuff. Oh my, that's freaking crazy, man.
You know, when I play, so I'm Italian. My dad is Italian and my mom's Brazilian. So when I show up to play, the Italian guys, they go, "Who showed up today? Brazilian rock or Italian rock?" and depending on who I am, they'll want me on their team. If I'm Italian rock, they want me to play on their team because I pass the ball. You know, I'm tactical.
Oh, Brazilian, they don't pass. Brazilian, they pass. They got to do an extra pass, but it's all right.
And they go, "Oh no, Brazilian rock showed up today. No, all tricks, no passing, selfish."
You ever played in Brazil? Even though I don't think it's typical Brazilian, but in Brazil once when I went there, I played the football de salon. You know the ball that doesn't bounce.
Yeah, futsal.
Yeah, they call that's futsal here because here it's misinterpreted. You know, the ball is different. But be honest with you, I think that's much easier because it's not fair. I think people are good player when you control the ball that bounce. That's when you're a good player. You know, the ball that stops. That's so freaking easy. You just gotta learn how to kick. How to, you know.
Oh yeah, it's the foam on the ball's deadened.
I see that. I see lots of down in. We have an Italian club on West Philly. I don't go anymore because I had a fight over there because I insult everybody. Because no, you know what happened? They were all old, and most of them are born in Italy, but not my age. They're much older. So they came here. They made a little money. The all construction guys. That's completely ignorant about Italy. They still think that people in Italy pee from the balcony. I gotta hear this kind of stuff. I was born 1971. My father had a Ferrari when I was 4. So I'm poor. I don't have money now. But my brother got money.
You're ranting too much.
No, what I mean is I have to go there and listen to my country being insulted. You know, they talk bad about Italy just because they made a little money here. When my family did it, everybody got 3 houses each. So everybody got more money than me here.
That's annoying.
So,
I hate when that
you know,
happens.
I cannot stand this shit because I you know what I did? The club was full of people. 3 television. There was in Italy was played the national team when Italy was doing bad. You know, after before the European Cup a while ago they were doing when they were rebuilding the team when Mancini took over. So there was a friend. I said, "You guys all Italian, 3 TV, you're watching horses race because they bet. They don't even know English. They don't know English. They don't know Italian. They want to bet them out. They cannot even understand the numbers." So beside that, the ignorance was at such a high level, man. I don't have a degree. I have a country school like high school. So it doesn't matter.
They didn't have the games on? What the hell is wrong with them?
3 TV in the club. So one of the young people, they even follow soccer. He said, "Oh, Italy sucks right now." You know, say, remember these words. When we're gonna win, and guess what? We won the European Cup last year. So when Milan is sucked, they don't win it. So I don't watch Milan anymore. That's the way you think. So no, I'm a stick with my faith. So
yeah, we get up at 6:30. If we lost today, I'll still be, okay. I get up 6:30 in the morning, win or lose.
I think I said this before. This morning, I don't care. I suffer because missing 10 goals, it almost tied the game. That really pissed me off. But I enjoy when I watch me. You watch Inter game, Napoli. That was such a boring game. Besides the other game, and Antonio was watching Newcastle. What was Arsenal, Newcastle? Such boring games. When I watch Milan, they always create. They create so many chances. So
yeah, they
have
play
fun.
a really fun style to watch.
They play vertical. They don't play like a tick-tack, 3 hours, tick-tack. I hate that kind of stuff, man. You watch Manchester City, if you win the World Cup, if you win the Champions League this year, just because they got Alan Alvarez. Finally, they got number 9.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah, the Gabriel Jesus the bench.
Do you know your son is a Manchester City fan? How do you feel about that?
Rock. By the way, that's like a character that I play on this.
Okay.
I know that he likes Newcastle.
No, if I had to cheer for one Premier League team, I'd probably cheer for Newcastle just because I like the. I saw a movie.
The movie Goal.
You like the guys on the bench.
You saw the movie Goal with what's his name?
Yeah.
The main character.
Yeah.
Santiago.
Santiago Muniz.
Muniz, dude. I watched Goal 1, Goal 2, Goal 3 like 10 times each at least.
It's such a good movie.
That first movie made me fall in love with Newcastle too. During that time,
exactly. Dude. I saw this so many memes about it. It's like when you have R9, but you start Gavin Harris instead for Real Madrid.
Oh, did I lose the connection? I don't know what's going on.
No, I can hear you. Gavin Harris smashing goals.
That guy was drinking so much beer.
Yeah, and it's a great story.
And then Real Madrid still signed him, even though he was terrible falling out with Newcastle. They still signed him for record fee.
Like one game that Santiago played for Newcastle, he gets signed for Real Madrid.
That guy honestly making me laugh. I don't know. He has a funny face. I don't know. He remind me of somebody. I don't know. I don't want to say David Spade, but somebody make me laugh. He has a funny face.
Gavin Harris. Yeah, he's funny.
He looks like a hooligan.
I like with the English accent. The girlfriend, Munich's girlfriend, she got a freaking accent. Like.
Dude, I remember being a kid watching that and just going, "Oh, she's so hot."
Yeah.
And then as an adult, you're just like, she's all right.
Hey, Rock, what about when he moves to Spain? What about how hot are the Spanish girls?
Oh my gosh. You think Antonio's gonna go to Brazil and not fall in love and cry on the plane ride back home?
Yeah, that's why. Listen, when I got divorced, I went there. I had a girlfriend after 2 days. She was. Wait, hey, guess what? She was Ukrainian.
Oh my God.
She was. I'm not tall. I'm 5'7". She was shorter than me, but she was working in a spa. She was doing esthetician work. She had a job. She had a car. She was picking me up. My father said, "You came, but I never see you." She was picking me up at the house.
Dude, hey, Brazilian girls have a lot of pride.
Guys, this is we're getting into.
Oh wait, hey, Rock, you don't have a girlfriend over there?
I do. She's
Italian.
Italian. She's Italian.
Oh, then I like Italian. She's Italian American or Italian?
Italian American.
I like Italian American better.
Second generation, or even maybe
they're more fun.
Generation.
They're more fun. They go crazy, man. They're so much fun. I had a girlfriend.
But they still
she was 10 years younger than me. I had a girlfriend 10 years younger. Oh my God, she was nuts, man.
Was she Brazilian?
Guys,
no, she was Italian.
Yeah, why don't you make a YouTube channel, Life with Guido?
Yeah, I'm okay. I don't work no more if I do that.
I got to get my dad on this live. Too bad he's not a soccer person, but my dad is exactly like your dad, dude.
Oh, that's what I like. Somebody real. I need somebody real.
He is real, and he has so many stories, and he's just
listen, I like better people. I had more fun here with Italian American born here. As I said, the people that come from Italy, because people that are much older than me, they just came here for money. They don't care about. They gave up every pleasure of life. They just think about money. What did I have? What do you have? This kind of BS. I don't need it. I don't need to show off.
Yeah, no one cares about that.
I can go to Brazil tomorrow. I live like a king. My brother got 2 stores, a website. He sells motorcycles. He got 2 Ducati in the garage. I can live like a king, but I don't care. I enjoy what I do.
You can't take those people. You can't take it into the grave with you.
Yeah,
you can't take your
yeah,
money
they
to the grave.
accumulate the money and then they die because they eat the junk. Another guy, he got 10 apartments, he eat leftover, he bring him work leftover every day. Say, please. It's my landlord too.
Oh man,
Someone in the chat says you're a high value male.
Yeah, I wish so.
You're a rare specimen.
Yeah.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Dad, do you know who Andrew Tate is?
But in this world right now, you know what? Hey, Rock, beside the fact, you have an idea how bad I look. I'm not going to show on the live, but I really look bad. When I show my kids a picture when I moved here, they say, who the heck is this guy? They didn't know it was me. So I got so fat and stuff. I look out. But listen, you don't know how many phone number I can get if I want when I drive Uber and stuff, just because I'm Italian and I talk like this, like I'm talking to you guys.
I'm sure you can.
In New Year's Eve, I was driving in New Year's Eve. There was this lady. She worked at Aston Township. And a blonde. She wasn't bad at all. I mean, she was younger than me, like maybe 40. Oh, she wanted me to go drink with her. Like, she's all like you. I like you. I like you.
You're a savage. Your dad's a savage. I love it.
I'm be honest. Rock, I'll be honest, man. You're a good-looking guy. I'm look like junk. I don't care. I don't even dress up. I go with the jogging suit. I don't care.
When I was driving Uber, I was driving a BMW. It was my brother's car. He let me borrow it, like an.
Oh my gosh, man! BMW, man, with Italian with the BMW. Good luck.
I was pulling up, with the BMW. People are like, "What the hell? Like, what are you doing in this part of Philly?"
Guys,
Somebody's coming out. Man. Somebody's gonna kill me. Man.
Guys, I'm gonna get my computer charger. I'll be off for like a minute, but when I come back, I don't want to hear like you talking about something crazy. All right, so please.
Oh, what time is it?
I actually have to hop off because my Italian American girlfriend is.
Watch out, because when they go nuts, it's bad. My girlfriend, she had a taser with her. She wanted to get me with the taser, and I'm very listen. I'm very aggressive when I talk, but I'm very quiet. I never left my hand or be violent with any situation. Even man, I never had a fight in my life. But what I mean, she was crazy. I mean, she was a little cuckoo, like they say here. But
you liked it, didn't you, Guido? Getting tased.
I like when we went to the. I like she was sleeping with the cats. She had like 4 or 5 cats, man.
Oh no!
Yeah, but I kicked them out when I was there.
Yeah, I'm allergic to cats, man. That's a deal.
Oh, you're allergic? I forget. I'm not allergic. Just my father never had a pet in my house. No pet allowed.
That's Italian. Italians, you guys don't do pets.
Yeah, what the? In Italy, the pets stay outside. They don't stay in the house.
Yeah.
And I was living. I was living in the center square of my town, attached to the church. I could listen to the mass from my window. The bell, the bell up the tower.
Guido, this is the last question. This is a good one. You ready? From the chat. He said, ask Guido what he looks for in a woman. And keep it appropriate. Keep it PG-13.
No, I'm serious. I'm going to be serious. You want to be serious or be funny?
No, be serious. And a little bit of funny, too.
The first thing that I look in a woman, really, besides I'm fat, but I don't like fat. Not super skinny at all. I don't like skinny. But not fat.
When I
look first in a woman is the skin. The skin. If she has the skin or wrinkle or shit, I will never touch.
Oh, so you like nice, smooth.
We talk about woman that you want to spend time with, not like a woman you want to date.
That's an interesting answer. You seem like a man with a good taste. You like
because listen, the skin for me is fundamental.
It's fundamental.
I'm 51. You look at this.
Dad, you gotta control yourself.
No, this is from the chat. No, Antonio, this is from the chat.
And plus, if I can say, I like a dark skin.
Olive, or dark.
Can be tan, can be dark. I don't care as long as dark.
And black.
Always willing to get dark.
And darker complexions have nicer quality skin and not as many wrinkles too. For a lot of people,
that's what I mean. I see women at 60 years old, they look like a baby,
Dad, what are your thoughts on Andrew Tate?
What?
What are your thoughts on Andrew Tate?
Oh no! This is the last dialogue.
Wait, what's Andrew Tate?
I don't think he knows who Andrew Tate is.
Good. Keep it that way. Don't tell him who he is.
Why? What's wrong?
He's just some guy with opinions.
Guy that don't like guys. Or guy...
No, it's a guy who is famous on the internet, but for his opinions.
For his macho, masculine, manly man opinions.
I don't know, man. I don't like to watch man. I watch fashion Miami swim, suit
Hey.
Oh my gosh, man. they come automatically on my YouTube. Once let's see when you touch the phone, you click on something, they automatically bombarding you.
You know what, Guido? Forget it. You know what? Are you a tits or are you an ass man?
I have both.
Both.
I call eyes. I don't call tits. I say, I look at your eyes, but I look at the tits. They're two, like the eyes, right? They're two. They have the pupil. What do you call it? Inside the eyes. They look like the eyes. The only thing they're not green, they're not blue. They're just.
Okay, all right. What the heck is going on?
Dude, the SSB question. Ask Guido what he looks for.
Why are we doing this SSB?
Yeah, but can you do this stuff online?
Okay. Also, Roy chatted, Italian coaches are useless.
What? What do you say? What do you say?
Roy said in the chat, Italian coaches are useless.
Yeah, why? That's why.
Don't trigger
even if I'm ugly and fat and even poor, because I'm not rich, but the women just say Italian. Who? You're Italian. Who? I want to go to Italy. Who? That's what they tell me. So I just came back. I was there in November.
Tell them you're an Italian coach.
Hey, Rock, me and my brother, I told you, he sells the motorcycles accessory stuff. We went to the Ducati store, man, in Bologna. Unbelievable, man. Nice. The Ducati, man, they won a pilot and motorcycle. MotoGP, after 50 years, combination of pilot and motorcycle. But
I'll be way too scared to drive a Ducati.
My brother got two, one for competition and one more relaxed.
Oh, that's crazy. I drove a motorcycle one time and I crashed.
That's why. You know what? I always love motorcycle. I never had a motorcycle. My father forbid me. But then when I drive the car, I said, that's it. But I was always driving the scooter. In Italy, everybody has a scooter. You go around with the scooter,
The moped like Mourinho when he arrived in Rome?
Yeah. They made a video. You see with the Vespa or whatever it was.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Motorcycles are off limits. My mom will not allow. A lot of Brazilian people die on motorcycles. But
Brazil. That's why my brother make money there, because everybody has a motorcycle over there.
Dude, yeah. I know a lot of people that died.
Listen, in Italy, every year, especially in the summertime, people die with the scooter on the big roads, on the main roads, with the big scooter. Many times I hear people dying. It's not safe, but on a racetrack, it's safer than a car. Even though now
Guido, when do you think Milan is going to win the Champions League? In the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? If you were to estimate how many more years before Milan wins the Champions
if you guys
League, what do you think?
You went to Swarthmore, Antonio is going to Penn. Why don't you make some statistic, based on all the Italian, since we made the team, make a statistic, because every once in a while we come back. So
we probably could.
Because it is money for me to build a good team that play all together nice. Because there is not only one team that got money. Because Real Madrid got money, Man City got money, many teams got money. Not us. I mean, we have money, they just don't spend because they don't have the comeback money. So, and the fake oil money like the Qatar does to Paris Saint-Germain. That's all fake money,
Yeah, I think one of the arguments we were having earlier is yes, a team that has a ton of money and that can spend lots of money can win the Champions League. But at the same time, a team that doesn't have a ton of money but spends it very wisely can also win the Champions League. They're not so far behind because of the dollar amount. You could still build a pretty
competitive team that might win a tournament like that.
Listen,
even if you spend less money.
Can I just give my response? So my main rebuttal to that point is look at all of the past champions and tell me which one of them didn't have a lot of money to spend. Like all of them did in recent years. Only go back to like maybe like Porto or something.
but what has to happen is because when Berlusconi, Milan was spending money. He wasn't the only one because Real Madrid had the money, Barcelona had the money, I'm sure. In England, it wasn't Premier League yet when we were winning in the beginning and everything. But what I mean is, one day something's gonna happen because they cannot continue like this. But English team were suck before. Besides the Liverpool, they won sometimes. They were like most of the cup they won with Italian teams. They won with the Roma in Rome. Roma was an unbelievable team. Liverpool won. I don't understand how. But they stole a cup from us. That's a steal because they won the 3-0.
I would have
I was
to
in
look
England.
all
I
the
was in
teams that
England.
were
I was in London.
semifinals. I have to look at that. Go ahead, Guido.
So, what I mean is, it's very difficult now. Besides the fact, I think that we have such a bad luck with the injuries. Because I believe if Milan would have all the players that we bought, at least almost all of them available, including Ibrahimovic. Because for me, Ibrahimovic, even if he's old, he's going to make a difference in Champions League. Because he got respect. People scared of him. You ever see the defense, or even in Italian league, when they go close to Ibra, they get scared? When the guy, Giroud today, got hit so many times on his back. You see how many times they hit Giroud on his calf, on his freaking back, everywhere. You look at Ibrahimovic. Look at Ibrahimovic when they're scared of him. When they don't go on top of him.
Get ready for Romero.
Yeah, I want to see Ibra Romero. I wish Ibra play, man. I want to see Ibra Romero. He's gonna get a taekwondo freaking move. Is gonna kill him.
Maybe he's gonna play.
Taekwondo Ibra.
Oh my gosh, my phone is dead. It's almost dead.
And
all right, well, go put it on the charger. Don't get strained.
No, I cannot talk in the house, man. Because upstairs you can hear everything.
You can't talk without yelling. That's your thing.
Listen, even if I don't yell, it's so quiet right now. They're freaking Colombian. They go to work at 5 o'clock in the morning. When I go to sleep at 5, they go to work. So I live life like a teenager, man. I'm freaking crazy.
Guido, you're just like my dad. It's so funny.
But Rock, that's why I do Uber and Lyft, because I want freedom. There is no freedom better than that.
My dad retired and he does Uber and Lyft for fun, and he stays up.
Really?
Yeah.
He's having fun.
He just loves to talk to people and just like doesn't sleep. Like he just he'll pick people up at 4 a.m. and he'll sleep in all day. And
I don't work. I don't work anymore, but because I could work maybe some nice area, but I don't know. Maybe people want to go to the airport because at that time, really, Philadelphia is getting crazy, man. I don't have a gun. I don't want to get shot.
You better have some kind of protection.
Yeah, you know what I do? I have a cheap car, so if they want something, you can take it. I don't care. Take everything. Do me a favor.
My friend was on his bike, and a group came up on him to take his bike.
Yeah, the kids, young kids.
Yeah, the kids. Yeah, they're hooligans. But my friend does carry a gun.
Oh my god.
He does, yeah.
Wait,
and
are you legally allowed to carry one in PA, like on your body?
No, you gotta have a permit.
You have to have a permit, yeah. I had no idea that my friend had a gun, by the way. When he told me this story, I was shocked.
Wait, what happened?
Dude, he pulled out his gun and the kids ran away. And then I was like, you have a gun? Like, I was shocked.
Honestly, just get like a toy gun and just
Nah, he showed me it. I was like, show me. I was like, you don't have a freaking gun. Like, we went to high school together and he lives in Philly now. I'm like, you don't have a freaking gun. I was like, yes, I do. And he had a legit gun. I was like, you need this to live? And he's like, yeah, I don't drive. Like, I'm on a bike or I walk. So, like, I need
Listen,
I
try to tell Antonio. I try to tell Antonio because but he doesn't go. He doesn't party. He doesn't go out. Sometimes I wish, but sometimes I don't wish. Because, this country is getting crazy, man.
Nah, I'll take Antonio out, Guido. Don't worry. I'll keep him safe.
Okay, well, I trust you.
I got him.
He just
Don't
met
worry.
you and he trusts you already.
There you go, man. It's cultural. Brazilians and Italians, we get along well.
Yeah. Tell me about it because
I'll take them out in Penn
yeah, in pen.
and
You need a pen.
University.
You
University
need a pencil
City.
in. You need a pencil in pen.
Yeah, you can't go. My friend almost got shot.
Yeah, see, even around pen area.
Yeah, because like the train station is a mess over there.
Yeah.
Listen, I heard
Public
in San
transit.
Francisco. Listen, everywhere in the United States is a mess. I talked to people with from the other side, Washington State, Seattle. A lady from Seattle, she told me since the Floyd things happened, the Floyd, the guy that got killed over there.
Mhm.
So they said there is no more cops. Nobody want to be a cop anymore. And people do what they want, shooting, homeless everywhere. Even Seattle, which I always heard it was a nice place to live.
Seattle was really nice until recently, I heard.
San Francisco, people pay $3,000 for a room, not an apartment, for a room to rent. And they cannot leave the car on the street because they break into the cars, the homeless. It's a mess over there. So that's what they told me, people from there.
Yeah, my friend lives in Seattle. I think he lives in the good part though, so he doesn't see or experience any of that. But there's a lot. There's a big homelessness problem, definitely in the United States.
It's in all the major cities.
Yeah, but homeless, I don't think they have guns. But
but
they can
Yeah.
afford the bullets.
Have you ever been to Portland, Oregon?
Oh god.
No, I don't know United States much at all.
Oh my gosh.
Every time I go away, I go in Europe or Brazil.
They walk around in straight mobs, dude, like 50 heads deep, like just carousing the city, like and messing with college kids and people that are out.
Wait, who?
Like,
Homeless people?
Homeless people, yeah.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Squads.
What's wrong with this country, man? It's going upside down, man.
Rock has to save the country.
I know we cannot talk politics, but what the heck this guy is doing? Do you see your president?
No. You're not allowed. No, you're not allowed. Off limits, Guido. Sorry to
Yeah.
cut you off. Let's
Okay.
go back to talking about women. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No, what I mean is, what they don't fix. First of all, what about your father? What he says about the roads? Does he drive the roads where they have puddles and freaking holes on the roads?
My dad actually lives in Florida.
Oh, in Florida. Oh, down there, I don't know. The roads are better anyway.
In Fort Lauderdale, everyone
Because
drives 90 miles per hour.
He retired.
I don't believe the fact. You know what? You ever heard the people here? They say, "Oh, the roads are bad because the salt." It's not even snowing here anymore. That's BS. So when you go to the Turnpike, right, in Pennsylvania, when you go to the 295 in Jersey, do you see how perfect the roads are? So they don't clean the roads when it snows over there. They don't put salt or chemical stuff. So that's BS. They don't fix the roads. There's nothing to do with the salt or with the freaking other stuff. I don't believe that.
You said the roads in Jersey are good and the roads here are
No,
bad.
what I mean, no, not everywhere, not everywhere. If you go to Camden, you can leave the tires there, you can leave the rims, everything, In Jersey, in Camden, I drove in Camden too sometimes. Then I get out because I don't want to stay. Even Camden is much to say. I think everybody's dead. They killed everybody there. I'm waiting. How many people are willing to kill someone? So sooner or later it's gonna end. If they keep killing each other, sooner or later it's gonna end.
They're gonna end up with zero.
No, the population is huge.
Oh, listen, I don't even see. I cannot even look at my battery. So sooner or later it's gonna be dead. But
You need to say at least 5 more crazy things before you go. Say we need another take. We need a wild take. What's an opinion that you have on Milan that you think is controversial?
What a question, man.
Is there something you think about Milan?
Yeah,
that you
I think
other
like
people won't agree?
what is controversial is like a Leao. If it's worth the money, give it to him. Because what are you gonna do? You're gonna besides, of course, if they pay us lots of money, okay. But if they don't, you're gonna wait like Çalhanoğlu, thank God we got rid of him.
How much would you pay Leao?
See, Çalhanoğlu made 2 assists to us with the Inter, like Tonali last year. Then when he was playing with us. He made more assists against us to us.
Yeah. How much would
So-
you pay Leao, Guido? How many millions?
But if the guy Hernandez, which is a good midfielder, but I don't think he can do what Leao does. He's worth 120. Leao is going to be 150 at least.
Oh, his value.
Based
That
on
was my
those
next
prices.
question. That was my next question. What is Leao worth? What would you sell him for if you had to sell him?
Listen, for me, you gotta go by the price around the world, around the Europe, basically.
150. So that's like
If not for me, Leao is not
10
a.
million euros in your era.
I don't know, man, but Leao is a player that I believe if he leaves Milan, it's gonna be done. You know why? Because who can afford those kind of money is gonna be a big team. A big team on this position, they have maybe 3 players good. So what happens is, since he's gonna show off those stupid things that sometimes he does, and Milan is the only one. If he goes to those teams, after 2-3 games he doesn't play, he's gonna be upset. He's gonna be done. So
Guido, what about in the second half when Leao did the back heel kick pass to nobody? If he did that in Real Madrid, what would happen?
yeah, that's what I mean. Today he made some stupid things. I saw it when he was playing stupid things with the ball. But I mean, still fundamental.
He's not ready.
He made so many. He made so many assists. Giroud could have scored today. It was a. I don't think he did bad. It just was a little bad luck because he could have shoot better, especially the one when he did the back kick layout. He shoot it, and Ochoa saved it. But he could have put a ball on the side, on the other side, just put straight on the other side.
Giroud was very good today. Like he won every single knockdown in the air.
But he missed every goal, so that was bad luck.
Yeah,
but most of our shots were straight at him, though. To be fair. Yeah,
Ochoa looked shaky. It was his first game.
I mean, I thought he did well.
Well, I think he did very good for being the first game.
Oh yeah, for a first game, he played amazing. His saves were incredible.
His defense was horrendous.
His distribution was bad.
Listen, if the goal Leao scored, if he wouldn't come out, Leao would have scored even easier. So he had to get out.
That was a nice goal.
And Leao scored with the left foot. So that's what I mean. See, Leao shoots he used both feet. Oh, do you know who Altafini was? Jose Altafini? You know the history of Milan and Brazil? Altafini was playing with Pelé. He won 2 World Cup at least.
No,
even in the movie, you ever watch the movie Pelé the Legend? Oh, my phone is dead.
Oh, I actually have watched that movie, but a long time ago.
Dad, go charge your phone. He might. I think he died.
All right, Antonio. It was nice to meet you, dude.
Nice to meet you too. Oh, listen, wait. So Altafini basically was this Brazilian-Italian forward player. He played with us in like the 60s, I believe, so like a long time ago. But he was very good. He scored in the Champions League final with us, and he played for the Brazilian national team. So he's very, very good. Yeah.
The name sounded familiar, but I don't think I even can picture like what he looks like or a highlight.
He's a legend for it. Well, it says the 1960s.
I gotta watch a highlight before bed.
Yeah.
All right, sweet man. It was nice meeting your dad too. He's a really cool guy. He's just very genuine.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, dude.
See you guys. Good live.
Later.